Yo, I've returned. Holy shit, they're announcing it. And Walmart. Yo. Cinema. I need to spam the O. It's 4, right? Oh my god. Invite only event, by the way. Oh, never mind. Never mind, there's open qualifier. I lied. There's a qualifier. I lied. Yep, Trolley Open was the last one. W Blue sponsor. True. Actually true. No. Ah. Okay. I'll save that link. Boop, boop, boop. So yeah, we're gonna talk about the Ability Creeps roster change at the NA time. I have a whole thing ready to go. Oops. Nice. True. Big week. Death Slam. Yep. I love it. I love it. Samula. Yeah, fuck. That could happen. It's already gonna happen to Deathy's tournament with the Ability Creeps change. Will the Unks return? Will they be back? The Hams. The Hams also did not compete in Deathy's tournament. I think it was just a weird roster change thing happening, but they weren't like ready to go, but I don't think they I don't think they did. True. Could be. True. Dude. Dude. The Mina King. Mina King. True. True. Yeah. Yeah, Rake's lived up. He's one of the few people that like the roster change have looked good with. I think Poppers would be like that too, though. I think Poppers has looked really good in FPSL scrims. You guys can't hear this.
Goodbye.
I'm trolling.
I think that actually does cause a little bit of problems for
I'm prepping
teams.
my
A little bit
segment
of
for
hesitation
NA.
in particular. And also, I think why we see our challenger matches actually go, I think on average, I would actually have to go back and look at the data, longer than our money matches, because you just don't want to make that mistake. You don't want to make that risky play. You don't want to full send it to mid like Abraham seems to do in every single match that we ever have, even if they're behind. But that's something to really kind of like, I think, be aware of, but also,
So
one thing I
Leviathan's
like about it, ZP,
had
because a lot of people
more
question us about, like, why don't we
tournament
run this
prep
format? Why don't we do like a
as
best
of
of three
late,
challenger
playing
match into a
in
best of three
DSI
money
this
match?
weekend.
I feel like you do get
Hams could have been
experience
scrimming
in this
more.
format for your professional career later
I don't
down
really
the
have a way
line,
to
where
follow
you
the
have to,
ham
you
scrims
have
anymore.
that one game to prove yourself and that one match to win to get through, or when it gets
I could check with if any other dudes stream,
like
but
that. I think
I
it
don't
is
think
important for
they're
the players to
full-time streamers
experience
by
the
any
pressure you
means.
feel in a best of one.
Also, we're just constrained by time. If you were the dude for everything, you could be looking at a 14-hour broadcast, and that's a little bit too long for anyone. But, Jason, we got our Mo and Krill one-on-one between Abrahams and Leviathan, and, you know, Saint has been the raid boss of Mo and Krill 1v1s. I cannot remember the last time I've seen Saint lose. Maybe I'm cursing it here, but we got Saint in the blue, I believe, this time around.
No, he's an amber. He's an amber. Yeah, that's side.
Yeah.
It's the double S.
The UI is lying to us, and right now Saint's still with the lead, as is tradition. Sai. Try and look for a way to turn around.
Mess up this UI like a lot. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
they're so clean and everything else with the Mo and Krill one, they just can never figure out the side.
And he's not going to lose another one, man. Saint. There's three things
Saint's too clean on the Mo.
Death, taxes, and Saint winning a move 1v1 for sure.
Is Saint the best Mo?
It's unreal because we don't really.
That's a good question.
That's mostly the eye test, but I almost feel like Abraham's like, yeah, we.
It'd be like him or Hydration, I would say.
We're in the challenger match.
Hydration is just in my head because of the.
Yeah, they didn't have to
the fucking one patch where Mo could go damage.
Saint
and he just had this insane carry game.
See who's
I think it was in Freak Fest.
Chosen second here.
I think it was.
You know, so Leviathan looks like they're going for first pick. So Abraham's, I think, gave
Draft
that
starting.
over. And I think one thing Abraham struggled last week playing against Low-Key W was the idea around Doorman and Bebop.
So Abraham's choose Archmother. This patch has just been, I would say, just the better side, honestly.
Like top two. Actually, sorry, take that back. I think Bebop.
The patch has just been long enough to just say that. I think Archmother is just the better side to go.
And allowed Low-Key W to pick up Bebop.
You just have way more options.
So in like the current meta and the way things are
having
playing
a 1-2 and then first pick second round.
It does make me wonder, will we ever actually push into a 3-ban layout? I still heavily think we shouldn't be going for something like that just yet, ZP. But when we do hit a certain threshold of heroes, that's something we need to definitely look at and extend to, because there are a lot of like high-valued heroes at the moment, and it can be very punishing based on your position in the picks, and of course, if you can even play it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of hero bans, basically we've already told the players that, this one was kind of, it was more in favor of not adding a ban than adding a ban for the last batch of heroes, but we've basically told the players, yeah, we're adding a ban 100% when we get the next hero drop is where we're at. So
100%,
we're sticking with 2 bans per team as
interesting.
we work to fix whatever just happened with the draft, and it's back. And this
We've returned.
We'll see who has first pick first.
I think I just didn't want to do it live.
Abraham's choice. And
production just a little too fast.
I don't really expect to have changed here is the prio on Doorman. Doorman, no one really wants to play against him, and for good reason. Just a little bit too good in the current version of the game. Although this is interesting. Pocket getting hit with the first ban.
This is becoming more popular.
Kind of rise up in priority over the last week,
match.
and this is another step up, Jason.
Spirit OD is by far the best shit in the game right now, and Pocket is Spirit OD, plus he's like a counter to other Spirit AoE heroes like Dynamo, Kelvin.
Actually, because then you're guaranteed to get one of them, but they instead go for the Doorman ban.
Even Mina is pretty good in Mina.
If this was low KW, you would see a Bebop pick up here. And you have
Doorman ban.
Team, man. Leviathan.
This ban has not changed. So it's really just like,
top 3 Bebop,
do you want to play against Pocket or Bebop? Is kind of more what this is.
I think we saw the last
Leviathan is first picking Victor. So the Victor prio has just jumped for Leviathan.
I kind of expected this last week when I looked at the scrim results, and Victor's win rate was absurd. It was also absurd last week, so people have just now adjusted. But in a turn, Abrahams can come in here. They can get
Silver comes in
if they wanted. They're picking up Silver, so I'm curious if this ends up being.
Here's what they pair with that.
You know,
it also could be Silver Shiv,
Warden, or I would say probably like
Shiv. If I was Abrahams, and here's why, Jason.
I would go Mirage or Warden with the Silver personally,
to be able to play the Shiv.
Just getting M1.
I don't know. I mean,
they go Shiv. I just have never been a fan of this pairing. I understand these are like the 2 best frontliners in the game,
Shiv
but
is still that impactful right now
yes.
that you need to take it away from Freemok, or is it more of just don't give Freemok a comfort hero? What was it in your eyes?
I think it's both. I think Shiv is already like a high prio pick, and the fact that it's
I just don't like this pairing, bro. I will never like this pairing.
Leviathan,
okay, then Apollo.
It makes a lot of sense. Instead, Leviathan,
I would like Abraham's. If they want to go dump frontline here, I would have liked Apollo Shiv a lot more.
The hero I'm wondering about here for Leviathan is do you go for Mirage? Mirage was a lot higher priority last week, but obviously
so I agree with taking Shiv away from Freemok.
Higher level of prio, and instead Leviathan they pick up Slash for Rake. So yeah, the Mirage priority is seemingly slipping a little bit from last week.
Can I run it back really quickly, because I did want to say something about Victor and get your thoughts on this. Looking back at EU when Listic was playing Victor, that was not wall breaker Victor. It was literally just like tank Victor.
And Bebop finally goes.
We didn't see like
what Bebop falls all the way to
threatening
6th
that you would see in your matchmaking games or would see in scrims. So it was even a different style on top of that. Whether that was just
the fact that they get this here, I like their 1-2 a lot more now because they have set up
squishy heroes like Viper behind them. That's a question that
they
we
have
always ask them in Lightbringer particular.
Mina ban, great ban on Leviathan. Get Otis off as by far his best hero.
Of course, ZP, the Bebop being picked for Abrahams.
Yeah, Bebop comes in for Abraham.
So Leviathan
band goes out from Abraham.
Should think about here is like you can kind of force them into what M1 you want them to play.
They're still getting relatively high tier heroes, but they've already hit OC's hero pool with
or expand the Lash. Slash is probably one of the top.
The higher prio on Shiv. Like Freemok's probably giving me
damage dealers right now.
So
just with the gun build is super strong.
Heroes are objectively good. Like you don't look at their draft and be like, oh, it's over. Unless
Abraham's get the pick here.
Victor is really good right now, so maybe you do.
And they like the Mirage more.
Overall, I feel like Abrahams have still picked a pretty high tier draft.
I think Mirage fits this better, right? You have like 3 really beefy characters. Mirage is gonna have a lot of space to just free hit.
It's probably trending towards a Warden pick for Leviathan.
So Leviathan's gonna get Warden here.
About that either. I mean,
it's gonna be 2 really beefy teams.
Geist was still one of
it's gonna be Warden, Victor,
exceptional with
Apollo, into Bebop, Shiv, Silver.
For the team, but also. Okay.
Also, I just think Apollo is really strong into Shiv Silver, by the way. You can just kite these heroes like crazy. Especially Silver. Shiv, like, if you hit your knives, it's kind of GG, but...
This hotel's great.
You can riposte, like, dude, just has a lot of options. I'm gonna go Paradox. Wow, they don't pick their M1. The thinking behind this is, Abrahams already have Mirage, so they're not gonna pick Warden, so you can kind of just prio picks higher here.
And yeah, I mean, taking a look at the Leviathan draft, they're still missing an OC's hero. And that hero is
so Viper does come in
going to be a Warden. Like there's a few other options it could be, but
it's gonna be Warden.
Overall, like Warden said, high priority.
So the Paradox Pro is interesting. This makes a lot of sense to the Bebop.
Yeah, I mean a cage would be pretty good. Like, Warden would be
ends up
pretty
getting
good.
value
Max
into
Silence,
the Viper as
Shiv,
well with the bullet, and then they go Kelvin.
even
Okay, I
Silver
kind of like the
kinda
Kelvin, right?
you
just want the
Viper, not
Dome of
necessarily
Doom
one of the best heroes to throw
with these
it
two.
at, considering she can just slide away.
Also,
But
Bebop
now we know
Kelvin's always kind of
since we played
underrated. You can just like
Abrahams,
hook into
honestly,
Insta-Dome.
seeing a pocket ban so
Really
early, it made
underrated
me think Leviathan
pairing.
was actually going to be going for a Kelvin to kind of just take it away from Sane, but more importantly, you
And then
don't
they
have to
go
worry about a
Wraith
pocket on the
over
other
Warden.
side, and
Okay.
OC's on Wraith. Now, she wasn't picked or banned at all. I think she's the new guy. She has like one of the worst win rates in
True.
get picked up again. But I mean, it's similar to the mobility out of Mina, though I would say not really as good, obviously, having single and retreat, being able to have 3 different charges. But I mean, OCs can pump, but I just don't know if we're gonna get to that point in the game where OCs will be able to pump in this game.
Well, apparently there's some tech right now where people are saying for whatever reason,
Who do I like
healing
more?
booster and healing tempo on Wraith, like her cards actually get way bigger benefit. Like rather it being like 20 and 25%, it's somewhere like 30 and like 37.
The one thing about Kelvin Big is Victor. Victor is a very hard counter to Kelvin. They synergize very well on the same team, but I would say Victor definitely gets the advantage in the head-to-head. You really don't want to dome Victor
because she's holding multiple lifesteal cards. But is that worth enough to pick Wraith when overall her success rate has been really poor as of late? I'm not entirely convinced, Jason.
Yeah, and I think, if you're Bebop for Abrahams, you're probably going to be taking Slowing Hex, and Wraith won't be able to
I really don't know. This is, I think the Gamba's correct. This is really close.
Early. But then again, when you're against a Viper, you're going to have to go for a Dispel Magic anyways. I mean, but we'll see. Honestly, I'm kind of heavily in favor
Let me look at it again. Let me look at it again.
I deeply do
Let me see who's playing who.
To prove me wrong. I want to see them bounce back this week here, Z, because it's been a
the
little bit
Wraith is like a big gamble. If you're gonna go the Wraith, I would have preferred maybe an Ivy over the
Over the last few
Viscous.
months has been the parity, where things have been changing week over week. But LKW is starting to build their own streak.
Here's Zumi on his Viscous, though.
It does feel like the return of Buff and Jors in many ways. But Jason, we are in game. We got our first look at the lanes here, and we actually got the Apollo mid with Paradox. Oftentimes we see Apollo in side lane, but this is just
I'm going Leviathan.
power versus power in middle, really. If it's Mirage and Bebop.
Very close though, very close. Much closer than
Hook into Dirt Devil.
a lot of drafts
is
we've seen
just-
recently.
Just decimating, man. It really pulls you out of position.
I think
and they can do so much
think
damage on top of that. But yeah,
the
Apollo
Kelvin
and
will
Paradox
struggle
together is definitely quite
later
nice
into
to
the
see.
game.
But I was secretly hoping Fremont was going to be on.
I think they have.
Like Victor, like I know Apollo.
I
Does fit
don't know.
more
Lanes are
towards
kind of even
his
in my
style.
opinion.
Like if you look at Shiv, like
Even
Apollo's
with look how it breaks out. Like
similar
Silver
when it comes
Viper
to
probably
his
gets the push in this
mobility and
lane.
harass, but for some reason, I feel
People
like
really
Victor
like the
could be
Victor,
definitely a hero that he plays
the
exceptionally
Victor
well. One thing I do worry about
Viscous.
on this left-hand side though.
I haven't seen it do like crazy well. I think the whole idea is it's a very good stall lane.
About the cube, but if they can force the cube with Silver,
Then Apollo Paradox into the Bebop Mirage,
it's gonna be really tough to sustain in this lane
and
and
then
survive
Wraith
this lane. Or can be, I
Celeste
should say.
into Shiv Kelvin.
Yeah, I
Shiv
do
Kelvin is
think, as you rightly
back.
point out,
It's
Q
back.
does take away a lot of the burst potential that you'd otherwise have with Viper, but it's still a very bursty lane, and for whatever reason, Cube does go out, for some other instance of damage. The vulnerability is pretty severe. Looking over to the right is also kind of interesting. You got the old classic, Shiv Kelvin.
Yeah.
has
The
made its
old
return.
classic.
Saint on Kelvin, together on Shiv. I mean, when Abrahams was winning all the games in the world, Jason, this was a combo that they were able to get away with way too much, actually. Like, teams let them get away with murder.
It doesn't get any more El Clasico than that, if I'm honest with you. Like, this is like the bread and butter of what we would see with Abrahams, and good to see it happen once again. But again, it all comes down to success. I don't think with the way heroes have changed since we initially saw this, or the last time we have seen this, it does play out, I would say, quite different. I feel like Shiv is going to have some, relatively good pressure when it comes to lane. Of course, the harass Saint can do.
So Shiv Kelvin will get pushed in this lane early.
I don't think I'd be too crazy.
They have a pretty strong spike on level 3 abilities, though.
I'd say like a top 3 Kelvin player in NA and in EU combined.
Also, wait a second, Jason, this is wild, and who's playing what?
We
got Rayek on Apollo and Fremont.
Oh yeah, you're right.
On Celeste.
Is that right?
That's unreal, because normally when Leviathan has played this comp, they've had Fremont on the Apollo and Rayek on the Celeste. Like, we've never seen Rayek not on Celeste when Leviathan has played it, so that's a pretty big change.
Yeah, maybe that's just a change in the way they want to approach the game too, which,
Tams did get their characters, though.
Winning lately, I'm all
So we'll
for
see.
it. How it's going to play out will be
Das
obviously a
Bebop,
different
Empty
story. I also
Dreams.
expected Sai to be over on Visk instead of
A
actually on the
Mirage
Paradox.
together,
Maybe it's just been some
Shiv,
like internal changes
Saint
within
Kelvin.
the team, realizing what they were doing before was not working whatsoever.
That could edge him out.
But on the side of Abrahams, Yeah, I think this is what we expected. Like Sonya over on the silver, Arzo on the
Great dying this early is really bad.
When it comes to
really
bad.
bad.
Empty Dreams over on the Mirage, playing that
Celeste is here
carry.
though. She moved over, so we'll see what happens. They're all pretty healthy though.
EU plays Viper.
I don't think it's really gonna end up in anything.
Or at least Abraham's compared to maybe.
So that was just the beauty of the Bebop, if I had to guess.
Somewhat of a carry in the game, but Arzo I don't think necessarily plays somewhat of the carry. I still think it will be.
Can we see this
mid,
mid,
towards
please?
Empty Dreams to be the late game.
Paradox is in there.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams is going to be more position 1 in this game for sure. But
So yeah, she's baiting for Celeste.
In middle. What comes out towards the end? A little bit of an escape into the veil.
They hit the carbine. Empty Dreams should die. Great roam from Celeste here.
Just a little bit of a focus on the
wow, he lives
now, out of TAS.
By the way, extra regen on Bebop. Just watch the health of the
great roam by Celeste, just can't convert.
So fast.
Big sad.
Any harass you do. I mean, we did see a Celeste actually rotate from the right-hand side to go towards middle, so they swap Fremont and Rayeg. I just don't think you're pushing Bebop out of this lane, if I'm honest, man. Oh, what a great hook coming in as well. Pump taking him under the tower, and Fremont is going to fall from the bomb. Oh, no, he survives, actually, with this 2. Most certainly should not be escaping this 40 HP.
Celeste hero Celeste.
Create the distance. I was certain that was going to be a kill, ZP.
You know, you talk about pushing Bebop out lane. What about Bebop pulling you in within the lane? And honestly, just less things. I think very
whole lot of monster rounds in this game so far. Whole lot of monster rounds.
Those that could. And I mean, honestly, I'm thinking about the entire pivot from Shiv in the Celeste here, and given the level of movement required on Shiv to get the most out of it, I mean, it's not too surprising that you'd have a movement player like Fremont, you know, even though it's been more Shiv based, take a crack at Celeste. Now, making the change when breaks usually not
opening rounds on the Mirage. Okay.
Yeah. Look at that last escape.
And monster rounds.
Has some moves on Celeste.
Curious if he's gonna go for a gun spike. I doubt it. But
they weren't winning. They weren't even winning challenger matches. You have to.
Because I think a lot of people are just doing like for the first 2 items. I think a lot of people are just thinking this is by far the best.
As again,
especially if you have
rounds being picked up quite heavily in this game.
Good spirit power abilities.
It was over
like lethal venom and shit like this.
There will be a bounce patch coming this week. I do really wonder what they're going to be hitting, and I kind of feel like Dorman and Bebop is 2 of the heroes they're going to have their eyes set on.
True.
Also, I think Victor players are scared. Victor players know that they go from like being good to being irrelevant on cue, but pick off there. Abraham's able to add +1. And so far, I mean, this game, it hasn't been a massive difference, but, you know, Abraham's getting a slight edge within the lanes here so far.
What are you on, Celeste?
And I mean, you think about the early game between the two teams.
I feel like extra regen right now, no?
Lanes, like, yes, Leviathan,
oh, that's really bad.
Another hook comes on in, and Fremont this
he's
time
dead.
around, I don't think there's going to be a great
escape. Oh, great dazzling trick. Just in time. Just in fucking time. Oh, he still dies, though.
But it doesn't matter.
Your TAS is clean on the bop.
Yeah, I didn't think the 2 would have enough shielding there, but it's just
oh, love this from Shiv.
Hyper beam.
Oh.
Thereafter and sets up for the kill.
Okay, Abrahams is active right now.
I mean, okay, so the lead
this is not something we have seen from Abrahams in a while.
Big, but I'll tell you what,
they are fucking active.
Like it's quite big. I think it's a good response out of Leviathan here to actually go for heavy.
Like the response from Rake, just pressure the side.
It's just gonna be Saint left alone, but Saint's got frozen shelter, so the kill potential it's really not gonna be here. You're not really gonna have a good chance. Oh my!
Oh, he got buried though. Oh, he's dead now. Oh, Saint shit on him.
What?
Okay, Abraham's having a great early game so far. They're having a really good early game.
Him in the one-on-ones off on the Kelvin. As far
not a heal, man. Look at this itemization from Empty Dreams. Wow.
Not too many.
This is interesting.
Saint.
Big swap.
Brutal loss for Egg. Swap.
Kind of a risky swap, though.
Into what should be potentially a very, very dead Paradox here. Sai.
Does die, yeah.
HP chased down. And Abraham's just adding on across the map.
You know what? Someone got in my head over on Twitter saying, you know, will Abraham's finally take down Loki W?
Wow,
so do something, and
really
will Jason say riposte
really interesting from Empty
I
Dreams.
got my own head, so I didn't even know how to say the ability name, but that was honestly so nutty. But Abrahams are just continuing this momentum, man. 5K lead, 6 minutes in. It is looking very grim so far here for Leviathan. Even double buffs being picked up for Abrahams and a Guardian in the mid lane. It is all turning out Abrahams right now.
It's pretty wild. This level of lead at 6.5 minutes of the game. For the level of progress that Abrahams has, you'd think that, oh, okay, surely you're about to start getting buffs up. But no, there's still more time to go. And I mean, look at how deep Empty Dreams just went now. See if Empty Dreams gets
that boy in there. That boy in there.
Fremont goes down. That is unreal. Fremont.
All right, this Mirage is going to be a problem. This Mirage is going to be a bit of a problem.
It was a 1v2. And he had Hillbane procs, who was able to heal up quite a bit from the back
Oh
of that,
my
but a
god.
massive
Dude,
play.
Leviathan's getting farmed. What is happening right now? They're actually just getting farmed, bro.
You saw Solo and HP as Overseas did fall from this fight with the cube even being used before by Razumi. But man, Abrahams is just... I don't want to call it the game's EP, but when you have a 10k lead 7 minutes in, it's hard to say the other.
This is wild.
I mean, you're nearly there. Freemock back alive after, again, the business from Empty Dreams now.
Break short dicks it. It's fine.
Tower damage. The tower actually already got parried, and Bebop on the cutoff. Freemock ends up falling, and
the tower don't give a fuck, bro. Tower doesn't give a fuck.
Here, Jason. Things have just radically escalated.
Okay, this is not okay. This is not okay. They're getting fucking turbo shit on.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Still coming through Abrahams. I mean, again, like I don't want to be too harsh on the Viad thing because it is obvious they are changing things up and trying some new things, and it's just not really working out. And obviously, we can't forget Abrahams is one of the best teams in EU, so when they get a slight lead against you, they definitely know how to run away with it here.
Bro, this game's fucking cooked. It's not even 10 minutes yet.
On the new way they're playing,
this game is
then,
fucking cooked.
Early on, but Abrahams, I think this is a nice warm up for them for Low-Key W, man. They're coming in this week wanting
3-1 Guardian advantage for Abrahams as well.
Yeah, and
they're just gonna steal their fucking doubles. And the game's looking kind of rough.
Being the person to call things early.
Oh, Rick, no. Rick, no.
Not even able to take the jump pad without getting harassed, and the soul difference.
This is not good.
Thanks, production.
Saying a lot of it. Actually, all right. Damage done between the two teams right now.
They hard out scale, but like I don't know if they're gonna get there, bro. This is a little rough.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who's doing what of the damage, but it's really not that far off between the two teams. I wish we had like a total in there too.
Brother, please go get your spirit spike, Rake. Please go get it. Please go get your spirit spike. Oh,
once again, the Arctic Beam coming on through. St. King's
oh,
is one up.
No.
The lead still hovering on 11K,
no,
but you know when we get to this earn is when I think Abrahams is really going to start to grow and expand this lead.
What missed?
Also, our prize pool graphic isn't up, but for this week, the prize pool is still $12.50 per region. Saw a few questions there. People wondering. It's just the UI element that's missing. But
jealous EP. You have other monitors. I'm literally just looking at a laptop screen. This is one of the first times I'm doing the show, and I cannot see chat. I can't see anything else.
It's fine. He also doesn't have a soundboard. Like we're free of the evil for 1 week.
Don't worry, I'll make up for it next week for sure.
Jason, we got 20 seconds
that's far.
until buffs
6K, 2.3K mainstream
into play, and this is gonna be advantage.
All right, we're getting regulars now. Like Deathy's watching every week now. Lightbringer's watching every week now.
Don't let Leviathan get some souls back so it can be a neutral earn, because it is, I think, way too far of a distance between these two teams to wait for that to happen.
Actually, a buff split.
They're not even getting like necessarily too aggressive here. They're not really going for.
I think Leviathan's on their doubles. Oh god, I want to see Leviathan right now.
He's gonna pick up gun.
I really should just start watching in game. I just love the commentary.
We'll have full control of it.
I think Night Shift has really good casters.
Do you like? Are you just gonna pick it up and run it away, or are you actually gonna use it to force a fight here? Because going to the other side of the map, like
I mean, they have ult up, right? Like they can for sure force this. They got Vitality on silver. Celeste got gun buff.
On the left-hand side, if you're gonna be, you know,
like say Mirage gets the kill here, like you can for sure play this.
With the comp you have for Abrahams, I actually think you just go for it, especially if you're able to get the pick on the Freemock.
So they actually just use it to force a fight on blue.
Just got his shocking reanimation procced. I mean, everything is going against Leviathan at the moment. They are unable to win any fight in the neutral. Yeah, you take a look at how Abrahams' position here, Jason. They're likely just gonna go straight for the dunk.
Okay.
I think Rake's gonna dead.
He used ball for the damage, but I feel like it was the greatest way to do that. You can like bounce it between the cart and the Guardian to like multi-bounce, but
Guardian, but they get themselves 2 kills.
Abrahams get the comeback earn, dude. They're routing them right now. This is not good. They just traded comeback earn for a Guardian. This is not good. This is not good.
I'm saying here, Jason, just thinking about what is a
Empty Dream's keeping a Soul Aid up to
look for Leviathan at this point, and it is
probably closer to like
difficult to imagine.
Maybe
anything that could go wrong in the early game has gone wrong.
3.5K above.
You have
OCs.
2/3 of the team on fire.
I think the Victor is really poor. Victor and Celeste are not
just had really solid
cooking right now.
It
really sucked for Freemock they didn't get that kill in the early roam.
All right, right now.
Shelter, they're all fucking dead.
We're
all gonna die in the frozen shelter. Rake's dead.
Rake, and okay, Rake goes to the
Oh,
cube. Still super low HP, no
bro.
path to escape. And Sanya just gets a fish to gambling.
They're getting fucking dumpstered, bro. This guy's dead too. This guy's dead too. Oh no.
Didn't actually execute anywhere to finish it. They come out with 4 kills in the earned turn-in, and with certainly some pressure on this mid lane Walker. That should be the first Walker of the game going down here. As Freemuck's in the 1v1 now up against Together. He's got 1 serrated knife left to throw. Again, they do once again have a wave, but they're not even going for the Walker. Yeah, that is a lot of damage, man.
I think
I just like the first pick of Victor. Like I know we're liking Victor, bro, but first picking Victor
into the ether and
3 knives or 1 giant milkshake in front of ZP.
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
I gambit on them. I can't even gap. I thought this would work. I thought this would work. I didn't think they would give turbo shot on all their lanes. Like the Apollo lane lost.
As I'm looking at this here, Jason,
Celeste roam couldn't find value on the roams, and then it just fucking kept spiraling.
You have a paradox. In theory,
lost fucking first comeback earn. Like, oh my
Abraham's
god.
comp is relatively tanky across the
I like
board.
the spirit, the gun shielding this game from Together. I actually think it's really strong.
Easy pick, really, for Leviathan. Even
Paradox,
if you do get a swap
Celeste,
in an uneven number situation.
Wraith Victor.
I don't know.
Get a lot of value out of it.
I'd agree. I think it's also difficult knowing that they have
Ball
a
for transform,
so
you'll
they
take.
can easily roam in your own jungle and catch you out completely off guard.
So they're trying to catch Empty Dreams. Oh, finally get a big here. So what's the death timer here? They need to do something with this timer. 37 seconds. They have to do something with this timer. Looks like they're gonna get jumped left side. That would not be able to do anything.
For them to make a push on the left-hand Walker.
Like Victor's in there, but this is a fucking 10k Victor, bro. I don't think this is really gonna do. He's just he's just fucking dead. He's just fucking dead. He's just fucking dead, by the way.
Get a significant amount of farm here.
No,
also on the left. I mean, it's just Abraham's cleaning up.
Bro.
So you're throwing bodies at Abraham's. You're still gonna lose left Walker.
And
your prayer is that you at least get the trade-off, and OCs is able to get right. And we take a look at.
It's gonna be 2 for 1 Walkers though.
It's gonna be a 2 Walker.
They're getting both left and mid.
Exactly. I mean, with Taylor just pushing middle, they're like, you know, you can take right, but we're gonna get your left and your mid most importantly.
Empty Dreams even TP's in here.
Actually, yeah, sorry, they did get the right lane Walker. I want to double check because I did see Empty Dreams there. But they're losing so much around the map. They're also losing a lot of sitters and jungle on the left-hand side if we do see Abraham stick around.
2 Walkers with a 20k lead at 14 minutes. Yeah, that's not good, bro. That's not that's not ideal. That's not ideal for the boys. They really need this next turn. It is like probably determines the whole game. So we're burning dome, but we're dying in the dome.
In the shelter, in towards the jail,
This guy's
towards
dead.
their death potentially, and saying he's just being left alone.
Oh, Urzumi's my king.
Rank is able to get Tess.
Leave, bro. Leave.
Super low. Tries to escape. Not gonna happen.
Your guardian angel came and saved you. Leave, please. They still lose too.
Sanya also trying to get on fire like.
Now they're not at pickup either. Pickup's right side.
Even getting a kill there. Yeah,
They're
still 20k behind. They're behind in the
I carded out, but they don't get
the only upside you have for Leviathan is that you've done a reasonable
Paradox
job.
Did get the left side buff. They're doing good splitting the buffs with how behind they are, but
ask for better as far as keeping.
They're losing pickups over and over again.
The problem is, from what we've seen,
this time I think Cavs actually should just babysit this one. I think
probably isn't enough
because they don't have their ults up yet. Like they could actually get fucked here.
Yeah, and
like Celeste Ball will be up in time. They should stall this for a sec. I think instant dunking this is not with the schmooth. They see Freemuck red side though, so that might actually change what they're thinking. They do get the drop.
You know, an Apollo there, but there is
Bill's gonna get
is the problem anymore because they're too low on souls. The hook comes in, catches up.
Ooh, good dispel.
Tass immediately needs to run away from this one, down very low on HP, being
Should
chased
still
out by Osu's come right back in towards the fight. He does pick up the kill, and if they
Overseas dies again. Urzumi's low.
Together, taking on Overseas.
Did not matter, bro. It did not matter.
And the urn is in the hand of Saint. He's gonna go for the.
And then Freemuck kind of gets catch. Gets put into catch 22. Pushing doesn't really do a lot, so then he moves, but the fight's already over before he moves. And they're gonna lose Urn.
I feel like that may have been bad play by OC.
And they're gonna lose Urn.
You have a Bebop that's fully leaving the fight, and you go to chase down the kill on Bebop. So you have the most farm person, one who can actually do damage for Leviathan, off on a wild goose chase versus Taz. And yeah,
27k at 16 minutes.
You look at the
looking pretty Jeej, bro. Looking pretty Jeej.
And in return, we get the rest
Jeej's
of
keeping
your
his farm up too, still 4k up on the race.
Doesn't feel that worthwhile for Leviathan.
Despite being in fights.
I mean, you're down. You're hoping to get anything you can.
Jump free monk.
Jump on
Okay, 40 seconds on free monk. What can we do with this? Look where it's at. Look where it's at. We have to do something with this. We have to. Don't back. Do not back. Do not back. Oh, they're back.
Winning this game, not necessarily win condition.
Oh, you have to do something with this, bro. You have to. You have to steal something.
Just open up some farm in your own jungle.
They're worried about getting domed or like petrifying gazed, but it's like, bro, we gotta do something with
I think
this.
these small little kills,
Empty Dreams is walking up.
Of income that Leviathan are getting can definitely get him back into the game, but seeing 3 people, man, on fire right now on a kill streak in this game is still very daunting. Not to mention Empty Dreams at 23k and Arzo at 22.
Production, can we get a quick cycle of first kills?
Now the game's gone too. Tess actually like horsed on Abraham's.
Between the two teams while I have a moment here. I feel like this has to be... Yeah.
No, bro, it's winnable. No.
Together with Paul.
No, bro, it's winnable. Trust. No, it's winnable.
That is a Paul that has been
8 deaths,
thoroughly
bro?
punished in the way that, you know, Apollo.
That's not that's not good. Yeah, you don't want to see your brother dead 8 times. You don't want to see that, bro.
Jason, they just say we're just gonna force mid.
I am dumb. This is so free.
Shelter, petrifying.
They saw 2 right side.
What can you do about this one on the other side? I mean, maybe you can somehow.
I don't think they can test this.
But they're gonna be too
Silver zoning on left side.
I think they're just getting all 3 rejuice.
They didn't even use dome. They just sent Kelvin to go help the silver, and then they just re-kill. Overseas.
And yeah,
dude, this is a route. This is our route. They can win this game in 25 minutes, by the way, if they really want to.
Overseas could have like 5
just need to play up here.
Animation. Once again, that pit,
Saint did use dome. I think it was to save Sonya. I wasn't paying attention to health bar.
I mean, I guess at that point, you know, if you could get 1 rejuve, it's big, but Abraham's just wisely
Merc Meg already on this fucking Viper.
No picks, not a problem whatsoever.
Oh my God.
Continuing to increase upon their lead.
Every time I see a Viper with sub stam, the amount of, and even a maxed out Slither, the amount of bars you have for stam makes anyone jealous.
Hands contest. Leviathan's doubles again.
Oh, you see a fight breaking out in the jungle on the Leviathan side here. Sonya tagged on with him, trying to go for the 1v1.
Kind of troll from Sonya. They need to kite out though. They need to kite out.
But the thing is, Leviathan, their HP
Eve brothers,
is
leave.
extremely grim here. I assume he's very low on HP.
Eve brothers, leave.
Towards the subway, trying to escape this one, and Sonya's not able to chase that one on down. And now Rake's been left to his own devices against.
I don't know if they could really even get out, honestly.
Insane. And it's gonna go as expected.
Dude, Rake is turbo running it, bro.
Jason, I'm just
turbo running it.
This game turned pretty early, like into the early mid game. I'm just thinking what Leviathan could have done to avoid where this went here. I think when I look at this, I do think Abraham's had a better draft to a pretty reasonable degree. Like I would actually say off draft alone, it was probably like 65-35 in favor of Abraham's. But you know, then for Leviathan, it just felt like there was a multiple series of execution errors in lane.
40
you know, in
dudes
particular, you probably
for the Viper. I like it. He just wants to perma down the map.
You know, even Celeste getting caught out a little bit.
I like it.
You know, you're playing a
good reactive barrier buy from in this game too.
Potential isn't that great, and the snowball potential.
You get disarming hex for Sai. It's just they're really so behind, man. He's finding the swaps though.
Extremely high.
I respect it.
Well, swap's gonna land on a Sonya sniper.
This guy's gonna live.
Let's open things up for Sai. At least, you know, respect to the Leviathan. They're in the enemy jungle here, looking for these kills, looking for these opportunities.
So we gotta transform off. It's cooked.
And the rotations are
yeah, it's fucking cooked.
It's gonna be
yeah, it is just it. It's just fucking cooked.
Sonya's able to joke for the chase directly over onto Overseas to take him down. The shotgun animation has been popped once again.
This is a dead Victor.
Helping Sonya out to go for the chase here too. The parries come out of Overseas and he's gonna fall. Overseas dies upstairs as well as Rayek. And Abraham's don't lose a single player. While all this was happening, they even picked up the urn from together and they're gonna go for the dunk once again.
Yeah, wall breaker and meet the wolf breaker in that last one. Absolutely.
I never assumed he's a Kelvin guy. I feel like they could have thought about Kelvin this game over the Viscous.
Sanya in the moment, and I mean, Jason.
They picked it on 5.
Okay,
and they picked it kind of quick.
This one is just about done. A nearly 50,000 soul difference between the two teams, and Abraham's playing.
I don't think it really
scales really well. You got a 31k.
I just don't like this Victor.
Like, what scenario?
Viscous lane. I don't really get it.
For Empty Dreams to even die at this point.
Yeah, a lot of things. Some of it involving Ido's router, some of it involving the sun exploding, which won't happen for billions of years. It's quite tough, if I'm perfectly honest here, ZP. And I think, you know, one thing we can't forget about as well that happened as of recent times is the change of when you get max AP to be 40k instead of 49k. And for someone like Mirage, having like your Dust Devil maxed out earlier on, or maybe your Shin's Mark, or even the Traveler, I think being able to hit
Dust Devil. This game is so good, bro. Holy fuck.
Earlier in the game does obviously make Mirage much more
I'm gonna
scary,
been
especially when
two.
you have a lead like this, man. 33k yourself.
Actually, no, they're gonna back up.
Basically fully done.
If they drop.
Also, I'm a little bit curious on man, the jump pad. It's a hook. Fremont going for one last ride.
Oh, he
Golden
lives.
check in
Okay.
before this game ends. I'm just wondering like how much
we have that
buff we had.
46.
46.
So this is the doubles contesting. This is what that is.
About Rem absorbing all the sinners, but can we talk about Sanya, who spent most of the game gambling? Probably the most lore accurate silver we've ever seen.
True, actually, true.
Net worth is nowhere telling.
So yeah, they're gonna back up. They can probably still.
With those 46 golds.
Leviathan's just gonna full send it here though. They're just gonna stack a 6 and look to fight. So
I
think this game will actually still end
on the streets of New York.
rather quick. You're gonna see them just chase.
Over a
They say no, they're gonna
60K
throw waves.
difference now, Jason.
Oh no, they FF'd.
They just
Yeah,
called
they
GG.
literally FF'd.
Yep.
We technically don't have any rules on like, early forfeiting, but the game's as far ahead and the patron is available. Yeah, this is if there's ever a time to forfeit and just say finish it, this is a time. So Abrahams will be moving on.
All right, Hamsback's final.
LKW, the Kings of EU.
The EU shuffle continues.
Yeah, no rule against the ZP, but you know what? I'm also all fine for having a little bit quicker of a broadcast day as well, considering how long some of these can go. And of course, if we're gonna have a 20-minute pause in the NA, who knows how long this broadcast can go once again. But
Miller keeps like fucking 15 minutes long to the fucking game.
I don't want to be too harsh on them. They are switching things up, as we can see here, on who is playing who internally, and maybe some of the roles as well. So I'm gonna give
really
it a few weeks
interesting
before we see them, fully bounce back into full force. But Abraham's full force is exactly what we saw in this game.
Damn.
Giving no quarter to Leviathan, and
Ham's just
the real
rolled them.
is ahead
Put
against
them in a blunt.
They are 0-5.
I'm 0-1 already.
A week and a half up against Loki W, and it's up to them to change that.
Yeah, and again, I think part of the thing that probably hurt Leviathan a little bit over time too is that I think teams did get a little bit better at exploiting and denying the things that Leviathan is good at, right? Where you think about when Leviathan went on their big win streak, a lot of it was powered by OCs always getting Mina, Fremont always getting Shiv.
You just have to ban Mina
they
against
always
Sim.
get the comfort heroes that they're good at, whereas Abraham's, we kind of noticed in the draft, Jason, they came in the draft.
It's interesting that
both gave them
OC's
high-tier
opts into playing
and also
M1
kind of went
when his
after
Mina's
Leviathan
done.
hero pool
I
in
think that's
multiple
really
ways,
interesting.
and, I mean, the results were pretty profound.
I think the one problem with that strategy though, and I think you perfectly brought it up, but going into Loki W, I don't know if you can necessarily do that against them. I think that's the tough thing, because of the flexibility they have across the board.
They're just getting farmed
and how
out
they
of
don't
tower,
really
bro.
rely on any one hero to win games. But I do like this actually. This makes me wonder when we do get into like the triple ban system.
Like there was this didn't work out for them.
2 years from now,
The Celeste realm didn't get them anything.
It'd be interesting to see
I
how
wouldn't even say they
teams
were
do
just like
work around
passively losing. It's just like
flexibility
the
of
things they were
individual
going for
players.
just
By the
were
way,
not
they got
panning
that
out.
post. Yeah, I know he got parried after that, but that was like one of the sickest things.
Pass
I've seen
popped
in a
off
long
this
time.
game.
Yeah, this
Just see
is
his
the
build.
game where a lot of these highlights took place pre-10 minutes, where the rotations just completely shut down Leviathan. It was just kill after kill. It almost felt like, I'm hesitant to use this term because I think people overuse it heavily in casting, but it almost did feel at a point
These domes
where
were great this game, by the
was
way.
a bit tilted with how the early game
Did
went
not
and
have one
started
bad dome.
throwing good money after bad by taking more engagements and be like,
This
"All
is
right,
the
we
idea
get this fight, and we're
picking
back in the
the
game."
Kelvin into the
And then
victor
you
is like,
lose.
if you get a head
And
off,
then
and
you
you're like,
lose.
that doesn't really matter.
And it just, they were never able to get anything going pre-10, and I mean the hole they were in for the game,
like,
Jason, was just tremendous.
You could draft a million different things here. If you're
I
gonna
think
get
the
shit
last
on this
time
hard early
I've
in the game,
seen something
you're
so
not really gonna win the game.
one-sided was probably the 1v1 you or Jake had in Street Brawl actually over the weekend. You destroyed Jake ZP. I've never seen Jake die that many times.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about Street Brawl 1v1s where apparently if you do a 1v1 Street Brawl, you
Match
just
carpet
get
purchased.
enhanced items from the get-go, and it's not actually fun to play against Infernus. It gets enhanced escalating exposure
Enhanced
in the very
toxic.
first round. And
Enhanced
toxic. And
infuser.
enhanced toxic, yes.
Oh my gosh. To be fair, there was no way you're going to win that one, especially on Geist against that. But yeah, I mean, Abrahams, they looked good. They looked solid, man. And I'm really curious to see how they're going to do up against Low-Key W. I want to see how the draft plays out. I think that's probably the most interesting thing.
I want to see people have a read on Loki W.
We know what Loki W likes to bring to the table.
Are you going to pick or ban the Viper?
Likes to rely on, and how those are going to interact when we get to it.
Like,
yeah, I mean, LKW, that's going to be
they
the
draft
test
very
for
similarly
Abrahams,
every
but,
time. What are you going to do with the Paulo? Are you going to take Paulo from them? I would take a Paulo from them.
It was a pretty over and done endeavor, but we do have to crown an MVP.
True.
That's going to be coming up here.
Do you agree with who I chose as it? Because I don't want to like lock it in unless you also agree with the ZP. I want to make sure you agree with me.
I'm fine with it. I think you could basically give it to anyone on Abraham's, but in the end, you still need the player that we chose to be reliable, because we've seen games where your player in that position isn't reliable, and things just do not work out well. But let's take a look at the stats here, Jason. Leviathan did pump out a good amount of damage, but I think it's a little bit misleading.
Like everyone fed.
If you're dying a lot, you're in a way more.
4 deaths doesn't seem like a lot, but for an M1 in 22-minute game, 23-minute game, that's a lot.
Yeah, where Leviathan's breakdown was.
They popped the fuck off.
I think the Abrahams were forcing a lot of fights for sure, which I mean, obviously,
hey, I've done this.
Ability for the to get a lot of damage on the board, but the kills just weren't there. 5
like
kills
the heroic buy.
To the, I'm not even going to try to calculate it.
The early cooldown is really interesting.
Bajillion Abrahams has.
You just primal out your nades.
Am I stupid, ZP?
Kind of makes sense to me.
I'm jet lagged. 42 kills for Abrahams to 5.
So we did Spirit, Expansion.
On the screen. That is.
Actually, I'm curious to see if he got base cooldown.
How skirmishy this game was.
And then the warp zone.
See only 5 kills for Leviathan. I think
they just had so much gun, right?
Extremely well.
Paradox. Celeste split, but does quite a bit of gun.
I mean, you just. From the eye test
split, but mainly gun. Victor does gun.
Was seemingly going Leviathan's way, and that's the only way you end up in spots where you give up advantage earn as the very first turn, and it gets turned in against you. It's where you just aren't able to fight at all.
Wow.
And I do think part of it here,
even
probably
Arizona,
unsung hero a little bit, was Saints getting to play.
Did not see that coming.
Once more.
Did not see that coming.
Potentially going to be like maybe a trade. Ended up not being a trade because Saint was able to come in with a frozen shelter at the right place, right time. I also just think when you look back at metas where Abraham's has won, I think them being able to play Kelvin has always been a strong spot for them. Just because of how good Saint is on that hero. But Jason, we got our MVP. Walk us through who it is and why.
There was one play that sold to me, and it was going to be Empty Dreams. I kind of had no doubt in my mind once I saw that 1v2.
Yeah, I think escalating exposure is actually kind of the tempo buy on Mirage. The more I see it,
and still come out ahead. The
I think if you're ahead,
able to keep them alive in that situation.
It's just does so much for you.
1 death, 10 assists.
It's one of the few of his top 6Ks outside of like Diviners, obviously. But Diviners is more like defense. Like, he went this because they were snowballing, and he just really didn't want to die.
There was no kill potential against them, and yet they were able to pick
escalating is one of the few 6Ks you want to buy that doesn't necessarily need the Rico buy first.
I understand.
Like in him, you kind of need the Rico buy. Silencer, you kind of need the Rico buy.
Crazy stuff.
So I don't mind escalating.
He's the newest addition to the team here. I think he's matched with the team quite well.
Especially in their comp, because they have really good split damage. So him just like teching into Spirit more, I think
the part where the mental broke for Leviathan, where you get the 2-on-1, and you're like, yeah, jump him, 2-on-1 What do you mean you died? Wait, you died and like he actually gets away with no problem whatsoever? That is just brutal to swallow on comms. And
again, it's not like they were just slowly losing the game. They were just like
where the game is going to go when a Mirage gets
blubbing all the stuff they were going for.
And I don't know, across the board, nothing really went
well. Viper did 26k damage. Shiv did 26k damage. Like this is just
was what we were able to see from Empty
Viper practice the enjoyer. Oh my god! Thanks for the follow. Yo, you followed my homie Snake.
Empty Dreams just because of the flashy play he had. I think even Sonya was definitely a good runner for that one.
Yeah, dude.
Considering
Viper's Viper OP.
He wasn't specifically soaking up farm, but to have 46
insane Viper game.
I want to say the next closest.
You're gonna see a whole lot more Viper with Loki W as well, unless he gets banned. But
around the map, constantly trying to get stronger.
That was a fucking rat,
bro. And he was there for majority of the fights. So well done to everyone on the team.
All right, so Abraham's looking better than they have.
Oh yeah, it was. This is.
But is it gonna be enough to
it is Arzo. They just messed up the graphic. I don't know what happened here.
We'll be following it right after this.
I don't know what the fuck happened there. Yeah, that was just like. That was insane. Arzo is good. I want to like. I feel like they just got fucking rolled this game, man. I don't even think it was like a playing passive thing. Everything they went for, they just got turbo shit on. I don't even think our draft's that bad.
Away here.
Just say finish it. This is a time. So Abraham's
like the Celestrum went poorly, and then Rig died, and then like oh my god, this game was just a rout.
Getting a slight edge.
Okay.
Game between the two teams. I'd kind of expect that in the lanes. Like, yes, Leviathan, they have a
this was also, I forgot about this.
Comes on in.
Taz is so good at fucking bebop, too.
There's gonna be a great escape. Oh,
the Dazzler
still dies.
It just barely came up, but it doesn't matter.
Like Abrams has got their hero preferences on their players. Like Saint got Kelvin, together got Abrams, Empty Dreams got together got Shiv, Empty Dreams got Mirage, Taz got Bebop, like, and then Arzo popped off on the, like, everyone popped off though. It's like when you stop this hard, it's like it's hard to. You really do just have to look at like the first 5 minutes and just see what happened, because like they just got fucking rolled, man. Rig, I want to know how Rig died in this like fight. Of course, the harassing he died in the first 3 minutes.
You know, I wouldn't.
Like, did he get hooked here? He must have gotten hooked, right?
Abrahams, and good to see it happen once.
I don't like the pairings either, bro. I feel like you should be like Paradox, like Viscous, and you can go like Gigapoke.
But again,
I feel like Victor Apollo could do a lot more. I feel like it would help the Victor out early a lot.
Since we, initially saw this, or the last time we have seen this, it does play out, I would say, quite different. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna watch Rig's
some, relatively good pressure when it comes.
Okay, he gets chunked.
Lane, of course, the harassing can do, and I
don't even think he gets hooked here, bro. I think he just gets dope.
I don't think I'd be too crazy saying that Saint is probably
like Empty Dreams just runs at him, bro.
Like a top 3 Kelvin player in NA.
He literally just gets ran the fuck down. Okay.
How it's for was not.
And then once your Apollo's behind, bro, it's like
working once in that late game.
But then they even roamed properly with the Celeste.
For sure,
but then they just missed out on the kill.
In middle, what comes out towards the end? A little bit of an escape into the Veil. Was looking deadly. Not quite the case.
Like Empty Dreams fucking lives here, bro.
On the creeps for now. Out of task.
Look at the uppercut.
By the way, extra read.
Boom. Holy fuck. Okay, so then Empty Dreams actually lives, which is insane.
Most certainly should not be escaping this out of this lane, if I'm honest, man. Oh, and he's created the distance. I was certain.
Fremog actually lived though. Lived here, but it's just like how much time he committed to the roam to not getting anything is big sad.
Pulling you in within the lane,
and then you're pushing your Apollo over to your Wraith lane where he can't be as active.
Shiv base. Take a crack at Celeste. Now, making the change when breaks, usually
winning challenger is
and then, like, even though you get the Apollo over here, somehow fucking Osus dies.
Overall,
like, he was low the whole time.
Free mock, even though it's been more Shiv based.
I mean, if it wasn't working and they weren't winning, they weren't even winning challenger matches, you have to make some changes. So you got to respect them for it. And I hope we see some success out of them for it as well. As again, we're having opening rounds being picked up quite heavily in this game, kind of expected. And I did remember seeing, over in Discord, Yoshi did post that there will be a bounce patch coming this week. I do really wonder what.
How the fuck did Osus die here, bro? Like, Shift just ran at him.
Picked up quite heavily in this game, kind of expected. And I did remember seeing, over in Discord, Yoshi.
Oh, he early cards. Oh, what the fuck? I hope
we see some success out of them for it as
well. He, like, insta-cards here.
Again, we're having opening rounds being picked up quite heavily in this game, kind of expected. And I did remember
so he like goes on the Kelvin and then he early cards so Shiv can just run at him.
There will be a bounce patch coming this week. I do really wonder what they're going to be hitting, and I kind of feel like Dorman and Bebop is 2 of the heroes they're going to have their eyes set on.
Also, I think Victor players are scared.
He even got the heal crit and still died. He got like triple knifed. Holy shit, man.
They go from like being a back that in the lane.
That is a tragic early game. I don't think you're going to have to see an early game that rough in a long time.
It's like, yes, Leviathan, they have the pollen. Ooh, another hook. Comes on in and free mock this time around. I don't think there's gonna be a great escape. Barely enough. Hyper beam.
I really like the roam here from free mock too.
That in the lanes, like yes, Leviathan. They have
because they're already halfway for buff.
Hook comes on in and free mock this time around. I don't think there's gonna be a great escape. Oh, there is.
The dazzling trick.
So Leviathan. So he actually early comes to maybe dive Celeste, but Celeste dies, but he keeps coming.
But it doesn't matter
because they see sides low too.
Gets the kill.
And then the zoning beam just completely sets up Shiv. Good use of the vent too.
Enough shielding there, but it's just
he just cuts him off inside, and then this guy's just dead. Holy shit! Yeah, they just dominated. Okay.
Another level of effort.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll look as easy as that to do it. If it did, I'd be quite surprised. And you know what I would do if somehow Abrahams won quicker against Loki-Dub than they did against Leviathan? I would wax ZP's eyebrows off the next event. I'd take one for the team. And
wax his eyebrows off. Okay, dude.
You know, one day it's gonna happen, ZP, for charity, maybe like $100,000 to charity. You would do that for 100K to charity, wouldn't you?
No, but you would do it for 200K. So we have to hit you first. That's
Bro, I would do that for 50K to charity. Kidding? I'd probably do it for less than that. Come on, man. They're just eyebrows. But for Loki-W, it's about putting a foot down and making a statement here, because not only are they the defending champion for multiple weeks now in the night shift, they're also the only EU team invited into the night shift open, kicking off at the end of the month.
Also, speaking of history in EU, we gotta look and see what Abraham's up against, because Loki W, they just haven't been losing lately. You take a look at the championship matches that we've had the last few weeks, which you have on our handy dandy graphic, and
dude, look at the shuffle, man.
LKW's world the last 2 weeks.
Loki W, then Hams, then Leviathan beats Hams, then Hams beat Leviathan, then Loki W beats Hams, then Hams beats Abrahams again.
One tournament, and that's where LKW.
That's just been like toss a dirge. Dude, EU needs more teams. Like, why do we only have 3 EU teams?
In a best of 5.
Please, EU.
People forgot. They win every one win bombshell.
You're a continent of many nations.
It was basically the same
we
thing.
need more. We need
I
more.
have a question for production. I don't know
more
if
teams.
our producer has the ability to talk on air or even wants to. But
Like, where are all the fucking French people?
After night shift 40,
I feel like I've seen. Are there any French pros?
What happens with this graphic? Does everything get smaller?
I feel like I haven't seen any. Well, there probably is, and I just don't know them. But
to make room for number 41. Was that on air, or was that just us?
I don't think it was on air, but
Okay,
the response from production was, quote, "I don't want to think about it." That's a problem for week 41's night shift, but not.
That's when we rebrand to like to some other name out of the cauldron.
No.
You know, we come back with
another rebrand. Let's do another rebrand. Fuck it.
There, what we should be thinking about here is looking up against Abrahams and how this match is going to play out. We got to see. I mean. The fact that Viper was a contested pick now, or at least the fact that we saw Viper being picked by Abrahams, means Loki W, if you want to get it to Zergy, you're going to have to maybe pick
biggest things I want to see.
Taking a look at the
drafting this Loki
ZP.
W. What are you going to do about
the Viper Haze? Are you going to pick or ban them? Because they're willing to pick them in first phase. Typically, they pick Viper second phase, though.
In the last 2-3 weeks of time, because of how much he's been able to step up within this team. I mean,
that's like the key. And then Apollo. I feel like you should probably Apollo in first round and take it away from them. You just want to take all the tempo heroes away from them. Force them to play scaling and see what happens.
Rise to their ranks and have exceptional games is, I think, a great sight.
I feel like that's the
I
move.
think for me, when I think about people that have really been making this team great recently, I think you always have to give credit for Listic for
I would personally ban the Haze over the Apollo, or the Haze over the
that on the stat
Viper,
line can be like 1 in 12, but have the most impactful game ever at taking aggro.
Like make them play doorman.
To make space is
make them show me they can play doorman.
Also,
do it.
The flexibility of Obakim has really shown for LKW, particularly in this meta where you need to be a little bit more flexible with your pool, make things happen. And, yeah, I mean, for Loki W, they've brought things together, and in many ways, it is the second coming of Buff Enjoyers.
The second coming.
You're right. All the old school 10K tournaments in EU were all won by Buff
Enjoyers. They should change their name to Loki Buff Enjoyers.
String of 10K tournaments, and Loki W wins the first one in EU.
The Lightbringer and Buff Enjoyers merging.
Some of the other teams in EU, but the score is
I want to win this one
when it matters most.
Yeah,
please.
And I think that's the important part. I think that's
please let me win this one. I'm already 0-1, and that was a horrendous gamba.
The fact that they've been in so many
they just got fucking
finals,
rolled.
They've been tested by multiple teams. They have the flexibility unlike any other team out there. I'm trying to think. Would you say they're the most flexible team in the world? Well, in the world, I'll say in EU and NA. I can't think of another one that rivals them.
I'd probably say so, especially given their ability to adapt to different drafts. I wouldn't put any team above Loki W for it. Also, this is a complete segue. But
can they adapt? I want to see them adapt.
On this portion of the show.
Make them adapt. Show it to me now.
For later in the day, Ido got the full internet overhaul, had the technicians out.
Oh my god!
Everything, and even installed Deadlock at a family member's PC like 15 minutes away from his house. So he has double layered contingencies for internet outages today.
Holy
which is
shit.
make it all the more funnier when the internet somehow goes out, Jason.
Holy shit.
It's not good enough. No, not good enough. You need more contingencies than that. I think we need a direct line from you through the dark fiber straight into the internet. Maybe
apparently the Bay Area internet outside of San Francisco kind of fucking sucks, apparently, is what I've heard.
Him telling us that is just testing fate. It's just tempting fate to be like, you know what?
Like, California internet is apparently just not it, which is very odd to me.
Well, you know it's not going to crash here, Jason. The draft. I think we're just about ready to go. And we'll
draft
see
time.
how Loki W handles this draft.
Okay, Loki W.
Yeah, I mean,
opt into first pick. Very, very surprising that they want to do this. But I think it's because they want to prio their heroes.
I have faith. I don't know if that faith is warranted, but I still have faith.
So I think you'll see the doorman ban from them, because I don't think they want to play doorman.
Just because you said that for fun, I would put you on blast like
or
that.
pocket.
But you know what?
Some people
that's the
just
reason
ban pocket right now.
We have Solomon and Lotus.
They went silver.
They don't want to make any
did not see that coming.
Abraham's picking second once more here, Jason. They did it in the Challenger match when they won the Mo Krill 1v1. And here, of course, the Challenger always gets first pick and ban in map 1. They decide to defer, go second. And that probably means
I did not know that. Okay.
Through.
Never mind. Abraham's choose to go second. Okay.
Yeah, normally
that makes more sense. Zip.
A Bebop. I would
I
say
thought
that
it,
for the
why
last
wouldn't
few
the
weeks, that we've seen,
like
at least
King's
last
Court
week when
King
it came
gets
to their
picked draft side?
gameplay.
Okay,
So
whatever.
wouldn't
But
be too
anyways,
surprised to see it being picked.
Doorman, ban.
I kind of want to hope it's actually going to be picked up first, but again, Victor is still
Super
another,
Gears with
highly
Loki W
prioritized
first
pick,
picks
if
here
you can
then.
see with that last
They
game,
take Victor first
really
pick. Okay, so
locked it
EU
for
is just
LokiW. So I did mention
fucking
this
straight
before,
stroking it to the
we keep hearing
Victor.
and seeing this, well, this wall
I would
breaker
love a
Victor, but that's
pocket
not what
something.
Listic
Pocket
played before,
Shiv,
whether that was because
pocket
of the situation
Apollo.
he was in or what the team needed him to play.
I think pocket is the answer
Frontline for
into
his team
Mr.
to soak
Victor.
as much damage as possible, and more importantly,
Yep,
create
there it
space
is.
for the likes
Pocket
of
first
Zergy.
pick.
Pocket.
I'd go Shiv. I think Shiv can space the Victor much better than most of the sports.
Pocket got banned.
Or frontliners, I should say, sorry.
And with Silver gone, but Pocket available, Pocket is the pick of choice for Abrahams. Now, what I'm curious on is if they highly prio the Shiv.
They go Bebop, okay.
And they're not going to do that this time, and that makes sense. That means that the Shiv pick was more of a deny on the free mock in the last game than the absolute power pick. And, you know, grabbing Bebop here, I think makes a lot of sense for Abrahams.
So I think Loki W will go Shiv something now.
Been winning recently.
I would not be shocked if they go one of their picks. They'll go like, so they go Apollo instead of Shiv, and then I wouldn't be surprised if they go Haze or Viper or something here. One of their picks.
And had some of the most
Get some tempo picks in now here. Apollo is also a tempo pick.
Last week on the night
Incredibly strong early in the game.
With negative spirit resist starting off with, it's like a perfect hero to throw at him. Also, you're so far out of the fight anyways as Great Talon, you don't have to worry.
Viper, yep. So they probably one of their picks. Makes a lot of sense to me. So they're willing to drop the Haze. So if I'm Abrahams, I ban the fucking Haze. I don't care if they want to play other pick, if they want to play Paradox or Holiday. Like, I don't think they're going to play Holiday. Bebop's already picked. I would ban Haze, personally.
You don't have to pick the Mirage here, and you can...
You have no... And then they get Shiv. I like this 1-2 from Abrahams. This is good. This is good. Ban Haze. Ban Haze. You have no interest in playing as a second pick character? If you're Abrahams, I'm pretty sure. So I would just ban it. You have first pick here, too. So either go double pick and pick the Haze, or ban it, in my opinion.
Actually,
and they ban Mirage. Okay, so they're going to opt into Warden here, probably.
I think you ban Kelvin for Loki W. Just given how good Saint is at it and the fact that you know they're probably going to run back a Shiv Kelvin lane, you either ban it or you
Here's the thing, though.
Because you could still pick
they have way more tempo here. So yeah, so I'm not as worried about them picking
with the Kelvin in play too. I said
because I think the Victor's not going to get turbo stomped, and then the Victor's actually pretty good into Kelvin later in the game. Celeste ban, okay. Kind of nice, right? Abrahams don't have a scaler yet. They're probably going to go. They're just like kind of forces their hand to like you kind of have to pick Warden here now. These Loki W can still go Warden. That's another beauty of the Viper. They go Lash instead. Okay.
All right, Lash coming in. Actually, one of the notable...
I think taking Warden would be really smart from Loki W, but I don't think they like that style. I think they want to go high tempo, so I think they're going to go Haze something. Probably Haze in the frontliner.
No, just say he's really good. There's more guns.
They go GT, okay. I guess they don't have. They have Victor Apollo. They don't really have to
Loki W sticking with.
So they go GT.
Honestly, some of the things that have favored recently. Where
they might be able to go Haze last year now too.
Usually it's Hoot on it.
They might have to read that Hams just cannot play Haze at all.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Cosmetical played it last week, but did they
go Haze now
in that matchup? I don't remember, because like obviously we saw Hoot play Bebop. I think it was in 2 of the games last week. It's just hard.
So honestly, right now I'm going Loki W again. They got their picks.
Obi came on Haze,
and then they took the Victor for scaling.
You know, what's weird to me is that Obi Kim
when Kelvin comes in, I think the Victor is going to look way stronger than the Kelvin in this game, by the way. I think it's going to look a lot stronger. I think they just have the heroes to get the Victor to late game. Or to even like now how Victor's being built with the like gunspec and stuff to mid game. So I think that's actually where Victor kind of comes online now. They go Wraith again.
Funny enough.
Or they go Wraith. Leviathan went Wraith last time.
I mean, I guess with Viper picked, what are you going to go for? Wraith or Warden?
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
I would have liked Warden here. I think Warden fits your comp more.
Warden had taken the
especially with Dome and Lash Ult.
Loki W, see what they
me personally.
Out with here.
They go Infernus. Dude, Loki W just knows what they want to play. I'm going Loki W. They just know what they want to play, bro.
Obviously,
they're just tempo kings.
Dash Furnace, not the auto pick it once was. I'm a little bit split on this draft.
Nah, I'm going heavy on Loki W. Loki W got exactly what they were going for.
I like most of Abraham's draft before the Wraith, like as good as Victor and Viper have been recently.
I would say this before last week. I would look at Loki W and be like, I don't have much faith in this composition.
I think not banning Haze was trolling.
Haze, Great Talon, Viper, relatively squishy here. There's no real front line or any sort of like CC to keep Abrahams away. But
this is the beauty of Viper too, bro. Like Viper can be your primary M1, or you can play it like
kind of compositions.
P2 to like
I still want to lean towards Loki W.
maybe
if I'm
4.
honest.
I would say like P2 or 3 at
Pocket
the most, but
is gonna have a tough time getting off.
Fish
really
Cake does play
afflictions with how
lower
well
prio though
Loki W position themselves, with how great Talon's not going to be near the fight.
in terms of farm.
Can you? I think you can riposte the affliction too, as well if you're Apollo. So it already makes things like quite difficult to hit quite a few different players.
Grogu will live centuries beyond me. I won't all
Been dead in Deadlock in the last like big balance patch that we had happen.
I don't know.
So yeah, Loki W is gonna have good lanes again.
I'm really mixed. I think
Very curious what they're gonna
aside
pair the
from, like,
Infernus
recent
with.
history where Loki W's just looked better as a team as far as like execution.
But I
goes,
really like the Infernus.
I kind of feel like Abraham's is
It's like discount pocket into the Kelvin.
Don't like the Wraith.
They just have so much
At the
shit
very
into the
end,
Kelvin that the Kelvin
I
just
think
even
the
Haze is
rest
good
of
into the
especially,
Kelvin Dome.
early in
Like
the
the Kelvin Dome
mid
is gonna be
there's so many
gonna be hard.
options for
If I'm saying this game,
Abraham's
I'm
here, and
perma
also their team
sitting
fight
with.
is still gonna be really
They're gonna
good
lane it with the Shiv again.
with
Once we hit mid game, I'm
Shelter,
perma sitting with my
Affliction.
Bebop, and I just wanna whoever I hook, I want
Looking at this
2v1
Jason,
domes. I don't want teamfight domes.
I think Abraham's takes this
Teamfight domes are
off
kind of
the
rough.
draft. Obviously, execution can be
The only way that the teamfight domes go
I see
well
what you mean. I
is
feel
if
like they
Lash is
have
outside
win
of them
conditions
and Pocket's
throughout the
inside.
entire
Pocket
game
gets
in
the
different
inflict
forms.
off,
Like,
and then
Bebop
Lash
is
gets like a
always one of those
Giga
win
Death Slam
conditions, 'cause
after.
If you just hit a really good hook, there is a chance to get.
And
a
then
kill
also what I was
turn
saying
it into
earlier with
6-on-5. You have
but that's not a
Lash, who can
teamfight
be
dome.
threatening
But
completely
like
in the mid to
2v1
late game with
domes,
those
I think
ultimates in
are
pocket when the affliction gets maxed out and you get
high
the good
priority this game if you're the
expansion,
Kelvin.
devastating if you get hit with an affliction. If you can survive long enough for Abraham's, and they do have the ability to survive long in these fights when an affliction lands, because of a Kelvin who is just a threat throughout the entire game as well. When those frozen
Excuse me.
you have to hit like the ultra late game. Maybe that's the win condition. If they hit the ultra late game, that's where Wraith will be their win condition go into this one. But I do kind of worry. If you're Saint here and you frozen shelter and there's an Infernus inside that shelter, it's more of like hurting your team than helping your team when Infernus can just dash through the entire thing.
Also, I'm just thinking about like times I've seen Empty Dreams do well. We've seen Empty Dreams take over games like a lot on Warden, a lot on Ven, even though Ven isn't really loved in this particular iteration of the meta. I don't think I've seen a ton of games where Empty Dreams has gone wild on Wraith. I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen many people go wild on Wraith. Like the closest thing we saw was a somewhat recent game, in the last month where OCs did a lot on Wraith that we were watch partying, but they still lost the game. Like Wraith didn't even win when she looked good. So you have the Wraith curse kind of hanging over the head of Abraham's here. But other than that, I don't know. I actually do think I could see way more possibility for victory on the Abraham's comp. This is going to be really interesting as a result.
I think the only thing I'm worried about, ZP, though, is I feel like there is a somewhat lack of damage on Abraham's side. I think maybe it doesn't matter as much when you're so squishy on LKW's side. If you can get like a hook or something, a great Talon Viper,
not really,
or Haze. But I feel like they
Lash does take a little bit to get
on. You're
online,
gonna have this like dichotomy of Loki with like ultra high damage, low survivability, and if Abraham's with medium to low damage with
Abraham's drafted for
and a lot of control in these fights,
team fight,
and a lot of like win conditions,
alts,
we'll see how
and like team fight centric comp. And then it's all based on, and with that, like, it's all about the domes, and I think the domes are going to struggle. I think it's going to be hard to find good domes.
Of teams and how good they are.
Yeah, I also wonder here, when you look at the last
I'm super curious about the lanes,
Victor's
though.
had an incredibly high win rate.
But the lanes, I think, determine a lot of this game.
Victor was getting snatched at the latter part of the first half of the draft. So, like, you would get Victor on, like, the 5th or 6th overall pick. Very different from having to expend your first pick on Victor. So while you're getting Victor on your team, you're getting a little bit lesser priority than you were getting him before. Because before you were able to play Victor and have either a Bebop with him or have a Shiv with the Victor, and you're able to stack the deck with other good characters. Now, if you want to play Victor, you actually have to expend your higher draft priority on him, and you're getting a weaker team as a result. So I do wonder if this changes the Victor win rate equation a little bit from where it was over the last week.
Yeah, thing is, I feel like the meta, it still subtly changes like week in and week out. I'm trying to think back to a time where we had like very set picks every single time. Nothing really got mixed up. But I know with Loki W and Abraham's constantly scrimming against each other. I think it was it just yesterday or the day before, Lightbringer was watching some of the scrims they were having between the two teams. Like anything could really happen, and they could show up with anything really in these in this weeks of games. But looks like ZP we're about to load in. Looks like the teams are finally ready. And this is the money match out between the two teams, and I cannot wait to see how this one's going to play out here.
You know what the cause of the delay was, by the way?
Tell me.
We don't know the exact player,
no,
but
it probably was. You're probably right.
Yeah, like, okay, I'm gonna give chat like what happened. You could guess who it was because we don't even know, or rather, the casters don't know.
Okay.
We were delayed because a single player had a name that wasn't the name they usually play on. Like, they were not named their usual name, and we had to wait for them to close down the game, change their Steam name, and come back in. There's one player I can think of that probably had to change their name, and I feel like everyone in chat knows, but we don't know for sure. Either way, they're all on their right names now, Jason.
For sure.
We're getting into it. Money match, Loki W.
So yeah, cosmetical. So they've been moving away from putting Hoot on the GT. They typically put cosmetical on it now.
I honestly have no doubt in my
which
mind
has actually been working out really well for them.
I think, well, the thing is, Arza was.
And we're gonna get GT Haze into Pocket Wraith, okay? And then Apollo Victor. What did I say about last game? I feel like Apollo Victor is actually like where you want to be putting your Victor with. Into a Bebop Lash.
Be on the great.
And then Infernus Viper into Shiv Kelvin.
He had plus 50. I want to say within the first 10 minutes, and he was just hitting some big damage.
So I think this Infernus
an insane owl across the map into a kill.
Viper lane can actually get a ton of poke down before the sustain kind of ramps up for the Kelvin Shiv.
As well. I mean, cosmetical for me was definitely one of the.
Yeah, I think most round buys in this lane are correct. You're just gonna kind of get shoved in by the pocket gun and the Wraith push.
No, other way around. I thought it was gonna be Empty Dreams on Wraith, which didn't really make.
We'll think about GT kind of struggles with push. Haze kind of does too.
Empty Dreams going back to his pocket days, where Empty Dreams is playing more of the flex heroes in the vein of heroes like Pocket.
Whoa!
Lash of a
What the fuck was that?
That was such a strong power shot.
That was crazy.
Warped reality.
And look at the Victor Apollo. They're getting shoved.
No, please, leave it to
These are two heroes that can get shoved. Ray could get hard chunk though.
But I will see. I mean, I think looking at this, I want to see how involved.
So I think that's actually really bad for this line. That Ray gets really chunked.
I think a lot of the success he had on the Great Tile and last.
I think now Together's gonna be hunting him down with these the knives.
Consistently sent owls over there to pick up kill, taking them together. I believe it was in one of those early owls we had happen. But doing it against a Shiv and a Kelvin, I think is gonna be a lot more difficult because of the amount of healing you can do and really relies on the damage that you can do in that lane. But man, a Viper and an Infernus together, that is disgusting.
Pocket end up getting the
kill potential there.
The camp. It looks like Viper and Furnace also contested the camp there.
CC, but the amount of raw output damage they can do is crazy.
But will be being matched by the Kelvin Shiv. Also, chat caught up, and yeah, chat was definitely thinking what I was thinking, what you thought to be true, by the way. Everyone knew it. So I'm not even going to seek the truth. That is now my truth.
It is the story. We're making it our own truth.
Interesting in Chatter's buy for the pocket early here.
But now off the mid lane, a big
rotation. It will be good in his lane, though.
Again, all sorts of aggro in the middle. Bring 3 people to the party.
For the game, too, it'll be good, right?
Recipient of
ton of, like, spear damage, can't really dodge.
Break away, get back off to the Guardian. But, Loki W, they like getting aggro, but okay, Obakim knocked off the jump pad. Moment of vulnerability here. The chase
fucked up his punch, too. Oh, he's dead as fuck.
Gets up close.
Really good catch from Empty Dreams there. Really good catch.
Shotgun finishes it off.
Yeah, that was just a movement falter there out of Obakim for sure, I'd say. I mean, the knockdown on the launch pad, not that big of a deal, but then Fluff
Roam 2 gives Wraith a solo wave.
Mishits his walls, and again, like, kind of the importance of having really good movement. And I think that's a mistake he makes maybe 1 out of 20 times. So I think not that big of a deal. I don't think it's going to get too much in his head, but obviously going to help.
Now you're getting extra value from your monster rounds in this lane as well.
Extremely well known for Pocket.
Getting to free hit the tower.
I think it was undefeated on Pocket.
Even if it's at 3 minutes.
A long time.
Ooh. Actually doesn't lead to anything. They're going to be able to get the camp again. Alright, this lane is zoning. This is best case scenario for the Wraith.
Onto tier 1 camp. It's kind of
also, they're putting Arza on M1 here. Really, really interesting.
If the other side is able to just go in and steal your
tier 1,
James
was playing the Mirage.
Says you don't really have a
but
bunch
will not be on it this game.
At that point.
Yeah, it's really
Empty Dreams is one of those players though, can kind of play a lot of different shit.
Their strongest lane where they should be able to secure it since the tier 1 camp spawns next to them. And
I would never think about going and challenge this lane because of the amount of poke, but Empty Dreams is doing a good job just staying healthy, so it's actually looking like a really good buy.
If you're not only losing that lane
because with the actual regen too,
but also the other side, you're not necessarily able to do the same thing to them.
I fucking cursed him.
A great start for Loki W, but that's kind of what happened with Obakim getting caught early on in the jungle.
I'm
just keeping my mind on the rotations that we've been seeing here so far. Loki W, well, for now, Listic in a bit of danger, gets hooked in, courtesy of Taz. Is fall through going to be there? Low HP, Victor or not, and just barely able to get some clearance, but in the process.
So can you repost literally fucking anything? Can you repost bullets? Like,
doing a much better job.
This ability is so fucking insane. It's just so insane.
Seems like that warm-up definitely helped as an early affliction goes on him. Catches only Obikim, but still gonna be.
They're gonna go for the dive here.
Affliction down either way because it forces Obikim to play a lot more passive, and considering he's got cosmetical.
I have a lot of bullets on the side. Oh my god, does not fucking matter.
Obikim's gonna fall, cosmetical, not too healthy
Obikim
either.
dies.
I don't know if they're actually going to chase on this one. As a great parry comes in on
Who
Who
just
gets
got,
thrown
he
down
missed
into
slam
the
though.
ground strike not going to connect though. That could have been a kill coming on through.
He knows.
And instead, Sanya's looking to escape from this one and just back off.
Sanya still ate all 3 flawless advances there while
Fucking
crouched
Apollo
on the
character,
ties,
bro.
like,
Fucking
surely
Apollo
this is enough
character.
cover.
Actually, this
Not
fucking
quite.
Apollo
The
character.
Best dash hitbox. It was showing over the corner.
Yep. All in all, though, pretty solid start here from Abrahams. They're able to snag both buffs on spawn. Left lane for Loki W, looking all sorts of damage as Abrahams, every Guardian they have right
Quicksilver
now is in
reload.
good repair, Jason. So,
Yeah.
you know, a near perfect lane phase so far. I mean, it's not quite the out of control lane phase we saw last game, but it's been Abraham's advantage across the map.
Yeah, it hasn't been as flashy, but they're still sporting almost a 2 to
Ooh.
3K lead. They have double buffs.
Tess is looking
So
clean
they're
on the
gonna
debuff
connect
today.
onto Hoop. As he riposts away, the death sub coming in. There's going to be no riposte anymore. Gets a catch onto one. Cosmetical.
People are getting
throws
really
out
good at doing
just
that
to stun
Instabird
up
shit.
Sanya Sniper, who's trying to back away
To like buffer.
under his own Guardian here. Maybe even a rotation of Obikim. And Sanya's low on HP. He's going to have to get away from this one, or at least
beat
put
this
out
wave,
towards the
though.
sides here. But it seems like Abrahams are not going to be necessarily under too much pressure because Empty Dreams has rotated on in from that right-hand side and is actually forcing them back.
So Sonya actually ends up
Loki W
winning.
Keep trying to make
Kinda
plays,
huge.
with these rotations.
He's gonna
but
keep
in
his
this
buff.
case, Tass is
I don't know how
able
much
to
longer
stand
the buff
back,
really
drop
is,
a
though.
hyper beam, provide enough clearance for Sanya to get out without any issue. And I mean, I respect for Loki W trying to make plays happen, but this time around, it feels like Abraham's been relatively prepared. The bomb into the hook of that cloak. Hoot. Getting the business from 3 different ends.
Getting the business.
Cosmetical. Up into the air here. Rain of arrows. A little bit of poke damage on the task, but the prize was already claimed, and it's another bit of advantage towards Abraham's.
So Arzo's lane going well is very, very good for Abraham's. Best case scenario. They also get
between the two, even
2
hit
Guardian
up to
advantage
6K
so
as
far
that Guardian
early.
has
So
gone down.
again,
The
this is
pressure
like,
Loki W as they have the reinforcements going to be here.
is this like a real lead? It's kind of like a fake
Not able to
lead, but they
capitalize
could do
just
something
yet.
with it.
That a tiny little sun coming on out doesn't connect.
Run coming up
actually
in
used to.
3.
It looks like Escape as Affliction has been thrown on in here out of Empty Dreams.
Birds
has
coming
come up to
in.
2 Hoot and Listic, and the Owl to follow
Hit
up with
Sanya.
to maybe buy some
Sanya
time
loves
to
up.
escape from this one. And now it's Loki W on the full retreat.
Yeah.
Curious
off
what
the
Obikim's saving
affliction,
for.
Hoot desperately needs to leave. And looking across the map, you know, what is Abraham's looking to take for this? Applying a lot of pressure onto the right Guardian as you take a look. Here comes
Ooh,
together,
Zergy dying.
up
That's really
over.
bad.
Gonna
Gets
take
you
down
be
Zergy
3-0
with the
Guardian
same-
advantage
wasn't
here.
actually killing blow that hit there. It was a long-range grenade.
We maybe
Completely
we
with
have
the
a
knife.
second here. Take a look at the kills. I don't think Loki W has a single kill. I don't think anyone's died on Abraham's side. If I can jog my memory here, as a Frozen
Really
Shelter
good
comes
down
on and
from
catches on
Sant.
through. Okay, so one did die. Obikim was
But
able to
it
get
does
killed
lead to the
before.
insta-concussive.
But that Frozen Shelter able to heal up quite
Should
a bit.
be a dead Shiv here.
Cosmetical's already going to fall here. The chase now onto together. It looks like they were finally able to pick up a kill onto Shiv, so it became that's a
Kind of
second
gave time
of
for the rest of
game
Loki
here.
W to show
And
up,
Brave,
so actually,
oh my
I'm
gosh,
not
150 HP.
not sure
A
how
dream
great it
to get
really
away to
was. But they do
survive.
get the
Looks like
the victor roll for it.
Not be a dream no more as he retreats just in time here, but the fight's still not done.
Taz having to go full fucking Kovacs here. Does get Hoot though.
And more importantly, his fists. And Hoot's gonna fall
Birds
once
coming
again.
in.
Who goes down, and the Guardian gonna
Saint
be
1
joining
HP.
in just a moment. Abraham's able to pin down the Guardian on the right.
All right,
10
3-0
kills.
Guardians.
Yeah,
Three minutes
it's an
in.
absurd. It's an absurd advantage. I mean, Abraham's early game, both against Leviathan and now against Loki W.
Yeah,
has
they're
just
looking
been
crisp today.
smashing. And I just wonder here, Jason, is maybe part of this the fact that Victor's getting picked a little bit too early in the draft. Like,
True.
This is the difference from last week, is that if you first pick Victor, you get a weaker team in the earlier part of the game. And Abraham's, you know, they punished Leviathan in the last game, and now they're taking it to Loki W.
Okay, production, I saw that soul difference. You're messing with us because I'm pretty sure that was the same soul difference from last game at this point, right? No, I'm just kidding. It actually was this game, but it definitely feels like the same, man. I mean, the saving
Gunspike.
grace right now is Zerg
Like
at
close quarters in this game
7.3K,
too.
But I think the scariest thing about this, though, ZP, is Wraith Arzo at 10,000 souls at this point in the game, so far ahead of everyone on the opponent's side that like little bit
Ooh,
of
cooldown
weakness
from
that
GT.
Wraith has until she comes online is going to be
you put it on
mitigated quite a
arrow
bit
or
by
bird?
this. And the pressure's really not stopping. Obikim gets hooked on him. Molten's coming.
So this is by
forward.
far the worst Obikim's
Andrews
looked
there
on
to confirm
the
kill.
haze early in the
Obikim's gonna
game.
fall, and the lead continues to grow for Abrahams.
Also, I mean, think about the comp that Loki W is playing here, Jason. I actually don't think they're playing a comp that like naturally gains tempo or foothold when you get behind.
Yeah,
In this way.
Yeah, no wrong.
Like, I actually think this is terrible. I mean, some of the most prolific GT
it does
players talk
scale,
about, but GT
is the one thing.
not a hero that does well.
It's just like,
from
how do they
behind.
get back
I
in
really
the
think
game
Victor
is the harder
is a
thing.
hero that does well from behind. And Apollo, while Apollo like has really
Like,
good
you're
early
not getting
game power,
bird
so you're never
stacks.
really in the state. If Apollo manages to have the bad early game, he
Your
essentially
snake
doesn't
lady
have a
isn't
mid game.
accelerated.
As a hook just went on the Zergy. Zergy, how's his HP? It's across the map. You just get the hook, and Zergy's dead. Taz
Zergy's
is
just
able to finish him
insta-dead.
off.
Yeah, Zergy's kind of getting shit on.
Yeah, I think the one hero that Loki W has that plays okay from behind.
So
or
this
can
could
play
be-
okay from behind is actually Viper because of the execute
Yeah,
mechanic.
no,
also
he's not
really
getting
fully
out.
execute mechanic
Said it could
on
be.
her
I don't
lethal
think he's
venom,
getting out,
and
though.
Petrifying Bola is always something you have to worry about in the game, especially if you try to go for mid boss here for
So
Abraham's.
they do see the sacking
Beyond
left
that,
side though.
maybe,
Victor's
maybe
gonna
Ray can be kind of
die,
decent in front
though.
if you do get some sort of items, but even then,
no,
you
he just
just
insta runs
die
out.
too
Okay,
quickly
so
to-
they do get
I mean, I
the
feel
Guardian
like
for
you
it,
kinda
so they
depend
do
on the
trade
leaders in
something for
front as to
this.
Have the sustainability in these skirmishes and in these fights, and yeah, who is doing
I like
some
who
decent
just
damage.
laying on the gas
but it
here.
feels
This is
like
what
it's
you have to
just
do in
gonna turn
Apollo.
into a
I
death
don't care that
inevitably.
you got behind early. You have to keep just
I mean,
scrimming,
taking a
scrimming, scrimming.
chunk Out of task. The problem is you can't really stay and expect to live. Although, okay.
Who's trying to get something here?
Retreat now comes in from the back.
They end up jumping ship for the
something a little bit
urn.
sneaky.
Let's take it so low though.
But that was a walker going down the right-hand side. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I
CP, but
didn't
it's
either.
actually
What the
an advantage
fuck?
earned as well
Empty
for
Dreams
Abraham to
just
try to maintain the control.
used inflict on the walker.
Yeah, I mean,
Cultist
things are
plus
just going
inflict
down
combo there,
across
by the
that.
way,
And
is why they
Dreams
got
gets life
that.
for it, but that's a trade you take any day of
Loki
the
W
week.
coming in now here. Who dying is kind of rough. They still have dome.
Still in firm control here of Abraham.
They're just gonna dome over the drop off, I
leads
think.
The way. The old combo, Kelvin Shiv, heading for an urn turn in here, and Loki W. The ability to fight this, I think, is a little bit.
Let's make a room here. He feels way stronger now because he's getting his ult back up. He also has movement buff, so he can kind of like
You're looking at almost
kite for eternity. So let's just trying to get in there and die.
But look how healthy Abraham's are here. The
Bobby Kim doesn't have ult for a second here. Oh, the lash ult. Oh, they were not ready for the last. Into the dome. Good fucking wombo. Zergy insta-dies. Together does die though. They get her in though.
Actually, 2 for 1. Breaks able to get the kill over onto Together.
Oh shit.
Zergy tried to do the Viper lore and just steal the Irma.
Bobby Kim finally gets his ult off. A little too late though. The timer isn't using it. The timer just kind of fucked him.
Players in the melee towards the end here, but it's a cost you
Saint
take here for sure,
does.
Jason, because giving up the comeback urn would have been far worse.
Yeah, I mean, the lead
And
has
the empty dream's getting.
fallen just a
Dude,
little
look at
bit,
the
but
fucking
Empty Dreams
cultist
is just on
value,
walker
man.
duty, isn't he, man? He took down the right
There's
walker,
gotta be other
full
characters you
ult to
can build
zero,
this
gets
on,
the
bro.
second
There
walk on the
has to
left-hand
be.
side down to half
There
HP.
just has to
Empty
be.
Dreams is playing his own game, it feels
This is the
like.
thing you can do with Pocket. You just go in, get your whole burst off, then just escape out.
At the moment, a little bit behind Arzo, but
The split push Pocket is looking
Empty Dreams
very,
like,
very
I learned a
strong.
few things from playing M1 Heroes. I like being rich.
Yeah, I think everyone does, man. I would love to be at some point in my life. And that, I mean, that fight was without him, actually, too. I do wonder how would it have played out if they had an Affliction and his just raw damage coming on through. And he's going to be under some pressure himself, gets slipped up on the left-hand side, but no confirmation of the kill. You know what I did learn, though, the other day, ZP? I think it was actually yesterday I learned with Pocket. Did you know that he can kill they can kill Sinners
Did you know?
quicker than any other hero in the game?
You can.
Because the barrage amplification works on Sinners.
It's pretty.
That's actually interesting. No,
pretty crazy.
I've not played enough Pocket to be involved in that.
It
tech,
seems
but,
like a bug,
hey,
but like-
I'm actually for it because there's so few things that actually interact with Sinners in a meaningful way. It's like the one.
Dude, it's lore
almost
accurate, too.
vanilla mechanic of the game, so I'm down for it. Also, I mean, other heroes
Pocket on
do
his
get some
Robin Hood
benefits
shit.
where if you have a self shield, you can avoid some of the damage and that sort
Guys,
of.
warp shot. This Pocket is
seems
so
fair to me.
fucking strong right now, by the way.
Yeah, I think it was like you do it in 2 or 3 hits instead of 5. I can't remember
It's just
which one it was
crazy how much
exactly.
value you can get by building just limited spirit
Anyways,
on
I
this
mean, you
hero.
have to obviously get the barrage off, right, and then go to the Sinners, so it's not necessarily a reliable way to go about doing your Sinners. But we're about to hit the 14-minute mark, and it's a 12K lead for Abrahams.
Are you ready for the first Deadlock land someday where Lightbringer just has to bring a belt because people have just
So Hams actually
taken
end
the
up
Lightbringer belt memes to a whole new level, like
taking
I just
advantage
took
of
a
their,
brief
like,
look
Guardian
to see
lead
what's
by
the
forcing in
substance of
that,
so far, and it's
the comeback urn?
Lightbringer's getting the belt.
And then they also got the
Lightbringer's getting
walker.
the
They're still
super
pressuring this
belt.
left side. Like,
If he doesn't
They're doing
show
a
up
really
with
good job of, like,
Lightbringer
pressing their
branded
lead.
belt to the first land, I'm going to be very disappointed. I'm just saying that now.
Oh boy. Well, definitely need some motivation for Loki W here because, again, I'm not seeing a ton of paths out of the situation they find themselves in. Because the upside for the Abraham's composition here, Jason, is that it scales.
buffs
pretty
an urn and
effectively.
40.
And they have the ability
So
to
you're
just
gonna see
kind of
Loki
run
W
Loki
move
W,
up here.
set the terms of their engagement.
They want to contest this
For
shit.
Loki W, even for Victor at this
Flash
point,
is
you're not
in.
breaking a whole
Victor's
lot of
in.
walls. In this case,
Oh, this is an overcook. This is an overcook.
Follow up with
That's what I'm talking about with the dome.
Okay, frozen shelter.
As soon as he got jumped on by the Victor Hayes, he's like, can I dome? Can I dome? And then he late domes.
That's gonna be a 1-1 fight. That hook coming through.
Worst possible person to hook there, though, Victor.
Gone. It does some damage.
Yeah, they should be able to
Low-key W.
double stack. I think they're set up on this right side, but they actually stack right side. Pocket's gonna get left side buff though, so like same result honestly. Listing is still giga low.
Heavy rely on his damage as we progress through this game. If I get my words out.
Oh my god, Hams actually end up getting double buff, and then they're gonna lose Walker left side here. Dude, this pocket split push is owning, by the way. Zergy's here, but he's 5k down on this guy. Didn't full heal.
On the cosmetical, not the most farm GT, but gets the parry. That might be what he needs to actually escape. Well, is otherwise.
Zergy gets away, but I think he still gets it, bro. He does.
Slam, though.
Dude, the split push pocket is looking really strong.
Listic, no more reanimation. About to be no more life here. Goes on down to Tylosan on the 2. Saints together, though, still pretty okay post ult.
Oh, the bird came on
Killer
3.
does.
Together did fall eventually from it, so I think Cosmetical.
Zergy and Empty Dreams just like proxying each other. This is actually favors Zergy though, because he can just run at the Guardian.
But Zergy has been left to his own devices. He's gonna get a Guardian here. He's gonna have to fully
so
take
this is actually where I think Zergy is a lot better player than a lot of people realize. Like his macro is a lot cleaner than most people I saw. Like last week when he did the proxy wave here and then collapsed on the urn to steal the urn last week. Like that was really smart.
No chance for Zergy to go for the Walker, and this allows now Together to go for the chase if he wants it.
Together's gonna chase him, but it's Snake Lady. Like, are you gonna catch Snake Lady? I don't think you're gonna catch Snake Lady. You're not gonna catch Snake Lady. I think this is why Zergy really likes his character.
Getting the next Walker. 2 walkers down now for Loki W. And
it is the power of the Snake Lady. If people don't want to buy knockdowns or slung hex, you can just proxy waves and then leave.
Getting ready to come out of the case.
Ends up not dying. Listic did die because his ult wasn't up yet.
Gonna go down when Empty Dreams is actually participating in them, Jason.
Rough. That's what I want to say, man. Honestly, rough. If you're looking at like a 2, I think even just a minimum of like a 2.
Loki W is trying to contest the urn.
I think
the task is to re-pick up.
Here. The urn is being chauffeured.
Bit's concern right now is Arzo is very well farmed. He's 4k up on Zergy.
Space looking to be created, but the thing is, you see Arzo's not there. Empty Dreams.
For team fights, it's a little scary. You're fucking. Victor's at 11k right now.
So maybe they're actually not looking to go for the turn.
Not ideal.
Maybe they're looking for a fight, and the fight might be coming towards them.
I mean, the key
Frozen Shelter's back up. They have all their ults here. Oh, Together has to at least slice and dice. That's not what the ult's called. Headhunter or something.
It's only on one man affliction on the Vrake, who's very quickly going to be taking the flame dash out.
Slice and dice is the dash.
Getting pummeled in the light exchange as Urn going to be picked up here by
Saint Bird
in motion.
Solves the Urn.
Cause Saint to drop the Urn.
Oh, but he gets caught. Obkim gets caught, bro.
From afar.
Oh, he lives. Holy sh! Does he live? I feel like the Lash gets him at some point. No?
But they're going to actually look to push the Urn in once again.
Lash is so deep. The Lash can make space here. Oh, Zergy, nice.
The cap on this
nice by Zergy.
Comes on through, force the Urn to drop once again.
Listic all pops. Oh, Obikim's not here though. GT comes in late. I don't know. This looks kind of cookie.
Shock reanimation has been used out of Listed. Frozen Shelter catches out onto 5.
This is how you find advantage over the Victor. So the Victor actually is behind, so it's not looking as strong to the Kelvin. And the ultim post ult.
To maybe buy some time, but the
Urn is still in.
Either way, while all this is happening here, and that lead is approaching 20k.
I think they want the post fight though. If you're Loki W.
Wisely just taking the damage, going
these 2 ults on Obikim. Good bird. Zergy does.
Zergy gonna get caught in the cleanup. Is late bird from Cosmetical. Tass actually kind of low. Maybe he's gonna get caught out here.
Tass lived.
Who goes down? Who can smell it?
Oh, they're just getting cleaned up, bro.
Elsewhere. Death slam onto
nice.
And gone.
Dude, Ham's looking good right now.
Lose the urn, lose the
but look how accelerated this pocket is from taking the walkers, by the way. 24k.
And his HP is just melting.
What HP, man? He's just sitting on 1. Any stray bullet would take him down. It looks like no one's gonna go for the chase on towards him, but man, Listic's been having a tough game here on this Victor. 12,000 souls for him. If you're a 12k Victor fighting into a 25k pocket and a 23k Wraith, are you really even Victor at this point, or are you just a smudge on the ground of blood?
Smudge on the ground.
I mean, all I know for Listic is that I'm not sure Listic could even break drywall at this point. For where the far is at the game.
Could break a piece of paper.
No, not at all. It's and again, I'm thinking about how this is happening and why this wasn't happening the Victor teams last week. I really think the higher prio on Victor and Draft is actually
already
making
spamming
Victor
the meme
worse in these games relative to what we could expect as we got the net worth Can we get the Gamba report? See the golden
Gamba,
statues and see how much permanent advantage Abrahams has gotten here so
Did
far.
someone say Gamba?
And, okay, Wraith with the highest Gamba. Makes sense. Checks out.
Yeah, but highest Gamba at the second highest.
So Victor is 25, so this Victor is not as weak as you think, but he is still so fucking poor. 13k at 20 minutes is you're pretty fucking poor, dude. You're pretty fucking poor.
The second highest net worth, and you have this many golden statue buffs, and Empty Dreams has 5. That 25k is very misleading, and I would say the weakness of Wraith is kind of gone by the wayside right now. I think with the lead he has, with the golden statue buffs he has, Arzo, he's in the zone, and he's gonna put out. Actually, you know what? Can we see player damage too? Let's just throw production through everything, every single graphic we could possibly see. 20k for Empty Dreams, 9.6 for Arzo, but you actually, what's interesting is Empty Dreams probably also has the highest objective damage in the game too, taking down 2 walkers by himself.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams being this high in player damage while not being in half the team fights this game is a little bit wild. I feel like that number is going to completely inflate in a moment. But okay, Bolt Dance in from Obakim, looking for some opportunity. Abraham though not really low as a result.
Right here.
Big slice of dice in from
Looks like Dove does have all. Again, this is actually kind of where you're seeing it. Like, and then a bird comes in. Dude, you saw it there. Listic had all in the dome. Zergy still has ult. Zergy coming in late here. Arzo is kind of free hitting though. Arzo's about to start free hitting. They need to get on Arzo. Ooh, Petrifying comes out.
This could be the turnaround point that they needed here. That's going to be Listic going down. Arzo here
Tass
ready
keeps
to
living with 1.
Kill streak.
I'd fucking cursed him.
As the Aaron's going to be dropped once again here. Tass falls.
Who's gonna die?
Got to be careful. Him and together need to keep this fight going. Saint as well needs to help out once he comes back in from base as he's back on the zip line.
But yeah, you saw it there, right? Like they're down like I think 15k before the fight. And the Victor into the Kelvin dome was still like pretty good. That was with inflict too, I think, unless the inflict whiffed.
Able to equalize things when it comes to kills.
Obakim's gonna look for the interrupt here. Here comes the dunk attempt.
Nice.
It's together. Earn not to lose. Obakim eating damage, goes for the bolt dance to create a little bit of space. Earn still in contest.
Kelvin does dies. Solo Kelvin ult. Obakim dies. Ah, they're gonna get Earn in. Victor coming in. It's a Victor without ult though.
Still available for both teams. The damage too much.
The other dies actually. Pocket coming in. Empty Dreams prowls the fight, overtaking this walker. Tass coming back in. Holy shit. Arzo 1 HP. Still has ult though.
Empty Dreams is back in the mix though. Trying to keep this Earn in play. He's able to get the affliction onto Listic.
Arzo's out.
Looks like Sonya's got a
yeah, Listic comes back in and dies.
Confirm the kills. He's come back in from spawn.
Who got the error? Oh, he gets punched though.
He's actually gonna have it dropped out, and this Earn man, it just wants
holy
to be
shit! This is the never-ending war.
And most certainly it should be going the way of Loki. But Empty Dreams takes some cosmetical hoot.
Arzo comes back in full HP. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get it.
And it looks like we finally get it. Empty, and the Earn has been confirmed here once again for Abrahams, and maybe some more kills off of this.
Abrahams dueling, bro. They're down to duel right now.
Performing way better than expected, but Abrahams able to just stay alive long enough. Tass doing heroic interruptions towards the end of the hoot right now.
Don't tell them who's there.
Just wondering.
Don't tell them.
We can see the.
Don't tell them. He lives.
Yeah, I mean that was almost a never-ending fight, and
dude, yeah, that was fucking never-ending war. Holy shit!
At least the bare end of it. Taylor was going for a push onto that mid walker, getting it down to half HP. And while the dust has settled, honestly, ZP.
So paid off with Empty Dreams not committing for walker there.
Low-key W had closed the gap a lot more than they actually had.
They do get the Earn in.
Losing
Earn there would have been real bad, real bad.
But I think the scariest thing is, man, Arzo's net worth compared
to
everyone on Low-key W
we're
side
entering the phase of the game where Abrahams can kind of just force mid if they want to. They have a extremely strong mid.
That isn't even reflected on the souls.
The thing about mid is they have Dome, they have Inflict, and they have Death Slam, but also they have Laser, and then Wraith with setup into mid pit is like so insane. Because you can just free hit everyone unless you get jumped on.
They're able to, you know, those trades do work out.
Like there's very good, they have good contests on the side of Loki W with the Guardian Leviosa from Apollo. And Petrify, Fertisol, Victor ult, but if everyone was playing properly, they should win it. They should Dome Crystal and then use Death Slam to throw people out of pit and secure it. Should be the movement here. The only thing that could fuck them there is Petrifying Gaze onto Sonya. Technically, you could do the Guardian Leviosa onto it too, but
But it feels like all that healing, like for instance, the dome we had. Yeah, look at this. Wow, Max.
I think it'd be more useful in the pit.
The domes he had here in towards middle. I thought Abraham's had won that fight relatively easy because
the other thing is Saint doesn't have unstop yet, so he can't technically guarantee the domes yet.
First deaths.
He does go dispel. I don't agree with the dispel this game.
All right, and things have calmed down
because of
post the rest of the year.
The type of CC that's in the game. Like I think unstop's kind of just better this game personally, but
a little bit. You know,
he does get an earlier vitality spike from it, so you never know.
Relatively between the two teams.
He's also playing into an Infernus, the Haze,
next buff, and earned spawn. And Abraham's are all centered around the right.
Cleansing the debuffs, probably pretty strong. You can cleanse the slow that Victor ult does to you. Like it's probably fine, but I just feel like you want mid control with the position you're in this game, so I feel like unstop is low-key a little better.
Widely dashes away from the hook.
Plus 50.
Who knows? This guy's pro.
I think the painful thing is no rapid recharge, no boundless for cosmetical. The damage out of it was not going to be
Victor. Holy fuck.
He'd want to in some of these fights, but only at 23,000 souls. Needs to definitely catch up. We've had 3 urns and
After James using all his movement here. Oh, cosmetical is way too pushed up.
For the first time in this
it's a free urn.
Neutral turn in. But Cosmetical's
they're gonna try to fight it, but
this
is gonna be rough.
As well. They're fighting into a frozen shelter.
Yeah, this is.
Affliction.
You give it.
You have to give this
they
one
backed up. Okay, I'm glad they backed it.
You take a look at how low KW is.
And dude, if I'm Hams, I'm forcing the mid. I'm forcing the mid. I don't give a fuck. I'm forcing the mid.
They lose the fight.
I don't care. I'm forcing mid.
Abraham's. I mean, they're a team that will.
They're not going to though.
With this much of an advantage at times, but from low KW.
You don't have counterspell, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You don't have counterspell, bro. You should be a little careful. You don't have counterspell, bro.
Yeah, I mean, mid-boss, I think I'm a little bit afraid to do that because I feel like you have to respect the Petrifying Bola out of Zergy.
You do.
But
you're not wrong.
In general, you're 100%
Hence
right.
my unstoppable point. You do.
When it comes to a 6v6 fight on mid-pit, but I wouldn't want to give Loki W if I was Abraham's the chance to take rejuves and the chance to get back in the game. Because with the way the game's going right now, with a 23k lead, I feel like you just don't have to go for mid-boss. You
Great
don't have to give
buy.
that opportunity.
Great duration buy.
To Loki W, just keep playing the same way.
There's another problem here, Jason, we haven't really touched on, is that the flex slot situation is cataclysmic for Loki W.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten a single walker. And having no slots at this point it really does hurt your builds pretty significantly. So Loki W is playing with less power.
Sonya fighting a side lane.
Perspective here too. I mean, they are.
I do not think Sonya wants that smoke.
Of getting a walker at
so he's moving over.
If you're looking at
Sonya might have a giga flank here. Sonya might have a giga flank.
Bit under the gun, just taking poke damage. Not a big commit here from Abraham's. Abraham's though.
Wow, he doesn't go for it. I thought he was totally gonna look for something. They probably like hard calmed him that he was there though.
Both teams were completely grouped, but looks like they will break off here for Abraham's side. Make sure these waves continue to be shoved back. Again, as you mentioned before, deny that flex stop, but the sleep dagger comes on through.
Dome to save him.
Just come in to actually help heal.
Wow, Oakim is doing no damage in this dome.
The dome might be his demise.
Again, Listic dies.
Completely breaks up here. Listic.
Oakim dies, bro.
Has been used. Oakim has gone down.
Victor ult
first ult whiffs. They didn't get enough with their ults, I don't think. They didn't get enough. Arzo's untouched with lift.
Takes away Listic's mode of escape.
Who's dead?
Now down onto Apollo. Raid boss Wraith online.
GG.
3 down from Loki W. Abraham's flawless here so far. And Jason, that has to be the signal to go down the mid.
Mid time.
Yeah, if you don't mid here, I think you're throwing. I mean, you have 4 kills, man.
So Saint actually finds the dome. Good 2v2. I was shocked how little damage Oakim did there, but I guess he has 21k.
Weighted shots, and I'm not going to go on from there. There is way too much power in ours.
Oakim Listic gets stuck in the dome.
And no chance for
they
Loki
do die.
To contest. There's only a walker left, and Tigo's already shoved the lane into this one. That walker's going to fall. And this lead is ballooning, man. We're going to be hitting the 40k mark here, I feel like, in the next few moments, especially with the jungle being eaten away.
I like the Witchmail buy from together. I like it. I like it a lot.
My lead in channel points is also going to be growing. I looked at the draft, threw my channel points in on Abraham's, and dude, it was 60-40 on the channel points there. So I'm getting paid out if Abraham's wins this game. That's all you got to know.
I'm jealous. I keep forgetting to do any of those predictions. To be fair, the last time I did, Jake told me to bet on this team, and I think they lost, and I lost all my money, and he was taking his generational wealth with him.
Okay, back to listen to Jake on channel points advice. He has gone bankrupt in channel points like 80 times. He just continues.
But he's bouncing back though, man.
He's bouncing back.
No.
Spiritual overflow on the rates.
That
Super
daytime
interesting
trading
from
he's been
Marzo.
doing on the night
Super
shift
interesting.
channel.
You know, we traded Jake for Mitch today, where Jake is off in Japan for an event today, but we somehow tracked down Uber.
What event is
Yeah,
Jake?
yeah.
Like,
What?
which is weird because usually it's Uber is the one that's traveling, and he probably just got off a plane like 24 hours ago. But you know,
What the fuck is
one
Jake
day
doing
it
this
is.
weekend?
48 hours, there we go. But the one day every 3 months he gets off, we get to use him here on the night shift. But gonna be happy to have him on the NA portion of the show with DDK later on. And that later on might not be too far away, though, ZP. I mean, it is the best of 3 here, but I mean, looking at this, I don't see how Abrahams lose this game with a 41k pocket, with a 44k Wraith, with Cosmetical at 24k. You're almost doubling the net worth.
Unless it's getting bullied.
With great talent over onto Wraith. I just don't know how you survive
It's
the
cooked.
raw damage
They can
Abraham's
just kill him
able to
again.
bring your
It's
way. There's a
cooked.
shocker animation already being used.
Like
here.
Empty Dreams
Wisdom
is making
just
space
being
there.
stuck between a rock and a hard place.
and taken down. Counterspell to deal with the shocking reanimation and the follow through.
If anyone tries to follow up and saves him, you just inflict.
In the bank, where
And then you get earn again. Holy fuck, this game's cooked.
And there's still
It's
no
over.
flex
It's
slot for
fucking
low-key
over.
I mean, this is. Oh boy. Like, if you could get like an item sell history, we don't quite have that data, but Bullet Dance, Flash Don't Care, Death Slam, over the top, into Ground Strike, into Obakim is gone once more.
Obakim gone.
Gonna be controlled by Abrahams, and I think the key here, Jason, you're up 40k.
So,
Don't make any silly
thinking
mistakes.
about next game, right? This game's
Just
over.
secure your
Trav, you gonna think
advantages.
about next game?
You turn GT. From
Are they gonna
solid
power the Viper
into
as high?
gas.
And are they going to pick the Haze?
You know, I think you could even make
These are things to
mistakes
think
with
about.
having this much damage, man.
Because the Bebop kind of cooked your shit.
Low-key W, like the finale of Game of Thrones. Finally, they get a flex.
This left lane lost
of Zerg
to
pushing the right-hand
the Wraith.
side, but you don't stop the Urn. I think that's what
Wraith
Urn number
Pocket
5 or
somehow
6 now
somehow
for
won a lane.
Abrahams. You can pretty much the lead they have has come
So
almost solely from these Urns.
Can we,
With the
can we
shrine
go
spawn
Curious to see.
check-in? Can we see how much?
Do you really want to see it? Are we allowed to show
I
it?
want to see how many sinners Arzo has consumed since the last check-in. Oh God.
Not too many, but it's still pretty high. It's actually more Sonya's been able to step up and get quite a few sinners.
64 though. That is.
Needs 3
That's
more.
kind of heinous.
needs 3 more. This guy. This fucking guy, Jason.
If you're Abrahams, do you even leave? You have 3 rejuves. You
I
have
would just
Obakim
stay.
still dead. You can hook
They're just
for a
looking
hook.
for
You can
hook right
still
now.
apply pressure from these different
Looking for the
angles.
hook into the dome.
You have a Death Slam coming online soon.
Victor
You have
just
the push and then it
insta-dies.
on to 3. This is definitely game here, ZP.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you stay the course.
Obakim just
3 mana
perma-cancelled.
affliction, 3 rejuves.
Jeez.
I wasn't even thinking about the Wraith into the Haze, bro. Holy fuck. The Haze just can't play the game. Every time he wants, just gets lifted, bro.
Arzo is mowing everyone down. A
This
4-man
does not
ball,
matter.
that's
This GG.
the,
Didn't even get a single
briefest
rejuve.
of
Holy
reprieves.
fuck.
Zergy
Okay.
back into
Abraham's
spawn.
looking fucking
Abraham's
good
coming
today,
strong,
man.
taking
They're
one
looking clean.
away from our champion.
Oh, come on.
They got
Come
the
on,
meme
Saint.
dome.
What you doing here?
You gotta love the
Little
meme
BM
dome.
coming on through, trying to
You gotta
take
love the
down
meme dome.
the hidden king, but man,
Come on now.
honestly, I feel like this wasn't
I'm
even
0 for 2,
close.
bro.
There was maybe like a subtle
I'm
glitch for
fucking
Loki to
washed.
get back in this one, but this is just a
I'm
copy
washed.
paste from game 1 against Leviathan. We had over a 10k
Holy fat
lead
fucking
before
dub.
10-minute mark for Abrahams. But man, the power they showed up in this game. I mean, maybe what you're saying, ZP, might be true. Maybe this first pick Victor is a little bit of a bait and causing teams to really struggle in towards the later picks. But I will say this though, as like a
Let's see how many
maybe a
times Obakim
counterpoint,
died
at
that
least for
game. Holy fuck.
is
It's
Loki
kind of
W,
getting
I still
farmed.
feel like got a really decent top 3 picks. Like I feel like they didn't really lose too much when it came to like what they went with 2 and 3. I mean, they ended up getting a Viper in top 3, though Zergy wasn't able to have the same level of impact.
I think if there was a big mistake that Loki W had overall, I think the #1 mistake in their draft was not banning Kelvin when they had the chance. They could have taken down Kelvin in the mid-stage bans, and I think Kelvin has been really vital
they ban
for
him?
Abrahams being
I can't
able to
remember.
apply so much pressure in their team fights, in the mid-game and beyond, in both of the games we've seen from them today. If Kelvin gets banned, okay.
What the fuck? What happened there?
Because of the bug. I see how it is.
That was funny.
Yeah, you gotta show them off. You know, make
Gotta
sure.
show all the spectator
This is
buns.
Brienne. She heard people talking about direct investing with CIBC.
Wait, direct investing with CIBC? Well, you gotta be kidding me.
Like the missed movement there on the staircase, missed movement inside the room, the missed parry. Like, I think this got Empty Dreams really going quite early on. It's got to be a little bit frustrating for Obakim, though I don't think it gets too much in his head. But honestly, Abrahams didn't really lose anyone for such a long time early on, and Tass was hitting some great hooks yet again. Arzo more. I think Empty Dreams bought time for Arzo, I can't even say that with like confidence. I feel like Arzo just did a great job in general, able to keep his farm extremely high. Didn't really have to worry too much. He didn't do that much objective damage because keep in mind, Empty Dreams took 2 walkers himself on the left and the right hand side.
Yeah, the other thing for this draft too is that
That was pretty crazy.
I really do think that Infernus has been underpaced
yeah,
for a
I'll keep just going behind early.
late.
It's the first time I've seen him get behind early on the big haze so far.
A huge
At least in the current
influence
batch.
on the game. I also think Loki W is playing.
This is a big Death Slam.
They needed stronger early
Death Slam
game
into
to make
the
it work.
into
Like,
the
you
dome
can't have an
skis.
early game where
That's a really
falls
tiny
behind
dome.
on the Apollo, where your GT isn't ahead of the game.
So they got
like,
2
it's a
comeback
bunch of
runs.
heroes
Holy
that,
fuck,
if
man.
they fall behind, are not good.
So this is what
Team with a
I
bunch
thought
of
the game
heroes
was
where
going to
if
be
they
going
get ahead,
like.
It's really hard to deal with. So I mean, once
Just like
Abraham's
3v3 or more
15K
domes,
ahead,
we're favoring Loki W with
Loki
the
has so little
Haze, the
back
Furnace,
into this game.
Victor, but
to me,
they just got
I
2
still
behind,
think
bro.
The thing that put it over the top was the fact that Abrahams was able to pick Kelvin again, and I just think you redo this draft for Loki W, you ban Kelvin in the mid-stage bans.
And if you redo this game, I don't even know, man. It felt so
I don't
weird
even know, man.
watching this game.
I don't even know,
think Abraham's
man.
had really that much damage behind the team, but they eventually just got so far ahead and eventually had, I feel like, so much more control because of so many threatening ultimates.
Totally
and having
pop-off game for us, though.
a Death Slam, sorry, an Affliction, even though Empty Dreams
These two
wasn't
just
there for
ran the
majority of
game
the Afflictions that happened.
once they got
Same,
ahead.
some good domes as well. They were just
27k walker damage and most player damage for the pocket.
Value menu that you
This guy just got the side lane and got 2 walkers.
menu. I don't know. I'm tired, man. I'm jet lagged. Help me out.
But yeah,
You're
Obi
back
got
in North
fucking
America
rolled,
for less
man.
than a week, and you're just talking about
This dude
value
got
menus,
rolled.
man. That is wild.
Man,
But
I've been eating up. I've been feasting here. I've been pretty happy because you know what, Italian food, people think it's amazing, but nothing beats some good old American fast food.
America.
Right, well, yeah, I mean, looking overall at the stats of the game, I mean, you know, for Loki W, it was the one thing I'll point to is just the
Like the witch mail by.
overall. I mean, this was basically what we saw in the eye test. It was a little bit better.
They ended
than
up going
Leviathan,
rescue,
you know,
which I find
15
interesting.
kills as opposed
Counterspell.
to 5, but it was Abraham's dominated throughout the entire.
So you went Dispel,
game, and I
counter,
do wonder
Dispel,
if there's some
and
aspect here where
Counterspell
you know, you pick
instead of
Apollo,
Unstop.
but you don't
Pretty
necessarily
interesting,
set
pretty
the deck
interesting.
with other heroes that dominate the early game. Are you getting the most out of your Apollo pick? Because I feel like the comps that Apollo's done really
Kinda
well.
wonder
are
what the
comps that
rescues were.
Are also stacking.
I guess for
with
like the
things that
knives, some
also
gets
crush the
birded or
early
something.
game, and I don't know. I feel like the overall, like what Loki W was going for, didn't necessarily come together.
Last one's at 20
here as
28K too.
beyond that real fast, that's Saint
Despite, like,
37,000
doing
healing,
really
but
well.
Empty Dreams 48k player damage and almost 28k
Yeah, this guy,
objective
like, the
damage.
pocket was just running the game.
Ridiculous. But I will say this though, I feel like if you were able to
I like cheat death into this comp.
these
There's just so much
stats in a certain
dumb
time
shit you
frame,
could die
maybe
to.
the last like 5 minutes of time, Arzo probably would have been number 1 in almost every category
Let me save
except
this bad
probably
boy.
healing, obviously, and not deaths. Because I think the brunt of his damage came towards the very latest stage of the game. If you remember, we checked in with player damage, and he was at like 6k when Empty Dreams was like on 20k plus. He didn't have. I mean, he wasn't really trying to be in those fights. He didn't have the items he needed to really be a big threat in those games. But you know, credit to Abraham's, man. It's not looked good for them. That's the first
2
map they took
disarmings.
against Loki W in the last 2 weeks of time.
Yep.
It was 5-0 in favor of Loki W, and they finally do turn
I
the
like
tides here.
Suppressor
But can they
Bite,
do
too.
it again, ZP? Because they still have potentially 2
They
more
were heavy
games to go.
spirit damage, so a lot of
Loki W, they've been one of the
Mystic
most adaptable
vulnerabilities.
teams in EU, but they got to find some of that adaptation here today. Abraham's
Weakening for
up
Shy.
1-0. Can they retake
Shy had
the
a rough
throne
game
once
too,
more?
fuck.
We'll be back in a quick break.
Anyways, game on. Wait, this is the wrong screenshot. Wait. I grieved to myself. Hold on. What darnation? That's Leviathan! Let me fix this. I thought I deleted the screenshot earlier. I did not. From the Leviathan game. Do. There we go. Yeah, this, did they have any winning lanes? Like, these guys got shit on by the Wraith Pocket. I guess I would say like the Apollo Victor did okay, but then they started getting farmed later. And then Zergy break. I'm surprised how like at 5 minutes they were down like quite a bit. I guess it was like Guardian buff too because they were up Guardians, but for a little soul steroid, but pretty surprised the game went like that. I guess like it's just this pocket hero, man. Just gets accelerated and takes over. Also goes Buster. I see a lot of pockets skip out on Buster right now, which I think is a mistake. I like this pairing a lot. I like Fleet, but this just feels really good. Because a lot of lanes you're going to get shoved into, so I think most rounds are just kind of good. And then close quarters this game, like, all these people just want to be in your fucking face. And then they laned into Infernus Viper, so like, they're just in your face perma, so you actually get a lot of close quarters value. Especially if the burger begins. Yeah, good shit from Abrahams. Holy fuck, they're just playing good today, bro. I can't even lie, they're just popping off. This next draft will be very, very curious. Very, very curious. I'm excited to watch it. I'm just curious what OBKM would go over the haze. Like if they pivot. And if they go Viper top 3. Boom. Boom. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I can post me scrim. Looking for scrim. Don't want to do late. Everyone's getting tired of the late night scrims, which I totally understand. I feel bad for the EST duders. Especially on weekdays, because people are starting work and shit, so it's like they gotta be up at fucking like 5 in the morning, and they're like, dude, I can't be. I can't be. Get off my PC at fucking 12 or 1. Which is understandable. Deleted. Hoot deleted. Hey, well, the Infernos did okay that game, actually. I don't think the Infernos was bad. It's a good answer into the domes if Pocket's already off the table. I didn't even check his build. I should probably look at his build. Because Varric does this stuff. Yeah, he goes like hybrid. Varric's one of the only people who plays like hybrid. I think this game you probably want to go full dash. No cap at Jungus. Because you have so much gun. Like your Victor. Your Haze. Your Viper. I feel like you kind of just want full dash this game, Moskies, but the items he bought like are pretty, like Blood Tribute, like debuff is really strong this game. Toxic Bullets for anti-heal. But the way I look at it is like, man, Spear Burn is just so good. Especially once you put more points into your ult, like you can just pop people with the Spirit Burn in this game. If you sneak into the domes. I don't know. I think this game was just this pocket Wraith lane just got out of control and just ran the whole game. Unexpected, but it will happen. I guess like HGT It's probably a pretty weak lane the more I think about it. Like, you don't have to push either. Like, fuck. The Wraith kind of just gets the piss chill. Oh, they put another minute on. Bro, I got fucking scammed. I got fucking scammed. This is gonna be a great game, by the way. New look MLC versus FPS Lounge. I'm excited. I'm excited. Bum, bum, bum. The haste was even like he was. Opium was making shit happen. It was just fuck, man. The fights were not going their way. And shit like this, like I thought this would be a bigger deal, even if you don't get in the dome. Guaranteed inferno results outside of the dome. Tess just popped the fuck off again, by the way. Tess having a really good bebop day. Dude, they put more time on. Okay. I'm getting fucking YouTube videos ready. Grrr. Grrr. There's so many leaks about the big update coming. So I think they're gonna do a balance patch and then like a big ass content patch. It has been how they do it, and I think it's about to happen again. I did have some Deadlock videos I wanted to watch. I did find some gooders. Do Pashi Pop video. Oh yeah, and Ido did a movement video with it's like EU dude. We'll watch Pashi Pop. If they add more time, I'm starting this Pashi Pop video. They can't fucking stop me.
Wave manipulation.
Okay, Pashi, chill. Chill. Chill, Pashi. Boo, 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 boo. This Pocket Hero is just so fucking insane, by the way. It's just so insane. Some would say too insane. They're probably just getting nerfed the gun again, which is kind of sad. It just kills Pocket every time they nerf the gun. It just fucking kills the hero, man.
Because you don't want him to be... You don't want his spells to do...
So much burst that he just like snowballs out of control. So you try to keep the gun strong, but when the gun's strong, he can like push and he can like inflict walkers like he did that last game. So, and do good damage, like consistent DPS too, which is kind of like antithetical to what the hero's supposed to be, outside of like inflict, right? But look at this riposte. Okay, trolling. Nowhere to run. Draft stuff with players. Oh. We're watching Pashi. Pashi will guide me through the darkness.
Manipulation in Deadlock is something that a lot of people don't even know about or think is possible. Most
True.
people watch the wave roll in, shoot the wave, get the souls, and call it a day. But
True.
what you need to understand is the wave isn't some kind of soul pinata, it's a tool. And if you know how to manipulate the wave, you can deny your enemy souls without even fighting them. And
True.
as we discussed in my soul timings video, this is detrimental because losing 1 or 2 minions can put you so far behind of your opponent. My name is Pop. I've played Deadlock competitively for over 2 years now, and I've hit rank 1 on the North American leaderboard several times.
This guy's
and in
fucking
today's
pro.
video, I'm breaking down the mechanics of freezing.
He played in the Deathslam tournament this weekend, by the way. He filled in for Bunny with Clock? Yeah, Bunny with Clock.
The wave in Deadlock. What is it? What are the game mechanics that make this strategy work? And how can you use freezing the wave to dominate your lane?
How to win
We
with
should
it.
define what freezing the wave actually means before
Let's do it,
we
Pashi.
dive into how you do it and the mechanics behind it. Freezing the wave means keeping the wave stationary on your side of the lane, not pushing towards either guardian, simply just sitting in one spot, slowly trading damage between the troopers. In Deadlock specifically, the main purpose of freezing is denying the enemy souls. When the wave is frozen onto your side, the enemy has to walk past the midpoint of the lane, past the bridge usually, to be within range of the minions dying, as if they're not in range, they will lose the souls. This is very different from pushing the wave, which is the action of killing the enemy minions so that your wave can crash on the enemy guardian or walker or base guardians wherever it's moving to, and keeping the wave neutral to where you don't shoot any of the creeps. They're stationary near the bridge in the middle of the lane. A freeze is a specific state that oftentimes you have to be very considerate when you set up, and sometimes the enemy can set up the freeze for you, which we'll talk about moving forward here. Now, before we get into freezing, we also need to understand how waves in Deadlock work. You need to think about waves like a glass of water. When both waves drop off of each side zip line and they reach the middle of the lane, that is neutral state equilibrium for the wave. But shortly after that wave hits, if you
I don't know if this analogy is gonna land. I'm gonna keep faith in Pashi though. I think the analogy will
Evan
land.
taking
We'll
map
get there.
1 away from Low-Key W. Jason, Low-Key W, do they have what it takes to bounce back?
Like a trampoline, they will.
Like a
indeed. We're going the full
trampoline!
distance here, ZP. We're going to 3.
Okay.
That's what I hope, actually. I want to see them bounce back. I want to see
Same.
Abraham's taking a 2-0, though I think them taking 2 it actually would be a cool thing as well in a different way, showing that they have lost the last 2 weeks. They lost against them in the R1 tourney. To be able to beat them 2-0 would also be a statement for themselves and show Low-Key W they still have a bit to learn if they want to completely dominate EU.
I completely missed the
But
R1
it's so
tourney.
funny.
Big sad.
We introduced this bonus pay, which feels like, 2-3 months ago, we had Abraham's on like a ridiculous streak, melee creeps on a ridiculous streak, and ever since we announced that, there's been a streak of like 2 weeks max, and then it's been shut down every single time. And obviously, we don't do it anymore now.
Think about it this way.
But are we?
It made
do
the
you think
bonus pay
actually, in
work
European ZP, we're ever gonna have
because
a
everyone
team
was
now
more
that should
competitive.
take,
Huh?
like 5+ weeks in a row again?
I think it'll happen. I think eventually you'll have a team hit that level of excellence, but I think it's a good thing that the regions have just been so competitive that it is really, really difficult to do. And,
True.
People sometimes wonder, is like, oh, gee, we see the same 3 teams. Within these 3 teams, they are incredibly competitive, and they just crush the rest of the scene. As we've seen a little bit recently with the open tournaments where, I think back even to the trolley tournament where we did open qualifiers for a good chunk of the teams, but seeded it, and our seeding held out. Like, it actually went entirely
what
the
days were the
script, with
fucking-
the exception of
Oh, I
like
should've checked that.
one
Fuck.
team.
Wait,
So
I have the
the
link.
skill differentiation at Deadlock, even at the top, is like so precise at the moment.
Well, speaking of these open events, ZP, did you hear the news?
What's that?
29th.
Did you hear the news at home? We have the Night Shift Open kicking off at the end of May. If you guys didn't see this announcement, $12,000 on the line for this North American event, though it is open to teams from all regions. With open
I wanna play in
qualifiers on
this.
the 29th of May, and then the main event
I wanna hit
kicking
them
off
up
on
to
the
play.
weekend of Saturday and Sunday, man. You can head over to dlns.gg/sign up if you want to participate, but not until Friday at noon EST, and we are closing after 64 teams have signed up. So if you're interested in participating, you got to get there early. Hope the site doesn't crash, and make sure you sign your team up. But this is gonna be awesome, man. ZP, it's been such a long time since we had one of these Night Shift Opens, and I can't wait to see like what teams we get from this one, and ultimately who's gonna win.
It's been a great month here in Deadlock as far as competitive events go. Of course, over the weekend, we'll have Death Slam Invitational that we're going to be watch partying here on the Night Shift channel every single day on Saturday and Sunday. And then next weekend, of course, is going to be the Night Shift Open. Great way to end out May here in the Deadlock space. It's super exciting, Jason. And, you know, for these teams here, and you look at LKW and Abrahams, you know, they themselves, they want a piece of the pie. And, you know, for Abrahams, you have to feel pretty good that you're doing well at this moment. Although, you wonder if it's a bit of a monkey paw element here, Jason. Like, what if Abrahams wins, but then we get a major balance patch before these tournaments go down and everything changes and not necessarily in their favor?
I mean, we know a balance is coming this week. Like Yoshi already posted over on Discord. We just don't know what it's going to be or how big it's going to be. But that is definitely an interesting thing, ZP. If Valve released like a major overhaul on some heroes and items right before the 29th, it's going to be anyone's game, anyone's day in for the chance to win that one.
Jason, I love how you say, like, we don't know how big it's going to be. Let's be real. We have all woken up the days where Yoshi says minor patch today, and you look at it and you go, okay, like 8 different game mechanics have changed, and the entire
every time they do
balance
fucking
has been
like
upended.
gameplay
I don't
changes
think
and they
we've
call
ever
it a
had
minor
quote,
patch, I'm like, how the fuck is this a
balance
minor patch,
in
bro?
Deadlock? You know, the devs are
How?
first class at
How?
continuing to revamp the game and you know, give people things to figure out.
I'm hoping for like Yoshi to just troll us and be like, okay, here's the minor patch, and it's nerfing gun damage per boon for Victor. That's it. Balance patch done. Something like that would be so funny, but obviously it should be way more than that.
Okay, let's be real. Victor mains would probably feel they got off easy. Usually, anytime Victor has higher prio, both on ladder and in comp, like Victor gets hit with the nerf Ultra Hammer. Like he is knocked into space. Like he walked into Smash Brothers into the home run competition. Like Victor gets knocked down for months at a time.
Oh, just you wait,
having, like, 2
Voltris.
weeks of being good. That's his.
I have a whole segment
trajectory.
prepared.
Jason, we're ready
Just
to get
you
into the
fucking wait,
I want to
bro.
give one last note though, real quick. I actually
Yeah,
don't
Loki
really
W
care
opt into
necessarily
first pick.
about balancing
Okay,
the high end.
interesting.
I want to see some balances towards heroes. We're seeing 0 picks consistently here in the night shift. Like I want to see my boy Seven come back in, maybe get some positive bounces for him to make him stronger, so he can come back into the mix, and then we get to see the true death from above out of Zergy playing Seven once again. As we head into the draft EP, a Victor being banned right away from OQW. I feel like they realized, okay, it didn't work out too well for us, and we don't want you to try it. Though with the track record today,
So they banned Victor, okay? So they first picked Victor last game, and then now they're gonna ban the Victor,
really,
okay?
really smart because
Okay.
you're not hurting yourself at the same way of doing a
Torment
first
ban makes
pick
sense.
Victor.
So what are you first pick
giving up
then?
A little bit of power in draft for Abraham.
What are you feeling?
Shiv or Bebop, but for Loki W,
Are you gonna go
likely
silver? 'Cause
take
they banned
one of
silver
those
last time.
yourself. I probably would like to
I
see
hate
them
silver
get the
first pick,
Bebop, but
but-
you can defend either the Bebop or the Shiv, respectively, if you want to go for as one of your first 2 picks.
They go
And
Pocket.
instead of
Okay,
the
makes a lot of
Pocket,
sense, right? Pocket ran the fucking game last
I do
game.
wonder,
Took 2 walkers for free and had most player
Abrahams.
damage. Just
I
take the
don't
Pocket.
know.
I agree.
I mean, a
First pick
bit.
Pocket is
Empty
difficult.
Dreams. He took 2 walkers by himself with the use of the Enchanted Satchel.
The other thing, though, if you want to play the
that
Pocket,
was
why
crazy
not
to
just
see
go
that he
Arch
was able
Brother
to
side,
hop in.
Loki?
He
I don't think
basically
they would
was
first
like a
pick it.
pseudo-doorman,
Yeah, I don't think Abraham's the first
backdooring
pick it.
walkers there.
Personally.
But the thing is,
They go
like,
silver. Everyone
I said
loves
it
silver
before, during
Shiv.
that
I
game,
don't think it's that
Empty
good.
Dreams, He's basically
I like silver other
undefeated on this
shit.
when it comes to this hero.
If you're gonna go silver, like silver
What I'm
Bebop, I
curious
like a
on
lot
here,
more.
You've locked in the silver. Do you come in with the Shiv here?
Fantastic.
No,
Oh,
you go
mwah.
Bebop. So okay, you leave.
You get your
Shiv
setup
open
for the
Loki
silver.
W, decide we're not going to.
Silver's much better playing with pick.
in this instance. So
Mwah.
Loki W, 100%. You have
Fantastic.
to feel the plan here is going to be Shiv +1.
Well, if you
Bebop
say
can be
Shiv-
pseudo
you say
frontline.
Shiv, but I'm
Fantastic
thinking of
1-2.
Cosmetical is the Shiv and
Fantastic
Pocket
1-2.
player, no?
This
Like,
is how you
can
draft
play
with
Pocket,
first
but
with picking
it's
silver.
Generally, Cosmetical.
Apollo match.
If I
Are they gonna
remember
value the
correctly.
Viper this high
Or
again?
have we seen
We
the
shall
Wraith played? I can't
see.
remember.
Well, they
I would
have
say
Pocket
no.
Apollo,
I would say
where
they
Apollo's
won't
just been
value the
perma
Viper. I
kinda
think they're gonna
in
grab
this state
Mirage
because of his
or
early laning.
something.
I still think you go.
They go Billy.
Okay, go
Billy.
This is
When was
really
last time?
interesting. Because if you're Abrahams can probably
Okay.
just lock in Shiv. At a bare minimum, I think for adaptation for Loki W,
I
maybe
mean,
you ban the
okay.
Kelvin, but this is
So they're
taking
going
some
like
weird
I can
turns here,
kind of
Jason,
understand
for me.
it.
Yeah,
But,
I
like,
know
wow,
Billy.
I was not
didn't
expecting
quite
that.
catch it when we saw the little carousel.
And Abrahams just
of
grabbed the
what people
Kelvin
picked. There
so
we
they
go.
can't get
Actually, so it was
banned.
picked once last
So
week, and it was
there,
banned twice the
Abraham's
week
new
before,
strat
picked
is
once.
just
But
play,
you're
put
talking
Saint on
about
Kelvin
banning
and
the Kelvin on the
GG
turn.
easy.
Maybe now they ban the Shiv on the turn.
I think 100% Loki W was going to ban Kelvin if they had the opportunity.
Wow,
I think
okay.
Abrahams feels that out, decides nope, not going to be a thing.
So then they ban the
Now,
Mina.
Abrahams
Okay.
Also, Jason gets first pick out of the mid-stage bans here. So if you're Loki W,
Yeah.
if you don't ban Shiv,
So they can't
you're
really
gonna go
one
against the Shiv
target.
Kelvin lane in all likelihood here.
You could ban the Shiv
So,
though.
You would think the Shiv comes in, but
they already have Apollo Billy?
Loki W this entire draft.
Yeah, they do ban
so
Shiv. Okay.
Not this time though.
So what?
Don't worry,
Or
not
Abraham's
gonna
gonna
be
first pick.
wrong
If
there.
I'm Abraham's, I'm
Shit
taking the
coming on
Warden.
through as a
Or
ban.
sorry,
I mean, Abraham's here. You have the
Mirage. You could go Warden though. I think Warden's pretty strong with what they have already.
You can obviously go Wraith again as well, but I don't think you necessarily need to pick
I think
Wraith
Loki
this
W wants to
early.
do exactly what they just
Trying-
did.
what- I don't remember
Got
exactly
done
what
to
they
them.
went
It's
for
just
in,
split
like, the
pull or
fourth,
crazy.
fifth,
So they
pick
take the
before, but they actually do
Viper.
go for Viper.
Okay,
So
this
Abraham's
is
really
interesting.
trying to hit
I think Loki W is
Loki
gonna go
W where it
Mirage, and they're gonna be
hurts,
split
taking
push
away the Bebop,
Kings
taking away the
with the
Viper,
Pocket
banning the
Mirage.
Doorman.
Yeah, I mean, now you wonder what Zergi's gonna play. Are they gonna?
Are they still gonna go
default back
Haze
to
is the bigger
Mirage?
question,
Are they
honestly.
gonna put him on something like
For
a
Obi Kim?
Warden? In
Mirage is a good
theory,
point.
I would like the Mirage a little bit
They go
better.
Lash.
but,
I'm
you
gonna
know,
say
we'll see.
it's
Zergi-
gonna be
or
Obi Kim on the
Zergi could end
Lash.
up on
So I don't think they're
Wraith.
going
I
Haze
mean,
again.
The weird thing is, though, is that when Loki W is putting Zergi on Wraith, that was when they were losing games
True.
as far as Night Shift
Big
goes.
true.
So if you're Abrahams and this draft has now put Zergi onto Wraith, you're probably feeling quite good about everything.
They go Celeste.
Celeste,
Whoa.
okay.
Okay.
All right. I mean, yeah, last pick is for sure has to be for Zergi, but I just hope we don't see Wraith. I don't
I
know.
wonder
I'm
if
still
Abraham's
not,
gonna
like, a
take
big
one of the
fan of Wraith
M1s
in
for
general.
him
We
if they
were
can
talking
take
with,
Mirage.
Uber
Because
before
Mirage
the
would be
break.
good for split pushing,
So
but I don't know
not
how
a huge
good it
fan
would
of
be
her.
with
Maybe
Loki
like a
W's
Warden
comp.
could be a decent pickup, 'cause if
Yeah,
thinking
they take
about,
it
like,
anyways.
mobility,
I think it's
the
smart to
Max
take the Mirage
Cage
here.
could
It's
be
good with
pretty
your
strong
comp.
against this team as well if they did go for Warden.
And then you can't get split pushed
Well, I
to
mean,
death here.
Abrahams, they grabbed the Mirage, so Mirage isn't even on the table for Loki W. I think it's going to have to be Zergi Wraith or Warden, like one of the two. I arguably would still rather see the Warden, but given history,
They
maybe
go
it's going to be the right to finish
Abrams.
off with the
Dude, they are
Abrams and
full beef on the side of
I
Hams.
don't know, man. I mean, Abrahams, they have a pretty good front line here. You still have the Bebop. They were able to get the Kelvin before mid-stage
Wow,
bans.
okay.
And now they put Zergi on to
Very different draft.
a
Very,
lower
very
tier
different.
choice, in all likelihood.
I
Can I
like
ask
it.
you a question here, ZP?
Hmm.
Venator, do you think people...
What the fuck?
What?
Okay, this draft is off the rails.
Hmm.
Um,
On the same wavelength as you, Jason. Here, the
Forget the question I was gonna ask you.
There's some cooking being done from Loki W, and it's either gonna be a 3-star Michelin meal or it's not gonna be.
I don't like the
consumption. I don't know.
I don't like what they
ends,
cooked up
I'm
here.
gonna be honest.
I think not going Warden last is kind of rough.
Hoot Celeste,
Kind of rough.
Cosmetical Pocket.
I'm going Hams. I feel like Hams.
Break,
This comp
Apollo,
makes sense to
Obi-Wan,
me.
Vindicta.
It has good scaling. They're a little
Mystic
weaker
comes out
earlier
most
than they were
likely.
last game.
Is this
Um,
actually
Zergi-
Zergi?
is-
So they could
Zergi
get
playing
ran at a little bit more,
Gunlash?
but I think the
Or they could be on
Viper,
Flash.
Bebop, Silver should be able to do
How
enough
do
for
you
them.
do- How do you do
This is like a
Lash's
dream
movement
game
and
for Mirage,
shots
though.
With a
Like, he
mouse
has-
ball, with a trackball.
His
Like,
comp is going to make so much fucking space for him, man.
Hey, it's Scott McGill
And
here.
I don't think the pocket will be as good because the Mirage can match the pocket split push. So, but the thing is, it goes cultist, so it could still just kind of like take like Guardians and Walkers in front of your face. I'm gonna go Hams though. I just know what this Hams comp is trying to do. This is kind of all over the place. I think the Billy Brow is wild. I think they kind of reached with the pocket first pick. I think if you wanted pocket in your comp here, you probably should have just chosen to go Archmother side. I don't think Hams would have first picked the pocket. Yeah, I don't know,
Seen them
man.
play as of late.
Well-
Like, whether this works or doesn't work, like Abrahams did their research on how to
Yeah.
do the draft.
To be fair though, ZP, is it because they're being...
I
pushed
love
to
this
bring
Viper
their
flex
hero
from
pose,
Abrahams.
or is
Just
it then,
stealing
like,
it
okay,
on
we gotta
4,
show
I
something we
really
haven't shown
like.
before because we don't want to see the belt.
And then they
of
didn't go
Abrahams,
Haze, right?
and
Like
they
Obi Kim
actually
just
did,
was
like,
like,
low-key
okay, I won't go
practices
Haze
the whole
again.
time.
So.
I mean, we'll see. I just know, like in general, you put these two drafts in front of me.
I wonder what
taking the Abrahams
Zergi's
draft
playing.
every time between the
If
two.
Hoot's on
Zergi
Vindicta,
on
is it
Lash?
Obi Kim's
Probably
on
Zergi
Apollo
on
and
Lash,
Craig's
right?
on
Yeah,
Celeste?
probably.
And
So
I still
Obi
come back
Kim
to Zergi
on
Gunlash
pocket?
this every time. Interesting.
we
Obi
just
Kim
got-
on Apollo?
yeah,
I
so
have
Zergi
like
on
I don't know, man.
Gunlash.
This is a
Break
cook.
on Apollo, cosmetic.
I agree with ZP. This is either gonna look like, oh, interesting, or like, holy fuck, they're getting rolled. They just can't win a team fight ever.
I don't think it's happened on Night Shift. Like, it might have happened in like the depths of one of the R1 matches.
Like,
It was a
the one
difficult tournament
thing,
to follow
Billy with
for the
pocket can be
viewer
really
because of how they
strong
handled, like, VODs and
because it
match
just
IDs and
guarantees like big
whatnot,
influx. But
but yeah,
Well, we'll see.
I don't know, man.
You know what, ZP? I'm in for surprise. I'm in for a potential upset here with Loki W taking this with...
The pocket
Kelvin
could also
and
just make
Lash
the
coming
Kelvin
out
look
as the new
finally
meta.
turbo
We've
terrible,
seen
right?
it
It's the
play
first time we're
quite
gonna see the
heavy
pocket
before.
into the
Let's see how it
Kelvin.
plays out, man. Like, I'm kind of hyped here, ZP, and I know the audience is as well.
So it's gonna be Hoot
I'm
on the
skeptical.
Vin.
I'm skeptical hyped. Like, there's still a little bit of hype, but
You're hyped-ical.
Hyped.
Yeah, but Say it or you will. I mean, I think our reaction to the Vin pick was about the same as everyone in chat. Like,
like,
hold up.
I hope it can cook, but
oh my God,
I don't know.
Screaming this. How don't you guys know that? I guarantee there's at least one person in chat. There's always
I don't
someone who
actually
says
for the Vin pick. I don't think so. The Zergy has been putting in time on Lash, so there's that. But man, this is a super interesting draft.
Yeah, then we're getting
now.
Silver Kelvin
I think it all kind of started with like what
into
LokiW is prioritizing.
Billy Celeste, but we're getting a swap right away. Okay.
Early pick. You know,
So Celeste insta changes out of this lane.
Bop is a bit of a mistake, but that was reasonable. I think
Silver's
the part where it
TPing
went
back, so
not
Silver's going to
expected
stay this side,
territory was
actually.
the early Billy pick.
And even our
So
production
now,
struggled
after
here
the
with
swaps,
picks
we're going to
because
get
we don't even have our
Mirage
early
Bebop
just yet
into
because of
Apollo
what
Celeste,
was expected and what actually played
Lash
out.
Pocket
But yeah,
into
man, this is gonna
Abrams
be,
Viper.
interesting times here. A gun Lash and.
I want to know
if
who's
I
playing
certainly
the
can play a proper gun Lash
Viper
here on
for.
trackball, I would
I'm
be
assuming it's Arzo.
so impressed
for
if
the
it wasn't
Hams again?
already.
You know, there's people from the aim training
And
community that just
predictability
want to like
to
study Zergy like
Kelvin
a
Silver
lab
swaps.
experiment
Okay.
is, you know, things that shouldn't exist.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. The thing is, he's not even like the first pro who's played on trackball. I remember I said before in League of Legends back when I was casting LCS in 2013, we had a guy named Kurt who played top lane with a trackball.
Jason
And
casted
they were
LCS?
pretty damn good in that
What?
second season that they played.
What? I gotta look this
Well,
up.
for LokiW, I think step number one here, Jason, when you look at it, is have a better early game. They certainly have heroes that are better in the early game across the board than what we had last time around.
Oh my god, he did.
Like,
Dude,
the
Jason
ability
looks
to fight
so
pressure
fucking
in the
different
early
without
game,
facial
you know,
hair.
now you have Celeste on board.
Bro, look at
You
look at
have
this dude.
Vindicta,
This
who's
guy looks so
toxic,
fucking
is
different.
earlier in the game.
He did
And you have
though. That was for
Lash,
Overwatch.
even Billy. Like, you have multiple ways to make plays.
Oh, he's at
pretty quickly.
Katowice
From that
too.
perspective,
This
is
is
a
one of
better
the
draft for
first
LokiW.
times NA actually did well at a international event. It was kind of a fake international event for League though.
They're able to shove the lane, get in towards that guard, and get some chip damage done to it already.
Oh,
At the
big,
time, Sonic
big
get
fucking
carried
parry.
out
He was trying to
by
kill
Hood.
Hood because he burst him so much.
Just
He
gonna snipe him on
don't
down
think
here
he
with
kills
a
him
regular
though.
bullet fire.
Oh my god, it's fucking Parry
Okay,
City.
might be
Oh,
should be
this is
dying
so
here.
bad for
Let's start chipping low
Abrams.
on HP, though. You can see Hood's very low
This
health.
is so
Same
bad.
as the clean
Oh,
swap,
this
but it
is
might
so
cost him
fucking
slow.
bad.
Here's that
Oh,
ability to
that's
pick
not
off.
good.
Ballistic comes on in with a second kill. And those
Okay,
guys
lane
are
swap
looking
pays off immediately for
much different than they did
LokiW.
in game
Even
one.
though Hoot was
I mean,
maybe
hey,
he can get
look,
dunked on there if he
heroes
didn't get
like
the
that
parry.
can completely change the dynamic of the lane. I actually think that lane was going to be pretty difficult
Yep.
overall, but
Sure.
things work out well. Also see the lane swaps here. Vin, of course, starting in mid. And now, you know, LokiW, the one thing they're not afraid to do is they're not afraid to be more aggressive on rotations,
Get
change up
mixy.
lanes, go for, you know, picks in the 2 to 4 minute period of time.
Also, because of the
think their
wave state,
philosophy on box is one of more
Listic and Hoot get a
boxes
free
are the
back here. They're gonna be able to catch
compensation
this
for traversing the map
wave.
for a gank rather than the
At least Hoot
end
will get all the value at least. Billy might miss a minion or two.
Yeah, and as you saw before in the last game,
Small camps up.
something that Bars are definitely focused on the Wraith, even though he wasn't rotating around too much. Really can't
Curious
underestimate
if
these golden statue
the
buffs
Billy
as
Ven
this
just
game
shove out here
progresses,
to
but
go for
with,
small
LokiW,
camp. I
the
think they
initial
should.
2 kills coming on through, put them off to a strong start. They're still being shoved quite heavily when it comes towards
Okay,
middle.
yep, Billy gets a small
One of
camp,
the
I think.
strongest lanes now for Abraham.
Silver's here now,
Especially with
though.
that Dust Devil now on mine. They take away this tier 1 camp. So, I mean, a decent start for Abraham's in the mid lane, even though they did falter on the
Good
right-hand
steal
side.
from Empty Dreams on their small camp.
Of course, we saw just how deadly Empty Dreams can be after a good run in mid back in game 1. In this instance, Empty Dreams just off doing a bit of a box run. Bebop holding down, gets a hook in onto Obakim. Parry comes out, but all sorts of damage, and right back is Empty Dreams for the
Damn,
finish.
gets caught.
And this could be a
So they actually put a
problem
Hobie Kim on
for
the
LokiW
Celeste.
should another 1 or 2 instances of this happen, just because, you know, Mirage, at the very least, he's supposed to have a slower ramp into the game, but if Mirage actually gets a good early game, things don't usually end well for the other team.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams has been playing like flawless today too. He's probably been my MVP of the entire day for you. Thinking back to
Hoot
game
002.
one, oh, look at Hoot 002. What are we looking at? The fact that he has 2 assists. Am I missing something?
And Billy dies. Okay,
Not
Billy
all,
character.
however, Mystic threw some hands and paid the price. Pretty sure Saint Rose
Okay, pretty sure. Oh, good move from Hoot actually. Gets out. Nice.
for melees, and you know, in this case,
Good
hauled
shot.
in a whopper.
Production's having some fun today for sure.
All right, buffs go 1 to
Whether it's,
1.
the
Ours look at
highlights or-
Spirit Vitality
I don't even know
on
what to call that. Like, it's not a
Celeste.
bullseye.
Nothing
I don't know what
crazy,
you would
crazy.
call
Spirit's
what
like
we
pretty
just
good
have
on
screen
Viper,
for
but
Hoot.
It's a highlighter. We've used it on the casters too, but yeah, you look at the items for
There it is again.
Saint in the Billy lane. Just super quick prio on rebuttal, which I honestly think
because the
is
kill, they
fine,
actually
because don't
confirmed the
forget,
camp
too,
this
is that
time.
Not only do you get the shorter cooldown parry. You also
Billy
just take
and
less
Vin must have
melee
not taken it
damage
right. It
if
shouldn't
you
have
are getting
spawned
hit by
already.
melees. Like, it's dual benefit.
It must have just been up the whole time, I think.
Survival buff has been picked up for Obikim, and Arzo's gotten casting buff.
Billy.
The pressure seems to be non-stop in towards middle. Empty Dreams at 4.4k as we have all ultimates online.
Billy
for
hovering.
Abrahams, and
So they
currently
actually
Loki
swap
still
again,
missing
actually. That's what's
a
happening.
couple. No deaths left for
From the
Zergy
Billy over to the
just
Apollo.
yet.
Celeste moves over to
So we
the
might see some pressure
Vin
more
lane on the right
first up, so
side.
the left-hand side here. Zergy's going to have his ultimate online here in just a few seconds once they finish off these minions, so they have to respect the death slam. Though Petrifying Bullet is up for Arzo. Definitely something that's going to make, I think, Zergy's life a lot more difficult. But the thing is also, do you expect Zergy to be going in for these big death slams, or is he going to be playing back a little bit more to look for just pure damage like you typically would on an M1 carry?
I mean, I think you have to be active. And speaking of
That's
active,
good.
off the
Got.
middle, the punish onto
Yeah,
Tess,
Apollo finally having a good lane. We have yet to see Apollo have a good lane
Apollo in the early game.
all day.
All the while,
Now he's gonna
though,
move over to this
empty
left
rings.
side. He has this low Guardian
Relatively
Levio.
slick and a
Saw.
chunk of solo farm on top of it. I think for low-key W, killing Taz is fine. Ideally, you
And
get
nothing's there.
some form of pressure. on
And they
empty
saw him, so he
rings
just comes
to-
right back.
Already, you look at the allocation. Most
Oh.
farmed player in the game. Hook.
on Billy.
Ballistic just came over here into the mid
Paul's
lane.
coming in, though.
Gonna come on out, and Listic, actually in a world of hurt, maybe going down the empty
Looks like
dreams.
does die to the hook, okay.
Does.
I thought
And Lasong coming on through.
Drake
too, comes on the
would
task.
maybe
He's
early ult,
extremely
but-
low in health, though he initially survives the burst, though he won't survive
there's nowhere
the
at.
battle.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's no
Vrake comes in yet again here, and Vrake is really doing fairly well here. 5.3k souls, been a part of quite a few of the kills, and Ninja Dreams should be relatively
Yeah,
safe.
I did not understand the
Still
Billy
about
third
10
pick, bro.
seconds
I was
left,
like,
but
ah.
I mean, Task pays the price.
think-
Ninja Dreams is still
I think the
farming up some
cooking got a
kills,
little
just
burnt with the
6K
Billy
now.
third pick. I
Trying to
was
create
like,
quite a bit of
I don't know, man.
decently, not a big lead.
Oh, we got fucking
Oh,
rebuttal
gosh,
shit
they
on it.
buried both members of
Oh,
Abraham.
Celeste is coming,
Carrying at the
though.
right
Celeste
time,
is
making
coming.
Listic
Can they
like
kite? Ooh, they
miserable.
kited.
The wolf
Celeste
comes
is
out.
here.
Not going to result in a bigger dive here, but Listic at some point is going to be traumatized into just not hitting his Q key.
It's not melee anymore here.
He only gets one
Warner
bounce on the
comes
ball.
through.
He's trying to ball him when he was
Actually,
near small
quite a bit
camp because he
lower
can bounce
HP
off the
here.
small
Obikim's coming
camp.
in with some decent movement to go for the chase
Dude, look at
down.
fucking
Even
Obikim
the
though.
snipe's being thrown off. The tether not going to quite connect.
Oh, would you like to live against Celeste? Oh my
Sonya,
god, he
He
lived.
just barely escapes under his walker. That final
He
shot might have
fucking
finished him off.
lived.
He will live to fight another day, but after James actually rotated towards his right-hand side to help out Saint to make sure they don't lose this Guardian. He's actually turning it around back on them.
Yeah, I mean, at nearly 8k, Empty Dreams is mini Thanos status, but got to give a shout out to Sanya for the movement there. I mean, that was top class silver movement. Most silvers would be dead in that situation. Still, Obikim here on the right. The lane swaps continuing to be a thing here for Loki W. I mean, remember, it was Listic back in this lane earlier. Now Listic is off in the left. It's a 3v3 that started to develop in on the left. Now, Empty Dreams versus Obikim, and fight for Empty Dreams you kind of want to take. Getting healed up by the frozen shelter, and
Didn't clips
now
right.
plenty of room to just push the Guardian.
Extremely healthy here.
Anthony,
I think Demon Task might rotate on in to look for a kill. The Guardian's still ready to be taken. Abraham sporting a 2k lead. Task will indeed push here, looking for the catch. I think Hoot might have spotted him out. Have to create his distance himself to back away.
Dude, this Vin, like, like how does the Vin play the game? I don't understand the Vin pick, bro. You can just get hooked, you can get petrifying gazed.
Even further.
Phantom Strike for Abrams eventually. Like, I don't know how the Vin plays the game, man.
At the same time,
Yeah, they killed Arzo on the other side, though.
Arzo.
So we're gonna see a Guardian trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Pocket is also not turbo accelerated this game,
I'm
like we've seen
pretty
the other
focused
games.
on here, though, is the allocation end where, it's still early, but 9.1 on Empty Dreams now. And this is so much damage. I don't think Obikim's getting away from this one, Jason. You may have mobility,
Obikim is
but
dead.
it's just too much damage in from Empty Dreams, and he's starting to get fed from these interactions. He's 3-0 now, Jason. Has gotten a ton of solo farm. And you look at the rest of the game, what have you gotten in exchange for low-key W? Oh, your Apollo is 8.3k. Not great.
He went for like I want to say like an early Dispel Magic too here for Empty Dreams, just to make sure to survive these little skirmishes. He has the damage with Jin's Mark plus the Scarabs.
Oh, we're gonna see a fucking brawl on this left side.
Maybe they didn't
think it's stunned.
A double knock coming on through. Not get
Gun buff for Empty Dreams. That's kind of sick for them. Movement buff for Pocket, really nice too, actually.
Yeah, Empty Dreams, he's got gun buff, and he's at 10k, and he's 3-0 as you mentioned.
We have a 5v5 on this left side, though.
This can get really scary for Loki W if it continues this
Dude,
pace.
Vrake is really fucking forward, man. Are we sure about this, Vrake? Are we fucking sure, brother? Flash ult comes in though.
Death Slam
And oh, you see the wombo!
in from Zergy.
The wombo!
Hit onto Taz. Abraham's a little bit wounded in this
Kelvin
fight.
dies.
Empty
Kelvin
Dreams
in that dome
coming
here.
on in, so 2 down for Abrahams.
All right.
Dreams actually, he's off on the
OKW
right.
fighting
It's
back.
Empty Dreams versus Celeste.
Let's go.
As actually trying to go for Walker pressure here, Jason, while basically not being involved in the Earn fight at all.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
from game 1, man. Except this
I don't
time
know
he's
if
on
Obicam wants to
Mirage
be
and
here.
he's
That was
not
a
on the pocket.
really early dispel medic.
Did some pretty good shots.
Really early.
On Obicam, but he's got to be careful. For him, he does have Sonya off to the side
James
here.
has to back up a little bit
They should
here.
have the manpower to contest this turn in.
Celeste and Silver are brawling.
We'll see. I mean, right now people are low. Like, I don't think Empty Dreams can actually walk up in a full team fight here. There's a window that
He
just
can hit though. He can hit.
If you're
That's the
looking
beauty
at
of Mirage.
Silver's there.
Oh, great punch.
No,
Billy!
gonna get me knocked loose.
Billy has
It's a full
arrived!
here on the Earn. Riposte
Billy!
does not connect. Break into the flawless advance. Off
Oh
to
my
the
god,
side.
Billy
Let's
actually
see
did
if we grab
something.
one here so
Oh, Saint's
far.
gonna die. His
No,
ult
from
just came up.
just so
Literally
close to go
just
down.
came up.
Comes
Oh.
right as Saint
Saint kind of
dies.
trolled his positioning there. My background, it's just a random it's like the
I think he dies like 1
Hold on.
second before it
I wanna
comes
see
out.
the thing is
They
bugger.
might lose a
It's just
Walker,
the
but
Windows
this
one, like it
was
just
gonna
randomly
follow
picks you
Empty
one.
Dreams, and honestly, I
Most of
think
the time it's like
turn-in isn't that big of a loss for them if they can take
really
this
nice
Walker
environment
down, they will
stuff.
for sure get Empty Dreams at 12k.
just
Just have to
beautiful,
spell magic to
beautiful
heal him back
scenery.
up for the escape, and he has created
Oh my
some
god, they got
distance
mid-walker.
to
Holy
run away
shit.
either way, but not the worst of trades.
Yeah,
but
Abraham's getting the
confidence
walker is really big for them.
Low-key W now.
It's just like
at
islands right now.
4K.
Yeah, I mean, you're up 4K.
They have this thing, it tells you where it is.
Walker for Earn is actually the best of
I'm
trades.
pretty sure this
especially
is
the
like
fact that Empty Dreams was able
Northern
to get
Canada?
credit onto the Walker.
I think.
Like,
I don't actually know.
yeah,
Especially a mid-walker too, right?
Yeah, I actually think Abraham's got out ahead from that one. I don't know if you're super happy about that sequence of events, especially given the fact that like Empty Dreams was there for the Walker kill. Like this is a problem that is going to get more.
Sonya dead?
Chase down on Sanya. Wolf form. Gonna be.
Oh, it could be Greenland actually.
At
That's a
least
good
they go
shout.
and
It could be
take a few
that.
steps back. Still, it's a
All right,
losing
I'm
silver.
fucking
You
curious
can't
now. I gotta know.
commit.
All right, I gotta fucking know.
And out of nowhere it comes together.
It's Australia.
Way out of that one.
The Buccaneer
Big
Archipelago.
movement here with the shoulder charge. Confirm that into a
Apparently.
kill. So again, that lead that Low-key W created
Apparently.
kind of being stinted a bit. It's still decent, right? It's still 4K, but yeah, like that mid walkers you're talking about, losing that so early on too, it makes all your jungles so much harder to confirm. You have no big objective to back up into. And if Abrahams can keep the pace on, it would make it really hard to allow, allow Low-key W
Damn, Jason, you
to
good?
continue to build up this
Was
lead. It's already
dying?
been shot down to only 1K now, and Empty Dreams again being involved in these objective kills. It just seems like Empty Dreams' whole focus in these games
Yeah,
has been, let me kill
much more
objectives,
even
and
game.
If there's people there I can kill, then I'll do
We have
that
yet to
too.
see an even game like
You know
this
what's funny
today.
is that Empty Dreams also still has the revenge story.
But to be honest, I think even game state favors Hams quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Low-key W removed him for Zergy, just for more language synergy, effectively.
Language
so,
synergy.
Everyone can speak fluent English, but it was one of those situations where I remember hearing that being like, that could be a mistake because Empty Dreams is probably gonna end up on Abraham's, is what I said at the time, and of course he would. He is one of the best M1 players in the game, and certainly is a really big problem for Low-key W in this game.
To be fair though, ZP, does anyone in England speak proper English? Come on.
I thought you were gonna say,
Bro.
like, does Zergy speak proper English? Which some people is like, well, he can mimic the voice lines pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. I remember, was it I think it was Lightbringer on a stream.
Phantom Strike for
someone asked him,
Abrams,
like, is
Gigabyte this
Zergy-
game.
The way Zergy acts.
Dude,
on
I just don't know
stream,
how
does
they
he act
fight
like
later
that
in the
when
game.
it
I feel
comes
like
to
Abrahams
scripts
just
and
wins
matches?
fights.
And he said no, he's much more focused and like reserved. He doesn't scream death from above all the time.
I don't know.
Like, this is I have never seen more Phantom Strike value in a game than
This
this.
is a good comp, but
Lash,
That's like
Vindicta,
Tino's working, right?
Apollo, Pocket,
also,
Celeste, and even Billy can go airborne.
The wolf
Dude, this
is
Billy
out.
character
Sanya
is just getting farmed,
tears
by the way.
Mystic's face off with a little bit of support coming in from both Together and Saint. Clean pickoff.
I just don't see how they
Abrahams.
fight,
All
bro.
things
I just
all
don't.
evened
I don't
up.
see it.
At least as far as souls go, objectives-wise, Mid-Walker being down.
It's
for
literally
Low-key
like
still
how they
playing.
did on the Urn. It's like they need to get like
Maybe
insta
check in
pick
with
like
him. Obviously,
Zergy
he's
ult
plus
into an
ult right now
inflict,
for his ultimate for
and then
that
see what the
extra
fuck
weapon
happens. Or
damage.
Zergy ult
Never have time, no
into
rush, 'cause
an
I
Apollo
think-
ult.
I also want to see what he's building too, because is he kind of playing
Okay,
support
Loki
for the team,
W
which I
is
would
here
imagine,
for pickup,
since
but
OBK
so is
going for
Abrahams.
Celeste. I was kind of hoping maybe we'd see like just pure damage. He's on plus 12 right now.
I think Abrams is looking for a slammy
a
dammy.
lot with Arzo and
It's gonna be 5v5 now.
Being on top of that. No max ultimate, just like tier 2.
We're looking, slam onto Celeste. Celeste is gonna insta-die.
Extremely low in HP here. He's locked in the frozen
All
shelter.
reliable.
Affliction and Chain Gang has hit onto 2
Abrams and Kelvin Dome, all reliable.
The damage is being done here by the Abrahams here. They're able to
Saints
force them
living.
back here. Listic is extremely low in health. The Soul
Finally
is
does
to be
die, but
fair.
he stalled just enough time to trade Billy.
I mean, it's a 3-man affliction, but it's still not.
Sonya's already out of there with Ern.
He's
He's fucking out of there.
Together, able to get away, same as Arzo. Ern still controlled by Abrahams. Neutral turn-in.
Indomitable game, not wrong.
For Abrahams, though, they would
Good
love to
indomitable
go
game.
up
Not
in the series here
wrong.
so far, while still maintaining Walker
Dude, Vin
advantage.
Loki
Now,
just
Waller
needs it.
moves Walker
Like,
over to the left.
Vindicta just needs Indomitable. I feel like it's the only way she can actually play the game.
Going for the push on right.
What then is she gonna really do anything? I don't know.
Behind them, he teleported to Petrifying
More
Bullet
knockdowns
is
coming
up.
in. Sonya's looking for a knockdown.
It's so hard to hit any sort of
I think I
death
saw
here, too, because
Together
of that
looking for a knockdown as well. Anti-air is just so good this
decent
game.
damage being done so far.
Phantom
Still in
Strike,
control initially of
knockdown.
Abrahams here. It looks like Sonya's gonna be going
It's
to
just-
pick up
it's
once
just too
again.
fucking
Saints
good.
rejoin the fight.
Run, Sonya! Oh, this is bad. This is not how you want to lose this. Gets his transform off though. Billy has no chain gang. Billy is not a hero right now. See this Billy character? Not a hero right now. It worked on though.
Together getting dangerously low. Zergy.
Oh, Zergy ran out of bullets. Together lived. Oh, it's a tragedy. Empty Dreams is just free hitting this entire fight, by the way. They finally on him. Gets disarmed, has Dispel.
James is gonna fall from this one too. Dispel
Oh, he went too deep though.
The tethers followed up with, and that's
He went in when all the homies dipped.
He's down 42 seconds of time here.
Holy shit, he's dead forever.
Is that 19,000 souls he has? That is the biggest kill they could possibly pull off. Not to mention the earn turn on top of this. A 6K lead now for Loki.
Okay, good shit from Loki W.
Be so happy. Abraham's just delivered.
They find the angle.
I'm really curious as to why Abrahams rushed the turn in there. I think one of the biggest advantages they have in their composition is what Frozen Shelter could do in those fights, and Frozen Shelter wasn't even up when they were going for that there, Jason, and it feels like a little bit of an oversight.
Wait,
That
what?
being
They
said,
don't.
I do think when you
What?
look at the
They
comps,
don't
there's still more
start
pressure on
the-
Loki W
What?
to get advantages
Okay.
now. I think Abrahams very rightly could just, play a little bit more passive, hang on, and do well into the end game. But the earn fight was a big step forward for Loki W.
Okay.
And turning this one.
Pocket is doing well souls wise because of the
And I
cultist,
think it's kind of.
but he hasn't been able to get the side lane pressure that it got
last
last game
20,000
for the
souls.
hams. Oh my god, dude! I don't like OBK on Celeste either. I don't know, man. I haven't seen like a pop off Celeste game from OBK. I'm typically not a fan.
I think it's been like 3 times for kills just about every time, and yeah, Together's just like, look, it doesn't.
Everyone's about to get his Phantom Strike.
In the game, but somehow I know the right
Good BSR buy.
to hit shoulder charge.
I like the BSR buy this
And
game.
just like that again,
ERS, sorry.
Things
It's
are
BSR in League, that's
relatively
why I always do
evened up
that.
between both teams, and for Loki W, where Apollo does not scale that well into the end game, Vindicta does not scale that well into the end game. Like, I think there's so much more pressure to perform for Loki W here, and Abraham's, they're weathering the storm.
Did you see what Together was buying up next? And he was at like 5.8 thousand souls for.
No, what was he going for?
Tesla and everyone know what's up.
It's gonna be online.
Has
around the,
hard
19.5,
fucking P6 this
20-minute
game.
mark here.
Tied with Kelvin.
And the fact that he could potentially catch
13K.
Cosmetical or Obi-Kim or Hoot out of the sky, or even potentially
That's was
Zergy.
snowballing the last game.
I mean, Together, honestly, he's had a fantastic game so far.
Phantom
Like,
Strike.
these shoulder
Okay.
charges he's been hitting have been-
I think fights just got a
He's been
million
saving
times harder.
Sonya or confirming
Silver's about to
kills
get
for the
knocked
team.
down.
They've
I
been
think fights for Loki W
perfect.
just got a million
To not
times
have
fucking
Phantom Strike
harder.
to add to the tally, you have to really respect the Abrams, the big blue monster, to completely catch you off guard here.
And the thing about Phantom Strike is you can't dispel it, bro. You are not timing that. That is not happening. You can probably get the.
bebop hooks and Together's
I don't even know if you can time the
chase
knockdown, but you can get it for the disarm to get the disarm off you. But knockdown on Obi-Kim.
on the Sanya, surely not. But also,
They're
Fight's
Abraham's
pretty
really
on
split
top.
here
Seismic
though.
Slam comes
Double
in from
chain
Together
gang.
into chain gang out of Listic. Watching Obi-Kim.
Chain gang doesn't really lead to anything, though.
Onto this fight, it's a little bit broken out. And in the end, I mean, ults get used, but nothing happens really for either team.
Man, the right side of the map too is so awkward to see. Arzo cut the wave from Cosmetical, and Cosmetical did the same. They realized, okay, well, we
Good
can't push
buffs
walkers
and
because
earn
of
and
this, so
10.
we'll take the wave. and we'll
Arzo's
go
trying to
towards
contest this right side.
map
Be
because
careful though. You
that's
can get
gonna be
fucking jumped.
earn
Yeah, he
and
just
buffs,
backs
more
up.
importantly, spawn in the next 5 seconds of time.
Fights have been going pretty
Looks
equal.
like Loki W set themselves up towards the right-hand side.
Almost
Zero
all
will
day.
Spawn towards the left.
Really is
Honestly,
weak.
it feels like Loki W have way more players on this left-hand side. Ready
Billy's
to
like
fight if
worse
they
silver
want it.
right now.
Though I know I'm definitely
Wait,
counting
Arzo may be dead.
It's like you get in there and cause chaos, but it's like Silver has way more HP. Oh, Phantom Strike. This guy's dead. This guy's
Charge
fucking dead.
onto Zergy, courtesy of Together.
Never mind. I thought Tess was gonna hit the hook. He did
no
not.
additional follow-up here just yet.
Who's CD?
Right now.
Billy and
Picked
Holiday
up
have the same
Together.
problem after like 20, 25
Abrams
minutes. You
with
just feel
control of the
fucking
urn.
useless, man.
Elsewhere in the map.
Holiday a little bit
Are they
worse
gonna be
because
giving
like Billy,
up a
you can at
Walker
least
here?
snowball a
So
lane and like feel
Cosmetical
somewhat useful, but
angling
if you get
towards the
behind,
right
bro,
Walker
you just get
as
fucking
most of
nuked.
Abrahams is on the left.
Feel useless.
Yeah, I think he probably should be able to get it here. Look at the chunking he's doing.
Junkin.
Yeah, this is for sure gonna fall.
All right,
He's- I
Lucky
feel like
W
he's almost
finally
gonna
getting
go for
some
it.
sign lane advantage from the
Look out.
pocket.
And there you go. Gets it. Actually gets stunned up with a petrified
Bro's
bullets.
just
He
out.
can't- Oh my god, I thought he was not going to be able to take
He
his
lives.
cloak anymore.
He lives.
But he does get away, so that's a big ultimate now down here for Abrahams. And not an easy way to necessarily, confirm this dunk anymore.
All right, Lucky W finally
This
finding
fact
value
actually
there
pushed
with
the wave
that.
Once again, I believe the urn's
Beauty
down
of it.
towards middle.
Now Cosmetical's getting
Abrahams has to be
accelerated.
careful here. Loki W could go for the fight and the steal in the urn.
The
once
Kelvin
again.
Dome could get countered pretty hard by the pocket. We shall see.
The target of choice early on
Hope
these
Kim's
fights.
gonna die
Zoe
on
can find a way
Celeste
out.
again,
Together's
though.
there to block the door.
Dude,
Also
I've never seen someone get
Celeste
caught as much on
Kim.
Celeste than on
Gonna
Kim. I
fall.
just
First
don't
pick of this
understand.
fight in towards Abraham. Still in
I don't know
control
how he
of
gets
the
like in
urn.
these scenarios.
If the turn-in being neutral here, Jason, this is gonna be very difficult for Loki W to contest, even with Affliction Death Slam online.
DB
That's
almost
our
up for the
first shelter here
Kelvin.
For Saint. If he can time it correctly, he can nullify technically like 2 of those ultimates if they throw it at the same time. But Zergy's not going
Guys,
to be
let's
here.
just
He's actually
let's
going for
use the
contest on
timer,
left-hand
please.
side against
Okay, we're
Empty
not gonna
Dreams,
use the
and
timer.
honestly,
Okay, well,
I kinda
Obikim's
put
gonna
my
be
money towards
alive
Empty
now.
Dreams in this battle with how he's been playing so far in this series.
They're gonna stack left side here. They're
Saint's
kind of trying to
designated
bait.
the urn
They
carrier.
see Tess
So
though.
it might be a bit of a fight in
Well,
towards
he gets
middle. Once again, the
knocked
knockdown comes in. This on top of Listic. And it looks like
Kelly's gonna be going
Abraham's actually just
unstop.
gonna
I
back
think
away
it's the
in meantime
correct
here, so a little
unstop
bit of a
game.
stalemate
Well,
and a stall between the teams.
yeah, specifically what's
With
going
the
on
Phantom
here, Saint
Strike,
is just
Abrams, the
stalling urn
knockdowns,
as
like
long
it's
as
probably the only way you
possible,
can get your
dropping,
ults
and
off.
You do this so you don't get the HP penalty.
Knockdown for
when
Silver
you have
too.
the urn
like
up.
there's just
So
there's so much
Abrahams,
disabled
they
inside
don't wanna go for a
Abrahams.
dunk here. They want to get a slightly bigger advantage. But on the same while, they don't
Mirage
want
got
whoever's taking
jumped.
the urn to just get absolutely wasted on HP. And now Empty Dreams. getting a
They're
little
not
bit
gonna
chased
commit
down.
on him though. What
his
the
side of
fuck? We're
things.
not committing on this guy?
Not
Two
sure
players
if
he pulled over.
Now he can
though.
TP over. This is a
He can
huge
chase
flub from
power
Loki
over to go
W.
for the dunk.
They drop it. I don't think it really
Affliction
matters.
coming out. It's a big one. Hits 3.
Inflict,
It's the chain
though.
gang. Frozen
Dome
shelter
doesn't mean
out at
nothing with the
same time, but
inflict.
The Affliction is ticking down. Saint going down. Cosmetical 2 here so
All right,
far.
power pocket.
A great engage. Thus far
Sounds
from
bad.
Loki W. And the urn.
Okay.
still waiting in the wings. So far.
Honestly, kind of a troll play.
Loki W. They're gonna pick up the urn. They're gonna get the dunk.
Abraham's there. Like they could have waited for the Mirage TP and then just like zoned and poked for a bit.
Like you should be going for, especially if you can kill
But
Empty
they just
Dreams
like
here.
Empty Dreams
Is the
TP'd
fall
over
once
and then they're
again.
like
That's
go go
5
go go
kills
duck
and
duck
the
duck
urn
and then they
target.
just walked into the
Was that
inflict.
fight not
So
a 6-on-4?
that was kind of
In favor
troll.
Abrahams,
I'm not gonna
and
lie.
They lose the fight, they lose the urn, and they're losing
Spirit Burn
mid-buff.
plus
A
inflict,
massive
like
play here at Cosmetical Ballistic in particular.
that's not gonna go well.
Yeah, I mean, that was the dream as far as pocket goes. You get the 3-man affliction,
Wait,
you get
Bull is
the
up.
massive chain gang out of Listic, and now you're able to roll that into Urn Fight, into mid boss, into 3 rejuves. There's no bigger swing in game state. This was an even game, Jason, before that fight, and now it is anything but.
Damn.
And honestly, I felt like Abrahams initially set that up extremely well because Empty Dreams, he pulled 2 players to the left-hand side. He had Zergy there, he had Obi-Kim there, then he travelers on over, and you have such a potentially easy fight. But man, the chain gang into Affliction, just shutting Abrahams down. Like Saint, he hit a frozen shelter onto 2, but you can't heal against the Affliction. So
Yep.
guess what? You're playing Kelvin,
Yep.
but you can't heal any of this damage that's being done to you. And it kind of just, I mean, the Affliction technically nullifies Kelvin completely with how that fight played out.
Didn't have DB yet too. He was like
This is
on his way to
the
DB money.
pocket
I
wins
feel
here.
like they just forced that
The
so
pocket is
fucking hard,
100%
man.
Win rate on the day.
I feel like they
Yeah,
could have just
first pick
chilled.
priority.
Haven't I been saying Pocket, I think, is insane, and people need to be picking up more.
I mean, yeah.
Was it Lightbringer said, or was it Average said that you can like play? I don't know. Average Lightbringer saying you can play around the pocket, but I don't know, man. Like when you have these certain players who play pocket so well, you know, not one trick esque, but I mean, basically, it's like their best hero. It's not as easy as saying just don't.
I want to see if
ulti.
melee creeps move back towards it.
Also, can we get a check on the golden statues here? I think it's actually probably pretty even between the 2 teams.
No,
Despite
Billy.
the- wait, what?
That can't be right.
No,
That
no
cannot
way.
be right.
Listic, hello?
Wait. Did he have a golden egg? Did he have the golden goose egg?
No.
in this
I
game?
don't think so. I think this is actual, like, Listic has a problem. You got to stage an intervention.
Can't be right, can
The
it?
Sinner's Demon.
Six.
That is
7.
obscene. How has this happened?
I actually have no idea how he got 6-7 though. I literally have no idea.
Can we look at Lystic's HP?
Earns up
surely-
Busco, Vitality to Apollo, and then movement for
Hold on.
Arzo.
Right now, we got together. Looking for
6
cosmetical
ults up
instead,
though.
actually
They're
going deeper into the
mortified
lane.
of
Billy,
what happened last time happened. Billy goes in.
3 linked in.
Only
into
got
a 1-man affliction.
1-mana inflict though.
On Together and Sanya
Together does die though.
Billy gonna chase it down. This
And then they have Celeste, the power of Celeste. No one can match
It
Celeste
is
here.
a disadvantage earned here for Loki W, but
Everyone's just getting kicked out now. Dude, I'm gonna be fucking 0-3 today. Fuck my
Already been
life.
forced back to base.
Fuck.
I mean, I feel like you technically could just dunk it here, as we can see in the minimap, but obviously Loki W don't have that information. They also don't want to throw away any of these redrew crystals. I think we're going to game 3, man. Almost a 30k lead now, 25, 26 minutes in. I don't really see a world that Loki W throw this game, and Cosmetical 38,000 souls is basically unkillable.
Celesting.
Oh, we can.
G fucking
It's
G.
the easy dunk. Not much for Abrahams to do about it.
G
What would you do?
fucking
This still a
G.
thing. Another walker about to fade. And I mean, the sad thing here for Abrahams is that Abrahams was doing really well throughout most of this game, but man, one team fight, they have the most absolutely atrocious team fight of all time, or depending on your point of view, the best team fight ever from Loki W. And it just blew the game wide open then and there.
We have an update, by the way, ZP, on the buffs. The Gonsachi buffs that Listic had at 67. He's got 40% extra max ammo, 8.5% extra cooldown reduction, 19% extra fire rate, 430 max health, 24 spirit power, and 37% weapon damage.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, he got a little bit of power. Death Slam,
Death
elsewhere,
gets got.
Task, gone, Zergy, trackball control, all sorts of precise. As the final
I'm just
walk
getting
for
picked apart, bro.
Abrahams being
OPM
blown to
fucking
the
trolls
lane,
Rejuve away though.
Still available for the next 15 seconds. And as Abrahams, you just kind of have to take it here, Jason. You have to wait for the Rejuve.
Oh, Warzone needs to be careful.
And then you have to hope that Task can open up
Yeah,
some
he just
opportunities.
was
but
getting a
your
buy or
win
something.
conditions have just gotten so remarkably narrow.
Yeah. And the thing was, like, Together had a pretty decent lead in this game. But that lead's completely nullified when you
Crippling.
have Cosmetical almost 20,000 souls more than you.
Siphon.
42 to 23k. I mean, even Hoot's at 26k, and he's not too far off of, like, Empty Dreams and Arzo, who are the most farm players in Abrahams. And Hoot, he's on a kill streak as well. Yeah, no, even Zergy on 35k. It's, I think, bar a massive mistake by Loki W, and maybe
So the Vin
another
goes
one after that.
disarm, Elkfire.
I think it's
Counterspell.
almost guaranteed
Okay.
to go to game 3.
I mean, realistically,
Counterspell
for
works
Abrahams,
out for
you
the
need some sort of
knockdowns.
start to a fight where Cosmetical
Oh, he's
dies
dead
at the
again.
beginning, and
Man,
certainly
hams
what
are
we're seeing
just
here is Sanyo
falling
gets
apart, man.
jumped
They're just getting
by the
caught
squad.
randomly.
I mean, that was just 5 people and a mugging in the upper left.
What are we waiting for now?
Keep
It's
their
gonna
waves
probably
clean,
be
too.
The bridge buffs in the urn, and
So Loki W's so good at was like choking you out of games too. Look
yeah,
at
I feel like
Abraham's
you're just
side
getting
jungle
deep
just
base, there's
completely
just too
picked
many threats.
clean.
Affliction, a ground slam, or sorry, death slam.
Completely
Break
picked
on
clean.
33K. He's equally farmed to your highest farm player on your team. Yeah, I don't know, man. Pocket. I feel like I've been saying it for a while, but is it almost ban worthy at this point? I feel like
I
you
mean,
almost don't ban Victor, ban Pocket now.
I mean, it did get banned earlier too. I mean, so people do feel like it is worthy of first ban at times, but man, you look at the performance here, it's hard to argue with. Where, you know, Abrahams, they did everything else right in that one fight, aside from not getting 3 people hit by affliction. 3 people hit by affliction, a fight over, especially when you got Listic bringing everyone together on top of it. So you have that one fight which brought the game from even to effectively blowout. And Abrahams,
Yeah.
they have not really had a chance to
Hams
recover since.
fucked this whole
They
game,
lose
bro.
that one fight, they lose Earn.
Lost
they lose
Earn and mid-boss.
After losing
The game is
mid-boss, they lose
fucking
every single
blown
walker
open.
they have on the map. It has just been
No, Zergy's the fucking
terrible.
rich
It's
man's.
like one play after another.
Oh my god, OBChem. Like, are we for real, bro?
Gets abducted once
He's
more,
dead
and Nokim is getting
again,
killed
man.
before the team fight.
How? Like,
Into
actually
Frozen
how?
Shelter,
I
and
don't
Listic now
understand.
is alone.
Oh, they
It's
trolled
alone
Frozen Shelter
before
really
in the
bad.
Frozen
Then I get
Shelter.
4-minute flick.
Oh my
Ah!
Four
Barrage does
of the
get
affliction. One is hit off
DB'd,
with the
but I don't
Barbarian.
think it
One
matters.
immediately dies. Cosmetical
Billy
brings down a
dies.
plague.
Nah, this
I mean, it's a
sucks.
decent
It's
Frozen
just
Shelter
fucking
to
ginormous.
counteract the
46k.
chain gang coming on through, but it makes you susceptible. It makes you can't move and get away from affliction. That's most certainly going to follow up with the Cosmetical. A big play once again. He's very
Venom
low
doesn't
on health,
pop
but he
'cause
will
the
escape this one,
briefcase.
leaving together, and Arzo the last 2 to defend the base. And even Arzo potential to go down with the snipe ready in 3
They should
seconds
grab
here.
mid.
He's
Am I
just
looking
stuck under the
heal?
shrine,
No, they're empty. Zips.
and he's looking for that shot. I almost wish we had X-ray right now.
They're just shooting the feet there when you looked at the angle of the base guardians, but with the team,
I really like that
the
crippling
timing
buy.
is a little bit tragic. Abrahams, you have 4 dead.
It's a good game for it.
And wait, here's the replay.
Oh, he has inflect.
Over, in.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Frogs, bam.
Did he inflict? How many did he
That's the
inflict?
thing, right? Like,
They're just killing
Someone's
him
jump
while
was
doing
great.
mid.
And if you're saying
G
you have
fucking
the first shelter
G.
there, but Cosmetical being smart about his position. And
Dude, look how
patient
short Sage
just lets
Sniper
the
is.
team
Holy
fight
fuck,
victory
he's
for
so
sure.
poor.
I mean, they had an initial kill. That was Obikin, the first one to go
Sage
down,
just
but it didn't
insta
matter.
spawns.
The affliction was enough to turn that fight completely around.
Abrams is here, but
Still gonna be here.
is
You
he
got
really here?
Mike, you got Abrams, and together just gets parried instantly. Bola comes out. It's nowhere
He's
near
already
enough.
just fucking
All
dead.
3 rejuve crystals. The way of low-key W. And now the chase down squad on to Arzo and together respectively.
G fucking G. Okay,
Yeah,
Abrams.
I mean, this is
I don't
just,
think this is a comp
waiting
to him. I think Ham's just fucking through the whole game. No.
For the next game, it's a waiting room here. There's just really nothing you can do about this as Abraham's just you're in stat
I
check
feel like they just
territory,
threw the
you're
whole fucking game, but
pocket country now. 50,000
Maybe that's just
souls
me.
and affliction up yet again, and casting buff on top of that. And with 3 dead, I mean, Shrine should be falling. Even like stage 1 Patron should be falling here. I'm surprised that low-key W is so scared to just push on in. But
Low-key W.
again, since you're down 1-0 in the series, play safe.
Go
Make sure you
next.
can get yourself a map
Together's
lead,
calling it.
and
Go
potentially
fucking
the title
next.
for the 3rd week in a row. Keep in mind, I think I'd have to look back on like the history, but I feel like we haven't had a team take 3 wins in a row since maybe like the Leviathan era.
Also, what I want to know here as the game is rapidly hitting its conclusion, and I don't think low-key W is going to leave on a retreat. Can we get the final update on the golden statues? Like, just how much has Listic consumed? Like, has he been cut off
80
from
fucking
the
2.
buffet?
This is not a 31k Billy. This
82
fucking
bucks,
value
dude.
is lying to you.
8-2.
This is lying
I
to
wonder how
you.
those came from the earn tournaments.
Holy fuck. Yeah, it's probably earns. It's probably
I
what
think,
it
I
was.
think decent amount. I mean, even 43
Earns in a
for
couple
Cosmetical,
centers,
42
but
for
holy
Break.
fuck, man.
And the first stage patron will fall.
Holy
and,
shit,
I mean,
bro.
Abrahams, you can fight this one out. You got ultimates up, but if
3 mana
Affliction
inflict.
connects once
Zergy gets
again,
cleansed with DB.
and the Archmother will go back.
I feel like Bebop
into
maybe
the
should have
lobby,
gotten another
looking for
DB
a
this
chance for redemption
game.
in game 3.
Something.
LowKW bounce back in game 2
But
and take us to
I
the 3rd.
think this was just gameplay, bro. I don't even think this was
I
like
gotta
comp.
say,
It was just
coming
they
into
just
this game,
threw at that
Jason,
urn
did not
so
expect
hard.
It had all the doubt in the world on the low-key W draft, and frankly, I think there were parts that were right to be doubting, but the one person you couldn't doubt here was the impact of Cosmetical on his pocket. The game went from even
This
to
pocket
a blowout in the
character
flash.
kind
Just,
of disgusting.
one quick slip
Kind
of
of
the
disgusting,
frogs
this
and
pocket character.
how things can change.
Yeah, and Pocket is just so good. I think we've even seen like some slight adaptations to what we would normally see a Pocket, where Pocket would take a lot of jungle camps, would take a lot of lane farm, and then go.
Also,
fight
this
the big
throw was
game.
really bad.
But it almost feels like the way we're seeing Pocket nowadays is let's just use you to apply pressure to backdoor walkers, and then you come into these
Like,
team fights
Listic
later on
didn't
with your,
pop off from here,
max
but then
affliction and good damage.
The Vin getting a little
I'm
ahead
curious
or getting
to-
out of lane like
when it comes
this.
to objective damage, how high up
Off
was
some Perry
Cosmetical compared
cheese.
to the rest of the team? Because that's exactly what we saw Empty Dreams do before.
How many times have we can die this
playing the
game?
Pocket. There's really,
He might have not even
this
died
is
all
a
that
good
much.
showing
It just
to
felt like
kinda say
when he
to really
died,
both
it was
teams, if
like,
you don't have
bro,
first pick,
how are you dying like this?
maybe you need to ban the Pocket, then maybe you have to deal with what's left after this. There's still no, we haven't seen any Doorman. He's been first banned by one of the teams every single time.
No Doorman.
But maybe Doorman.
No, Doorman.
is
No.
something you have to go against to avoid the Pocket.
Also, you know who I feel
Wow.
bad for in this game more than anything else? Empty
That combo
Dreams
was really clean, though.
having a near
For first turn?
perfect game up until that team fight. Like Empty Dreams
Death Slam
had
into Inflict?
basically the win
Pretty
conditions
good.
locked in for
This was where they
Abrahams.
just threw the whole
All
fucking
Abrahams
game.
needed to do was not lose a team fight in an egregious manner, which is what ended up happening. But also, I will say,
Oh, no,
the
it wasn't
side
this one. It was the
story
next one.
coming in
No, it
is
was
that
this one. No, it
Listic
wasn't. It was the next
having
one.
A million golden statue buffs was also not on my bingo card.
Yeah, I don't think it's on anyone's bingo card, honestly. I don't think you can go into a game expecting something like
It's
that to
like-
happen, but
Every time they show a
overall,
weekend,
the
we
path that he
just
was
fucking
taking,
getting
I can copy
caught.
at my own games. You can check out the
Jesus
match ID in the
Christ.
bottom right-hand side and maybe
That was
replicate
this
that
one.
for yourself.
It's
But again,
like
it
they
is listed,
3-4-man
so
dive
probably 99.999% of us won't be able to do that.
the pit.
You know what's great, by the
Like,
way?
Zergy's not here
insight into
forever,
production.
bro.
You know, Jason just made
You
the
don't
request
have to
saying, hey, I need
rush.
the bathroom,
Whoa,
you know.
whoa.
Just
Well,
TP
no,
over,
quickly.
like-
One ZP.
No. I'm putting up production. Like, I'm seeing here, Solomon is dropping gifts of waterfalls. Low2 drops a gift of a faucet. DDK just found Niagara Falls. Like, what's going on, Jason? Everyone's just trolling you.
Bro, I got a cup next to me, and I'll tell you what, if you end up filling for like 2 to 3 minutes, that cup might get used. Just look at my face and how happy I look. But, I mean, at least the game finished early enough that it did, because that toilet is a call-in. But still, I mean, jokes aside, to bounce back from that first game, that first game was a slaughter. That first game just did not feel close, and you can see
look how even the game was, and then they just
21
first turn they lost. They got a little behind. They came back though, and then this earn fight. Holy fuck,
high
bro!
objective damage, high player damage, and of course,
Once
high
again, the
souls dead
pockets,
because of that.
most player damage,
This
or
has been a
most
running
objective
story throughout the
damage.
day.
As soon as this thing gets accelerated with
Well, I
cultists and you
think
put
part
it
of
side
too is
lane,
that
it's
you run
like holy
Kelvin
fuck, what do you
side lane
do?
like this because
I
he's one of
thought
the harder
Mirage
heroes
would be able to
chase
match a
down
little bit
as
more.
far
That was
as it
not the
goes,
case.
where you could put him in solo lane and he can get out with his life. I think part of the reason why, you know, for example, something like Venator is less favored nowadays, that Venator has about 0 ability to leave a lane if you're
Test with Curse, I would have liked the DB over the Curse.
Whereas, you know, people are now having more value.
The idea
towards
is to
heroes
hook
that
the
can
pocket and
actually,
just pop
you know,
them,
get
but
away after pushing a side lane if the other team comes to punish.
I think with domes and stuff, like getting the curse off before he can inflict is really hard.
Victor before, where it was mostly just like Spirit Victor, and you would farm to 40, 50,000 souls, then you would come out of the jungle
debuffs.
and you would command the fights. But I honestly feel like we're even seeing Pocket being played different, just in terms of the meta, in terms of taking these walkers down and how high priority they are for you.
Only 29 game for the last has not been popping off numbers wise.
It's been kind of cool to see
Lately.
teams play heroes
Kinda
differently,
interesting.
depending on what's needed out of them in those situations and how the meta's changed.
All right, well, the series is evened up 1-1. Low-key W making some adjustments and playing the Pocket Man. This is Deadlock Night Shift,
Pocket Man.
the final map here in you, coming at you right after this break.
Right after this break. Okay, I'm making another coffee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water. Oh my god. I thought it was way more empty. That shit's full.
Introducing the all-new Mazda CX-5. Featuring more connection, more thrills, more discovery. Hey Google, where's the nearest Pilates class? More passion and more confidence. The all-new Mazda CX-5. More to move every side of you. See all 5 sides of the Mazda CX-5 at Mazda.ca. Google is a trademark of Google LLC.
Right. Game 3. Do 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 do. Nothing that crazy that game. Game did die 7 times. 20k damage less. Lol. Lol W. Good beam. Tess had a rough game. He's been popping off all day on the bebop. I still hate this first pick silver nonsense. I think they did a lot to make it better, but they had the hook, they had the slam, they had shit so the silver could get onto people and CC to follow up on with her bola, but I don't know. I'm gonna chug some water before I down my delicious coffee. Delicious. Bum, 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 bum. We have the Pasha video, but I'm gonna trust that this is a real minute. And I got lied to. And I got fucking lied to. We're fucking watching the Bashi video.
Decide to shoot a minion once or twice or 3 times, you begin to tip the glass, that being the wave, a little over, and now, because you shot the wave will shove towards the enemy side because you put damage into their minions. This is why I always say be careful when you shoot the wave to the people that I coach, because 1 or 2 bullets can trigger a butterfly effect and lead to your wave shoving, which in a situation where perhaps you can't walk up to the orbs or the enemies are strong and scary, you might experience the consequences of shoving the wave and being forced to walk up. So the takeaway here is the wave is in a balanced state when it arrives in the lane. If you put in more damage than the enemy, the wave will push towards the enemy's guardian, and vice versa, the wave will push towards your guardian if the enemy puts in more damage than you are. If you are both putting in the same amount of bullets and the same amount of damage, the wave will remain in neutral equilibrium state. Now, the mechanic that makes
the glass analogy did not correlate, but it's okay.
Freezing waves in Deadlock possible is the 45 meters soul orb range. If you are unable to position yourself within at least 45 meters of an enemy trooper dying, you will not get the soul that appears out top of the enemy trooper.
This is a great image to show you, by the way, why freezing on blue is worse than every other lane.
Soul orb range. If you are unable to position yourself within at least 45 meters of an enemy trooper dying, you will not.
And this is just for the souls to drop, by the way. This isn't like for picking up the soul orb that falls to the ground. That's just for the soul orb to spawn itself.
Not get the soul that appears out top of the enemy trooper or that appears on the floor nearby the enemy trooper. And remember, as we discussed in previous videos, a wave can be worth in the early game about 460 to 500 souls in Deadlock. Which, in my opinion, if I lost a full entire wave and my duo lost a full entire wave, that would probably be GG's for the whole entire lane. And if you do happen to be within...
Oh my god, and then they fucking sit back quickly. God damn it, Night Shift. God damn it.
In the second map, after getting absolutely trounced in map 1 by an Abraham team that looked unstoppable, but Jason, an unconventional draft, no problem for Loki W. They make it work off the power of Pocket.
Yeah, and I mean, there's even Reddit posts popping up of like, is Pocket too strong? Honestly, I'm looking at it, I still feel like, and I'll say this during the break, that his max
AoE Spirit in general is too strong at the moment.
The 0 healing when it's on you, I feel like that's too strong, and maybe that needs to be tweaked at some point because it's the fact that you can't do anything is
Kelvin
crazy.
players
All you
rubbing
really
their
have to
hands.
do
Yes,
to bring value
Jason.
necessarily is just hit an ultimate.
Tell me how heal cut or heal negate is broken.
James are doing much more than that, but
Say it
that pocket
again.
Is insane. And if I don't
Say
see him
Yoshi's
banned
name when you
at
say
the
it.
start of this match, we better see him first picked.
So my devil's advocate here in the other direction is that Pocket was already on the board when Abrahams picked Kelvin. So you already knew you were picking a hero basically based around your healing and saying the terms of engagement with Frozen Shelter into the hero that brings down the no healing frog. So Abrahams arguably maybe walked into that one from a draft perspective.
Big.
Before you move on, let me.
Oh,
let
I
me
thought you meant
follow
literally
that
at the
actually
room.
with-
They literally did
haven't
walk
we
into
seen
it.
a big drop off of divine barriers over the last months as being like a core item for a lot of heroes? Because we also don't see like Paige, who would naturally build into like a divine barrier.
True.
We don't see Kelvin too much, or even a Kelvin who builds into divine barrier.
A little bit. I mean, I think they actually did build 1 or 2 divine barriers towards the
Just
end of the
one,
game.
yeah.
Like that last 4-man affliction, at least one of them did get purged off. But yeah, I mean, one of the other divine barrier carriers at times nowadays is Doorman, and you just don't get to play Doorman because he is permanent.
banned out.
He is
facts.
one character that we have not seen at all today because he is getting banned no matter the situation. Everything else has been a little bit more variable, but we are waiting for the players to get a little bit deeper into the draft. Should be shortly that we'll get a view on things. I do think one way
What's
or
with this
another
EU taking
that
forever
it
to
is
fucking
probably
draft,
likely
man, huh?
Pocket is not played here. I think both
Get
teams
your
are
shit
intelligent enough to
together,
kind of
EU.
look
Come
at
on.
the theme of the day and be like, team against Pocket loses.
True.
I do wonder though if there's going to be a change up in where Victor is valued. For example, on the low key W side,
Yeah, I
we
don't
change
understand
up
this like
who's
first pick
picking
Victor
first
stuff.
and second.
I don't know what's
Do
going.
they still
I don't know what's
ban
going on with
or
that.
prioritize a first pick on Victor? Maybe not, especially if Pocket is off the table. That's the part that I think is very interesting to see develop.
I think if you're Abrahams, you want first pick, and then you can ban Victor, and then you either get Doorman or you get Pocket as your first pick. And I think that has some real potential of something that they could do going into this game. I mean, yeah, you leave Bebop open, but being able to secure Pocket right off the bat for Empty Dreams or Doorman for your team, I think could be an easy factor, or one of the key factors, I should say, into going into winning this. And there we go. Abraham's going for first pick. So
Yes.
what I just said about banning Victor, I almost am certain that's what we're going to see happen. It's going to be a Victor ban followed up by a Dormant or Pocket ban, and then Abraham's getting the one that wasn't banned.
I think they meant Pocket.
See what the preference is going to be.
Yeah.
Coming in from Abraham.
Dorman ban by Loki W. By Loki W could flex here. Kind of like stir shit up, giving him the Doorman.
You could, but
I don't think you want to first pick Pocket. I agree. I think Loki W kind of got lucky with that. With how that game went down. I don't think you want to first pick Pocket.
Want to play it against them.
It's really good too.
Loki W, do they
Like
ban-
1-2 on the
they
side
ban
of the
Bebop?
second, but
okay, this is smart because I
Bebop
don't think
ban.
Abrahams was necessarily going to first pick Victor. I think they're still looking for
Doorman?
other things, but now I wonder if they
Doorman,
feel
bro.
pressured. Yeah, you have Doorman.
Yeah, that's
exists,
how I was like
like,
surprised.
There's a guy snap pick Doorman. There's no question.
I am honored
Yep.
to serve at your
Okay.
Right.
If I saw Victor there, I was just gonna be real confused and wonder what world did I wake up in. I mean, but the thing is, we've seen first pick Victors. Do you think we're gonna see Loki W go for a first pick Victor here, at least in their top two?
You pay less of a penalty for it. I mean, you could go Victor Shiv in this instance, and it would be completely
Victor.
fine. So Victor's number one. And normally when you
Victor
grab Victor
Kelvin.
like this, you give up other things in turn. No. You don't.
Victor
No
Kelvin,
way,
I
dude.
do not
No,
hate that.
I don't- you don't pick
That's not a
Kelvin
bad for
at
Sean
this stage
Shaven.
in the draft. No way.
Pocket out.
I
Pocket
really-
out. I do not hate it.
I mean, Abraham still may go for it, but
I do not
think
hate
if you
it.
grab something like a Shiv at the very least.
Victor
Okay,
Silver.
Silver.
I don't like Victor
It's so
Silver.
interesting though because
I don't
for
like this.
Abrahams, you can actually
These
go
problems. These heroes
into
have the
Shiv
same
Kelvin.
problems. They need setup to
Cool.
glue to
Yeah.
heroes. I don't like
Little
this.
2-3 punch here.
Especially the Bebop already
And we'll
banned.
show
I don't like
Kelvin
this. I don't like
play
this.
around the style that Dorman brings to the team, because it's going to be really similar to what we had with the Pockets of
Mirage.
backdooring. Okay.
I'm assuming a
So if you
frontliner.
don't have enough
Snake Shiv.
quasi global presence out of Doorman, having Mirage now on the team is gonna make that even stronger. And then of course with their third pick, maybe they're not looking to play Shiv, or maybe they're not looking to play
I feel like
Kelvin
you gotta
here.
grab Shiv, no?
I think it's more the latter. I think probably Shiv. Yeah, and Loki W, they probably banned Kelvin. They could play it in theory from this. Like it actually wouldn't be a bad pick for Loki W. If
I
they
think
wanted
Loki
to play
W,
it.
you leave it up and you pick it for it
I
if
don't see
they
any world
don't
where they
ban
actually
it.
let it get through the mid-stage bans. However,
Here's what they're gonna
Do
pick
we
here though.
maybe see a Viper ban out of Abraham?
Pause. Triple frontline from Loki
So
W.
maybe they're baiting the Kelvin ban, and then they can ban Viper.
But pocket up the board,
is actually a pretty good shout for where
beefing
Viper
up
has
is
been
not a bad shout.
prioritized in the draft. You know, for Loki,
not a bad strat.
on the risk giving up an Apollo if they were the band.
You get the Kelvin here. The thing is, you might have.
For,
I don't know if they would go Mirage Warden, but I think they just banned the Kelvin here, though.
I was thinking maybe. Oh, well, okay. Oh, no, ZP. Don't say what. You remember what happened?
Mo Doorman.
It's a Doorman play. Yeah, it's a
Mo
Doorman.
Doorman,
Yes.
Mo plays. But
Zergy was in voice saying, "Ban Mo, get him out of here. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be kidnapped to my own face."
So last ban, okay, they can go Victor, they can go, they can go Kelvin, they can go Warden. A lot of trades from looking at me. I would really like the Kelvin here. I would really like the Kelvin.
There's plenty of good comps they can do without the Mo, so long as they get the Kelvin.
I think Kelvin is giga. And you take it away from Saint.
They have the opportunity to pick the Kelvin here before
they go Lash. Okay. Part of this could be a read of like who's gonna play the Doorman.
The Mo and Krill Doorman combo until
I feel like Sonny can play Doorman though. Or Taz plays Doorman, so they can still go Kelvin on the side of Abrahams if they wanted to. Pocket out of the game.
But going into the pick here for Abrahams, I mean Kelvin, it's still open. There's still.
They take the Viper, okay.
I mean, you could go Viper Kelvin here.
Yeah, I mean they could save the. Well, they'll either get the Kelvin in the next pick here, or even arguably they could save it for last. I don't know.
I think Loki W would love a Kelvin.
W actually may take it.
I think Loki W would love a Kelvin, bro. If they can go on 5-6, that is.
The
go GT. I don't know about this, man. I think Loki W is fiending for a Kelvin here.
And the thing is, who played a lot of Kelvin? Yeah.
The one thing is Doorman,
I mean,
with proper door use, can actually get out of dome if the dome isn't leaves a wall.
Quite a while, but
they go Mina.
Actually going to be a pick we see to come through, and with Mina being the second band.
And then I think Loki W liked Zergy on the Lash, so I don't think they're going to go in M1. I think they're going to go support.
Clearly for cosmetical, because cosmeticals here are cool. You know, they
I still like Kelvin,
which was his first pick. GT, which he picked otherwise, and
then
Mina, where cosmetical still.
They go Hayes. Okay, Loki W goes full fucking tempo with their last 3 picks.
Hayes for Obakin.
Yeah, I forgot about cosmetical on Mina. So it's going to be Zergy on Lash once again. All right. Actually, I'm curious about Silver and Victor. Is that going to be Silver?
No Saint Hero yet. So is it Kelvin? No, it's Billy.
Is it going to be Doorman?
This is a weird draft.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, maybe Saint's playing Doorman, and that would explain a lot hero pool wise. We haven't had a lot of Doorman data in the last few weeks because no one's been allowed to play it. It's been permabanned.
Big facts.
Yeah. I mean, I think Abrahams is one of the reasons why we saw it being permabanned for sure after what happened in that matchup. But here we go. Okay, so Billy being taken away.
I feel like Doorman has so much value in this game.
Has a lot of freedom. With a
you could any one of these fuckers be happy with it.
Like overall, look at the comp. You know, honestly, I look at this composition.
There's kind of an idea with the Billy too, right? You can get a Doorman ult off, and then like Billy ult as the Doorman ult's coming down when people crowd around the Doorman.
Because Abraham seems to be running a comp that I would expect Loki W to be running, and vice
True.
versa.
Abraham's is trying to match tempo.
I'm trying to think who I favor here. I mean, honestly, even in early game power, this is. I mean, Doorman Mirage is a monster.
GG has a lot of value this game, but GG can also get picked.
Most monstrous early game.
Pretty easy.
I found something.
I feel like this backroom, it's made by A24, but I do
early or above average. But same for Loki W. I mean, Loki W, Victor arguably not as much in lane, but you know, Mina, Lash, Apollo, Silver. I think it's a slight advantage for Abrahams in the lane.
I just want to know what they're going to do with the GT in the lane, bro. GT Marat? No.
Yeah, I don't know who I favor
GT
either.
Doorman?
I mean, Abrahams have so much damage. I think that's one thing that really stands out in my eyes, but that's also one thing I talked about with Loki W in game 1. Is that
I want to win, bro. I have no win so far on the campus today. Load, add, please, load.
It's still the threat of that Death Slam coming on through, though I still don't necessarily expect to see the wall breaker Victor come out that we've been talking about for what feels like weeks, though we haven't really seen it, at least on the EU side. Thing is, I think Loki W play the like heavy DPS,
this is hard, bro.
Low survivability comps better than Abraham's. So I want to favor Loki W looking outside of just the heroes being picked in particular. But I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to win this game.
Well, one thing that's always kind of an interesting debate is when a hero is like over and over.
This is really close though.
You actually get
feels like the game 1 all over again
around the hero and playing the hero in games, because eventually, you know, for Abrahams, they've probably only played Doorman, you know, a handful of times over the last few weeks when he's been top meta. So there is a little
like, I don't know what they're gonna do, but the Victor
probably only played Doorman, you know, a handful of times over the last few weeks when he's been top. I don't think it's big enough to make a massive difference on the game, but you know, if you're looking at being like, okay, Abraham's gonna run away with it, they got Doorman, you know, they're is a little bit of a wrinkle to be had.
Yeah.
They do the Billy doors outside out of Dormant. Dude, I don't know, man. That's a fucking hard
I
game
don't know
to
who
predict.
Saints playing this comp. I
Odds-wise, I should go Habs, but
Ray Talon? Empty Dreams on Mirage.
they haven't really got value out of the Viper either, so
Billy, because I don't know who's going to be on who necessarily, because together plays both of them for
I
the
guess
team.
game 1 ours will look.
If you go far enough back in the
Okay
past,
on
like
that?
Doorman used to be the task pick.
For game
like,
2?
when
Yeah.
Abrams was trying to mix it in when Doorman wasn't being played a lot, it was always tasks on Doorman. But and there have been times where like Saint has played frontliners, like we've seen Saint on
Lucky to be
Abrams
scales
in the
better,
past,
and
we've
then they
seen
kind of
Saint on
match the early
Moen Krill a lot.
tempos thing.
So it could
Dude,
actually
it's another
be
game
task
where it's like the
Doorman with
lanes
Saint's
really
build.
fucking matter. Like you might see
And then
swaps
together
in this
shit.
game,
Like that.
because I think
Yeah.
the lanes are
also
going to
kinda
determine a
makes
lot.
sense to me. And who's
Maybe
playing what.
And then the
Sonya,
GT
Great
can
Talon,
be paired
Orzo,
with Doorman
Viper,
or
and then
Mirage
James
for like a
Mirage.
poke
I
lane,
mean,
which will actually
I
end
think
up
we're
being
on a similar
strong.
ZP, and
So the
we'll likely
GT is not
press
going to
we're
get like
gonna
Giga
wait for
punished
guests too much
early.
longer, because we're going to head into the game here just a few moments, and it's been what feels like a while since we've actually hit a
I just don't know how much they're
going
gonna be able to pressure the Victor
today, as Loki W look to defend their title, and Abrams look
and
to
the
reclaim
Mina.
it after the last 2 weeks.
If Mina doesn't
Truthfully,
is able to
after,
dodge
last week was our
the
shortest
heavy
day
poke
ever
lane,
between the NA disconnect,
Mino
and
might be
the,
able to take
no
over.
EU BO1. It would almost seem fitting for today to be the reverse, and that we go the ultimate max length. As
Yeah.
Production's hearing me say this, being like, "No."
So we go Shiv
don't
GT,
have
so
any
again,
evil
it's like a
resistance.
lane with a lot of poke.
Might be a thing.
I'm just
Into
waiting for
Lash,
the Zalma to cut your
Silver.
mic completely off and be like, all right, well, ZP's not
And
here anymore.
then another Victor Apollo lane.
Production
I think
said
that's the
a,
correct pairing with
very
Victor.
pointed phrase to me.
Into
It's,
Mirage
two
Doorman,
words.
so they end up making this like the Giga poke lane.
Figure that one out.
And then
Could I-
Billy
could I
Viper
possibly
into
guess
Mina
it?
Hayes.
I think people could figure it out within.
So actually, I
guesses.
think
You know, if
Mina's
it was
pretty
on Family
okay with
Feud,
this lane.
It'd be a thing. But taking a look at the lanes here, Jason, we got the lane from hell in middle that Loki WS deal with. That's
Yep.
right. It's Doorman Mirage.
Doorman Mirage.
And I mean, granted, Apollo, one of the best laners that you're going to have available against that. I think the only lane that'd be better would be like a Doorman Apollo lane. But, yeah, this is still going to be a bit painful, I think, for Loki
Ooh.
W in mid.
So Saint's going to be on Great Talon, Sonya going to be on Shiv, and Tia's going to be on the Billy. Interesting. But we pretty much guessed
Did it
the
put
rest
Saint on
correctly,
GT?
and then
Okay.
over the side of Loki W,
Okay.
we pretty much guessed most of those correctly as well. Those were,
Interesting.
I think, a lot more obvious and a lot more of comfort picks for Loki W here. But look at this pressure on the right-hand side, man. Cosmetical's already been forced back towards the Guardian. The Screwjob daggers being thrown his way. You gotta be careful of the Billy and the Viper together. You get one catch with the Rising Ram, and you can almost confirm that into a kill with that lethal venom when it comes online. But
Also-
I mean, Abraham's these lanes are just pretty damn deadly.
Taz is
Pretty
also beginning
damn
business here
deadly.
in middle. Doorman, known for his early pressure, nearly goes down early.
All right, so they centered on the Doorman,
a
so the
little bit
Apollo
unexpected.
actually gets value to it.
Again, I just wonder, how much Doorman has Taz actually gotten to play recently, but that's quite big for Loki W to relieve a little bit of the pressure in the lane early on. Would have been better if they got the kill, just didn't happen this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams could be happy, I think, getting some solo farm too. He's definitely been, I definitely would say their strongest player so far in both series today.
Bah.
He's been the standout performer for Abrahams.
Like the early extra
And
regen
Ballistic's
buy,
gone
just
deep
try to
here. He's
surround
actually being
the
chased out by
poke.
Tass. He's gone into the enemy side of the jungle here, trying to take these boxes. I don't really think there's any world that Tass can confirm this kill. Solistic will get away with it. Looking to get his golden statue buffs up once again from that last game. I don't remember how deep into that game we were, but he had 67 and
Too lagging?
I feel like it was like before 15 minutes. It almost felt like it was before 15 minutes.
One thing to keep in mind on here is 2.5 minutes, Loki W. Of all teams in EU, they're more willing to, take heavier rotations around the map. Zergy, got to oil up the old trackball in a moment, reconnecting to the game.
Zergy got a lube up. It's a classic.
Hardest working trackball probably in the world. You know,
wonder
if I was, go on.
No, I wonder if that was just a normal DC from Zergy, but okay, he's back. Not the
If I
last
was
one.
any org and I picked up this team and Zergy was on the team, I would go to whoever our like peripheral sponsor was and get like a custom
True.
try to get like a custom made trackball with like
It'd be a
Zergy's
good
name
sponsor.
on it and everything and like the team colors. But obviously work with Zergy to make sure it's something he would use, because I think he's talked about on his stream using like gaming trackball mice before, but he doesn't like it. He likes like the office, if I remember correctly, trackballs.
This is pure speculation with nothing confirmed, but as we look at Hoot there, wouldn't it be cool to have a silver skin someday night shift wise, Something to
Nah.
consider. Jason.
Another teaser.
Nah,
Not-
I think we need a doorman skin.
Actually, Doorman skin could be pretty good too. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think Silver's been one of our most consistently picked heroes across.
They're
every
doing
week in the
something
night shift
nice.
since she's been
I think
out,
they
honestly.
I think they teased it like
I can't remember a time when she just wasn't picked.
You know, we get a Silver skin made and then she just drops out of the meta. It would be our fault. Like,
I mean,
realistically.
it'd be kind of whoever decided to get that skin made's fault, right? Because you kind of wished it in fruition.
Exactly.
Looking for the dive.
Also, the
not
pressure
there,
being
though.
put down here on the left lane, pretty significant. Loki W. Meanwhile,
It's
Listic,
also the one lane that they're actually being aggressive on and kind of have control. And I feel like middle,
Yeah, their
even though
lanes
we
are
did
kind
see
of
Taz
chilling.
go back early on, it's been mostly them shoved up against their own guard, as you can tell by the HP. Same on the right-hand side, they've been really shoved back towards the Guardian. So I think for Loki W, doing well on your weakest lane is actually a godsend.
All right, super slow.
also
the game.
for Loki W, just hanging on in middle. You know, a lot of Doorman's power right now comes from what he's able to do into the early, into mid game. But oftentimes when he was being allowed into the game, his lane was just straight up winning. This time around, Tass being kept in check. I mean, I think it does help when you go out of your way to make Apollo the lane matchup on the other side. Look at the dive, though, coming in from Empty Dreams. Senses a little bit of weakness here out of Victor. Listic, low HP, the chase down continuing. Just a little bit more for Empty Dreams. However, Listic gets... was going to his Walker. Nope.
No shot. This guy lives.
It's
Okay.
that store, and Empty Dreams just barely gets it. I thought he was free, Jason.
A read on the movement. Billy's also going to be here, so Taylor's going to help him escape from this one. But to expect him to go that direction, man, what a phenomenal read out of Empty Dreams, man. MVP for sure, in my eyes. And I think we saw what kind of happened earlier on in the game. That
Oh,
Taz
that's
got
dead
run
Doorman.
down. He was gonna
All right,
die here
Doorman
by
not
Freya.
getting the value they
And
were
now
hoping
he's being
for so
run
far.
down. Empty Dreams did the
For
same
the
thing to
Hams.
Listic, so they kind of like would trade one for one. Not starting kills,
The
but in terms of,
Apollo
like,
is
who they're
continuing to
attacking.
do Apollo things.
But in the end, it's still a one-for-one trade here, and that was, man, Empty Dreams, that was sick.
Tass hasn't been getting many tips.
All right,
as a
buff's
Doorman.
coming
You
up.
look at the sole difference between Tass and Empty Dreams now. I mean, it's good for Abraham.
Chance
that,
for these to
Empty Dreams
go
is fed, but
2-0
it's
to Loki
also,
W, but it looks like Abrahams are going to collapse on the right
service industry
side.
just not getting tipped the way they used to, Jason.
Kiss the sun off.
Oh, he actually went for that jump. That's wild.
I think that's probably because he's being paid a livable wage over in EU and doesn't have to rely on tips to survive. And as we see a big burger box over towards this first buff, that's a survival buff being taken by Together, and the chase is still happening. Cosmetical coming on through to looking to shut down Empty Dreams, and the rate connects, but he can't quite get the last
Oh my god,
shot that he
Hams get the
needed.
heist.
And
Billy
James
gets the
will
vitality
survive
buff.
with his life for now, but Obikim comes in.
Ooh,
and
Obikim finds him.
honestly, I
Okay,
think
that's
this is
huge for
where Hayes
Obikim,
gets
by the way.
scary, man. Obikim on 2
Obikim is
kills.
now
Some of the success we've seen
ahead
out
on
of
the
OPW
haste. He
in
just
the
looked
last 2
very,
weeks
very
when
scary.
Obikim
We didn't
gets
get a lead on
haste,
this character.
He's able to go like 7-0 in the early to mid game.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, you may have just cursed.
And I
Obikim just
yeah,
right
I
away,
fucking
but
cursed him
that's
too.
still
Dude
no,
just did to
not
that.
enough. Gets a better
Fuck.
chunk out of Arzo than he would have
Fuck.
liked, but
Zerky got the gun buff, by the
still had
way.
enough of an HP lead there at the beginning. But yeah, I mean, it'd be better for Obikim Hayes-wise if Loki W was
Barber's gonna reset
marginally
here.
close. I mean, the problem is that Hayes is still like best into the mid game, but if you're down like 15k into the mid game, you're not going to extract much value off the Hayes,
Jeez.
and that's
Yeah.
the game state.
Yeah, and it's obviously about like the team playing around you and you trying to come up with opportunities to
Symmetrical
help your
ended
team
up
succeed.
ulting. I don't know
And
where though.
punishing anyone on rotations, ganking quite often is definitely helpful. The thing is, it means he's also leaving Cosmetical alone at the Guardian.
Cosmetical.
So that does give the way for Abrahams to actually take an early Guardian if they get the catch on a Cosmetical. Obviously lacking a little bit of CC when it comes to taking him down.
Here I come.
Now, on the left lane, Loki W nearly
All
getting
right, the
Guardian.
GT
Not gonna
Shiv is getting
happen
giga pushed
this
into.
time around. Off on the right.
They do have poke
Together,
together, but they have
buff,
very bad wave clear.
Dancing
So I thought
to
they were
and
kind of
fro
going to go for a
with
GT
Nina
Doorman, but
and Hayes. Things getting reset.
It
a
could
little
be a
bit
similar
back to normal
problem.
Here, 7 minutes into the game, 1 minute away from Sinners, as
no Bulla now.
really still anyone's game.
Yeah, it really is. I think it comes down to, for
First
sure, how this
Doorman
big
off the
game's going to play out.
game.
As Buenos Hotel welcomes its first guest of the match.
90 damage.
Speed Frick,
Holy.
who's going to get out with,
That's
with
nothing.
no late fees. And really nothing being accomplished off of that.
It's late fees that get you. That's why no one really liked Blockbuster back in the day. As
Taz died. Dude, this Doorman's
goes for
looking
the trip to the
not
Hotel
great.
onto Apollo and himself
Doorman is
ends up paying the price. Chain
struggling.
Gang out from Together.
Doesn't end up
Over
getting
mid,
anything though.
but no one really getting pulled in. still leads to a scenario
Just a
where
Kaz ult here, so he can play a little bit forward with the Apollo.
He'll land some damage from afar. Backed up by Billy. It's super low HP is Listic.
Super low.
Shocking reanimation though in the cards. Should he fall? And Obikim's coming in from the side here, Jason.
With this. Oh, what the fuck?
Out here, but
Look,
still hits
the animation made it look like he
dagger.
threw his knife
He's back
early, but
to
he
farm
actually
it
did
up
it
once
after.
again. But the thing is, like Obikim, his presence I think has been felt quite
Beat his
far
ass.
around the map. Except this time, so he
Beat
has
his
to the
ass.
chase down
Bah.
in towards the enemy's side. Gets the catch on the right.
Oh,
side,
big
ram and the
parry.
bash down, but gets parried up by Obikim.
Obikim actually gonna turn this? Oh, you're a fucking psycho! You're a psycho, Obikim! Oh my god! Good
From
shit!
that first game, another big play
Holy
coming on
fuck,
through
he's
and-
him!
I mean, Obikim, he's trying to fight
that
for
is an
MVP.
unreal parry and punish. I mean, chat was pretty brutal against Obikim. Like, I looked back last game and
Yep.
you were just like,
People were shitting on him.
feed, you know, paid the throw, etc., etc. No pros there. That was a parry into a destruction onto together. However, call bell being serviced here in mid. Loki W trying to defend mid Guardian, and I mean, the fact that it lived this long against this lane is still pretty remarkable, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's criminal actually for Abrahams to not take it earlier on. I think maybe part of that's due to Obikim the rotations, and Saint not gonna escape this one. A 3-kill streak now for Obikim at 6.5k souls.
Wow.
I mean, I think there's a lot of we have to like really focus on this too, because it's not only been about Obikim being successful in these games, but
that's
the fact
not
that
good.
Cosmetical hasn't really been punished too much.
That's
He's
not good.
8.9 thousand souls. He's been doing a great job of just staying alive. Just
That's not fucking good.
Might not be able to do.
Wait,
He
he's
doesn't
him.
get hit by the jump pad. Is eating damage.
There's a bird
on the
coming.
back. There's a bird.
Bird
coming
does
out here.
nothing.
Not quite the most birdable area.
Not the
but
most
Obikim
birdable
feeling
area.
Very hunted down.
Ooh,
And
good.
actually still getting chased all the
Good
while. Like
insta
Obikim's
dash.
not safe here yet. It is a long chase.
Is he actually
The
gonna die?
service from the bellhop in the back. The
No, they're just
doorman.
collapsing. Dude, Obikim lives.
Ready and waiting to go, and I think just barely Obikim's gonna get away with his life, but that was
Spooky.
scary.
Close, very close.
Silver has so much money. I don't know if she wants to be
But I was gonna
brawling
say
right now.
before, like,
Yeah.
Cosmetical,
Assuming she just wants to get her
9.4K
2400, whatever she's buying here.
He's so far ahead of everyone in this game, and I think the fact that he's been playing safe and hasn't been punished too heavily with Obikim not really in the lane too often, I think is a testament to Cosmetical and also the way the team is playing around him. I mean, when he
I'm
gets up to
surprised Point
10K
Blank
souls,
never caught on
who
with
can really
Silver.
contest him? He's 2K ahead.
I guess it's just not
of the
enough
strongest
damage,
person on
but like,
Abraham's
I
side.
feel like it should
the
be
lead
pretty
that he
fucking
has
good.
right now is the lead that Loki W basically has right now is pretty much off of him farming.
Lucky W, this is
And
ideal start for
I mean,
them.
look, you think about
Obikim
the
rolling.
game,
Mina accelerated.
Ahead of the game.
Victor's
it's very,
behind,
very
but like
scary.
not
Abraham's
crazy.
zone, full setup over the urn.
And Hams do
Spirit
actually just
snare, providing
get the
extra
free
cover together,
pickup.
Gonna pick it up without
Victor had to
too
back up
much
here, so they do get
worry.
pickup.
Question is, what do they give
Brandon's
up?
getting
Turn
ran at
false
again.
advance Here. Meanwhile, the Taz struggles a little bit.
Rank
The
gets
doors
farmed
can't get inside.
again.
And Vrake with the punish. Doorman.
So you're gonna look to
Not
try to
looking
jump
necessarily
Obikim because of
First
it.
pick, first ban stats here is Obikim once again. It's the Obikim chase down cam. Here we are once more. This time around, though, doesn't look
dead.
like there'll be a grand escape. The lethal
Okay,
venom.
good
makes it
trade
smart.
kill, and they get free dunk.
Now,
Okay.
while that was happening, the pressure they applied, it allowed the urn to get across the map and potentially for a turn in. Cosmetical comes in with a great melee to dislodge it.
never
Knocks
mind, the
Nosh
bat
on
just
top of this
popped
to go
off.
for the silence to
I
maybe
lied.
have this backup. As an Owl's coming in as well on top of this.
Let's see how much value they can get out of this chain gang.
Three people, a big opener.
I think
Safe,
Billy
but
just
the
gets
teams get
nuked.
together to
Billy's
help
just
turn this
dead.
into a kill. He gets a tiny Lassant into his death. Bray comes in with the kill.
Really
And
good
Loki W are on the fight.
punch from Cosmetical.
Urn being picked up
What?
by Listic.
What?
Oh, immediately being dispatched. Sanya there. And that
He
was
didn't
a
just
pretty
look for the
big
insta
bag
dunk?
That just dropped in the interim. Urn still available. Flawless advance in here.
Oh
from
my
Drake,
god, this
ignoring
flaw.
it, looking for damage.
God, bro, this hero is so fucking
Arzo.
gross.
And now back over to the urn we go. In
He has
contest,
riposte. I feel
though,
like he can play here.
is Sanya on the shiv, still decent HP.
Sanya's really
Getting
deep.
from multiple ends, has to pop the bloodletting. Guardian going down while this happens. Silver.
Brain
getting
Region's
into the
doing
fight.
absolute
Cass
work here for
is
him.
Back over and in, finds Cosmetical. The urn
More
still
radiant.
in the fray here, Jason. Picked up by Together. Can Abrahams get the dunk? Together
Abrams
says yes.
end up re-picking up and getting the dunk. Holy. Together
Yeah,
dies
it's a
and
big
comes
little
back for the
victory here
dunk.
For them, if they can continue to win out in this
Gets
fight,
out the
not lose
door.
Too many players using that door to escape with the help of Tass. Gets the door up in time that time, but those Sonya.
Okay, big buffs staying off there too, hey?
From this fight. So
Buffs did work in that fight.
ZP, they also get one kill, potentially second. If this
Bird
can
looking.
connect. Obikim is
The
extremely
bird is
low on
looking.
health.
Oh, I thought he was
Back
gonna
on
go all the way
Zip,
to
going
base.
for the lash and can't
I
hit
thought he was gonna
either.
go all the way to the fucking base.
Does he have any stacks on Bird right now? I think
No,
those are-
no.
That's zero. Yeah.
He's missed the last two birds so far, but before that, I think he
Big
connected
rip.
like on a 3 or 4. Sorry, not the last two ones, but out of the last 3, he's only hit 2.
Billy's dead.
I can't talk.
Also,
Should be a Guardian take
together,
here.
Facing the rain of bats to the side of Werewolf on the right.
I think Lester's just going to dive it with ult.
Here comes Obakim. Is it going to be enough to pressure down
Got the Guardian. Lester's going to get his ult
one-on-one.
popped. Is he? Ooh, if Lester gets ult with the ult, that's fucking highway robbery.
Stacks back up a little bit elsewhere.
Ooh,
The
that's
fort
so
is
good for
popped
them.
Together, taken on down. And
Guardian
LKW
plus Sonya
gets
kill
some
and
advantages
Lester
here on
keeps
the map,
ult.
even as they get low in the process.
Big fucking dub. Big fucking dub.
I mean, even though they lost the earned turn-in and that initial fight, bouncing back extremely well here.
Extremely well.
I'm sorry, I can't really see much of what's happening right now. I think my Italian internet has come over with me to the US, as I can't read anything in the 3 pixels that I see. But it looks like it's about a 2K lead so far, and again, Cosmetical farming up Vrake, again, having another great game, this time on Apollo.
Yeah. Well, things stabilizing a little bit, at least for us on the feed. But yeah, on the whole, Abraham's after that last fight.
Arzo ends up catching up to Cosmetical.
I have to say, it's sort of interesting to me.
If
where
we're checking
Obakim
our
is probably
P1s
getting
here,
the
this
ball,
is a
whether it be
P1
on the
mean of this
Celeste
game.
or the Haze.
Their gun lash is gonna kind of fall into more P2, even though Zergy's playing it.
Yeah, it's been actually, I think, quite an interesting series for him, because I don't think we've seen him on Celeste ever to bring it out the series. I mean, they did obviously lose that. Actually, they did win that game in match 2. I wouldn't say necessarily because
I was
of him.
shocked they won that game.
But we're about a minute away from the next buffs, and more importantly, the next urn as well.
But they
So
did
on
in
the
fact
right-hand
win.
side, as you can see, Abraham
We're all coming in for the belly.
looking for a Guardian push. And
Makes
if
a
you're
lot of
Zergy,
sense this
I
game.
would say you want to get out of here. You have the backup out of Obakim, but there's just so many players here. Destim's also ready to go too. There's going to be the Bullet Dance coming on through. And the response to LKW is to keep them back on the right-hand side where they push left. And I
Look at his
don't know
left
if
side,
Arzo can
though.
survive this. This should be a Walker actually.
Arzo's
being
gonna
given up
die. Oh, this is
out of
beautiful.
Abraham's, I would imagine.
Beautiful macro. Beautiful.
LKW would love to get left Walker.
I don't even know if this TP is worth, by the way.
Where even if Empty Dreams lives, the Walker
Mirage
certainly
TPs. It doesn't really accomplish anything.
You can do at that point.
Ern
So
is
first
right side
Walker
here,
of the game
though, so they really
going
need
over
Obakim to get
towards
this pickup.
LKW.
I'm shocked
10
Ham's
seconds
like
up to the next
over-rotated
buff,
like
and
this. I
okay,
thought they
off
would
the
just
jump
play for
pad, Hoot
pickup.
Taking a dive.
It kind of just seemed
See if Mirage
gone.
actually fall through there. It doesn't really look like it's still a long
It's going to be 2-0 buffs here for Loki W, too.
Mirage and Doorman has
Vitality for
15 minutes hit.
silver.
Survival buff goes to Hoot. That's
Typically,
one way
you'd
to
love a
restore
Spirit
some
on
HP
Lash,
just
but
lost
not
from the
as
jump
good
pad.
as it used to be with the new build.
He's gonna be happy about that too, considering
Sap
Ern will
comes
be in
out.
play now. No
Ern's
need to
gonna go
back towards
down.
base.
Aram's still keeping two people on his left side.
Keep this Garn alive, but again, I wouldn't expect it too much when you're up against Empty Dreams on this one-on-one.
This another reason you can tell the minus P1 this game. By the way, he's playing opposite side
I
Ern.
was wondering if we might see like an early E shift out of
Ern
Cosmetical
spawn.
like we've been seeing out of some Minas as of late.
I think it's
It would
correct
help
this game,
quite a
though. I
bit,
think this
considering
Mina will
Arzo
go
has, like,
fucking
kill
sicko
potential
mode this
against you
game.
with that lethal venom if you don't have your Sanguine retreat up.
Elsewhere.
Holy
Tang Gang
jumps.
comes in, pulls in
Who does Vitality, though?
Pressure on the Hoot, survival buff for Note, and Arzo getting damage to turn to Tani Losan out at the
Arzo
same time. Hits on
running.
the Taz, Bullet Dance. Coming out from
Gonna be a
Obakim
dead
a little
Billy.
bit later into the fight, shocking reanimation, procced, Listic, a second lease on life. Lycan Curse on the outskirts, enough to take down together. Loki W up 1.
Sonya does eventually
When
get
the dust
jumped,
settles,
too.
in fact, going through the door.
No, this really means
A little bit of
anything.
extra pressure here on the Taz with Taz actually
I feel
not
like
afraid to take
Sonya's-
the fight. Silver
or Hoot's lucky
lower
getting
HP, goes
baited.
through the door one more time.
It feels like Loki W have been building a slow
Break,
but steady
gets
lead
the
now.
Urn
They're up
heist.
7K with the Urn.
Look, the TP's going to come in here, too.
To about
Really
11,
good rotation
12K.
from Loki W. They're just looking like a cleaner team this game.
And Abrahams really aren't in positions as we can
Double
see
TP,
across the
triple
map to
TP
really
coming over,
contest
by the
this.
way.
I think it's pretty
Because
much
this
Empty
wave
Dreams
state
trying
is
to
going
buy
to take
time.
a little bit to get down.
It's gonna be Sonya Step
Sonya's stuck on the right side.
To some Farmer Zergy.
Good stall here, though, from Saint. Oh, it's going to give the timing for Sonya to show up here.
That's the thing is
though,
that
it's so scary.
off the
They can't
spirits
insta-dunk,
there,
they cannot
quick drive by
insta-dunk.
Empty Dreams. They bought a little bit of time. Apollo though going for the dunk, has to get through the goalie, which is
Oh,
together.
big fucking
TS
bird,
says,
didn't get her
"No
post."
way, Billy, acting as
But
the
this Billy
protection
character,
over the
bro,
top,
I'm not sure about this Billy character.
Cosmetical deals with the goat. Perry.
Killer insta dies. Arzo's died. Oh, that's a fat dub. This is probably mid-boss for Loki W.
Arzo 2 down here for Abraham so
I
far.
think they should just play for kills at this
Getting picked
right
up
at the
in
moment.
fray by Vrake.
Listic should really try to
Going
live.
over. Does he get through?
Oh, he
He
does.
does. The Urn turned in for Loki W. Door.
Actually, it's only
enough.
17 minutes. I don't think this is mid-boss. Timers are really fucking short.
Did he like Tass like jumped over Vreg. I think he
All right,
thought
good
Vreg
read
was
by
gonna
Empty Dreams to
jump
push
try
right
go
side
for a
here.
melee, and he just ran
Should just get
under
this for
him
free.
like a hurdle.
Dorman again has to use
And
ult to
they get the
self-heal
dunk, man.
himself.
10k lead now, 17.5 minutes in. Thing is, they're going to lose a walk on the right-hand side. Empty Dreams doing exactly what he did pretty much this entire series and the last.
Yeah, Empty Dreams playing really great.
Walkers, even though they
Reading side lane really well this series.
I mean, still around 7k, so really not much
On
of
the
a
pocket
gain
or
here.
elsewhere.
I mean, the one upside, of course, is when you talk about trades, there's a theory that, you know, you'd rather be on the Urn side of it because the Walker, you can get those tools later on, whereas the Urn, it's gone forever. And I will say, the fact that Empty Dreams is able to get it is also pretty beneficial. Like, anytime you get a Solar Walker kill on your M1, you know, it carries higher value than getting it under other circumstances.
Victor?
Where, you know, while we're talking about this, Sanya getting incredibly low on the map, but all in all, I mean, still a winnable game for Abrahams, though down 8k.
Ooh.
Oh my
Obi
lord.
Kim is him. Really good find.
Warpstone over the Petrifying Bola.
Good use of like having strong side here.
Oh my
with the walker
God,
down.
That was insane. And
Just finding the pick. Tass is 1 HP, by the way.
That was a thing of beauty.
Does
That's
live,
exactly
though?
how it played out. He predicted that.
With the kill and the Tass pushing back, though, they gonna steal the doubles here.
There's a Viper where you're not happy, like you respect, but you're not happy over the general.
So people are just big on this no gun Mina stuff now. They're just loving it.
But free pick for Loki W. 1 minute till next set of urns and buffs, and you know, for Loki W, protect the 10k lead, and you know, really you're one fight away from breaking this open. This was around the timing, Jason, where last map Loki W got a major fight that Abrahams could not recover from. But, you know, circumstances a little bit different. No pocket this game.
Come on, homie, be major.
I mean, you're right though. That's where the snowball really kicked in.
Next turn a buff in 45.
And Abrahams, they do have Doorman. They do have the ability
Loki
to
W is gonna have all ults up for it.
Around these urns.
Same with
Man, like I'm a little bit scared. Vrake at 20k, Cosmetical at 22.
Oh, the ambush. He's just waiting for someone to gamble. And that's someone, maybe Arzo, where while we're looking at the setup here, can we look at the golden statue buffs? And the potential execution of Arzo. Wait, Arzo decides, nope, I don't want to gamble. The world is unsafe.
A little too sad to hear that.
Wait, Break, taking a quick stroll into the barrenness.
Tass dies. The Doorman is under-delivered so far. Lustig dies, doesn't matter though.
Chain gang coming on out.
This Billy is so deep, they just turn on the Billy. The Billy is dead.
This is the fight that really
Billy's dead.
Together. Stunned on the ground. I think they've got parried or hyperline. Either way, the punish is there. 2 free kills here.
Loki W gonna end up getting double buff as well. They get free pickup now.
In targets here, but now
Hoots might be overcooking just a little bit. Nice, making space.
Yeah, the stun you saw there was.
Arzo actually sees the buff, ends up getting it.
And Saint's actually been hitting some pretty big owls. I wanted to bring that up.
Good shit, cutting their losses.
Before this one, over towards the ear, and he hit like a 4-man ultimate. But the way he's playing. Oh, here we go. Here's the replay.
Really good catch.
Oh my gosh, man, that is
Zergy
so
there as well.
Sick.
Really clean. Really
Can
clean.
we get that in slow-mo as well, if we have the time?
Warpstone? I was wondering why he warped early. I didn't even see the Petrifying Gaze get tossed. Really good block. Or dodge from Obi Kim.
One of the best on Haze. Also, thank you, production.
W production, as always.
It's brutal.
I'm gonna give
what that was, but Urn in control from Loki W. Or again on the sub. I'm curious if Listic has just feasted the same way he did last game.
Yeah,
like
let's take a look when we got time. That'll be funny to see if he's back up to 67 golden statue buffs yet again. But this Urn, man, I think this will be the determining factor of how this game plays out. 12k lead for Loki W with the Urn in hand.
6v6 here. Loki W's gonna have more ults here though. Bigger thing being Listic has his ults.
I'm gonna go for the turn instead. There's no one there to contest.
I like some Listic. Just send it.
Free dunk now for Loki W.
1-for-1 trade.
That breaks out after.
Obikim also took down together, ends up getting punished after, but it's a 1-for-1 where you get.
Yeah, Loki W just runs at them now. This Mina has gun buff, by the way. This Mina is so strong right now. Dreams gets nuked. Again, Dorman has to use his ult to self-heal. This Dorman is left pretty fucking useless, bro. Not gonna lie. Oh, 2-man for Zergy. Oh, they're gonna get wiped. They're gonna get wiped.
Into the fight. 3 down for Abraham.
Door is actually helping so much.
They just likely need to get out of here, Jason.
Door closes.
I think they might.
We're trying to cut off Zergy in the shop
right now. Maybe they can chase us if they're feeling greedy and they feel like they can close it on out. I mean, mid boss.
No mid boss.
I wouldn't want to necessarily see it, especially with the respawns coming back up here, and I think Loki W being the driver's seat with 20k lead, you got to play this one safe, considering you can close this out and get a 3-win streak here in the night shift.
Sinner still didn't get it.
But man, yeah, like some of the split decision making of Listic just be like, okay, you guys got the fight. I'm just gonna dunk this because there's no one there to stop me. It's really cool to see. And here we go. The golden statue buffs: 44 for Listic, 34 for Hoot, and 31 for Cosmetical. I mean, Abrahams are strong.
Look at he's playing way cleaner in this game. Way cleaner.
But like the style he's playing with Great Talent isn't the same we would see if Cosmetical was on it. They're not playing him to be a playmaker. He's more supporting with these stuns and spirit snares. And you're seeing it reflected like across the board here, like some of the lowest economy, lowest golden statue buffs.
Also, can we get a look at the stacks? I feel like the Owl has not been stacked this game.
Nope.
At all.
Nope.
I mean, it maybe one here or there, but if we could look at Saint, look at after. We got Nox Nostra coming down from Cosmetical.
Doesn't really do anything now.
Shelter inside the building and
0, man.
Yeah. Not ideal. Somewhere out there, Vegas is screaming about the importance. Bullet dance though, in from Obakim.
Obakim gets caught though.
Doesn't seem to be on point. Instead, just executed by Sanya, and that is a clean pickoff here for Abrahams while mid boss is still available. Jason, I think if you're Abrahams, you have to try and turn this into mid.
It's kind of scary, bro. They got Death Slab, they got Apollo Ult, they got Listicle. It's kind of fucking scary to go for. I don't know if you want to go for that. Dorman finally gets an offensive ult off, though. They're going to be able to jump whoever got ulted here. I don't see who it was.
Welcoming Hoot here by Tass.
It was Apollo.
I mean, Sonya, he needs to make a relatively big play here, but the death
oh my combo!
This is a wombo combo in itself. Realistic gets the kill on MG.
Oh, they just got shit on. Holy shit, they just got shit on.
One kill back, but it's still going to cost him 3 in total, and low-key W winning fight after fight.
Hoot right now, maybe dug a little bit too deep in on the
I like the Cosmetical ulting the mid. Kind of leaving Hoot out to dry though, but he's fucking Hoot, so it doesn't really matter. Just die.
The bola, not enough. Abrahams able to pick up some of the scraps after the wombo combo.
Oh, I love the split fight. They had 3 picks. They can just
alive, but not for much
no, this is good. This is perfect. Just completely zones them off.
You gotta look at mid.
Make sure they can't bola. They can't set up doors.
No petrifying ball to contest. All you got is nothing but doorman. Tass, do you have anything left in the tank?
Really clean from Loki W. Great wombo by Zergy there, thrown into the Listicle.
Talk about combos like, hey, Listic, go die. I'll death slam them onto your
that was perfect
for the shocking reanimation.
And then I think
I want to say we've never
Dorman
seen that in
ulted
shift history, actually.
the Apollo. I don't know if that
circumstance kickoff
was the move.
Until
the Habs are set up for comebacker in though.
Been played until like the last little bit, so you know that would also be part of it. Also, chucking.
Listic has ult and spirit buff.
It used to have a way lower.
It should be a dead shiv, but it's shiv, so you never know. His dash.
Got a bunch of knives in there. The tick down is real, but
he's probably fine.
Realistically, Sanya's getting hit from other angles.
Okay, Ham's gonna pick up though.
That actually go in the full chase.
Oh, but
Empty Dreams got control.
They were kind of getting ran at.
Not free at all. The pressure is
able to middle out.
Up to Dust Devil for a little bit more
space.
Ults. Abrahams coalescing here. On the right.
This is an awkward fight though, but they do get the urn heist. Just need to get out now.
Thing is, they have
Dude still has ult, so he's kind of chilling.
Left to go. They have Cosmetical joining in, and they do manage. I think more importantly to steal away the
urn.
Abrahams try to take it.
Ours have to go catch this left wave.
As they possibly could, considering it's on their side of the map.
Obakim TP's over.
Put a stranglehold
just
on
to
Abrahams,
make space here.
Economy, any income they could possibly get.
Oof,
now maybe a catch on the Empty Dreams.
Barrage, I think. Yeah.
Strike not going to quite connect. The Empty Dreams is running out of HP, and the Dust Devil isn't going to be enough to survive.
Drop the urn for it though, so it's going to be low stall, but that's a 53-second timer. You're big fucking chilling with that.
Path here, ZP.
And it's their M1.
Hey,
like
Abrahams, I think they've been right to try and go for scrappier fights and get a pick-off opportunity if they can, but
Flash can just hard zone with ult here. He just needs to get the rooftop.
Still in the world where Loki W has
I love this. Get vertical with the urn, ladies and gentlemen. Always get vertical with the urn.
Much in the way of contest, and you know it's gonna get
worse.
Where's
Zergy, man? There it is.
Two-man ult. But Chain Gang comes out.
Petrified does come in though.
Top Zergy.
Listic dies. Huge stun. This is a great door though. This is a really good door.
Still being contested. Bullet dance here from Obakim. Look at the
pick up
any stragglers. The straggler is Sanya. 2 rejuves though are given in the process.
Yeah,
so,
they get urn for it though.
It's
kind of worth.
Getting 2 rejuves isn't the worst outcome here, Jason.
Yeah, it's not the worst, but I think it's definitely not the best outcome. Obviously, I mean they still get the turn in and the 2 kills on top of this for Loki W. They still have Rayek and Cosmetical on a tear, 32 and 30k.
On a tear.
Across these 2. As we're going back into the ground, the Death Slam, shock and reanimation, man. This was dirty. Like 3
Boom.
players
Stunned into
stunned,
into just deleted.
and they're just not moving.
Empty
You just
Dreams
see
too,
they're
dying
they're
first.
down
Like,
and out
oof.
forever. It's looking
Couldn't
like
even
the
NATO
Ronda
out.
Rousey fight.
It's just GG.
Yeah,
It's just
that was
GG.
brutal. And again, not a combo we've seen often because Victor is required to be played, and you know, shock and reanimation didn't used to have that level of
Slow
radius, so I
and
guess even
stun
if it was old
and
radius,
range.
that combo still would have.
Victor ult is just really strong now.
Either way, Jason, this lead has ballooned to 40,000. Abrahams, after looking so good in the challenger match and map 1 of the series, now has to console themselves with the fact that this one may not be going their way, despite the good effort at the start of the day.
Well, for them, I mean, they still have the night shift open later on in this month.
Bird
He
hacks.
just has a little
He's
bit
seeing
of a
through
warm-up
walls.
when it comes to the qualifiers on the 29th.
Saint is
They have a chance
cheating?
to qualify into the main event. Yeah, that looked a little bit weird. Great talent.
Totally not a
What
spectator
games
bug.
today?
I better start refreshing now. Oh, okay, this game is. This game's getting a little hard.
Spirit Owl.
And like I said, I think they outscale Loki with the Mina, the Gunlash, the
Losing here
Victor.
is tough, but you know,
Apollo's
they certainly are
accelerated
gonna
too,
try
so
their
this
luck
Apollo's
in
still
NA, both
like he's
this
beginning to
weekend
fall
in
off, but
BSI
he's
and
not going to be
NX
useless by any means.
in the night shift open.
That's right. They got a lot of action these next 2 weeks for them.
It's the most deadlock I think we've ever had in a single month. Now that I think about it, for
Yep.
like official tournaments and play,
true.
I don't
Big
think
true.
we've ever had like 3 large tournaments on
Big
top
fucking
of
true.
weeklies
Oh.
all together. But Cosmetical over the doubles drops Nox Nostra.
Drops
As we
the
see Sanya just
Nostra.
getting whittled away. Empty Dreams Arzo dead on the outskirts. The welcoming party, yeah, you dropped the metal skin, but Listic, he's getting right back up. Shocking reanimation nearly clips on the Sanya, who actually may have found the escape.
Oh, I
Can't
got
say the rest
stuck.
of the team, however. Wait, what?
He's stuck. He just unstuck himself
Yeah,
under the
that was
staircase
a
somehow.
tiny low
Repulse.
staircase.
I didn't know Zatani Losan had X-ray vision and ethereal as well, able to go through staircases. But with 4 kills coming through, Loki Deborah finally able to push
Dive in
the
the walk.
base here out of Abraham's.
Dive in the
And
shrines.
also push
I'm
a
gonna get the
walk at
walker.
same
This
time.
game is
Really
over.
not much you can do about this. You're down
Oh my god, I
47,
gotta
almost
gamble right.
50K
Oh my
souls.
god. Oh
It
my
just feels
god.
like a matter of time
I'm
here.
so
Loki
fucking
W are gonna
back.
be retaining their title once again here, the night shift bar. Any massive mistake.
Any massive.
They made it work, and you know, in this game again, for Abrahams, I think things got a bit away from them. I would argue that I don't know if Saint was really the most comfortable on the GT. Like if I think about how this went down for Abrahams, I definitely.
Are we not
that's
talking
the
about
thing that doesn't
Taz?
pass the eye test?
We're not talking about
Not as
Taz,
much
bro.
to me is that I don't.
We're not going
think
to talk
they
about the
have best
doorman.
GT utilization. But for Loki W too, they were able to
I
get a
think
lot
the
of comfort
doorman
picks.
getting
You had
turbo
mentioned,
shit
Jason,
on was
but
the
it's absolutely
problem.
true. You still get Cosmetical on Mina. You get Listic on the Victor. I mean, Zergy Lash, you know, he's been grinding the Lash.
The
It worked
doorman
out.
just was
Hoot on Silver.
not it,
Oaken
bro.
Hayes. I mean, these are all heroes that these people have played for a very long period of time. I mean, it was a comfortable composition for Loki W. You know, whereas for Abrahams, I don't know if that was necessarily the case for some of their players.
Yeah, I think, I mean, no offense to Saint, but he definitely doesn't look as comfortable on Grayton than he does like Kelvin or.
I mean, what is
any
GG
of
supposed
these-
to do?
even
when
Abrams.
Your
for instance,
fucking
or even, like,
hardwood
Vindicta,
Glade
it
gets shit
seems
on,
to
but,
be
like,
a,
I don't know.
a decision they
I don't know.
made.
I agree, he hasn't looked like crazy good on it, but
I'm not
like,
saying
what is he
playing
really
ahead of
supposed
him.
to
I'm
do
not
this
saying
game?
he can't play it, but
It just dies,
to
Taz
the level
dies.
they need him to, like you would see, and I don't know.
I don't think they're even gonna go for earn.
Expecting to see
I mean, you can just earn it a bit, I guess.
That's really all Saint plays is he's kind
They're
of
just running at people as well.
But Grayton, you feel like you can't really play
Oh,
him
good
that way,
knife.
especially if you can't get these stacks online. And well, Loki W able to chase down. Well,
Oof.
Abraham's trying to go for the chase down.
Shift character.
Was able to get the 1 kill on Obi Kim around the
Shift
corner.
character.
But a kill won't be enough to get you back in the game.
I'm not sure Cosmetical's died, by the way. Can we get the list of deaths in the game?
Yeah,
And
I don't think he has
I want
either.
to see the death counter before this fully ends. We don't actually have much time. Like, it is just about over. Second Stage Shin King is
9
done and
deaths
over
for
with.
the Billy
Loki W,
character, 7
they'll be
deaths
your
for Doorman.
champions.
But yeah, let's talk about
Once more
GT,
to
bro.
take away from Abrahams in a
Man,
reverse
GT,
sweep
I
here
still
in the
think
money
GT was
match.
the pick. It's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and really well done.
I
too,
feel like
balancing
your
back
strong
from a
early
very
game characters
devastating
have just
loss
got
in game one.
fucking
It-
put in
it
the
actually,
blood
funny
and
enough, feels like
smoked.
all 3 games in this series.
I
were
think they
very
just got kind of
one-sided,
rolled.
Bar the second game.
Oh
where
my
we had
god,
that
I want a
massive
Gamba.
explosion
Oh,
of income
fuck.
for Loki
Oh my
W.
God.
And by the way,
Oh
you're trying
my
to make
God,
Cosmetical
I'm so
the
fucking
EU
bad.
Demov after seeing him just have multiple games in a row, even series in a row where he just doesn't die.
GG.
Maybe.
It's weird to say the EU
G
Demov because he is
fucking
EU,
G.
which I think you know what I mean.
Unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, it's unlucky Bob was able to do that in the first place. Even playing a lot of Apollo in that streak.
I didn't think they really had answers for the Victor Mina. Victor Mina kind of just popped off.
Was something that I don't really expect.
We got to see a new Wombo though. I did not think about that Wombo with the
highlights of this game. I mean, again,
Flash Victor. That's something to think about.
By any means for the longest period of time, but Loki W end up taking advantage in the mid game and never really giving it up.
Yeah, and I think for them as well, it's like a big mental battle to being destroyed in the first game. I think it's great to see Loki W.
Oh, this is a huge break. Ads. Honestly, shout out Night Shift. They do their ads really well. You can tell they have production running ads.
In game 3 was great.
It almost never interferes with game time.
Great plays considering first time I think we've ever seen a play.
They do it well.
In official capacity.
I should just sub to them, but I'm poor. Once I am not poor, I will sub to Night Shift.
Impact in that
Pinky swears.
Mid game was a part of quite a few of these kills. I think Zergy deserves some credit too, considering we haven't really seen him play Lash competitively here, but he made Lash work.
Yeah, I mean, Zergy coming on the Lash was pretty effective. To me, my star standout though.
Okay, Apollo is the one who got Dormant ulted, right?
What was done on Pocket was an unreal smashing, just like this ult combo was here. But also, I mean, the meta play in this game was incredibly solid. Cosmetical really not making much in the way of mistakes. Continually good Nox Nostras to set up many of the team fights.
Honestly, good from Arzo here.
He gets Bola midair here. And
really clean.
Bola.
Well, getting chased by Listic, by the way.
And on the note of Cosmetical, I think I mentioned earlier in the series, but the fact that he was what felt like alone in lane quite consistently because Obikim was roaming around. I think he did a great job of surviving.
Good by Obikim to wait to ult to
actually quite a big lead. I think he was like 9K.
CC was out of the way too.
When others on Abraham's side had like 7K, so he was sitting on like a clear 2K lead really early in the game, and he was able to snowball it from there. I mean, obviously on a 7-kill streak at that moment, had 41,000 souls. But also, I mean, even Rake in this game, like a complete turnaround when it came to
buy for silver
compared to previous games. Really had huge impact, able to chase things down almost by himself and not need other teammates. But Loki W, I mean, they avoid the belt out of Lightbringer once again.
No, that's the Victor game they were looking for.
They didn't avoid it after map 1.
That's the Apollo game they were looking for.
What Chad was saying. But, after map 1, the belt got put away. But also, taking a look at the post-match statistics here, I mean, Cosmetical and Break having very good games.
James played good again.
Pushing sideline.
I am shocked as Dorman did 30k damage. This is shocking to me. It felt so fucking useless.
For dying in the right place at the right time.
Viper ended up getting shit on.
Backing you up. Looking meanwhile at Abrahams is kind of interesting where, we were kind of criticizing Saint, and
this is a good example of a game that Viper can actually struggle into.
It's like heavy CC and disable, but also burst.
Not having the owl stacks go his way, it makes you wonder.
Sleep,
part of the early game
burst,
had been a little bit different.
Burst,
Saint was able to get 2-3
Bola,
stacks online.
Death Slam.
Is it different?
Even just like normal slamming.
The reason I was being a bit critical
is the all called Death Slam. I always call it Death Slam, but
his fault either. It was mostly
for sure Death Slam is like the actual slam ability.
This team and this lineup. Is he
just a lot of like tools to deal with the
would be if he was on
deal with the Viper, but
I think that's kind of the problem is that you're competing against Empty Dreams, Arzo,
like they're talking about Saint, bro. This guy was.
I will say it's an aberration though, and I mean there are some reasons. I've been 0 objective damage. Can we get the blinking?
Bro, they're focusing on Saint so much. I feel like Saint was like not the problem this game.
Saint was not able to hit a
It really is 1 and 9 to 13k damage.
Oh.
I don't know.
Poor guy.
For third picking Billy. Like, I don't know.
There you go, right there. Oh my gosh, production was way too happy about doing that. Yeah, 0 objective damage. You don't really see that often.
To be fair, staying at 160, what you get from this is that Abrahams was pushed back in lane the majority of this game. Even when it was back and forth, like the fact that you got 0 out of Saint, very little out of Arzo and Sanya. I mean, to see a Viper with 422 objective damage, that is a little unreal. Like, usually Viper is able to get way more damage on tower than that.
Indomitable from Mina.
It was a really rough game. They were down 10k, I think it was 17 minutes, and there was really no coming back from, as you see eventually, that steepness. I don't know if it's called steepness when it's in this direction, of that soul graph at the bottom just ran away from them. But I mean, ZP, as the series has finished off, it means we need to crown an MVP in this one, and I got to throw it over to you. Who did you choose, or who did we choose to be the MVP?
It's Cosmetical. It's got to be Cosmetical. I mean, not only a great game on Mina at the end of the day, but the Pocket game was fierce in a draft that, honestly, I think was weaker. The one thing that was the Overall difference maker was Cosmetical, landing multiple 3-man afflictions, multiple fights in a row. The biggest impact player you could ever ask for on Pocket in Game 2. And, you had a little bit of reality warping on the GT. Game 1, we don't really have much for Cosmetical other than that, but Games 2 and 3, Cosmetical certainly put in some work.
Yeah, and there was one big frozen shelter that Sate threw out to stop the Listic chain gang, and it was great. It actually had like 4 people out of Abraham's locked inside of it, but right here, he waits for it to finish off, drops down, hits 4 players with Affliction, I believe that was, and just decimated them. No chance for Abrahams to survive that fight, and yeah, I mean, his Pocket play is amazing, and I can see why he plays for the team, and it makes me wonder, why don't they try to secure it for him more often with how good he is at Pocket? It's like having Michaelis in the team and not playing Paradox, you know?
Not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's still a world where you can hit Cosmetical's hero pool a little bit if you don't let Cosmetical get Pocket and Mina. Not that Cosmetical's bad other heroes, but it's more so a praise of Cosmetical's Pocket and Mina are both truly.
I mean, his GT's been looking
and
good,
generally
bro.
impressed when
His
he's
GT's been
able to
looking
get on
solid.
either of the 2 heroes, and the draft worked out here that Loki W was able to say, hey, Cosmetical, play what you play best and take over the game, and it happened to bring Loki W back in maps 2 and 3.
Would you say his Shiv is also just as good comparatively to those 2 heroes?
No.
Or would you put it like down a little bit, maybe like a step?
I think down. I think
his GT is
looking at Cosmetical's
honorable mention now, though.
performance is that the Pocket and Mina are above basically everything else. It's not saying the other heroes are bad. It's just the Pocket and Mina for Cosmetical are simply that good.
True.
I want to see him and Fremont go head to head with Shiv, because you keep saying, Fremont the best Shiv in EU. I want to say Cosmetical's the best Shiv in EU. But you know what? Maybe we'll have that one day at the first Deadlock land doing a show match, $100,000
I'd say
on
Fremont's
the
the best,
line,
but
and a 1v1 Shiv
together
off.
should get a shot.
Probably not that much money. Hopefully not that much money, man. Unless the prize pool of the event's like $1 million.
$1 billion.
The full distance. We kind of made up for last week, only having 1 best of 3 that finished off 2-0. But I mean, still have to say this: like, Abraham showed some great things against Leviathan. They showed some great things in the match they won against Loki W. I think we've seen some growth in the team.
Oh, good series, by the way.
Better this week.
FPS Lounge had to come back. They lost first game.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's
The
always fun to
qualifier.
see series go to 3. Things are still very competitive in EU and likely be even more competitive in North America. Of course, all that is coming at you right after this. It's going to be Melee Creeps taking on FPS Lounge. Can FPS Lounge avenge themselves from last week? And can either of the 2 teams take down the Floormen? All the action heading at you right after.
Okay. So, before NA starts, I wanted to talk about the scout thing. Because I'm not really understanding why they're swapping out Scout, if I'm being so honest. I don't really get it. So there was a lot of chatter about this, and a lot. So this is Crayon's take on it, which I'll get to. But I feel like this whole situation fell really hard into recency bias, because Scout was part of the team when they were absolutely owning. Right? Like, and if you look at these games, like, I just randomly pick games. Scout was very good, bro. And he was very good at pick in particular. Okay? So Mo and Krill does great, right? Even in games they lose, like, he's doing okay on the Krill. They kind of trolled this game. And then they put him on even stuff like GT. Like, GT, when GT strong, I think Scout can play GT. This game is Paradox. Obviously, what Scout was kind of known for was his Paradox. His bebop was pretty good too, but I would say, all in all, he was very, very good at the Paradox. And then he would try to play stuff like Viper, because Viper was like pseudo pick with the Bola for a while there. He would go into shit like Holiday, who was actually pretty good at as well. Holiday obviously got nerfed out of the meta. Pretty good Holiday player. And I just want to go over these games, because this is like over the last 6 months, right? Because Scout played for Melee Creeps for 7 months. And I feel like when I listen to all the chatter right now, it's very related to like recent. Paradox, not a great game, but played okay. His Bebop popped the fuck off this game. This is against Floormen a couple months ago. Paradox does really well. This is with DMB, obviously, back then. Bird with Clock. Put him on Bebop, pops off. Again, Holiday, when Holiday was still meta, pops off, right? Just one last game, because this is a month ago. So this is right before shit started hitting the fan, right? And then they started putting them on Dynamo. When the kind of like Dynamo Kelvin shit started becoming more meta. Does really well, 3719, 247. And then this series, they just like literally hard put them on Dynamo. But I think this series, even though they won, was a really good example of the kind of mindset shift they swapped, where they kind of started wanting to put Scout on support, right? And then this was also a weird meta because like Graves was so good and Fishcake was playing the Graves and stuff like this. You know, fucking the McGinnis was super broken for a patch or two. But this is right before the Buddy the Clock series, where people kind of started to be like, this was kind of like the beginning of the end, right? And what is Scout playing? Scout's on Abrams. Scout is on Bebop. Died a lot this game, but you know, against Buddy the Clock, these are always like heavy kill games, like 44 or 35. You know, that's just kind of how those series are going to go against Bunny with the Clock. And then they lose the series, right? Keep going. Leviathan at the Deathslam EU Invitational. They are out really early. They put Scout on Silver. They put Scout on Silver again. He has 2 really bad games, right? And then they play FPS Lounge later in the tournament. What is Scout on? Abrams has a bad game. But they put him on Yamato. Has like an okay game. Still dying a lot though, right? So as you keep going down this stuff, this is a month ago, right? This is when Floorman's kind of like on the rise. They add Demov to the roster. What are they putting Scout on? Sinclair. Actually does pretty good this game. This is pretty high KP for Sinclair. They put him on Paradox. He has a terrible game, right? So why I'm like pointing out all these games in like chronological order is because you can kind of just start to see the shift on, they're like, okay, they put you back on Dynamo. They have a good game. You go down here. They put him on Viscous. Plays okay. But like, nothing like crazy. They put him on Ivy. Does okay. Nothing crazy. And you can just kind of see as time goes on. This is when they lost the Challenger match, the Floormen. Scout, pretty rough game on the Viscous. I wouldn't say anyone really played good this game, though. They kind of got rolled. Week ago, they get O2'd by Floorman. What is he on? Oh, this one Popper subbed in, actually. This is without Do, but... So, this is actually a good one to focus on. They don't have Do, right? And Scout is still getting put on, like, Sinclair, and then Sinclair. And he has, like, a okay game, and then I would say a bad game on Sinclair, right? And then this is the last series last week, before it gets dropped. They put Scout on Viscous, and then they put him on Abrams. And he has a bad game on Abrams. And a bad game on Viscous, right? So, I think forcing Scout onto playing support was not a great idea. But I think the broader problem, I don't really think, is Scout. I think they kind of have a problem with their systems, right? And then now I kind of want to like go over some clips to kind of like show that, right? So this was John with Liz 2 months ago, right? And then he had to say this about like draft and stuff they do.
Is that what we're used to? Do you think you're the same player without Saya? Out of curiosity.
Yeah. But
Okay.
Saya is like, he's the freaking tactician of this game. I don't even know. He's like, his brain is a very interesting thing. Like, probably one of a kind. Like the way he thinks about the game, he just understands everything. Like he will have like the best reads of like all time. He like as soon as he reads patch notes, he's like, oh, this is the meta now. Boom. He just knows it. Like without even playing the game, he just knows.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think we just complement each other very well because we just like if everyone knows like what to do and like how to do it, it's like it's pretty free. I mean, you just kind of play the game and how it's meant to be played. You know, in our eyes, I guess.
In our eyes, I guess, right? Okay. When I hear that statement, I hear two different things, right? I hear Saya's the tactician, and Saya is just knows meta reads, knows characters, all this stuff. which for the most part, I don't think is really wrong. I think Saya is really smart about the game. I think he noticed this patch that Abrams is still like pretty good. I think he has a good read on the Dynamo when the Dynamo came out. But I think what started to happen was towards the end of the reign, I shall say, is they kind of didn't really have a style that they were playing in meta-wise, which was what Melee Creeps was always doing. They were kind of picking their own stuff, but it started to hit this point where it's like, and you know, Dew's subbing in here and stuff, and like it gets a little weird in the last couple of weeks, right? But there was this definite shift of we want Saya to play pick and we want Scout to play supports, right? And my problem with that was pick was weak for a while, but then as you saw with stuff like the Doorman, like Doorman was just strong, right? And they had Idol playing it, and they had a bunch of other people kind of like swapping, I wouldn't really say roles, but like swapping kind of like their main hero pool to try to like fit what was going on. But all in all, they were kind of like, even they would have good games on the stuff, right? So this was the Challenger series before the Floorman series, before this series. So they're prioing it, and then it gets banned out in this series. Or no, they pick it with Ido, right? They pick it with Ido. They do good, but they lose the game. And then I'm pretty sure it gets banned out in the series or something. But then they're kind of going back to like the Sinclair stuff. They're picking Sinclair a lot. And they're forcing Scout to play Sinclair. Because I think in their head, the meta read is that Sinclair is just really good and we should be top 3, right? They were one of the first teams to be picking Sinclair in top 3, which I don't think was a bad read. I think Sinclair was a pretty good hero. But when I hear stuff like the John interview, it kind of just sounds like I'm sure people give their input, but when I hear stuff like this, it just makes me think that Saya kind of has the final say in a lot of stuff. And I think that is exemplified the most when Saya kind of starts moving off the support role and moves into pick, right? I think that is kind of weird that happened to the team. And like, maybe they thought that was best. Maybe the team thought that was the best. But if I'm Scout, right? And I'm playing all these heroes, I'd get kind of cheesed by that. Personally, I'd be like, bro, you guys keep putting me on these heroes that are just like mediocre at best in a role I don't play, and I'm kind of getting screwed over. And I think that's kind of what Crayon was talking about in this clip, which I kind of want to talk. I don't 100% agree with Crayon. It says here, by the way, but I kind of wanted to throw this out there.
That's okay. Who did Ranger replace that BM1? Because it wasn't Scout. The team looked good, and it has Scout on it. Who did they replace that game? Let me know. Oh, what? They replaced Sai that game. Oh, so Sai was out, and Scout was in, and Ranger was in. Oh, but the team did good and beat FPN Lounge. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not going to say anything, though, but... I mean, I'm not going to say anything, though.
Okay, like, I hate this shit where it's like you're saying it, but not saying it, but whatever.
Listen, y'all can pick up the piece. On cuck rolls, okay? You made a change. Scout, minus Scout, plus Ranger. They got the coach to replace the player. They got GG Reddick to replace Austin Reeves. Scout is the scapegoat I fear. The problem is that they put Scout on cuck rolls, okay? Scout, literally, I remember Scout's prime, when he played Paradox and Bebop and shit, he was literally smurfing every game. He would actually, like, drop fucking nukes. But, like, what happened was that the characters he played suck, and then they kept putting him on worse and worse heroes. Like, basically, they're like, yo, bro, you used to play good for us, so now we're gonna give you shit and shit and shit. Like, he's gonna look bad if you're giving him shit and shit and shit, bro. They gave him some dog-ass characters that he doesn't play, and that aren't even good either. The only good character he played that he was bad at was Sinclair. Sinclair is literally the only good character he played. Answer me this, okay? Who did Ranger replace in that BO1? Just saying. Who did Ranger replace in that BO1? Because it wasn't Scout. The team looked good, and it has Scout on it. Who did replace?
Okay, so we're gonna keep talking about this.
It's almost like if you pick good heroes for your players, then like they'll look good. And when you give them the poop from a platter and say, hey, yo, make something happen with this, they look like shit. That's the problem. They look like shit because you give them dog shit. That's what it is.
So that's the part with Crayon I agree with. I think this like pushing Saya out thing and like Saya's, I think that's fucking stupid in my opinion. I don't think that's very like, you're just kind of ignoring what Saya brings to the table, especially when we hear stuff what John said, right? Where it's like, he's a very strong voice in draft. He has a very clear idea of how to play the game. But I think all in all, it's just kind of weird how it went down, where Scout just kind of got pushed farther and farther, and then he gets dropped for Ranger. Now the thing about Ranger is Ranger's a really good player. Ranger's really fucking good. When Ranger was playing the game, he was like a very, very good player, right? And the other thing is Ranger plays a lot of different shit. Like he's known for his support, like he plays Mo. Where is he in here? He plays Pick Hayes before other people were playing like Pick Hayes. Right? He plays Drifter. He plays Holiday. Where is he in here again? He played Doorman. Like, he didn't have a great Doorman game, but they kind of just got pissed stomped in this game. Right? He's playing Kelvin. So, Ranger does, all in all, have a bigger pool than Scout does. And, like, I actually would say Ranger's probably, like, a better player than Scout. So, I can totally understand, like, if that is the reason, then you should just accept that Ranger's the better player and you want Ranger to come in. But I think dropping Scout at the time they did was very awkward because literally 4 weeks ago, Ido said this on a Legend interview.
I'm like a big believer of like not having roster changes. So having these roster changes, I'll see like over the last like literally like 5 months or so since I've been a Melee Creeps, these roster changes are constantly, I feel like, setting these teams back. Even like, yeah, I think even like D-Mal, for example, for Floorman, he just got picked up and they won last week. Even I think in the long term, I'm not sure how that will fare because I mean he's from Europe and
he's not wrong about this, by the way. D-Mal has already talked about he wants to go back to EU, but
I just think what's most important right now is creating that core roster, you know, bringing it into when the game actually announces orgs and stuff, and then going from there, like being really tight with your group of people like that you're playing with. So I guess that's kind of why it feels weird because like, oh, they're just like, I played against Floorman, Hydronation, or sorry, FPSL now, and some other teams too, and it's just like they've all mixed in some way or been on the teams with each other in some way. So it's just like it doesn't feel really. I guess that's why it doesn't really feel as surreal to me because it's like, guys, we gotta work on this together. But yeah.
Okay. So again, I think Ranger's a better player. I think bringing in Ranger is not like a crazy roster move. But I just don't like this like talking out of both sides of your mouth thing where it's like it feels like what is being said publicly is not happening in reviews. Which is like, again, we're in this like new age of like all these teams are going to be talking publicly and like they're all streamers and like esports is like developing in that way where a lot more is going to be in the public eye, especially like with scrims and stuff, is with the scene being this early on and stuff. But I just feel like Scout got pushed into a corner, got forced to play shit he doesn't play, and then they're like, oh well, we got to move on. And we have someone like Ranger just sitting here waiting, so we're going to go with Ranger. The other thing is, they need a coach now, okay? I don't know where they're going to find a coach, because there are very few people who are, like, down to coach Deadlock right now, because you don't get to play the game and get, like, I don't know if they would split prize pool with coaches. I guess that's a team-by-team basis thing. But the other thing is, orgs aren't invested yet, except for FPS Lounge. So if you're going to coach, you're essentially doing it for like free. And that's why you see dudes like Lightbringer and like Pier and stuff like streaming, because they're just like, I just want to get paid in like some which way. Pier's actually getting paid by FPS Lounge. But it just feels like Melee Creeps made a big stink about what all these teams were doing, or like swapping and like, you know, you need to build your team and you need to be cohesive, you need to grow together and stuff. And then as soon as the game moves away from pick, they just kind of like tell Scout to play this other shit, which he did well on with the Dynamo games, right? He was like, I agree, I think the meta is bad right now, so I'm gonna start playing Dynamo. And he does well on the Dynamo. And then the meta changes again, and then they're like, we kind of think you should play like Frontline. We should kind of think you should play this. We kind of think. And I feel like Scout kind of just got pushed into this position where he's just playing shit he's not good at. And then the team's doing worse. And then in Scout's head, he's like, okay, but like, you know, we're going to grow. We're going to like figure this out together. And then he gets dropped after they lose to Floorman. So my biggest complaint is just the like it feels like they're talking out both sides of their mouths with the Melee Coops guys. I'm gonna be honest. It kind of felt like Scout just got scapegoated giga hard. And you know, who knows? It could be the right move. It really could be the right move. Because like I said, I think Ranger's probably a better player than Scout if you want to do this. But it brings up the question of, did you ever actually believe that you were going to develop as a team and do that? And two, who's your coach going to be now? Because you need a coach. The top level teams need a coach. Like, maybe you guys think you don't, but I feel like you need a coach. Maybe some Overwatch guys will come over, or maybe some Dota guys. Like, who knows, right? But if I'm Scout, I want to join a top level team and play pick and play like Flex Spirit and just kind of pop the fuck off now and just kind of show that I'm the one who got fucked over in this scenario for being a good teammate. And being like, okay, guys, let's try these new things. I'll try new heroes. I'll try a new role. I'll like, they were asking Scout to play frontline, support, and then like Flex Spirit on top of him already being a really good pick player. Like, there are people who can play a lot of shit. Like Hoot's a good example of this. He can play a lot of stuff. But I think the expectations they pushed onto Scout were just so unbelievable to me. And then I feel like he got scapegoated. Like, I'm gonna be so real. And if I'm Scout and I'm hearing all the shit we're saying about growing together, like, my one question is, why is Scout not on the bench then? Why are we not like putting Scout on the bench and then trialing Ranger? And then if the Ranger thing doesn't go well and the game say like swaps back to pick, like, I think you can play pick now. I think pick's like pretty okay. Like Bebop and Paradox are pretty good heroes, right? And then we can like figure that out instead of Scout just getting dropped. So yeah, I don't know. That I just kind of wanted to talk about that because it felt very weird as someone who follows the scene like I do. Just like this felt really weird. This felt like a very, very weird scenario. But that's kind of my thoughts. I'm gonna make a YouTube video out of this, so you can watch the YouTube video. But it just felt like everyone kind of fell into the short-term thinking of what Scout was, when Scout was actually being a good teammate, trying to figure shit out with them, and then he just kind of got fucked over and got dropped for it. When Scout was playing the shit he plays, they were fucking dominating, and they were playing so well. And then, yeah. It felt like, this felt very different from the DMB thing. Because the DMB thing, it felt like there was internal strife going on, and DMB was like, he wants to play his shit and his heroes, so they're like, okay, we gotta move on, bro. Which, I think for a team environment thing, that's fine. That's a fine reason to move on from someone. But then for this shit to come in, and then they're talking publicly how they're not gonna move on, and then they do move on, it feels like, again, it's like, it feels almost like PR. This goes from like a genuine thing that like I was talking about, to me it feels like PR, to be like, we're not going to drop anyone, we're not going to do this. And then as soon as they start losing, they do exactly what all the rest of the other teams are doing. And they just kind of like drop someone and bring up Ranger. Which again, Ranger, I think is better than Scout. But it just felt really weird. It just, as someone who follows the scene as close as I do, like listening to stuff like this, like it just felt really, really, really weird. So that's kind of my thoughts on this. Don't worry, Villagers, I'm going to make a YouTube video out of that, so you can watch it. It was just kind of my TLDR on Scout.
See if they can actually.
I feel like he got scapegoated giga hard, bro. I think he was trying to be a good teammate and kind of just got fucked over.
Interesting too.
If I'm being honest.
Like you say, you know, the ability to get that tempo.
So let's look at this because they might jump away from this. I know you missed the ramp, bro. I was gonna be here for it. It's like a 20-minute ramp, but yeah, TLDR. I think Scout got forced to play a role he got forced to play multiple roles he doesn't play, and then they're saying publicly that the team's not gonna like split up, we want to grow together, we want to do all this shit, and then they lose to Floorman twice, and then he gets dropped, and I'm like, like, if I'm Scout, I'm fucking pissed off, is what I would be pissed the fuck off if I was Scout. Personally, I think he should join Floorman if Demon leaves or something, if Demov leaves, and just fucking shit on them now. Like, I feel like Scout is a great teammate for trying to do all that shit, trying to like reignite the flame they had, but so that was in the rant. I played a John clip where they talk about like how Sai is like the oracle and he can meta read and all this stuff. So to me, it seems like Sai is leading the direction in draft and in like game plan. And then it kind of just seemed like Saya just was like, yeah, I'm gonna play pick now. And then Scout's like, could have pushed back, but is trying again to be a good teammate and be like, okay, I'll play sports, I'll play stuff I don't play. And then they don't have success, and then who gets fucked, you know? So that's just kind of my TLDR. I'll make you a video out of it. So if you want to watch, you can watch the VOD too if you want. But yeah, the DMB thing I think made way more sense than the Scout thing. The Scout dropping, I did not like it. It felt kind of slimy to me, in my opinion. But okay, FPS Lounge versus Melee Creeps. So we first picked the Doorman. FPS Lounge opted banning Pocket. Curious by this because I'm curious if teams would actually first pick the Pocket, but I think Melee Creeps would be a team. You can't, right? But he actively was like, I'm gonna try other stuff so we can like grow as a team and figure this shit out. And then that didn't work, and then they're like, okay, you gotta go, bro. It's like, if your team is, because I would be willing to do that as a teammate, right? Like, say if someone's like, you gotta fucking pick up Sinclair, you gotta pick up Doormat, you gotta do all this shit, right? Or like even more drastic, because they asked him to do so much, bro. They're like, we want you to play frontline, we want you to play flex spirit, we want you to play support, and then every once in a while we'll let you play pick, but actually now we're gonna put Sai on pick. And then it's like, what is this guy supposed to do? Like, you're making him look like a dog shit player. And then yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, and we value that in you because you can play all this other shit, but then he just gets forced into these roles he doesn't play and then gets dropped. I don't know, it felt kind of weird. Okay, I'm gonna go over draft. So they ban Pocket, they first pick Doorman, which makes sense. Gets traded for Mirage Silver, okay, and they match with Shiv Apollo, so they grab their front line into Bebop. Okay, we'll see how good the Doorman is. I'm assuming this is going to be Ranger Doorman. No, Ranger's going to be on Viscous. This is probably Ido or Saya. Saya's going to be on Paradox, though, okay. So it's going to be Ido Doorman. The next stage of bans are Mina and Venator. So they force John's pool pretty hard here, but I think John's going to be playing Gun Lash. So the first time we're going to see John on Gun Lash, which will be interesting. And then they first pick Warden, second phase. So yeah, they hard take all the John's characters. And gets matched by the last Viscous. Good Viscous pick here. And then they go Sinclair, Celeste last. He's playing in scrims? Yeah, I could see that. So yeah, it's going to be Lash on John. And then Celeste. Is the Gamba already over? The Gamba's probably already over. Yeah, it is. Fuck. I think FPS Lounge hard on scales. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get there. It really depends on the Sinclair.
We shared an office together. I'm trying to think back. Like, there's no way, dude. There's no way that you and, like...
Yeah, and he's still on the sport thing.
At the same event as us. Like an IEM or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like it was the
yeah, it's true.
Oh,
yeah. Look at that.
Sinclair's like kind of... He's like a util sport, though.
Honestly, can I just say...
But yeah, no, he was kind of off of it. They're playing like double pick and stuff.
The Hairlines are doing pretty well, at least for you two lads in the middle. You know,
why are we roasting ZP, man? You know, leave ZP alone.
Can't have everything. Can't have dashing good looks and an amazing hairline. But this was great. Obviously, big shout out.
I did not know DDK was this short, by the way. I had no fucking. Are they sitting?
Really cool
okay, they're sitting.
Out in
I knew Jake was tiny, but
hopefully you guys in the chat also got the. I mean,
still sport like Ivy, yeah.
We don't have to point it out.
I know, still play it.
Listen, look.
Util sports, yeah.
I get it, but it's a work in progress. The sooner you start on the sort of the treatments, the better it's going to be. I don't even know what. I think
I like Melee Creeps draft more, honestly.
I don't even know what my hairline was trying to do. So I get. It takes one to know.
It's kind of a hard Lash game, though.
So we are still waiting on.
I feel like you just get hooked like crazy.
Poppers.
Melee Creeps still taking a million years to load in the game.
League of Legends
kind of worked out
in their lobbies. So yeah, well, we're still waiting on that a little bit. So. We're gonna tread water for a little bit, guys, and wait for this game to get started. This, of course, is our challenger game. If you're just joining in, this is probably like a little later than we're getting started over at NA because we had obviously a pretty banger, best of 3 money match over in EU. Loki Dub obviously taking the win there in the end. And of course, as always, want to thank you guys for your donations and subs. It helps us keep the lights on as well.
Yeah, volunteers, they're doing another
we don't have a current price
12K tourney.
We're
Night
doing
shift.
very, very well in that regard.
I put in the group chat if you want to play. It's going to be on the 29th.
Also,
for open quals.
Yeah, you know, like I think that, you know, it's kind of interesting. We've done away with our like it was like a bounty, that extra incentive for like teams to sort of string wins together, but it's just it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because frankly we're seeing so much of this volatility out of this region. Even this week, FPS Lounge being rumored to you know, have performed pretty well in scrims. We might see another changing of the guard here at the top in NA.
It's so hilarious when you think about it, because yeah, we put this bounty system in for these teams that would win week in, week out, because we had like Melee Creeps on their like 13 win streak or something, like a few months, and like also like Abraham's or whatever in EU winning for like 2-3 months. And then the very first day we've instituted the bounty system, so that teams get kind of rewarded for maybe like taking them down with like an exciting storyline. Both of them lose in the same week, lose their streaks. Unreal.
That's by design, bro. Let's be real. All to plan. All right, looks like we're moments away from getting this one started. It is your night shift, shift number 39 for NA, presented of course by our friends over at Intel. And Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge are about to throw down in yet another challenger game. Last week, of course, in shift number 38, it was Melee Creeps who took the win in a 38-minute game. So pretty tight one, but again, you've got to respect what the Pocket can do, and that's why he's been banned out in this game. On the other side, it's going to be FPS Lounge.
Shiv.
Melee Creeps.
To Silver Celeste, and then we got Paradox Lash to Bebop Warden. Okay. And then Apollo Doorman, the Doom Lane, to Mirage Sinclair.
That's because Warden can, you know, can just focus
on
it's going to
be Ranger on the Viscous.
Close to mid, there's lots of like boxes accessible, so it's kind of efficient. So we'll kind of see if that is the case, if it is the Bebop Room. But other than that, we've got Mirage Sinclair on the right side for FPS Lounge, Hydration on that Mirage. Definitely nice poke, and again, that's up against the Doorman Apollo lane. You know, you already mentioned just how ridiculous the bells are, and obviously Apollo already has with the Sigil and the lunges just a ridiculous burst spirit damage as well. So that is the lane that I would expect. You'd expect the Melee Creeps to go the best, the quickest.
It's an interesting lane here. Shiv Viscous versus Silver Celeste. Already you can just see Popper's ears shoving it, trying to get as far forward as possible. Light Eater as well. Some just you know, some reasonable harassment being put down in the direction of the Shiv, but yeah, a lot of push here. And it's clear that FPS feel like there's FPS Lounge, excuse me, feel like there's a bit of imperative to shove under this Guardian, because they know exactly what is happening on the other side of the map. They identified that they are not the weak side and really need to do something. Splatter though, they're catching on to Poppers, and respect that poke damage coming back, but this shove is going to be relentless.
Yeah, definitely. And it's cool to see you know, Snakes on the Silver. You know, Snakes is a player that I just associate only with Billy pretty much, because he's such a phenomenal Billy player. But, you know, I think FPS Lounge, they've been doing a lot of forward thinking, making sure that the roster has
with the hard scare for the game
to really survive in these metas and kind of work with the new roster picks, obviously getting Poppers in there as well. So having to solve a lot of these hero pool issues. So we'll see how Snakes does on the Silver in this game. Obviously critical.
Well, man on the Bebop, by the way.
Some early damage and poke in here. And they've, as you were mentioning, they've got some good wave priority early on.
Yeah, I guess like
you're kind of talking about they're going to kind of have this shuffle though with rolls. The Poppers coming in.
No, it becomes a bit more.
Lemaine was going to kind of move over to the pick roll,
sort of returning
pick slash front line.
See how his M1 build ends up looking. Actually, already some damage down on Melee Creeps mid Guardian up against this Warden and Bebop lane. Obviously, Alk Flask plus the risk of being you know, pulled in is a problem. I might even start to see a drift here from Poppers out towards that neutral side a little bit more, as there's some pressure being let up on this left side.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly how the macro goes in this game. That's always obviously one of the many storylines that we will be looking at. Which team is going to be doing it better? You know, both of these teams, you know, have great coaching and really focus on this. Melee Creeps, I feel like, are one of the best teams in the business in terms of getting the first bridge buffs. And you know, the where that starts is getting that lane priority around the 430 mark to ensure that you can kind of win positionally and get there first onto those bridge buff points of the map. So see how that goes here. Some more harass, more poke, and again, you know, we talked about this earlier. We're seeing a lot of really good shove from FPS Lounge on the left side of the map.
Now, you see Popper's trading really well. That exchange does not
Holy.
favor Ranger whatsoever. And even Fishcake tried to intervene there, but in general, the
I mean, Fishcake's kind of owning.
is definitely feeling the pressure somewhat. Again, this
I thought this lane's going pretty good for the Billy shit or the Visca shit so far.
Onto low main in the middle of the map. This could be a little bit dicey.
Their poke's getting strong here now too.
Tries to put some distance
Full
in between,
main hits the hook, but dies.
Relentless, and Sire
Good shit
is
from
gonna be able to
John.
take that kill away. John obviously extends into taking a large amount of damage, and this should be traded out here, providing that the landing is stuck by Rokan, and so it is. This now leaves pretty low health Warden left to try and get away from this Sire pressure. Again, happy to see this man on a pick-oriented hero.
Yeah, and I think that was really interesting because if I'm not mistaken, I think the hook actually hit John, but I believe Lomain died just before he was, able to get pulled in by the hook, so kind of countered it, if I'm not mistaken. So that would have been a very different circumstance had he actually been able to pull him into the tower. But here we go. We've got the bridge buffs coming up right now on all sides of the map. We're looking for wave priority. And again, as I mentioned, melee creeps notoriously good at getting all the bridge buffs.
Yeah, the drift came across basically instantly. I think it's assisted by the fact that Sire finds some degree of success out towards the middle part of the map and is able to head, towards the left. But looks like both of these bridge buffs, claimed. Ido get the gun buff. That's going to make that door even worse in that middle lane. And Sire is going to get himself that survival buff.
All right, so a cube there to help out Fishcake a little bit. In terms
Rangers
of
in nowhere. He
the
goes
damage is just
burst into Arcane Surge.
Snakes.
Rangers in nowhere.
That's Silver as well as Poppers on the Celeste. So they're just generally always push. But we do have a dive here, and the tiny little sun coming on through to finish off Leather. That's going to do its job.
Yeah, the delay damage is going to guarantee the elimination. This is kind of what you expect from this lane. FPS Lounge can only do so much to keep them at bay. Hydration is making a quick retreat, trying to get on out, but there was no chance. Ido's going to be able to catch them out. That means some significant pressure on that Guardian. Slam, though, as John turns right up to start this party. Backs away here, but you know the Rokan is definitely seen better days. Faring pretty poorly. Melee creeps get active in 2 of the 3 lanes.
Sire gets the jump on Rokan, the swap.
Yeah, Sire seems to be having a really nice start to the game. We do get the roam back into, well, not roam, but the return to the defense of that left side tower here for FPS Lounge. They've been doing so well on this lane. We'll see if they're able to, force back melee creeps once again. And I'm curious to see what the build will look like for Ranger. We generally tend to see Viscous be quite splatter-oriented in the current meta.
Splatter.
A lot of damage, and you can kind of play quite well if you cube max off of that too as a support.
Yep, curious. We shall see.
Here, alongside
Q-Max is really strong this game.
For Poppers, as they were being
put the Mirage in the game.
But I think it was just trying to negotiate from a position of power. There's a shining
Holy all in.
Troublesome for melee creeps indeed. Fishcake's going to be brought
Poppers
down.
just deleted them.
Poppers going to be credited with that elimination, and we are back to business here.
End up getting smoke on from that too, so it's actually a huge lead.
Strong lane, but is that really going to be enough? You look across the map here, good damage on that mid Guardian of melee creeps, but it's the right side. It's obviously concerning for FPS Lounge, but again, if they can sort of keep things at status quo as they are.
Curious if they were going to send it there.
Over the one any day.
I guess Fishcake had quick zip, so it was a little spooky.
Yeah,
because the transform's here. Ranger gets farmed.
Getting out of that one.
Lomain died again on blue by John.
I mean, this Guardian.
John Sire wheel ahead right now.
Pretty significant damage at this point. Diving in there with the Lycan Curse and looking to finish things off. Just don't care that shit's just standing there, has to slide his way forwards, but still is going to be under a lot of pressure. But the Guardian's what they came for.
The drift across instantly. Ido is heading over towards mid. Looks like there might be a timing to take a fight as that first Guardian was taken down on the right side of the map. We're on board with Rokan, who's definitely aware, I think, that something might be afoot, but can he do anything about it? Rokan connects the call bell now, and it's getting ugly for him. Upstairs he goes. Sire able to chase him down. That is nice rotation here in from the doorman. Hyper Beam in play. Call bell simply thrown out, and we are going to be headed off to the Baroness Hotel. It's a connection there on the Bebop. Looking very, very good for melee creeps to continue to snowball this. You've got to respect, though, that Poppers is in the vicinity, though. It doesn't appear like
they're going to get his gun spike.
Down the
Mystic shot, most likely.
And we had some really good shove as well from Dew on that Apollo on the right side. So he's going to be eating up the opposing team's jungle. FPS Lounge will lose some money there. Ooh. And in the meantime,
nice from Ranger.
Once again, this battle in this left lane rages forwards, rages on.
It's got the green spike here. Holy fuck! Sire and John are farming, by the way.
Into mid.
I like that sort of. Okay, so melee creeps
even
just sort of calm things
swap
down. So like
Poppers into this lane and kill him again.
And then they just like cancel on the aggression. They wait for John.
The side swaps have been clean.
Respawn. I think he maybe even zipline boosts in, and then they're able to take another fight. As FPS Lounge is still kind of milling around. His Death Slam gets
not it from
Hydration. Obviously, as Hydration tries to copy it, now he's feeling a little exposed. I think behind this Guardian, he's likely to be fighting there. Carbine strikes true, and that is the Sinclair out of the fight. This is ugly for FPS Lounge. I'm not going to mince words with you now. Melee Creep's able to pressure this down pretty effectively in time, as they've managed to get ahead in terms of the life of these Guardians, and all the while Do is getting farmed. 8.8k souls just chilling that right hand side of the map, and now he may even look to rotate in.
One thing is you don't love the soul dispersion from Melee Creeps here, but oh, let me just dead it. Oh no, never mind. Fuck. They dipped on him. They fucking left him to die.
FPS Lounge looking to try to get as
much
back as they possibly can. And bridge bots are coming. Itani Lusan to find a kill at least.
Might even die.
Looks like some damage on low man off the back of that.
Oh, they're just like trolling around this door. Do dies.
Gonna be dropped down. This surely a bag to be.
Ido finally leaves.
That engagement. Look, it was a hook, I think, into you know, the rabbit hex. So nice little combo there between Hydration and low main to secure that initial pick. And Adu comes in a little bit late, a little bit staggered out. So seeing a very high value Apollo, they're not being able to really do too much to turn the fight, but already buffs are coming up. Melee Creeps, as always, are aware of it. And John's able to get a casting one at least.
Yes, good work from FPS Lounge. They actually got position on the left side, on the Urn side here. They get that casting buff on the Bebop, and there's that hyper beam
through.
Buff, so it's pretty
snakes.
painful. Hotel
His second door. Could get hit by the laser too. Spirit buff laser from Bebop.
This fight as well. They are going to be able to steal that one away on the Celeste. And
Poppers gets out with it.
Good job here off the back of that initial mid fight here, Mitch. They've positioned
Ranger
well,
real low and alone. It's a dead Ranger.
I don't think Ranger is going anywhere. Tries to keep himself here, but he will be chased down. These rabbit hexes from Hydration have been pretty darn heads up. Earn the hands though of Poppers
getting
right
jumped
now.
though.
Looking to really
stretch
their legs.
Dude just going fucking sicko mode under tower. He might die to Poppers though.
There ends up being another fight off the back of this now as looks like Poppers has found his latest victim. It's Do, who we pinned our hopes on to really be a factor in this early game. Brought down, there might be some reprisal here for Poppers as he tries to slip away. John coming out strong. Fishcake traded out, but there's a lot of pressure around this mid walker now for FPS Land.
Good denial on the swap, still dies though.
So this is free real estate for Melee Creeps for the time being, and they are going to make use of the absence
Ido actually ends up stealing the urn.
So this was a really interesting play.
Snakes dies pushing left side.
Like,
yeah, this was.
Chase after the end. We're going to take this left side.
The FPS Lounge kind of stretched himself too thin here.
They've basically,
and now they're not going to be able to hear in time on the right side. So Melee Creep's going to get it.
And they've lost the urn.
Orkane does end up getting Guardian.
Such a smart macro play, like a min-max macro play.
So many orbs get denied here though.
As now Melee Creeps will turn in that stolen urn, and they completely turned around the game.
Yeah, the Doorman shenanigans are reaching fever pitch on this right side of the map. Left here for a kill, but this might be a dangerous prospect. Light Eater, though, good damage being put down on John Job, but Ido.
Left foot kind of just overcooked.
Mirage finally brought down. Hotel Stay also.
John dies.
Well in this situation, but Hydration is going to be able to bring.
Popper's going to die. Yes, he is.
Itani Lusan, big connection on the Poppers, and yeah,
he was popping off this game.
In fact, is going to be pretty darn devastating. Melee Creeps in a good spot here, and it looks like
there steals the Doorman, puts it on Doorman.
Snakes here. False advance, obviously, to find some free damage on Hydration, and maybe wasn't aware that he'd be the target right now.
Man, Guardian's been fucking nothing, bro.
Juice still has to respect Snakes.
They actually
just engaging Sigil here just to back it off, but that is a pretty low health Guardian on the right side of the map.
Right, Silver lives. Get big heist from Melee Creeps, though.
Both teams have a Guardian up.
They just jump Urn on blue, get it?
Some of the back and forth that we've had, which, I mean, Melee Creeps were ahead for quite some time. FPS Lounge, they lost that last turn, but they are pretty close in terms of souls. More or less on parity. A 5k difference, not
still Guardian for the Melee Creep stick on the left side as well.
Looking for this final Guardian, and Poppers.
It's still kind of be now. FPS Lounge have the same thing right side.
Like crazy, they're in the mid position.
Ranger hooked, cubes himself. How much more aggression is there behind this? It might be a pick opportunity presenting itself, but we're going to start to see Fishcake rotate in. Will it be quick enough? Well, left is going to be a problem as well. Big damage, and still somehow Ranger's going to be able to get away. Now what's happened? Paradoxical swap, and Leffa has simply been caught out. FPS Lounge, the grip in this game may be starting to slip. Of all the people to get caught in the Baroness Hotel, it is Ido. Of course, that audience participation. You're getting the job done, bro. He's trying to get the heck on out. Let's turn around towards this left side Guardian, though. That's about to get pressured down. We're crossing over there now on board with Fishcake. Low as he is, We're going to rely on his teammates to get some more of the Guardian damage down, but there's a Traveler in here from Lefa. He wants to fight, always looking for an opportunity. Glowman able to bring that Shiv down, though it looks like FPS Lounge have successfully defended off the back of this Mirage ult.
Yeah, I mean, they've actually kept that Guardian alive as well, you know, going to the 14th minute. We are starting to think about these bridge busts in the next turn soon. But with that said, we've got the high ground positioning here for the harass from melee creeps. As you get to see John on this lash. And he's going to back away out of there as we get the pursuit here on this left lane.
Pursuit.
There's definitely some chase here. Ranger, once again, finding himself in a pretty compromising position. Once again, it's going to be Fishcake to the rescue. Same question, though. Is it going to be enough, though? Ranger will be brought down this time. Fishcake, though,
FPS Lounge kind of farming here.
It's a low health Silver. Binding Word actually going to be catching on to them, though. So nice job by Rokane, making a little bit harder.
Good shit from Snakes.
Intended target and some jukes here.
Snakes looking good on the Silver so far.
Hydration, though, goes down elsewhere. That's a mid-walker that is being pressured. Both teams simultaneously going for walkers. Melee Creeps getting that one first, though.
It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade, it looks like, though. Yeah, it's 2-for-1 trade for FPS Lounge.
They're going to get both.
Earn and 20. Earn's going to be right side here. The zip is really important.
Maybe we can see a save happen now as
Snakes is looking better.
Is the defenders of
he looked rough on the Victor last week, but Silver's looking good.
Both walkers, and also in the midst of all of this, Lone Main's he's got a 7 kill streak on that Bebop as well, having a fantastic game so far.
Yeah, maybe an inflection point here. It looks like a couple kills that are going to go over to melee creeps. It's really a question of what they can turn this into, though. Rokane surely not long for this world as Ido brings him down.
You think he's the weak link? I mean, sure.
Out of the game. They're not in a great part of the map, though, to really benefit from this. And FPS Lounge are already ready to defend that right side.
I just think this...
On the macro level, FPS Lounge won out over the last couple of
just
minutes.
keep cutting your weakest player thing now? I don't...
Its own time as well. So
I don't think it ends well.
List of issues.
Like you saw it with Hydronation, bro. They literally had to disband as a team for a while.
To head towards the left-hand side of the map
because they just kept cutting people every time they lost.
And so I was gonna get caught here. Poppers has found him on that Celeste.
Like there's only so much top-level talent, bro. That's always something to think about with esports.
And so I gets it, but
who is our weakest link? That's the most toxic thing I've ever fucking heard, bro.
In comes the troop from melee creeps here to try to defend this unpositioned.
This is the most toxic thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I'm for sure just gonna flame our teammates. Yeah, for sure. Let me just do that, bro.
Open at this point in time.
Let me just start fucking flaming people on camera. Yeah, let's do that.
There's a lot of macro that's in advantage of FPS Lounge. They're looking to go for it here, though, Mitch.
Lomain looking for a dunk. Dangerous business, drops here for the time being. Splatter connecting, he wants to pick it up, and here comes the goo ball. That's gonna have to be dealt with.
Oh, he actually got the ult off, though.
Poppers and Snakes both caught out by it. Lomain's trying to find a safe
place
to play from here.
Wasn't in time with the hook.
Absolutely struggling.
Holy fucking chaos. Torment ult comes out. Holy Dino Saw comes out. Oh my god.
Copied ultimate. Fishcake somehow still alive.
So you can text it? Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Slightly, and here's that Apollo. Will we finally
Shut the fuck up.
Exercise that farm advantage he was able to find earlier on? Snakes does fall. Amidst that, there was an urn turning, but I'm a
who even got the urn?
Who the hell did it?
That's even more toxic. True. It is more toxic.
Got it. I think Snakes got it, if I'm not mistaken.
That's why I'm not going to do it.
I believe they did get the urn turned in, but like you were saying, you know, they did get chased down there, and they lost a few kills. The
Cold front on Paradox? What is bro cooking?
You know, 3 minutes until the next urn is
I mean, they're kind of giga low range. It's
jungle left on the
probably
map
okay, actually.
And you've got melee creeps just starting with the
basics,
basics,
spirit spike?
cleaning up
Okay,
the wave priority, making sure that
the innovator.
And the pick game is now where we're at. And Poppers is going to get caught there ever so slightly by some of that Apollo harass in the middle lane as melee creeps push up those waves.
A big shove in towards mid, but obviously the desirable objectives, Dan, are out towards the periphery of the map, and melee creeps.
I'm never sold with the slowing bullet shit on Doorman.
It does break fairly favorably for them in terms of numbers. It's just not in a spot.
I don't know if I believe in it.
Into an objective advantage. So they're still fighting to shove these lanes
in
if they can.
Saves his vitality buff.
Trying to get the
oh, no, that was hydration. What the fuck?
Very, very low.
It is good?
It looked like Dude trying to do him in there.
I mean, if you're a fucking pro aimer pro,
connection onto Poppers as he
I can
tries
see it
to
being good.
chase down. Door going to be used. That will get your doorman out to safety. Elsewhere, though, Sire's locked in a fight here against Snakes. Carbine loaded up here.
Is there really nothing else you can buy with 16?
In fact, both teams have people arriving.
Really, nothing else?
Activated now.
Really?
Looking up towards the Lash, who does not fancy this fight. John still trying to scale towards some degree of inevitability with his gun build.
Like Soul Shredder. Long range, swift striker. I guess you don't. Fire rate on doorman, but melee charge, weaken against you. Like really? Really? I don't play doorman. I don't fucking know.
What's I gonna do in this position though? Decently farmed up, good amount of souls, and Snakes actually gets taken down. There's the daggers. Sai though does get hexed.
Snakes finally dies.
There might just be a little bit too much.
Keep up in the hotel. Is Sai gonna live?
Looks like he might be able to slip through. Sai though not so lucky. He's over by the secret shop and eventually gets picked off. Snakes still though coming back into the game, and Ranger just off respawn here for melee creeps. There's still this.
I mean, had a rough lane, but he came back so fucking hard, man. Well, main guy's too good at the video game. Oh, John died. That's bad. Are they gonna send it? Oh, they're fucking sending it. They got Ball, they got Buddy, they got Wardenall, they got Beam. They're fucking down. Deuce in side lane. They're fucking down.
From full HP to nothing at this point.
Deuce finally making his way over. He'll get here in time.
FPS lounge because they might lose it all here. They have to go for the mid
yeah, the door is now set up. This is fucking. We're pausing, bro.
Well, yeah, that's a.
We're pausing.
A reasonable time to pause.
We're actually fucking pausing.
Big fan of that. Snakes there might be stuck, so bugged
in a wall. Stuck in a wall or something.
There as well.
He's in the wall. Classic doorman. Yeah, doorman continuing to be the buggiest character in the fucking game.
Melee creeps with 3 players that are just not in position. They're
still
stuck coming off that zip line.
Snake stuck between the fucking door and oh my god, this fucking doorman character is just bug city, bro.
Set up in advance by Ido.
That's the problem, hey.
Can you unstuck while pause? I don't think you can.
Stuck in the. I mean.
Dude, this doorman shit is so bugged, man. It's just so fucking bugged. There's just always doorman bugs.
Already here. So what becomes of Snakes?
Snakes has to. Oh, Snake's stuck in the wall. Oh, cool, man. Oh no, this is so fucking cool.
Okay, well, this is pretty bad. Last man in play.
Oh god, that is brutal stuff.
They lose all 3 regions because Snake is stuck in the wall. Oh yeah, fuck this doorman character, bro. Oh yeah, that's so fucking cool. Yeah, that's awesome. 10 out of fucking 10. Oh look, Snakes can't unstuck. He's still fucking stuck with the door. Oh, he can't unstuck because the door's in the way. Oh. Oh, look, he was stuck behind the door. Fuck this doorman character, bro.
Like bug interaction with the door, he's sort of locked in place.
It's so buggy, man. It's such a bugged fucking character. It's not even funny. What the fuck was that? He got stuck behind the door, man.
Melee creeps are even in souls. While being a walker down. That is not a good sign.
Okay.
I can't. It's just so painful.
No, I just bother.
That's so bad. That feels so bad.
Well, listen.
May have to start playing doorman. I just want them to fix this fucking character before I pick up this character, man.
Cost of doing business here in the Cursed
I feel like it's gonna get gutted again too.
I don't cause a pause here. For what reason we could not say.
I'm liking size build.
Some discussion.
I'm liking this. He's Tempo King
of that exchange. Obviously, FPS Lounge still spawning back onto the map, but the way things stand, it's going to be somewhat challenging for them to defend this.
I don't think the game feels wonky. I think there's some characters though where it's like, dude, we gotta clean this shit up, bro.
Haggard, because as you pointed out,
Sinclair feels kind of weird. Doorman feels kind of weird.
And they allowed their walkers to take a ton of creep damage, especially on the left side.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Doorman gets banned in every
You don't think Doorman feels wonky, bro? I don't know, man.
That's a crazy interaction.
I feel like every third Doorman game I see a fucking bug.
For that play.
Like they had to fix the urn shit again. Like you could bug the urn through doors, even though you couldn't take it through, but it could like fall. Like I don't know, man. They just keep finding fucking bugs with this character
as much as they possibly can, so they can really come out with a strong advantage. But there's often a decent risk behind it as well. To be able to get that time.
I'm just saving my mental.
The bigger advantage.
If I ever lose a game to a bug on Doorman, I'm gonna lose it. I mean, my monitor's going out the window.
Just yet, of course, we definitely have a situation where melee creeps will take an advantage. They're going to have the macro dominance. They've got 2 weakened walkers they can go after. They've got a lot of jungle that they'll be able to clear for free because they're going to have huge priority.
I can see that, yeah. Making the Apollo just click.
Replays.
Yeah, it's kind of like sniping. It's weird. It's like you have to like snipe 3 times in a row. It's like quick scoping from Modern Warfare 2. He's a weird character.
That's the Bebop sort of rotating out towards that left.
Why are we pausing? Can someone explain why we're pausing? Did Ido disconnect again, bro? Oh my god, do not tell me Ido's internet. He literally, they just talked about before this that Ido fixed his internet, by the way. They just talked about this.
Remember, Was that a turn-in? It was. So Snakes actually gets the earned turn-in, which is fine.
Okay, they should show the fucking doorman back. I literally think doorman put a wall where Silver was against, and she got stuck behind the fucking wall. I literally think that's what happened.
Without really saying why. And so Melee Creep's not super sure why that is, and obviously.
Oh my god, Melee Creep's games just take so fucking long, man. They take so long every time. They take forever to load in. They have fucking internet issues. They have.
Ido had a long pause last month, and we had to play the game on without him. So we will keep you.
It's probably fucking Ido. It's probably fucking Ido again, man. Real ball knowledge. Someone is taking.
Oh my god! Yeah, it's.
Oh my god, they're ready. Thank the Lord. Holy shit! No internet problems.
What the fuck? I mean, I'm glad he can. I'm glad he can hold my time ransom. That's fine. Thanks, Ido. We are back in game.
Okay.
I've only been doing this for 15 years, but that's fine. Let Azuma just hold me up. We're back in game.
Look at this dude. Look at this fucking pro. Look at this. Look at this pro.
Does he know who I am or
absolute fucking pro?
Either way, we have an urn being taken across the map.
Yeah, no, he built his own PC. Dude, I don't understand why he built his own PC. Like, bro, like why? Why take the risk, man? This is literally your job. And then we pause again?
Stay up. Oh, dude's out. See, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know how you break your GPU, bro. That's pretty insane. Like a CPU, I can understand, but breaking your GPU, bro, like I don't know what the fuck we're doing with that.
Sorry, but if you're gonna spell it SRRY, why not just do the whole word?
Router is saved.
You feel like
what was the first thing I was saying?
And just sort of.
I mean, at that point, you might as well.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think for sincerity's sake, like I don't need perfect spelling, right? Like it's 2026, but like it's a 5-letter word. Ido's pretty educated guy. He's smart.
Pretty educated guy.
We're back.
Have you seen his Twitter paragraphs? This guy's clearly educated.
Such is the game, folks. We are 3 rejuve credits, though, to the good for Melee Creeps, and a 6k soul lead with 2 walkers still on the map for them to get. So definitely well positioned to be understatement.
All right, well, we've got to get Locks back in as the players here. And this is
we're diving
Walker. Rejuves, trying to batter down this Walker. I mean, they'll have no trouble with that. It's not too much to.
I think Hydration is dead. Hydration is dead. He just got fucking poked to death.
So, yeah, just again, it's very hard to stop,
07.
stop all of this.
It's a catch in mid. I think that FPS Labs just trying to push the wave out, but maybe underestimating how quickly Melee Creeps can respond to this, or overestimating how many Melee Creeps players were shoving down that right side Walker. Either way, it's a pretty diabolical outcome because Lament are off the map for the time being. Now, we notice that Leffer is over on that left-hand side. Good shove on that wave, by the way. Like, genuinely great stuff. And obviously has the ability to rotate in with that Traveler. But Melee Creeps are simply going to take the time, walk over to that side of the map, and start to threaten that Walker now with Sinners being picked up on the way.
Yeah, it's a really good call. Just pushing that left wave is so important because of how much it slows down. The
so weird.
The backdoor protection for as long as it takes. Melee Creeps to now.
Gun buff for Shiv, good meme.
It is
good fucking meme.
Valuable.
Probably good spirit though.
So we'll see what the defense can look like because FPS Lounge, if they want to have a defense, they have all the time in the world to do it. The issue is that there could be catch. Right now Melee Creeps, they would love to get a pick to go into the Walker push. But they won't find anything just yet.
Still 3 Jibs. They can just hard dive. Oh, good fucking counter spell, by the way.
The beam was interrupted. And
now lash ult though. Oh no, they're all fucking dead.
Completely denied. That is a pretty bloody nice death slam. Low main is dead. Extremely dead. And now I'd be surprised if Hydration were able to get away with this in one piece. I do like the copied death slam though, and this has turned things around on John.
Your Paulo Arca's right. Good, bro. Zero's fucking OP.
But it's a rejuve. Credit burn.
Zero's too fucking good.
Into the fight. That Walker obviously is down, and now base guard.
Your arc might come to an end with the patch this week though, so. Is it gonna be this week or early next week?
Now under attack as well. Taking down this first shrine would be really annoying. You get the Mega Creeps, so the wave is
damn, they fucking.
If you are losing your shrine, so.
Dude, I feel so bad for this line. They got fucked by that door, man. It flipped the whole game. They went for an early mid boss, just got fucked.
Big macro advantage there.
Long weekend? Oh yeah, true.
As well. Some pursue here, but I don't know that it's going to be able to do too much. As you'll see the Melee Creeps team get away, and really they just trapped.
Oh dear.
Left he's going to be really careful. Does get saved by his teammate.
Well, they got a shrine. I think it's a little GG once the shrine's gone. But they do have Mirage. Mirage and Warden, actually.
Mirage, but it takes time for him to really get to that strong.
They can, in fact, just farm this wave. I would just put Mirage here and let him perma farm. Or if you want to get your Warden bigger, just put him on this wave. But then Warden can't show up to fights. That's one thing.
Walk in molasses. It is pretty scary to try and go up against that. So Leffa will need time.
It's like
and also,
walking in molasses.
Not that compelling a soul total in general. Obviously, Counterspell is a very good item for FPS Lounge players against what melee creeps are bringing. So it's good.
You
to see
don't
that
talk like
finding
this in
its way
game.
into
You need the
Lomain's inventory.
scums. True.
Someone who had a really good start to the game. Lomain was right out in front. I think like what 6 or 7 kills.
Nah, bro. I gotta let our E6 players do their ting.
Suffered a little bit more, and I think we have a
let them do their ting.
in the works.
I speak up when I feel like I need to.
To get position, but it looks like FPS
Oh!
push back. Melee creeps ever so slightly. Cube comes out, but there goes Lomain into the Baroness Hotel. And positionally, looking pretty good here from Ido. Very good high ground play.
I believe Lomain is dead.
On that paradox to try
I believe that's a dead Bebop.
They'll be successful. Lomain will go
Is
down.
Ranger gonna die though? Ooh, they trade Ranger for it though. Oh, Popper's died. That's GG.
Time war. Pretty rough stuff here. Poppers goes down.
I know, bro.
Here in the Death Slam activated now. That's probably was hydration.
You just gotta like
Sinclair Ultimate's unclear. Anyway,
when you're going for something, just say. That's what like Goat's gotten a lot better at that too. Because he started playing more Dynamo. He's like calming when he's going in.
Actually, I shouldn't say that.
As soon as you do that, it's
at this point. They're in very
that's like honestly, if you have enough people like directing the flow of traffic, all you really need to do is just say when you're getting like ult or when you're gonna like lasso in on Yamato or something.
Is the Royster.
Because we have enough people talking.
It really sucks, but it seems like...
Because too many yappers is horrible. Too many people yapping is not ideal at the same time. Like, everyone should be adding, but if everyone's yapping, the comms are actually just unplayable. They're just unfucking playable.
As a result of that, losing that mid-boss so cleanly, and you're just left to wonder what would have happened if Snakes didn't get kind of just stuck there, and they were able to actually fight with you know, maybe like a Snakes and Lycan form, you know, around that mid boss,
which is good.
Would they have been able to neutralize some of the Regis? Would they have been able to claim some themselves?
Climate plays a tempo character. He should be telling us what he wants to do on the map, right? Same with Snake.
The money match, and FPS Lounge are looking like
I mainly just track timers now. It's like the one thing I do.
Pretty cooked after that.
Or just like late game macro. I have a pretty good read on, so.
Well, here we go. Fishcake is diving in for a call with the
dude, Lomain's getting caught perma, by the way.
By this can obviously back out and make his way through the door for that little bit of shield, and he's done for now. He'll be headed back on the zip line in a moment, though. Tony Lusan.
Oh, Bobber's actually lived though. Wait, dude. Oh, okay, he has to spell.
Love to see that. Obviously, denial of healing plus massive damage after a short delay.
They're out of there.
FPS Lounge left reeling.
Good door by Adam.
Yeah, able to get out of there pretty
just
clean.
Gonna hit this on spawn. Lomain's dead.
You know, like you were suggesting.
A little spooky though.
A nice reward. I mean, FPS Lounge got
a little spooky.
They actually have to challenge for this once. They do have
the ball's up in time. This is a little fucking spooky.
So
I think they're looking to turn.
Be very aware of that with the position. You
yeah,
don't
they are.
Just everyone group up. That would be the worst possible thing if
they're
everyone
looking to turn.
Rabbit hexed.
So I have swap in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, like it's looking quite dangerous here. They're trying to make his
bro. And all the word players are learning to build ability range now, so it's like fuck.
On the map here, so plenty of reason for it.
You can just get fucked.
Yeah, the mid boss.
The worst is when like he throws the flask and he doesn't even mean to fucking hit you, and then he hits you with the flask and he's like, oh, I could just fucking claw this guy. Oh shit. Oh, Ido griefed. Ido griefed. Just Slam hits too, but doesn't really end up being anything. I think Lomain hit the hook, so the slam part didn't go off. Swap comes in.
Rage to the tits. In fact, Rokane is in deep trouble and hydration's hit by a
Rokane dies though.
Almost expires to the delayed damage, but again,
they still have Mirage though. They went double M1, so they still have consistent DPS coming out. This ball is doing fucking work.
But after Ido went down,
John didn't die though. John still do his full HP too. They're so split, bro. They're so split.
All this angst, all this anger. Be careful. Immobilized briefly by the
Poppers does. Oh, nice fucking right click.
Flicks upward to finish
the movement guy fucked up his movement.
Yeah, very Quake-like Rick Roll kind of action with that shot. As Fishcake is right now.
Snakes dies.
Just too
they got so split there. Holy shit.
Chunky. As a shiv, this part of the game.
They like killed Ido, and then I can tell their comms just got absolutely cluttered. They were just fucking screaming.
Getting a nice opener.
Yeah, Lomain's gonna die too. Nah, G fucking G. Dude, that sucks. They lose the game like that. That is so fucking tragic.
We're looking at Troopers just smashing
and
trying down by themselves.
Doormen bugged into a loss, bro. Oh, like it was a risky mid call, but
they will be diverted.
I feel like they definitely could have done it.
John looking to shove the
yeah, the door. Yeah, completely. The whole Snakes couldn't. They were down a whole person to claim rejuves. Or like, I think they wanted to like bait them in there and then force the fight with Warden ult, like in close spaces, and then it's a fucking 5v6 because Snakes is just stuck behind the door.
Leech look on the Lash. showing us that obviously if it's not Mirage he's up on, or Bebop, he can certainly find something to get the job done. Rejuice picked up.
Unlucky for FPS Lounge. Holy shit, that is so tragic.
Soul lead over to Melee Creeps now.
That is tragic as fuck. I'm curious how much damage John did this game.
Yeah, definitely.
State Farm.
I mean,
Saya just popped the fuck off this game though. This was just Saya running the lobby.
In which they lost that mid boss with Snakes kind of stuck behind the door. You know, I felt like Rokane maybe wasn't far ahead enough at that point. I think, you know, he's doing a great job, but you would have needed some kind of X factor, something that could have helped you. But, killing the Apollo, especially at this.
No, bro, they have 3 juice. This game's over.
Always going to get you out of there, and execution, killing blow.
Lightbringer saying Paradox is not good. That is
the remainder of FPS Lounger unceremoniously dispatched.
I mean, compared to Bebop, is it not good? Sure. I think it's pretty good though. This character just got nothing but buff the last 3 patches.
Is so coveted here, and this is what happens when you ban Pocket. It's kind of, you know, damned if you do or damned if you don't, or rather.
I think Paradox is the other.
Get a hero that can really change the face of the game.
The other like pilot dependent character though. Like some people are really useless on Paradox, but when you're hitting every fucking swap like Saya did this game, the character looks pretty fucking good.
Absolutely,
bro. He had 13k on low man. Like
going to be a banger, a rematch. However, I gotta say, you know, I was very.
I'm curious what FPS Lounge is gonna do with this like roster shakeup. Though, like, I don't like moving Lomain to pick. I don't like that.
The game was anybody's. You know, we got to that place.
I feel like Lomain's their best player. I just want him on Shiv.
You know, if
I want him playing his characters.
What happens at that point? Because that was.
I get he can play everything, but
the most pivotal fight in the entire game.
It's a little weird to me.
With that happened, so just very unfortunate.
But again, they could have won this game. They kind of got fucked. If I'm being so real, they got fucked over.
The first 10-15 minutes, they were kind of trailing a little bit.
It was a risky mid, but they just got forced to do a 5v6 on a mid boss they wanted to force.
Play and macro play, so
big sad.
Good things to look forward to for them for the.
Yeah, this was Saya. I would be surprised if Saya did most damage that game.
In North America throughout the rest of the month, but we say goodbye.
Too many stars and they start falling.
Yeah, look, the first 10-15 minutes I thought were really quite compelling. It's funny because you really get stuck in this constant fighting, right? You're constantly throwing yourself at your opponents. You're zipline boosting in to try and fight. You're thinking about you're thinking about buffs in that first sort of 10 to 15 minutes. At some point though, you've got to shift your focus a little bit more macro wise, and when you've got strong lanes like we saw from both sides, and there's the issue of having to sort of transition.
This door was so troll.
Melee Creeps obviously had a really dominant lane on the right side.
Purpose is good, but I don't think that type of player.
That's kind
of agree.
And we saw how quickly they were able to shove that first Guardian down and rotate in for buffs straight away. They get both of those buffs, and still,
I just wonder if poppers can be like
the Silver and
play like
lane the right
pick
side,
and then flex spirit.
Assert themselves, get themselves that lead.
Because his GT looked really good, his Yamato looked really good.
All across the map, that they were able to, I think make their presence felt in a lot of those.
I just don't like the role swapping so far.
The backdrop, Dan, of the potential.
Like, I don't like I said, I don't want Lomain on this like pick roll. I think he can play it. I don't know.
Have that mid push early in the game, but couldn't really scale to where he needed to there, and you could kind of say the same for the Mirage.
Yeah, I think it's definitely hard.
Who was it before?
For Mirage.
It was
I gotta say,
I
think Snakes and Lomain.
And he was playing. He was like a Bebop drifter,
doing the Celeste things, but the Snakes and Lomain had a really
Paradox
good,
player.
First 15 minutes of the game.
See, that change made sense to me because he literally could only play like 3 heroes, and one of his heroes was ass. Like I don't think the drifter.
Fish cake to find that pick there as well.
Yeah, like I was saying,
just in general.
Holy fucking rainbow game, by the way.
I think
2 assists off of being assists. Oh my rainbow game.
Later on, whether that's Mirage
no, I agree.
But again. We got to that mid-boss fight,
Erebus
and,
was
that was the pivotal fight.
He was very good at his heroes, but like you cannot only have 2 heroes.
Numbers,
that's not.
We are actually seeing that maybe you wouldn't have expected it, but Saya actually topping the damage.
Saya just popped the fuck off, by the way.
Kind of insane. I do think that like
Jesus
on
Christ.
some of these gun-related sort of heroes, you're picking up that headhunter early in the game. You're just trying to sort of flatten people. But this is what I'm kind of saying. I was pretty excited that Saya's moving back over to the pick role. He and John have always felt like the beating heart of this team, even if Ido is the one that is being the diva and holding us up for 10 minutes, every week. But that is pretty insane. So active across the map.
God, I feel so bad if you're a PSL. I'd be fucking pissed.
23 assists alongside John.
I'd be
and I'm
pissed.
Extolling the virtues of this Celeste and Silver.
Look at Do though too. 42k on the Apollo.
The map, omnipresent. John and Saya combined for a total of like 48 assists.
True.
You cannot deny that these guys having a huge impact across the game. And
see, this is where the argument for it though is so
really nice amount of farm as he rotates on through. So really impressive stuff. I think this
like, there's just one thing he has to worry about. He just has to worry about getting fucking Bebop hooked
mild
for results.
With that
and I
auto
think
suffer.
Indomitable's just good for that.
Because you're very reasonable about it. Obviously, you know, we're pretty seasoned by this point. If
Is
you're
this shit updated yet? Is it in here
Deadlock,
yet?
Used to playing what we call a quote-unquote unfinished game.
It is.
But yeah, I think that like even that
like
aside,
you get a barrier
John and Sire,
that scales with
especially when it
spirit.
Came to closing out the game, damn, were stupid.
Don't climb at that, yeah. Dude, this guy just
and you know,
dude, that last game,
I mean,
I was like, bro, just buy the reactive parry. It was so good that last game we played. I was like, there, you will never get more value, and he's still like, no. He's like, no.
Like 12-13-minute mark, suddenly you get the game kind of
he's even like, you're not wrong. It's a good. The reactive is giga this game.
Still very close.
Like,
and so
come on, man.
pivotal fights like around the mid boss can really mean so much. But yeah, great game from both teams. Ultimately, you know, any shenanigans aside, it's going to be interesting to see.
I think it was just too much gun.
MVP here. I'm sure you know there's a couple ways you could go.
Too
with
much
it.
gun.
You know, obviously, you know, Sire from the
but again, it was
certainly
they just got fucked by it.
Very well.
Like
I
say too much gun, but like there was one distinct reason they lost that game. So
yeah, look, I mean.
Yeah, I know, dude. I thought that was so funny when you brought that up.
Normally,
and he's like, and now rage doesn't work on other items. It's like, yeah, because it was a bug.
You know, I have to wonder now.
But I agree with them. Like, I think rage
over the course of that game, just in order to make this damage so high.
Working with other items like Scourge, I think would actually be a good way to try to balance him and like tune down his base numbers.
You know, incredibly powerful potential.
If you make him like a snowball character, I think Shiv is.
Bring back the glory
not as broken, but
where he was basically on
that's a way to try. I have a whole video about like they just need to rework Shiv's kit though. Like there's just too much shit in this kit. Like he's either gonna be turbo dog shit or
I don't know, just
too OP. Like he's never gonna be like a middling pick. Like this is the most like balanced Shiv has ever been, and I would still say he's just so fucking strong.
Back and forth between these teams. I do think that, you know, what's really cool to see Paradox back in, or one reason it's cool to see Paradox back is because despite, you know, as you mentioned, being someone that has very high team fight participation, you know, you're looking at trying to get those picks in the mid to late game especially as well.
Bro, this guy is just fucking him, by the way. I don't play a good Doorman game too.
Would just be absolute sleepers
I like the Spirit Burn by
damage, and there were certain players that would play Paradox and
would
always get the top of the damage or close to the top of the damage of the scoreboard. So it's very.
I was talking climbing about early reverb too. I think reverb's just really broken on Shiv.
Damage Paradox situation here with
usually, but he buys it as like a luxury buy, but I think like this is like. I like this shit.
You have it. It's melee creeps advancing once again.
HP with Torment. You get your green. You're like the greens you need.
Turn up yet again, and they had to fight pretty hard for that.
And this is a top 3 for your vitality spike.
We'll be having a rematch
Giga Heal Bane game.
Last month's best of 3. So don't go too far. Hopefully it goes all the way. We'll be right back with shift number 39 right here on Deadlock.
Most healing by Shiv or by Lash. I like the weakening. The Crubblings were gonna go sicko mode this game. Sicko mode. Paradox is fun. Especially if you get good at the movement. Holy fuck. Let's become an instant air dash king. I really like his build. I like the cold front this game. Everyone's low range. Except for Mirage. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna go piss real quick. One sec. And you're gonna get ads. 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 Did I mute the ads? Okay, one sec. One sec. I got dinner too. Yippee! Truth equal rage bait? Hold on, I gotta see. What the fuck's going on with this? I gotta see this.
Next week, but for now.
Oh my god, this thread is so long. Oh my god. Do I actually want to read this? Holy shit, this is long. Imagine not remaking that. It's just not going to be remade. Time doesn't matter. It broke the game. Holy, there's like 20 people in this thread. We win game off of that, by the way, says Pierre. I don't think he's wrong. Yeah, this is this is a whole report. Truth equal ban. This guy got banned apparently.
There's so many.
That's funny.
Actually, we're in such I think a fertile situation in terms of the comps that are possible and can look good. I don't think we've ever had it be the case that there's this much stuff that's viable.
True.
And there's this many ways you can take a draft.
It's funny that people complain about
how that's going to play out. I do think though that
Fairy Spirit is
more
OP,
and more dangerous with time.
Doesn't mean you can't play other shit right now.
Really, really, really nasty, and I just love the fact that he walked into NA and it is a complete beast.
Yeah, Dimov is obviously, contending with ping issues, but bro does not care. This guy hits like a truck in the server. Let's talk a little bit about our historical scenario out here in NA. We are 39 shifts deep, folks. That is a long time. And as you can see here, it's been back and forth, but I'd say recently Floormen have had the measure of this region. It has been melee creeps appearing in this final on a number of occasions, with FPS Lounge having a brief stint there in shift 34 and 35. But we are going to get our latest rendition, 3 in a row.
A whole lot of Floormen lately.
Creeps and Floormen, and we can only hope that this time melee creeps can get
FPS Lounge,
themselves a
check 'em
map,
out.
because Floormen have certainly put some distance between themselves and the rest of the pack.
I'm so curious who
Last
the
week,
new coach
a ton of different
group's going to be.
Sort of drafts, I think, but it was really interesting to watch Dimov just really push the haze a whole lot over the course of that series. So we're going to be sort of tracking, I think, a number of the trends that we had seen last week, and see, like you mentioned, if there is some drift in this metagame or if things are staying mostly the same. Let's talk a little bit more about his teams, though. Obviously, this is your Floormen roster. It's AVG, Rocker, League, DMB, Xeno, and of course the one and only Dimov.
Yeah, definitely a really strong team. I think it's been a long time. I feel like really good for average, because he's been like grinding really hard. I mean, of course all these players care a lot, but like I've spoken to average on numerous occasions, and he really cares about being the best in this game and winning, and has worked tirelessly with these teams. And it's so cool to see they've really brought this lineup together, and it's looking so good. And the fact that they brought in Dimov, it's just very interesting, because I wonder what Dimov is. What are Dimov's plans?
I learned this watching the Blizzard interview. Apparently AVG played for
he can kind of go anywhere he wants. He's got so much star power.
Yeah, I mean, again, it takes a whole lot, I think, to justify bringing that player over from EU with all the other, setbacks that might sort of have. But this team's fantastic. I always felt like Rocker could just turn up and win the game. We've seen him ringing for rosters before, and it's looked really good. He played Lash over both games last week, and looked pretty bloody dominant here. He and DMB, just the Lash Warden combo. Floormen were picking those two picks up really easily every draft, weren't being prioritized at all by melee creeps, and I felt like that gave him such a rock solid core to sort of close that series out. So keep your eyes peeled for more of the same here. Let's go across though and talk about our challenges once again. Third week in a row, it is melee creeps. Sire's back on pick heroes. God bless. John seems to be able to find success. Doesn't really matter what he's playing. Ido got Doorman in the last game, but if he gets Pocket or if he gets Mina, it's still cooked. This team looks good. Obviously, a roster change coming into this one. Seeing Ranger move in and pick that support role up to kind of free Sire up to do what I always felt like he does best.
Yeah, he was like the first iteration of melee creeps.
In the EU scene,
Cool Cheese, Lomain, Saya,
comps that
Ido
supports necessarily. There's like so many different ways to play the game at the moment, and so I'm curious how things are going to go for them, especially because we're also seeing a little bit of a change there as well in this meta, where you see John and Lash in the previous game, and of course you play Lash as in somewhat of a gun build currently, and John was going for that kind of just you can find all these builds like all over of the the public builds like what he ran there. So it's like nothing special new, but it does bring John out of that limelight in a sense, because we were used to seeing him in previous metas be a mega gun carry. So it's kind of cool to see how some of the changes have fallen these teams as the meta shifts, and I'm curious to see what John's pool's going to look like tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of nice to see him show some of that flexibility. I think the draft has been pretty interesting right now because there is a shift up. Still no Wraith being spotted. That seems like it's only an EU kind of thing. But Venator did attract a second round ban in that previous game. So maybe rumors of his demise might be
the new one? I saw that. We're going to watch him a few breaks, but
now into picks and bans. This is game 1 in our money match, folks. Melee Creeps once again challenging the throne of Floormen. I feel like they might be throwing us back to an era of singular team dominance in.
So I learned this from ZP today. Apparently, the challenging team gets side select.
Yeah, you had
so
a really good
point
choose
there to go first.
And also, we had FPS Lounge pick the Warden too. So these are like two kind of more classic picks that you see on John. We will get the opening Victor ban before we talk more about John from Melee Creeps. And the Floormen, I mean, banning Doorman seems like you kind of need to do it, but they're going to get rid of Pocket instead. Which, I mean, again, Pocket seems really good right now, so it seems like fair play.
Yeah, they're willing to give up the Doorman over the Pocket.
Drawing the Victor ban, which is no surprise. So very abusable right now. It pushes so very well, and obviously that revival is something you don't want to be around to see how that plays out. You throw yourself at those walkers, and you can basically blow them up. We're going Doorman straight away. Shout out to the boy. Mentions that spot around mid boss is it's a bit screwy right now in general. So
I think Bebop's
see what emerges when these mid boss fights come down, but obviously. Guys, not orchestrated the previous game. Like, we got to be realistic that sometimes these things just happen. Mirage really highly prioritized here for Floormen. They will snap that one up. That might be a DMB pick.
It is funny because we've been in the same meta for a while now, for at least a month, and Mirage, he was just missing from drafts entirely. And again, now we're seeing like super high prior, as you said. Shiv, pretty high prior there in that second slot. You'd probably expect to see like a silver as well.
Melee Creeps on a grab Warden, or if they want to go with the lash again.
Like 3 silvers, just always in the first 3, so I would be shocked if we don't see that as well. But nice for Floormen to secure the Shiv. I think that's going to go a long way.
Fishcake obviously really, I mean, Fishcake's really trying to pick up that silver. I think whenever possible. Floormen didn't really, didn't seem like they prioritized it that heavily last week. I just think Mirage first because
we're going front line again.
So interesting to me. Apollo obviously a great answer. The Apollo Doorman lane is insane. It's going to give Melee Creeps basically a default strong side here. And Fishcake's going to have that silver as well.
Silver, Apollo, I always say this, on a lane goes really, really hard. It's super nasty to play up against. It's usually an auto win with good players. So we'll be curious to see if they end up playing together. Doorman, obviously, just like you said, and we saw it, very strong in that previous lane phase as well.
Standard first phase.
Always nice, again, kind of like it's like somewhat of a pseudo frontliner in some sense, not really like an actual frontliner, but someone that has a big HP pool, can kind of brawl.
Warden, they can look at Lash if they don't want to play against one of them ones.
Is very reliable.
Having to Mo Krill. People hate this Doorman Mo Krill shit.
Interesting ban to see actually from Floormen.
Like last week, I swear, like FPS Lounge played it once in their game.
I know we saw it.
Like, Floormen worried about who are they worried about having shut down by compo here? Mina the ban,
the Doorman,
or Melee Creeps. So still obviously now that Ido's
that is what they're worried about.
Doorman locked in. Mina not so highly prioritized, especially because you don't want to give this to AVG. That would be.
The Floormen could. I don't think they'll go the FPSL strat here, but they could go the Warden.
Most definitely could have shutting down Mirage.
Paradox to take away from Saya.
The tornado is very, very hard to
that shit is
age,
these
days. You can get multiple tornadoes.
Doorman Mo is
and can regenerate
really annoying
if he's able to sustain the fight. So you kind of need to. You would like to deal them instantly, and so I could see Mo being a good solution for that.
Saya might have to go Sinclair here now.
They end up grabbing Warden for John.
Still some peak potential.
They go with Warden over
with copied ults, but
the Lash
Paradox has sort of been taken away. One of your premier pick options. Your opponents have Bebop and Paradox. I think Melee Creeps would like to have some pretty dominant lanes, and now you start integrating some scaling potential. I think Kelvin gonna be picked up. Yeah, that's scary.
Believe it or not, we do have normal fries.
Like being sort of picked up.
We call these wedges,
later on in the draft order is a bit jarring to me, but we saw Kelvin look pretty good in EU.
Yeah, I do think Kelvin is still really
I've
strong.
heard people call them Canadian
played
fries
quite
before.
as much because I think people are playing supports a little bit less in general, but very strong.
Called like
and,
wedges.
It's actually floor men to pick up the Venator, and again, so melee creeps. If John would be playing the Venator or the Warden, so we'll see him on the Warden for sure. Yep. But yeah, the Doorman Apollo Silver Warden, that's already a very nasty.
Gonna go Kelvin Warden. I really like Kelvin pick. Pockets off the table.
Okay, Lash coming in for floor man. I think that's super nice. Lash is very, very good right now. I think that does have that consistent gun damage, but also just great team fight. Very hard to lock down because of the mobility too.
The floormen are off the sport hype train. They're the first NA team to be off the sport hype train. They're gonna go P6 Paradox instead or P6 Bebop.
Rocket pickup here.
Whoa.
DMB.
Yeah, the holiday locked in here. I think like Saya just might be saying, okay, well, stuff it. I need myself some pick potential. Obviously, someone who does reward, good M1 play.
I would be shocked if they put a Ranger on the holiday. By the way, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, no pun intended. I'm
sure. Boudin, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, so Holiday, everybody thinks Holiday is hot garbage right now. So either melee creeps know something that we don't, or, I mean, well, they must know something. They know something that we don't, because the general consensus right now from everybody, I thought, was that Holiday is hot garbage and needs changes. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, melee creeps had an absolute banger, like first like 4 or 5 picks, and then ending with Holidays kind of a fun twist.
Yeah, and again, I'm just sort of throwing back to game 1 of last week where Sai ends up picking Sinclair in this matchup. So Holiday is going to be the pick. It's been multiple weeks since we've seen her trended towards in general.
Introducing the all-new map.
No, I'm from Western Canada. I'm not Deathy. I'm not the Deathy clone.
Warden can be pretty hard to deal with based on lane opponent. Floormen here, they've got 2 forms of pick. So when we start to get into that mid game, when buffs come up the first time, we're starting to transition between those lanes. That's pretty scary. You throw Lash into the mix as well. You've got the ability to with impunity, start these team fights and Shiv rotating in late on. You've got.
I don't know how strong Floormen's fucking
utility-wise
lanes are going to be here.
Seems extremely potent.
I'm going to MLC. I feel like they can get on this Ven really, really easy.
The late game, across the Venator Mirage especially going to be very nasty. Like late game, Shiv is always nasty late game as well. Bebo scales pretty well now also, and Lash is just good all around. But this
is more current meta, but
because seeing
I think we're going to give more power. I hate the holiday, but
because in my matchmaking games,
I can see why they pick it.
Which are like anything between like Oracle and Ascendant. People
pick out these guys when they're looking.
Specialists, and the holiday specialists definitely can make it look good.
I get it, but
that's not like an E6 lobby. That's not like even a pro lobby.
The thing is, they do have the Kelvin back and up, so you can like lasso someone into a dome.
Perform, but Holiday, a hero that we can remind people does have some good burst damage. With the crack shot.
Or lasso into like Dorman
barrels. Still do like some good damage. Like the mobility is nice. The lasso is harder to hit these days, but the lasso is still a great pick tool. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out.
It's going to be a good time to show it.
That melee creeps have to make.
Because Ranger used to play a holiday too.
These two sort of
I think they're committed to the rules.
For melee creeps
so I'll be on
potent.
On the holiday.
But yeah, their ability to sort of again, I'm not going to doubt Saya. This is someone who, like I said, I'm pretty excited to see move back into the pick role. And with Holiday, he has been able to do the unthinkable in the past. The last time Holiday's actually won though was Shift 28. So that's like. Early March the 4th to be exact. And last time it was picked was in Shift 32 where it went 0-2 and didn't find any success. So just want to set your expectations about the potential of Holiday right now. Not exactly expecting to see it in a great spot. However, bro, like you have Kelvin also coming in at pick number 5. That's a pretty annoying lane.
I mean,
spicy sausages. Much innate sustain. You've got good harass there. Kelvin obviously still with that frozen shelter. Pretty important when it comes to these team fights. 2 compositions that look to, I feel like, really rise up in different phases of the game. That means the onus falls on melee creeps in our first game of this money match to make use of these pretty terrifying laning opportunities, snowball that into an advantage in the mid game where they don't get hamstrung by their lack of pick potential compared to Floormen.
It's going to be interesting. I wonder if we'll see maybe the Ice Beam focused build or something, just like getting more ability to chase people down. You can set up picks and so on with the Baroness Hotel also, that's definitely something that you can use as a tool. I'm kind of curious who's going to be on what with these rosters, and with the holiday, you know, I imagine you're not pulling it out. I mean, if you're going to pull out something that feels risky, do it the first map of the best of 3, and not, you know, the deciding map 2 or whatever, or the deciding map 3. So I mean, experimentation this early is kind of interesting to see. So he's gonna play it though. You know, that's the biggest question that I have, and I can't wait to kind of get into the match to find out. I feel like we're getting teased here, Mitch. I just feel like every screen it feels like an eternity.
I think we actually fired off the lobby into the wrong server. And so we have to go back to the lobby and then reboot it. That is the issue that we're having right now.
Full fucking noobs, are we?
So hang in there, folks. I just saw the pregnant Viper emote for the first time.
How is DDK never seen the pregnant Viper? Come on, DDK, you gotta be tapped in.
Yeah, so we'll be jumping in the game in just a moment. And yeah, the kidnap potential, of course, with this holiday, especially when you got like Doorman. Yeah, you got Doorman, obviously.
Oh, fucking pregnant Viper followed me today when I was talking in chat too.
Frozen Shelter. You're
I think pregnant Viper's just
individuals isn't too.
Hey, what's up to all the small streamers? It's pretty funny.
You don't have that stuff nearly as on demand as
what's
anything
up?
else. And yeah, I'm looking at that the early game for Holiday. I haven't seen a Holiday game in a hot minute. Obviously, Crackshot is really freaking annoying, and you can shove the lane pretty effectively with those barrels. So, it does feel like there's an expiry date on Melee Creeps' strategy, though, and scaling potential certainly doesn't seem to be on the level of Floormen. So that's kind of what we've been teasing so far. Let's jump into the game and talk about some of these early lane assignments here. So we're going to have the Holiday Warden in mid. I was worried we could have a Kelvin Warden, which is probably not the best. It's going to be Kelvin alongside the Silver on the left-hand side here for Melee Creeps. And on the right, you better. It's your favorite cheese lane, Apollo and Doorman, back for another round.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely nasty. I do like the Silver's paired up with Kelvin because, you know, a Ranger on Kelvin can slow players down. You know, Fish Cake can.
Oh, you can't fucking record and.
You know, it's gonna be very hard to get away. And so that's
you can't record and stream at the same time.
To chase people down.
Like PCs.
Strong.
Like,
but yeah, you know, it's
not exactly up to date right now. But
Warden being
up to snuff.
The Holiday.
Oh, they do put Psy on it.
You know, Holiday's still going to be.
They do put Psy on the Holiday
and have really effective ganks and dives. And so Warden's going to be wanting to clear out the wave, get that solo farm later on, whilst Holiday's roaming, and then Warden can also then just like pick off these camps, these jungle camps that are very close by to the lane, so you can catch every single
on
wave,
the Paradox and then lead
just like
on
maximize the farm and the box running in between as well. So
Melee Creeps win this game. Probably.
But in terms of the lanes, you know, and we now see the names to who's playing what. So
because they have stronger lanes.
Who is on? Okay, so Sire on the Holiday. I guess that makes sense.
I believe they have stronger lanes.
We've seen him on Holiday a lot in the past.
They do have a sport player now, yeah.
Previously, you know,
but Ranger used to play pick too. Like Ranger can play a lot of shit. He used to play GT.
Kind of interesting. We actually get Rocker on the Mirage as opposed to DMB, but they're both on gun carries, so fair enough. And AVG, of course, on the ship, which is very much a comfort pick, I think, for him. Seeing obviously this constant harassment from Do, it's the simple dash forward and then sigil backwards to try and find spoke damage in the lane, but you do have to respect to some degree what Shiv can do. I like that idea that the parry being sort of weaved in there, but AVG obviously wasn't born yesterday. Do benefiting from some minion heal though.
Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that. I was going to mention that too, just like weaving his parries in is it's one of the things that makes this game kind of feel like a fighting game. So if you're right from the FGC, you know, just like knowing how to kind of bait your opponent into something and then throwing out the parry there. But yeah, as you say, Average is he's wise to it.
Too wise.
So that Apollo is in sorry, the Holiday is in mid alongside the Warden, pardon me. So we're gonna keep tabs on that one.
Super
so
slow
like
early game here.
As expected, shoving the boxes off of that mid lane. On the right hand side here, we see just a bit of a lull in the action as some of these early neutral objectives are going to be picked up. Dominato is up to some shenanigans.
My shirt is on my wall. I got both of these for Christmas.
The lash if he's not careful.
Left 4 Dead enjoyer. Fucking love this game.
Get you out of there in no time.
This game could have been the first big esport. It could have been.
Box running.
It was before its time.
Its natural conclusion. With that said, though, just like Sire might go for a potential, or has the ability to go for a potential.
So I'm not a very material person, so I'm always like, fuck, what do I want for Christmas?
And so I can jump in on
my brother's like, you have to tell me something to buy for you. I'm like, fuck.
What the formula is here.
Fuck, man.
There's that ice beam as well.
So I was like, fuck it, give me this. And then I got this too.
DME really has nowhere to go. Venator far from the powerful late game threat he can be. So he gets caught out pretty easily. Sai is actually going to be credited with that elimination. So that's a worthwhile rotation in there. And Xeno calling a pause here because there's a mouse issue.
Hold. Hold.
Also really nice early gank. You know, that's some early value
I think the
from
glue
your
cut
holiday
it
player.
wore off
And
because it's so hot.
It's a timing that you don't always expect.
Oh no, it
and
broke.
it's
That's
really
why.
really powerful too because you know this wave priority is very
No
important.
turret.
There's a couple more waves.
Old TF2
before
turret.
That wave priority starts to be super important, but you know where you're then preparing for the first bridge bus. But it's helpful in a lane that's otherwise getting shoved. You
one leg down.
The advantage to the melee creeps side for the moment. So, you know, good work there early on from the holiday. You know, I'm really trying to, you know, build up the holiday here, Mitch, because we haven't seen it in so long.
No, that's fine. I'm super hyped to see it. And Sire, like, is rewarded, does have a contribution with that rotation over towards the right. The left-hand side, God help me. But now, obviously, like, the sacrifice for that is you do take some Guardian
Have you ever played TF2?
Sire shoved that lane in.
I love TF2. I still play that game to this day.
As much as John was trying to hold it down. And he does at least get a decent amount of souls off for being the solo player in that lane there.
Never? Wow.
There is a price to be paid for such things. Shove here for melee creeps. Obviously, they want to dive inward or leftward here.
Very similar to Overwatch,
come up in a minute,
but better, in my opinion.
Cool being used to try and
IMO
down average. Now we're calling him apparently.
You're a console player. That makes sense.
How is that less confusing?
It did come out on console with the orange box, but yeah, no, that makes sense.
As the opening rounds here, of course, being snapped up. So again,
it is not the same on console. You can't get any of the items or anything, or skins.
To deal with. Some flawless advanced value there.
So it's PC in 2020.
Activated.
Yeah, I was mainly console growing up too, and then I started playing League in like 2013, 2014, so my homie showed it to me.
But I don't know if melee
and then I kind of swapped over to PC.
To get over towards those buffs here.
Yeah, so that wave priority now. Who's going to win the battle on the side lanes here? We're looking at this right side lane, and just like Floorman, just trying to clear out.
Bro, this is such a basic early game. Oh my god.
They possibly can. They got to get to the bridge buff here. So the fight for the jump pad.
This is where I like jump pads though.
Is going to be won by melee creeps this season.
You like that?
Actually, Floorman has managed to get their way onto the bridge.
When I was a teenager, holy fuck, it was like the biggest game in the world.
For both of these buffs.
Yeah, I mean,
no one fucking up.
And I don't think anybody's going to bother challenging this. He rotates out of.
Alright, Floorman actually ended up getting both buffs. Very rare that melee creeps get double buffed.
Some ability taken.
Kind of shocked the Dorman Apollo couldn't make it over, but I think they're being contested. That's why.
Looks pretty uncharacteristic there from melee creeps. Might be something to be gained off the back
of
this,
though. Bad berry.
Being pretty annoying.
Oh, Fishcake's fucking dead.
Worse for wear. Dimov claps him there as he comes.
Oh my god, that was the most clutch barrel vault. Oh my god, he didn't fucking die.
Fishcake to clean Dimov up.
That was insane.
Somehow getting away with his life and getting a pick.
I think melee life strike just
saved
Fishcake there. That was an insane lasso though.
Question mark. we're gonna see how that develops, but
nice
start from Sire, taking part in a couple.
In my rant, I played a fucking Crayon clip.
And
where he was like,
back to lane.
I wonder who Ranger subbed in for, and then they won. And I'm like, oh my god, bro. I'm like, we're gonna say Sai is bad at the game now.
They can get a lot of damage.
We're gonna say Sai is the problem. We're really gonna do that, bro.
Just in terms of the who's playing what.
But something I did agree with
to see Dimov on the Paradox. Dimov famously
was them
can play everything
forcing Scout off of his role.
So that's not surprising, but you know, there's a decision of, I guess, between playing the Paradox and playing the Shiv. You know, that's like a classic Dimov hero, but average is also very, very good on it. So
yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily know if Paradox is like an average hero from what I've seen, but Floorman obviously showcasing some of that flexibility. This pressure from melee creeps though, this very powerful right side lane. They have been able to chunk
you should be a coach. Do it, bro.
Guardian down.
Melee creeps need a coach right now, bro. You can sub right in.
Must be applying a ton of
They're
pressure
looking.
with frequent
you just need to get in there.
Maybe John just trying to lane.
Get your name in there.
And make space for Sai to rotate out has definitely cost them there. So
Rocker gonna die? Does not die. Holy fucking Boomer's off keeping him alive, by the way.
Rocker slips away to safety.
All right, out the hotel. Trying to get these a killing blow there for as an escape.
Shift character never dies.
Didn't work out. Locket popped as well, but
a killing booster and never die even more.
It's continuing, just like massive pressure, but in joining the fight, Rocker just swinging off the zip line, going 100 miles an hour.
Bow.
Yeah, Dust Devil on cooldown at the moment though, and also we see Rocker get passed backwards. So that's a zipline boost being used for that, but of course he can just TP in the mid lane, so you really don't lose any value just turning up on that right hand side.
It's such a strong 1600 stack too. Enchanter's healing booster locket, like holy fuck, you just never die. Yeah, just never die.
Melee creeps also getting aggressive on this left side. Obviously that innate sustain that Ranger is offering Fishcake means that he can play that much more aggressively and continue to shove this wave in.
Ooh, the trap being set there by DMB, but
it's kind of
there's the kick.
Oh, big swap.
And
They have
the
dome. I
swap's
don't know how much
from
this really
Dimov, and
matters.
this is making things a little
Rangers doesn't even have to
potential
use
split
it.
between these two locations, trying to get some cheap tower damage in the meantime as well. It seems like they're gonna have to back away from this one. Very well handled by the Floorman players, I gotta say.
Ranger didn't panic either.
The attention and just
kept his
making
dome.
that engagement awkward.
Also just generating kill pressure
Flashford
on Ranger.
is going back here. Are they going to send him on the left side? Where's the Lash going?
Healing right to that effect. He's also
It
got
tells me the Lash is going somewhere. They're sending him. Nope.
Make it a little bit harder.
Oh, no, he's going blue. Oh, no, he's going.
Aggressors in that scenario.
He can decide where he wants to go.
Breaking the game bit by bit.
He's coming on in.
Pressure on this right side, Guardian, as expected. And
just
once
gonna
they
send
get
it.
freed up,
Can we see
things
this?
start to get a little bit haywire.
Left side, please. Can we watch left side, please? Please.
That he can inflict. First and foremost, he's going to try and take some creeps. Is the frozen shell
Pretty big dome, though. Dome sells a lot of time.
Swimwear though, and Ranger is struggling.
Debuff's coming in though.
Thrown down. That is big healing. Not enough though to
Fishcake
keep them alive.
dies.
Fishcake is going to fall, and unfortunately, the Kelvin is
Ranger
not far
dies.
behind. That is a
So
dominant
is
strike
here.
for
Oh, we
Foreman
got hooked
on
though.
this left side lane, and a great rotation.
Oh, this is
in DMB.
disaster class for
Turns
melee
up at
creeps.
just
Sai
the
is gonna
right
die.
time.
Oh my god, yeah, great team
Oh,
fight there
that's
from
disaster.
Floorman. Looking to claim the Guardian off of this as well, so great pressure on this side of the map. And off the zip, we do get some assistance.
Melee creeps match with blue
for
push
melee
though.
creeps here. Fishcake in there with the silver, but this is going to be a challenging situation. Really cautious. There's the backup though, coming in the form of Ranger and the Kelvin.
For him for a couple
but
seconds.
right now, Ranger's kind of alone. Ranger's already out there alone, but he will fall back. And in fact, 4 men aren't interested anyway.
I mean, they got the Guardian. So, unfortunately, like there's...
Let's just fucking cut him. You know, this should have the scout guy. Pretty crazy.
Sick 3v2. And melee creeps didn't even lose a... Floorman, rather, didn't even lose a player. I think might have been Dimov or DMB was low after the fight, but that's pretty darn nice. I can't fault that. So, checking on the Guardians.
And then Cold Front. And then Spirit Snatch.
Moment, quite a number of them are fallen. There's actually only one up per side here. And Cold Front is going to be snapped up here by average. So that's pick
going to be 1-to-1 for buffs here.
For a Floorman composition that already has that in absolute space.
Floormen are set up for urn pickup though.
That's bridge buff priority again. Looking to get the edge on those buffs. And chasing away Ido. This is really good work.
If he hits his last knife, he dies, by the way.
Closing the distance.
Oh, he missed.
I don't know if he connected that last knife. I don't know if it's going to be enough. With the barrier provided by the door, looks like Ido is going to be fine.
Yeah, Cold Front obviously almost did him in.
Okay, Vitality for Lash, gun buff for John is pretty nice.
Find that pick, but Killing Blow obviously used a bit prematurely just for the
again. Floormen do get pickup.
Yeah, so Ido able to walk away. Earn time, baby.
So unless Ido has quick zip, he's probably gonna be late for drop off.
Ido having to return back to base. We'll see how this plays out because all of melee creeps are in position
hard
to
stacked
do
right
something
side though.
about it. I feel like Floormen
They gave up blue push though. Someone has to go match this now. Oh, they're gonna jump Ido.
Left-hand side, they're really laying it on thick.
Oh, this is good by Floormen. This is good.
See if that eventuates into anything. Right now, we're on board with the Urn carrier of Xeno, who doesn't really fancy heading any damage on the location right now.
Sai's over here now.
This is classic. You know, you take the Urn, you force the other team to
try
to just defend the drop off, but then you push something else where they are now
trying to bait for Sai.
And it looks like, you know,
Mirage is baiting though. Venator's baiting. Everyone's baiting. Holy shit, everyone's baiting everyone. Holy shit, everyone's baiting everyone.
Against the wall, but 30 HP, surely not. That's crazy.
I don't get some. I don't get some.
Yeah, actually,
oh my god, DMB's fucking him, by the way.
Rocker,
what a fucking shotgun blast to get over the wall.
Somehow. DMB's gonna have to limp away from this, but
yeah, they do end up jumping the urn.
Frozen shelter though. That's in play. Ranger sets that one down. That means a Fishcake can go absolutely hog wild here. Oh yeah, there's a small issue.
Good heist. They should be able to get it. Oh, good punch.
Try and get this one turned
Xeno saves it. I just noticed Xeno was on Lash, by the way. What the fuck?
To be had now. Binding Word looking to try and catch on to the
Xeno dies.
No escape. Fishcake's able to finish the job. That's Xeno now down. Hyper Beam in
I
play.
guess what else would he play
Going
this game,
to emerge though, and you've got to respect what this Apollo can do. Urn taken to hand here by Dimov. Still no chance to turn it in. Actually picked off to make that happen. Uppercut through the door here. Floormen fighting doggedly for it, but they are running out of players.
John gets it. Oh, John gets the buffs too.
Melee creeps now starting to really flex their muscles.
Crazy.
Keeps even out the game with that. Good shit.
And Souls overall on parity with both of these teams. And okay, we still got some Guardians up for both sides. The left side Guardian for Floormen and the right side for melee creeps. So some easy objectives there, but it's gonna be interesting now that we have well and truly exited this early laning phase, and the roaming is going to intensify. And I mean, Saya, who's on screen right now, you know, we saw how well Saya was playing in the previous matchup on Paradox. Can't wait to see some of the kind of roam shenanigans you might find from him here now on holiday.
Also trying to maybe work towards a tier 3 at the moment. We're going to see what the pickups end up being. Okay, headshot booster and recharging rush got to be added to the inventory. Dangerous though, caught with a paradoxical swap, and that stop off at the secret shot was an ill-fated one indeed. Saya will be punished there. So it turns out Floormen are crawling over this part of the map.
Wait, does Demov have Veil Walker on the paradox?
Bro, why can you knife structures? Can someone film it? Like, why? Why can you knife structures? Why? Why? Why should knives be able to do this? Why? Why?
I haven't seen it in a while. I mean, Shadow Weave might be the new invis item that people might pick up, but I haven't seen a Veil Walker in a little bit.
Too OP. Too much shit in this kid. Too much. Too much.
Floormen obviously able to find that pick earlier on. Okay, Veil Walker.
You can set up, you can set up your picks for sure with that. I suppose.
Really?
Yeah, obviously pretty important to be able to play through that neutral zone of the
Veil
map.
Walker is statted as fuck now. I just don't know.
Doesn't like this. Bowler catching on. Veil Walker obviously active.
Look at the stats on this puppy.
I must say. Got to double back around here.
That's a lot of fucking stats.
Trying to shove mid in fairly aggressively.
Plus a heal.
So Dust
That scales with boons.
Rocket though dangerous, hit by that barrel though. This is not great territory for the Mirage to be in, going very, very low. Consecutive barrels connecting onto him here. This is a fight that Saya can obviously
jumps on him
into. John though hasn't been faring nearly quite so well, and now the cavalry has arrived. Gotta try and respect Xeno's damage here. He takes John down and threatening to do the same
trade for
Saya.
League on the other side.
Turns up a little bit later. You're gonna be able to find that.
God, everyone's playing opposite side in this game. These guys are fucking pro.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of really, really fun, like, individual plays from both teams. I think Saya has had some really great moments. Demov as well. You know, I suppose that's kind of fun, given that they're the pick for either side. But
super even game.
Overall macro.
Little Walker chunks for
across the map in favor of
Floormen,
and with the buffs coming up, that's going to be important. And trying to chase down Demov is hard with the kinetic charge there, as well as the Veil Walker. It's definitely hard to get the chase.
There's collapse here from Ranger. Interesting. I don't think they're quite able to draw a beat on Demov, and yeah, 15 seconds away from the buffs here, we're going to start to see things get a little bit more volatile on this side of the map. A little bit dangerous thing for John, who just got hooked in on that left-hand side of the map. That might be an opportunity there to
John dead. Size there.
Xeno also suffering intense scrutiny here from Fishcake.
John does get his ult off.
Creeps players now. They
oh my god, they saved John.
This bridge.
But they should be able to push this left side. They're giving a pickup for it, but I think it's worth.
Up by Dew.
Yeah, really well played by Melee Creeps.
Si's just trying to be annoying. I feel like they should just just ignore Sai unless he jumps on you right now.
Walker's going down. It's just Sai that's here for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I obviously not really in the position to do
Jimmy's kind of getting dunked on.
Good pressure on that Walker. See Earn taken up here by Melee Creeps, but behind his Floormen are really focused on.
Sai's buying so much time.
Also,
Deadlock comes in on the other Walker.
Xeno still pressure on this Walker, and it is going to be taken away here. That's of course.
But they lose the wave. I don't think Melee Creeps can get this now.
And Floormen are going to be positioned still to fight this own turn-in location.
Jimmy's got a hard reset. Everyone else has to stay here for the drop off.
Silver.
There's still two right side. Like, Floormen should not be worried about playing this left side. They're giving up way too much space.
Rotate in. It looks like Xeno just got an all expenses paid trip.
Xeno does. So they're going to push the right side.
For sure, and the Urn is looking to be find his way into the deposit spot. Massive
Holy shit.
frozen shelter here as well.
League's the only one who commits.
Isolating a League, and looks like an easy turn in for Melee.
Okay, they're going to hard side a left side. Melee Creeps can push left side now, though, if they read this properly.
Yeah, Demon never came inward in the end. I think he was maybe I had a different idea, or simply was working on some of those neutral camps. This now means Melee Creeps look.
Wow, Melee Creeps don't get right side
into this Walker. Taking League down is a huge.
Yeah, they're hard pushing left now, though. They're getting collapsed on from Demob, though.
They're trying to respond now, but it's a question.
I feel like the Silver has been fighting for fucking ever. Walker gets popped under Guardian. Big swap from Demob, though.
Demob and AVG, though. Finding kills.
They're gonna run him down.
And now this pressure starting to mount because this Paradox is on the chase. Carbine comes
saving up
Carbine, which means this Warden is in deep trouble. John.
Good job, not just insta-carbining. John dies again.
Inevitable. And Floormen coming back, keeping their walking.
John's gonna be behind Sulker with DMB this game.
Feels like they're starting to find some key edges.
Vitality spike now for Kelvin.
Just the scrappiness, having all these fights across the map.
Delaying his
these hit squads, and both teams do have like good hero combinations where they can, really cause problems. Like
makes sense though. It's like a double pick game. You just need a rescue
with ranges, Ice Beam, but on the other side, you look at
Slayers is good
getting
too.
away from a Shiv and a Paradox and a Lash. That's like very hard as well, and a Bebop. It's a lot of like fun interactions here, but if we look at the overall macro state, it's very, very even in souls, but Floormen really looking overall better on the macro at the moment. Big push on the left lane and looking to find priority in the mid lane, but I like how it's been protected here by Melee Creeps. They're really pushing everybody off, zoning away Floormen from this middle side of the map. And
this game is so even, bro.
There's a lot of jungle left on the map here, Mitch. So there's a lot of opportunities for both teams right now to try to find an edge.
It's a pretty insane soul difference. It blew out to 8.3k,
Oh my God,
which in
bro.
the context of this game is quite significsignificant. And that is,
It's that good, huh?
Melee Creeps having taken sort of 0.
It's being a zombie in class levels good.
So
yeah,
you could. I mean, a cursory glance will kind of tell you that Do is looking pretty scary. I mean, in terms of just the
Great,
general
yeah.
farm
There's a lot of people
across Melee
playing
Creeps,
it. It looks
they're
good.
in
It looks
pretty
way
good
more
position
polished than I
souls-wise,
thought it was going
Foreman
to.
is still working to make up that deficit. But remember, Melee Creeps drafted a comp that is really supposed to take that early game by the horns and snowball.
You guys are locked in.
And we're almost 20 minutes into the game, Dan, and there's only a 2k soul difference. I'd say that that's not really panned out.
How they recommend? Okay.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, Florman getting that edge just simply because of some of these good macro decisions.
They're going in. They're fucking diving.
Assault on the walkers.
I thought Jerome would just try alt here, but DB just gets fucking deleted, by the way.
Active across the map. DB's going
Swap
down.
comes in.
There's Walker, you'd imagine, with the second wave pushed in, should be suffering. Where are Floormen set up for this?
Ooh, I like this dome, actually. Oh, this is a pro Ranger dome. Just heal everyone up and repush. Oh, pro Ranger. Wait, this guy's fucking pro.
League can't really intervene. So was it mid?
Now they can just redive.
Make something happen here. It's unclear. Fishcake again is trying to
get
do
Walker.
something about this right side Walker, but he better hope to have a pretty favorable fight.
The rest of the homies are here, though. They gotta get out.
Melee Creeps take the Walker, back away.
Ooh, Foreman are wasting time, bro. Do not chase here. You don't have swap. You don't have. You gotta pray you hit a hook. I don't think you're gonna hit a hook, though.
Do they have the ability to catch? They do have a hook, but it's on cooldown at the moment. Looks like Sai's gonna get found, but it's very hard to pin down
Sai pulls
Holiday.
aggro.
Very
Look at this
crafty to find that.
dude.
You can see Holiday
Just zooms out.
sprinting across the map. Oh, there's that hook. The Hail Mary, just trying to shot in the dark, whatever you
Sai
want to
does
call it.
eventually die, though. You died too.
Somehow found the catch.
Did they go mid?
This is massive. I mean, that's Sai going down. That's that catch potential neutralized entirely. And the Apollo, the most fed hero on the Melee Creep side, Foreman have to make use of this window. This mid Walker, surely
What the fuck is Average doing?
Maintain that lead.
Wait, what?
Buffs are coming up soon. Mid boss is questioning, is to be questioned here. But AVG falling might slow things down a little bit here for Foreman.
I don't know how Average got there, but okay.
Effectively into the late game. They at least are going to get this.
Okay, they are
right
going to get the
side
Walker anyways, though, so it's whatever.
Melee Creeps' response. Sai is back in the game. Du's back in about
Turns
12
up.
seconds.
DMB's worried to pick it up, but he can,
this is really
they have to push. I would just pick this up now, bro. Pick it up now. Pick it up now. No.
This game has been a close game, but when it comes
Now
to
he's going.
this overall,
He might have gone too late, though. I think he went too late.
They've been making really good decisions.
Oh, he got away from
Now they're
Doorman.
two
The
walkers
heist is
in
complete.
advantage. They've grabbed
Heist
the urn,
complete.
and this could be this fight.
Okay, they're gonna look to
massive,
jump him on
Mitch.
blue. You
If
can see
it
your
goes
Ranger.
poorly
He's
for
hard
one of these
calling
two
to like
sides,
catch him on
mid-boss,
blue
just
here.
like you said, is a huge question mark.
Did no Rockers in that vault for a sec?
I gotta say, the soul lead.
You see him right side?
That 2K. It's been fluctuating somewhat. To be fair, but it's a bit of an ugly
They
fight
jumped
here
Dimov.
around the secret shot pressure.
Dimov to
on
plate.
Dimov.
Oh,
Who's gonna be
is
here
it
to
to
rescue him? In
plate?
fact, we see Xeno trying to rotate in. Will this be quick enough? Fail Walker, obviously, to try and give a little bit of a push here to the Paradox, but losing your pick.
Oh, the invisible Paradox!
Be ugly.
Unkillable!
Dimov slips away there. Looks like Melee Creeps are gonna focus their attention.
Holy shit, he actually
elsewhere.
lived.
Urn picked up and
I don't think it free Urn.
uncontested. Floorman gonna be able to get a nice
Oh my
infusion of
god.
souls here
The heist is
for
complete.
essentially
Double
free.
buff, plus
And they
Urn pick
should
off, plus
still have
Walker.
time to
Ooh.
double back and defend this sort of Walker through mid. Is it a
Melee Creeps are
mid
trying to
boss
force
push?
the mid off of it.
They've made it
I
right,
think
at
this
least.
is a
I mean, this
scary mid call,
shorty,
bro.
he
You are
could be
really
big, but they might
chunked.
just go for it. Looks like they're
They
gonna
might
try
jump
to
out the
ship it.
door, but
This is ugly hyper beam gonna start things
This
off
is
here
scary
from
as
up on high
fuck.
from lead. Cold front used by
Oh, they
Dimov,
have
trying to
NATO and
isolate
shit?
that Bebop if he can.
Okay, they
That's
freeze
what
the
comes through.
rejuve.
Of course, the frozen shelter, pretty
But two
crucial.
die
Foreman
dude, this was
with
such a
4
bad call from
players
Melee
inside of
Creeps.
it.
Oh
There's
my
Xeno
god.
sent off to the Baroness, but it's a dominant fight
He gets
Foreman.
buried.
A huge
Dude, they
tiny
threw the whole
offside
game.
connection, but it's just
Why
gonna
did
take
they go
more
for
than that
that?
for Do. Floormen have such
Why?
a good team fighting
What the
potential
fuck?
setup here, but they caught inside
Bro,
the
what?
frozen shelter from Melee Creeps that ultimately does very,
Okay, that
very
was
little.
like Panic
That's a
Cops,
huge
no?
pivot point on this game.
They saw the
Suffice
airdrop
to
up
say
and they're like,
that
we have to
early
trade, we have to
game
trade, we have
window
to
for Melee
trade.
Creeps has shut.
What the
I
fuck?
got really excited for the 6-man Itani
Bro.
Losan, but literally every one of those players had almost full HP. So
Yeah, literally.
it didn't really do anything, but they still look cool. But yeah, that was an insane moment.
And they got the
for
parry
Foreman.
off. How'd they get the parry off?
Wow,
Does
slamming
Demo
the
have
mid-boss.
counter
I mean,
spell or
that-
something?
We talked about the
I thought they were all
Kelvin dome
being
being really pivotal in these
disabled from the
objectives,
alt, but
I mean, when you're trapped in
Balls.
with all of these deadly Floorman players in that
Okay, Melee Creeps just
configuration,
threw
it
the
is
whole
just not a
fucking
good
game.
look, and my word.
And
Foreman,
we're
maybe
entering
giving,
Sai being
Melee
useless
Creeps,
territory
a taste of some
after
medicine here, Mitch,
25
you know,
minutes.
That pivotal mid-boss fight.
Yeah, show me this
We get to
again.
get a good
Okay, bro,
replay
just
of
look
it,
at the
thanks
health
to
bars.
production. We can
So
take
it's
a
Like, I
look.
get you have dome,
Look
but
at
like,
where
he
Melee
gets
Creeps are positioned
buckshot.
here. Alkfire obviously is pretty big. Frozen shelter catches
Two
a
insta
huge
die.
number of the
Ranger dies
Floorman
in
players
dome.
there, which is great, but
How can
still
they
don't
parry
fight
here, though?
effectively within that
Can you
vicinity.
parry while you're
Dudes on
being
the
assaulted?
outside
I don't
looking
even
at
know.
The player that I think you're really sort of been looking for to make the difference. So
That,
Florida,
I do not understand that call, bro. They had Death Slam.
Yeah, incredible.
They
Yeah,
had
just the
NATO.
teamfight
Like
there, the target
I feel like that was
prioritization
just
as
a
well
fucking
from Floorman, just really expert and
Giga throw.
a really good spot there. Look at DMB right now.
They just wanted to trade something because they free lost earn from chasing D-Mob, but I don't know.
With impunity. Oh, lasso through into the walker.
Scout would have done that. So fucking true.
Good look here. I mean, that's one redo surely gone. Yeah, no, I mean, in fact,
so fucking true, bro.
Again,
Scout would have called that one off.
Not looking good. League knows. I think his goose is cooked. It takes an awful long time. Unfortunately,
no idea what League is doing there. Oh, we got lasso.
More credits as a result of a single B-bot getting caught out. That would be a pretty legendary mechanic. Regardless, Foreman still have a pretty healthy lead, and 2 redo credits, of course, with the buffs that they confer. Dude is trying to keep up, trying to catch up, in fact. Rocker at 25k souls, DMB also there. And really, the soul acquisition for Floorman is right where it needs to be. Melee creeps are going to be playing catch up now, and this is the reality. You're going up against the comp that is going to scale better than you into the late game. So can you use that holiday? Can you get picks? Can you set up a crazy doorman play, or catch someone out with a frozen shelter? I feel like you're running out of time.
Yeah, and it is tough because, I mean, Apollo's a great hero, but does fall off a little bit when you go into that late game. I mean, it can always be very valuable, but like you say, the scaling really is with Floorman.
Okay, I'm starting to think Apollo does not fall off.
And John,
okay, I feel like if you're behind,
then he is on the Warden to kind of
you're not going to burst people anymore, and it feels bad.
Kind of giga carry, but
like, I don't know, man.
The Venator for DMB.
I feel like if you're ahead, Apollo feels fine
very
later in
strong
the
at the
game.
moment. And right now, the majority of melee creeps huddled in this
I'm not saying it
position.
scales or anything,
they
but
to be taken advantage
like
of
it does not fall off like Holiday does. Dude, they just hate grab League again.
Well, that's what I was kind of looking for. A play set up by the Doorman. That's a pretty good pick. That's
here.
League out of the picture. And now
I'm just
Xeno could be in trouble here as well. Alkfire going to be dropped down on his eventual exit location.
I don't just letting the fucking Paradox delete him. Hello? If Frozen Shelter comes out, I think he was waiting for the dome, but went way too early.
But it's the only player that's really taken any sort of concerning amount of damage on the Floorman side of things, and they can still fight with their big carries. They're still in position, and now they're delivering on the kill feed. Average finds himself too.
All these people can be respawned.
They might set up the perfect pick, take someone to Timbuktu in a body bag, still can't win the wider fight at hand. Here's a death slam here from Xeno. This could be absolutely curtains. John reeling as he hits the ground. Nowhere to go, and Saya won't be allowed to escape either.
Saya's dead.
This is done.
This is fucking GG.
Yeah, it's not looking all that good.
Okay.
Another rejuve crystals lost, but hey,
well,
if you get a team wipe for that, you're pretty happy. It did
that's pretty good.
After all, and this walker's going to go down the entire
Buffs up soon. They can do a pick up and run here.
And hello, the urn has just spawned whilst most of the other team is dead. That's pretty fancy as well.
Didn't do this like fast though.
Gun buff. Okay,
oh wait, hold on. Is Rocker trolling? Oh, Rocker's fucking trolling.
Urn to hand. Yeah. 157k to 128. League now, obviously, it's a pretty deep turning location given the balance of souls right now, but I think Floorman are certainly feeling themselves. They got survival buff on average part of
it. They don't have the timers to insta drop this though.
Very, very good shape. And for melee creeps now, I don't know about you, Dan, but it feels like that fight starts.
I do think they want to fight while they still have their buffs though.
They flatten him. Maybe you want to maybe catch a carry, but still. Frozen shelter.
Doors coming in. Knockdown for.
Still, they cannot win. Where's the damage? Where's the damage?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. They don't have it in the right way that they need it. And okay, here comes the dunk. Pretty straightforward stuff.
Wow. Okay, he just free dunks.
Well, there might be a fight to be had off the back of it here. Lasso onto Lee.
Why couldn't he go through the door there? What the fuck? He like stopped.
I guess, but it's gonna be Ranger going down. So Frozen Shelter might have been nice in a few moments.
Saya got stuck there. I don't know what happened. Did he get stuck on the doorman bottle ulting?
Find ways to isolate any individuals, but
I don't know what the fuck happened there. That looked really awkward.
I mean, this itemization is pretty messed up for this Mirage. Absolutely devastating. Inhibitor with that escalating exposure picked up. Yeah, this guy is absolutely dominating. Obviously, the classic toxic bullets. You let Rocker go at you for any length of time, and he's going to strip your team down to its nuts and bolts. Melee creeps
nuts and bolts.
Frankly, don't have the souls to be resilient to this kind of damage. He is too far ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely a big problem. And I gotta say, the holiday performance from Saya hasn't been bad. I respect the cute idea
buy for Mr. Rocker.
People
definitely the buy
into the door, into enemy territory and so on. But
Dude, these lasso doors are so fucking funny.
You're missing some of that damage in the right places as we get.
But this time you got Ship. You really think you're gonna kill Ship? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh my God, Zeno actually found that.
They lassoed him through a door. Yeah, he just didn't take any damage. Bro was in the middle of all the melee creeps. I'm not sure
God, he lit. Wait,
fish
he was
lit in the thick of things and basically came out.
This guy's fucking pro.
Still gotta respect the Eternal Losan. Not something you want to deal with, especially when you know.
Dude, Lasso's cooldown is so short though. Holy fuck!
But really,
I see the vision. I see the vision with the Doorman
big advantage.
holiday. It's literally the same shit as Doorman Mo.
John at the
I see the vision
level of souls here to be able to break Floormen down. I mean, their lowest soul count is 25 on League. That is pretty insane. But melee creeps got to run themselves out into the field. Yeah, this is
that's a lot of rich people on Floormen.
The soul total.
That's a lot of money.
Like it's going to be crushing. Melee creeps still have to think about these walkers. That is their next port of call. Can they stretch
port of call
thinly enough? Can they?
He's always got the. He's always got the phrases. This man's got quite the diction on him.
Shenanigans. It really just like used to just get out of dodge here because I mean this is a horrible situation. The door gets close, but you've taken 2 people with you, and the robotic hand's gonna grab. They obviously get the unstoppable with the Baroness when you level it up enough, but I mean, there's just nothing you can do really against stat check territory here.
Yeah, it's fucking GG.
And it's there's not too much to be said for melee creeps' chances.
If they're fucking godlike Surgery here, they can dome, and then they can get the Apollo ult off. But I might have just learned you can parry during Apollo ult, so it might not matter all that much actually.
Hasn't even found himself a tier 4 yet. Hasn't even had to.
This is your moment.
In terms of
Ranger gonna freeze it.
Credits here being picked up.
Nope, he's not. He got there late. GG.
Not great. So rejuve credits being picked up, and it's been melee creeps feeding themselves into the wood chipper. Dew and John, the only ones that's staying alive.
GG. Okay, the double gun comp wins.
Impact.
That was a really close game, though.
John, the sole remaining player, looking like he's gonna get 1v1 by Rocker on that left.
That was just like a macro diff.
Gets too close.
When they got the urn plus Walker, the game kind of just blew open from there.
John obviously not exactly on a hero famed for his mobility.
It's a chunky boy, and well, it looks like we are going to be going to the next map relatively soon here. There's not too much that's there to really contest this. Well, man, you know, you got to respect them playing it safe, I suppose. But yeah, it's been a great performance, and I got to say, you know, I've really enjoyed watching Demov playing Paradox. I think he has to be. Is he my favorite player? I don't know. He's got to be up there. He's got to be up there. He can play anything. And he's just incredibly good on it. And
Former can force a fight with the urn.
You know, it's cool to see the return of Paradox being, you know, so iconic. We had in the previous match, in fact, it was of course Saya who got the MVP playing Paradox. So
yep. And surprisingly as well, did so by just vomiting out damage as well, like top in kills, pretty insane player damage racked up. Demov showing that he is just as good, and it felt like Saya was kind of forced to go with the less premium option here in Holiday. We didn't really get to see like lane dominance.
Fuck, when I'm a noob.
Shot could just really.
I actually gambit on a Holiday. Fuck, I'm a noob.
Well, not people, just, you know, pretty powerful in terms of having like a strong lane. It's not fun to lane against Holiday. Your bloody brains blown out on a pretty short cooldown, but yeah, melee creeps just don't have a staying power in the fight. God, like going up against a 34k soul lash with this comp, with this amount of souls, like average is not dying ever. Another urn turn in here just to, you know, really complete dominance.
Wait, whoa! Mirage TP this side and just got jumped. Whoa! The setup was immaculate.
Gonna be getting Sire on that hero.
But
okay,
oh, he got his fucking NATO canceled. How the fuck did that happen?
Taking down Rocker on the Mirage.
Wait, this guy's trolling.
Help is coming. Average and Demov.
Wait, that was the setup of a lifetime.
I do think Rocker's done.
It's gonna cost him a shrine, though.
When it's Deadass 5v6 at the moment.
Deadass.
Let's see if that ends up playing out. Here they are. They have arrived. There is a door in play, but a paradoxical swap might deny an opportunity for
DMB's Dorman ulted.
No, they do get through the door. They have to blink through there. Here's a frozen shelter. Melee creeps.
I don't know if this is Kelvin all you wanted, though.
But that's what melee creeps have to do. It's a good.
No, it worked out.
Can they convert this into something?
Oh my God, melee creeps are bringing it back.
Okay, tower damage being taken there by the Venator, but
they baited him onto the wave.
Fight and ready to throw down once more, but where does he concentrate his attention? Floormen still with 5 players to work with.
Venator bug. We got the sound bug from Venator.
Actually just retreat from the base. They don't want to be stuck in here. They don't want to overchase and give this lead up. Melee creeps, can they punish this any further?
Might be able to. I mean, these fights have
not
been
shit.
optimal at all for
You died though. It's kind of hard without do.
They are down to 1 rejuve. You know, Rocket died
Good
earlier.
doors.
Everybody's pretty low, half HP and below, except D-Mob. So you'd want to say that
Fishcake just got his fucking skull blown off.
And that was sort of, you know, them taking, or turning the fight, I should say, onto Floormen who were retreating, but now kind of the reverse has happened. We're back in the base. Floormen maybe just too far ahead.
Yeah, certainly feels like that's going to be the case.
Wait, kill the shrine, guys. The shrine? The shrine is not dead. Guys, the shrine?
In the jungle amidst all of this should be all you need to know about how this game has gone. Melee Creeps draft a composition with really, really powerful lanes, really oppressive lane matchups. Unfortunately, they can't really springboard off that into a strong mid-game. Floormen keep the game close and then simply begin to outscale them with the composition that team fights up with the best of them, that has pick potential up the wazoo, that has, you know, Dimov showcasing his
Indomitable for Shiv?
I like it. Roles, and,
I fucking like it.
A kind of victory that will be very, very hard to deny.
Are they trolling though? I feel like they're like way overstaying, no?
Of course, on 3. The Hidden Kingslayer.
Big Death Slam though? Oh, refresher lash out? Oh, this guy's him. Xenon's fucking him, by the way.
Okay, what about that? Refresher there into a second Death Slam.
Dome's here.
It's brutal. Now we just need to clear melee creeps out.
He's doing a whole lot though.
Feels like one of the longest suspension of disbelief that I've had to engage in as a commentator. But that is that.
GG, bro, I am off with my gambas today. Holy shit, I lose again. I'm just gonna go 4 at this rate.
We're seeing exactly why Floormen have been so dominant. You know, you called it out like it's
double pick up
every week of recent weeks, but it's not just win. It's 2-0 every time. And
I can't remember everyone trying to be like, yo, Venator's fucking OP.
There was a lot of, you know, when we'll see.
Venator's so fucking broken, man.
We'll see the stat screen in a moment, but it did feel like Melee Creeps had a lot of opportunities. It's a pretty close game, and then slowly but surely there's a breakout, you know, and a lot of it I think came down to Floormen's macro. Floormen had really good macro. They got, you know, 2 walkers up, just playing a lot of these what felt like even situations in terms of the map state, but then kind of created the numbers advantages in the right place to be able to take these objectives. And some of that,
I feel like that was one of the better Holidays games you're gonna get, and then holy fuck, it just wasn't enough.
Ultimately ended up
they even found the door lasso angles, and it just was not enough.
You can see in this catch that he got onto Sire there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sire finds the first pick of the game in the end, and it looks looking pretty good at some point. Like Melee Creeps had
like they were finding this
soul lead at one point of the game.
This ended up in 0 walkers. That was kind of crazy, that play. Don't know how that happened.
Relatively close in souls, but this team fight is horrific. Look at this frozen shelter. The Itani Lusan, I mean, is being held, I guess, by Do here. He's holding, but in the meantime, his team is dead. Okay, cool. You hit a bunch of people with it. Did he get trolled by the frozen shelter?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Now I think of it, because obviously you can hold that ult for quite some time, but yeah, I guess there wasn't maybe any other play for him to make, and I guess that's part of the problem. He was Sire died instantly.
This mid call was insane to me. This shit was
doesn't
insanity.
Really have much damage
through the whole game.
At that point in time, so they're just getting absolutely destroyed in this fight. Ooh,
the shelter almost protects Floormen at some point.
Paradox Bomb got inside the shelter.
Ido's on the outside of it.
I do believe.
Can't really do too
so
much.
Apparently you can parry while you're Apollo ulted. This is news to me.
It's tough. It's tough when you have someone like Apollo who really wants to skirt around the edges of the fight and get airborne and like do a long range Itani Lusan when possible. But that's a tough one to come back. I mean, that's the kind of footage that you're going to be slowing down and trying to read pretty closely. We saw some really, look at this. Binding Word, Lasso.
Dude, they got fucking League 2 times in a row. Does Rejuve almost got wasted because of how many times League got caught.
End up getting a
but then they just overcommitted.
That is crazy. Melee Creeps.
They Doorman ulted the Lash, and then Ido just stood in the Paradox Bomb and
much to get a player advantage.
It's interesting actually. I think that mid boss fight kind of showed some of the issues here in terms of the composition, at least, where you've got Ido on a Doorman, you've got Sire on Holiday, you've got Ranger on Kelvin, and you got Do on the Apollo. So you got like 4 heroes here that are not good at brawling close range in these objective fights against a bunch of heroes that really truly are really good at brawling. I mean, Mirage with the recent changes is kind of actually decent at brawling those situations.
It just falls off so hard, man.
You got the Shiv, obviously like Paradox. Venator is amazing there because, of course, of the stun and just the close range damage.
Turn on game
Flash can hold
Ventor.
his own, and then Bebop also very good at his ranges. And so now when you kind of think about it like that, from that framing, it makes a lot of sense how Florman completely outperformed.
He went bomb build too with Alkfire.
Close range engagements.
It's funny because like when we looked at the draft, we were just talking about Florman's ability to like be.
I don't even know why I bet on Holly, bro. I saw the vision. It was like it's the same thing with Mo. You just pull through the doors, but
like Venator and
was not
Mirage
enough.
As the game goes late. Obviously, we talk about a comp's ability to scale all the time. But what DMB or Rock were able to do in these team fights, like melee creeps are just.
I don't know if the knockdown was it from Ranger too. I see the value, but I feel like your domes are just way too important.
Those guys want to
get refresher rush.
Find a key carry, eliminate them quickly. Someone who.
Bro, and he got gut shot. He didn't have any. He doesn't have unstop, so he got gut shot off the mid call. The mid call was.
The Mirage is obviously like.
I don't know. The mid call was kind of crazy, man.
Escalating.
That shit was crazy.
Like everything you could ask for in terms of just making it harder and harder for melee creeps to win the fight. The longer it goes. For me, that clock.
This is the most damage that Gunlash has done all day. Xeno was, bro. I like the refresher buy.
Finding ways to win, and then
unstop plus refresher.
You need to end them quickly, and melee creeps could not. Interesting draft. Nice to see the return of Holiday.
It's like he went base gun, and then he didn't. He's not like, I don't need that siphon shit. I don't need all that. I just need all people out of dome.
About 18 minutes into the game.
Which I think is correct.
Yeah, and Paradox.
I think
it's the Paradox.
If you just ult people after dome is over,
50k
it's
damage, 27
bad dub.
Kill participation. Shout out to DMB as the Venator, also getting.
They also already had a siphon on the Bebop from League.
With Demov is actually really interesting, or assists. But yeah, great game from Floormen, and I mean they're looking still quite just as dominant as they have every single week.
Looking pretty fucking good.
We're back after a short break. This is the money match here in shift number 39 at Deadlock Night Shift, and so far Floormen looking like they're picking up where they left off last week, so don't go too far. At least one more game from this money match awaits after the break.
Hold on. Chaz back. Blocked Voltras. I'm saving a screenshot. 1 second. 1 second. 226. 05. 18. MLC versus Floor. Game 1. Bum, 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 bum. Except the guy we played against on Sunday, and he said that we were playing very good as a team. Yeah, bro, we're a good team. I would call us a top level tier 2 team. Playing Nebraska will be a really good test for us, though. Nebraska esports, they're good. They're a good team. I'm probably gonna do draft prep on them and everything. They're a good team. We've just gotten way better about timers, bro. Like, we play Earn so much better now. We're not just like hitting camps. We're actually like playing together. Just what you gotta do. That's why I started like calming timers way more, especially in advance, just so people can get ready and prepped. We do calm more, especially when we're not tilted. I think the bigger thing that it's like weird to say, I'm kind of enjoying that we're losing game 1s. Because we're learning to not get tilted, and then also just like, even if we are tilted, just keep playing. We can win in a game. That game 1 against them, we almost came back. Like, we're organized. I can't believe this mid call, bro. This is insane. Into the Paradox, too. Like, this is a bomb. I don't know, bro. This is insane to me. No one-stop on your Kelvin? Like, I'm surprised that we lose and we don't get mad at all. Well, because I think we know, like, we can just, like, fix our draft and then we're chilling. And I think the other thing is we've all gotten, like, a lot better. Like, everyone's, like, improving at, like, a similar rate, which I think is a big problem with some teams that are tier 2. Like, some people kind of get, like, tired. I got mad when we had to repeat that one game. Yeah, I think everyone was tilted that game, though. That was kind of like... You think you're worse? I don't think you're worse, bro. You're picking up heroes. Like, you're playing new heroes. Let's... You know? You're broadening your horizons instead of mid-maxing characters. Also, I wouldn't get caught up in like losing games recently because matchmaking is turbo dog shit right now. Like, I assume they're gonna make changes with the patch because like matchmaking is horrid right now. So I wouldn't put too much stock in like losing games in MM and shit right now. Like, you popped off in the amateur game, bro. You went fucking off. Probably still have it. Look at you, bro. You're fucking pro. You're fucking pro. You had 15 kills. You're fucking pro. Yeah, you could. If you wanted to get E6, you could, like, I'm the same way. Like, I could just spam, like, Dash Furnace until I'm, like, mid-Eternus, and then just play Dynamo every game if I wanted E6, but, like, I don't want to do that. That's boring as fuck. Like, I could literally just get to, like, mid-Eternus where I can, like, I don't know. Instead of 2 out of 10 games having humans on my team, I would have, like, 5 out of 10 games with humans, and then I could just play Dynamo every game. And just get E6 if I wanted to, but... Yeah, Dormant, and that's the thing, bro, just, like, we're gonna be playing this game for such a long time. I think the bigger thing right now is not getting burnt out on the game. I think that is the most important thing, is just not getting burnt out. We're gonna be playing this game a long fucking time. Silver does feel awful on MM. It's either you pop the fuck off or your team is terrible and you just lose. No in between. It's kind of his character though. Like, Silver almost never does like okay. It's either like turbo feeding or like hard carrying. Which is why I think it's actually not a great character. I shouldn't say great. Like, it's a strong character. I just don't think it's as... I think you agree with me. I don't think it's as OP as other people think. I really don't think it is. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're playing other stuff, you're like enjoying the game. Which is more important than just like spamming one character and getting burnt out. Yeah, I don't think she's OP. I don't think Silver's OP. I don't really understand the high prio on it, honestly. Like, I want to ship my team so much more than a Silver. Look at the refresher value. Boom! King Xeno. Farm is a little too much in the one discrete damage. Yeah, true. But like, I just know this from League. But she's not even fun to play. Yeah, some people. I know this from League, bro. As the game develops, people are gonna get really, really used to fighting Silver when she does not have ult. She looks hot though. Yeah, I think this is why. This is why people love her. But I think once people learn to just play around her transform, holy fuck, this character is gonna feel so much worse. I just don't think people are used to it yet. Because without her transform, bro, she, like, you just lose a frontliner for a fight. You just no longer have a frontliner. Same thing with, in League of Legends, there's a character called Gnar, and it's a very similar thing. I'm actually thinking about making a video on it, but I need to get better at editing. I might actually ask Snake to do that for me, honestly. I want to see if Snake can know how to do it. You get odds up, but you can't hit you? Literally, bro. Like, literally. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think she's bad by any means, but
folks, we are knee-deep in our money match.
Like, I don't think
right
she should be getting like
number
1, 2, 3.
And it's Floorband still looking quite dominant. And it was kind of fun to track, I think, as the game went down, because we had both our teams draft very different comps with very different objectives and very different time horizons in which they needed to sort of win the game.
True.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because Floorman, even though they got off to a worse start there, because as you say, you know, there was definitely a better starting comp, the early laning phase comp, more tempo, I suppose, in that early phase from their opponents. Floorman still managed to out-macro them, you know, in those key moments, keep the game close, get that edge on the walkers, which opened up more of the map, and then they obviously got themselves into that key 20-minute mid-boss fight, which, you know, we'll see if this next map tracks there as well, that it's a close game until the 20-minute mid-boss as well. But to change their fortunes, we'll have the draft here for melee creeps where they can make different decisions. Perhaps not choosing Holiday.
I mean, well,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it also could come down to like maybe the ban strategy.
I can't believe I fucking gambled on all of it. I can't believe I did that.
I don't know. I think it's very execution-oriented
sucks.
hero, but doesn't always pack the punch that you
Hero's
need
hot
to.
garbage.
Just, so much is contingent on you, being able to get these picks right and then create a player advantage. But when your opponents have scaled,
it's already dropped. Psych. I don't want to see.
Too many souls.
I want to see that shit.
They can beat you 5v6. That's the reality of Deadlock.
Milk
And that's what that soul
opted the first pick
can do.
again.
They didn't even check in on like
mistake number one
over the course of the game, which I imagine that like Floormen were really.
You ban pocket? I think they're gonna ban pocket.
Powerful they looked. Even outside of the numerical
they banned Mirage.
Here.
Good.
Melekri's going to ban this Mirage straight away.
So are they going to first pick pocket? Because if not, oh shit.
They're on Floorman. This is also
oh shit, oh fuck.
One hero dedicated that just allows them to scale ferociously.
Now, do Floorman want to ban pocket or Doorman?
Yeah, and it's definitely been
they
working.
pocket.
Or at least was working out for Melee.
Infinite IQ Floorman. They read Melee creeps on the first pick pocket. They read them like a book. Like a book.
For a while, and he's been let through a lot today. And you can, and again, it's because, in this case, again, pocket, got to get rid of him. So that's going to leave a doorman pick open. And they can take it again. So either, still in the doorman,
I don't want doorman duty.
Respect, to start off things with the draft here.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, let's see it pans out. I think it's fine in terms of like giving you
Bebop Shiv. I liked the Bebop Shiv.
Creeps not over-indexed.
I liked it a lot.
Look for some
wait, no, they went Mirage Shiv. Sorry.
Elements.
They take the Apollo.
So we're going to have the
Apollo Shiv?
Sort of duo lane broken up here. It's also going to give Floorman some, potential, to access some of that tempo you referenced that Melee Creeps were looking to abuse.
I'm super curious, who's going to be playing what for Floorman. I think, again, with the roster that has the
Apollo Shiv, okay, a little bit of mix-up just because the Mirage gets banned.
Almost like best in class. So you can kind of move
Floorman is always proud of the Shiv highly. I think it is correct. I think this hero is still giga insane.
Melee Creeps, like fighting back with maybe even Paradox Silver, I could see actually coming into play here. There's the Silver that gets Sire on the Paradox. You played really well with it. On top of that, you take away that opportunity for Demov to be on it.
Silver, Bebop. I would take the Bebop from them. The Bebop was giga annoying for them. Take the Bebop. Do it, Melee Creeps. Do it.
Paradox.
Steal it from them. Yes.
Okay, so. Fair enough. John
if you want to pick silver, I like this. Having Doorman Bebop, this is good. You have set up for your silver now.
Work his way out of
your shoulder can bola on hook.
As that warden
still gives you hook into bola.
In a world
and you just have set up to get your Lycan for
get his ideal pick here. Paradox is going to be taken away again.
Do they match it?
Yeah. I mean, they had to pick it here.
Pick is back, baby. Pick is back.
Certainly been banned. I'm curious, how the bans will fall now. There's so many interesting picks that are possible. I wonder if we'll see a Sinclair in this game, potentially. Mo again, Floorman, banning the Mo. I don't know what the story is behind the Mo bans.
How do these guys not know?
Maybe it's
a Doorman Mo. Clocky.
Always listening.
Happy.
I'll have to ask him. Obviously, like Bebop.
Okay, so here's the reason why you banned the
Mo.
You don't want to deal with Doorman Mo combos where the door gets set up and Mo runs through and you
thank you, ZP.
It is like the most specific ban
smart guy ZP.
That only comes into play
Hard for
when,
Mr. Smart Man ZP.
In the game. That is when you ban Mo.
That is elite. Yeah, okay.
And then they ban Victor.
Of course.
Don't.
I'm dropping a W ZP.
At you. Gotcha. Yeah, lock that in. Okay, Lash going to be picked up here again for
good gums. Good gums, ZP.
Pretty impactful.
And then Lash comes in.
I feel like we're seeing a bit of everything in this draft so far. Shiv's potential to be a real nuisance in that mid to late game. You've got pick potential,
support
strong team fight with Lash. You've got Apollo, who's a bit of a nuisance in lane, can be quite annoying to deal with. Melee Creeps again have a
Melee Creeps take the Venator this time,
and now a scaling threat in the form of Venator. So we are both teams finding a bit more of a middle of the road comp.
And I would imagine John would be playing the Venator instead, which means that could see Sire on the Bebop potentially. That would be really fun to see. Celeste comes into.
Celestial.
I already like this way better than the previous lineup. There's a lot more. I think to this, where especially with the Venator and the Celeste, you get way more skirmishing and brawling in those close ranges that they were kind of lacking in the previous game. Definitely going to be, I think, a more competitive draw from that perspective. But it does open up Floorman to be able to pick up the Warden in its stead as well. So DMB is going to be able to lock that one in for the team and just play that carry role again.
Peace.
All right. Celeste for Melee Creeps, obviously that Celeste Silver combo we saw in our challenger game, I think, and that was pretty annoying. Looked like a pretty strong lane.
Floormen are frontline enjoyers.
Okay.
Yamato?
Devo might be playing that one then, potentially. I always hope to see it, but he's probably on Paradox.
I mean, yeah, what Rocker can play Yamato, right? Am I crazy?
It's about to get sticky.
I'm not sure about Xeno's pull either. Is there a Viscous here to round things out on the melee creep side of things? Might be like a ranger pick here. Okay. Right. So, scaling potential. Yamato has it in spades. Warden also can look pretty scary later in the game. It was a pick I was not exactly expecting to see round out this composition though for Floorman.
I mean, it's really nice because I feel like Yamato Apollo is so fun because the chase down is really strong. Like, you know, it's so hard for people to get away from you. It's very powerful early to mid game, especially just because the burst spirit damage is really hard to deal with. You know, it's hard to sustain against so much burst. And you know, Shiv also.
I'd be worried about Venator just getting perma jumped on, but
these are all heroes that have insane.
They do have the goo
as well. You know, can
they have the goo for the peel.
So I love the tempo possibilities from
and the dorm. Like they have a lot of shit to keep the Venator safe.
On the other side of things, you mentioned, you know, there's definitely answers to some of these potential problems. You know, Doorman has the ult to get out of trouble, as well as the doors. You know, Silver has the bowler to slow things down. You know,
I don't think the lanes for
like there's answers across the field too,
for some
of the chase down there. But I do think Floormen are going to try to tempo the hell out of melee creeps, and so the action should start thick and fast very quickly.
How resilient is melee creeps as comp to losing their Venator, having it picked off in these fights? Is that doomed for them at that point? I know they got Cube, which can certainly help against some of this like pick.
Okay, I want to see a Doorman Viscous lane. I want to see it.
What happens if he dies?
I'm gonna see it.
Yeah, I think the cube is definitely
live up to the potential of the goo.
The interesting thing is that you know, he's a hero where I think some teams like
I really don't know
Warden, because Warden can kind of get involved in the action a little bit quicker. But with Venator, you really want to try to create space on the map for him to be able to have the safety to farm and get ahead.
Bebop.
And so with respect to that, it does take some time for him to come online a bit
Celesta
longer than some of the other M1s that you might play in instead. And then in addition to that, like you said, mobility is the problem.
Got
his current meta, which I think you can really see it, you know, with Flawless picks as well. You got so much mobility on those heroes. You can't outclass there as Venator in terms of that. So it does make Venator.
I'm already losing. I've literally won one Gambit today, so fuck it.
Try to keep him in a spot where you
wow,
can
this game looks like Marvel Rivals. 10 out of 10 rage
for Venator, it's all about
fantastic rage fights,
having just really good positioning. And I think that's another way where, you know, Floormen can have some interesting answers where, you know, get into the back lines with the Yamato is obviously that's an expert, you know, thing that a Yamato can do, getting into the back lines with the flying strike. Apollo obviously can also play to that effect as well with the lunges and stuff and get in there and get out really easily with the riposte. So there's definitely answers to be very irritating to the Venator. But with that said, you know, like a good Venator, like a John Venator,
Overwatch is just a rip-off of Team Fortress. This is literally true. Literally true.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm kind of hyped for, right? Yeah, I initially thought the Bebop would be a John pick, but Venator now might throw that into question. Melee Creep's going for what I consider to be a much more well-rounded composition. They got a Celeste and Silver, they got the Venator here. The Floormen have drafted a pretty impressive beast as well. They get Shiv, they even get Yamato, they get the Paradox, which Dimov looked superb on in that previous game. The stage is set for
Melee
quite
Creeps,
the
come
game
on.
number 2 here between Floormen and Melee Creeps. And
we didn't troll with the holiday pick,
since Melee Creeps
even though I put faith in the holiday.
Off Floormen in a money match. It's shift number 39. It's time for Melee Creeps to throw down.
This feels more like a Melee Creeps scum.
They've of course made some changes, right, in terms of the roster, in terms of roles. It's time to see the fruit of those decisions.
Yeah, and I really hope, hope of hopes that Dimov is on the Yamato. It's just one of my favorite things in the pro Deadlock to see. And so, you know, we'll get the names up on screen to confirm that. Oh, it's League. Okay, League. League makes a lot of sense, and it does.
I mean, Diva just popped up on the Paradox, right?
Is going to be on the Paradox, especially.
You might as well let him rock it again, right?
He's a nasty Yamato.
You might as well let him give it a rip.
Really fun to see, and it's kind of cool too because you know, League actually play, you know, the off carry a lot, and so, you know, with DMB playing, you know, if he's playing position 1, you know, League is often in that position 2. But on Yamato, you're getting really active pretty quickly. So I can't wait to see that. And
I believe so.
Yamato.
I believe someone was making a Lamame.
Apollo Paradox in the mid lane for Floormen, and then Floormen have Shiv and Lash together. So these are all pretty nasty lanes, I would say. But Melee Creeps, they will have the Doorman Silver combo, which has proven to be quite annoying. As we see, are we going to get a lane swap here?
So they're actually going to go
Might be in the
Celeste.
works.
Too early to do boxes, so yeah, we're getting a lane swap. Okay.
Okay, League. Switching out over towards the right-hand side
So we
of
can
the
do
map into that Celeste.
Warden Yamato into the Celeste.
And Viscous lane alongside the Warden.
Victor.
Okay, so this means that Lash
Celeste
is going to be playing with the
Viscous.
Shiv on the left, excuse
For a
me.
long day.
So the right side we're
Deadlock
checking in
there.
with now. The League makes the switch over. Straight away announces himself with a flourish as Ranger will have to reckon with the Cyber Samurai.
We're going to do Lash.
Yeah, I think this is nice. I think, you know, the
Fib
Viscous can
into
really
Silver
counter some of
Dorman.
those Shiv knives as well with the cube.
Then
So I
Apollo
think, you know,
Paradox
that's one
into
good
Venator
reason why
Bebop.
you'd want to make that
So the
swap,
creeps
so that you
love
have
this
better
Bebop.
trades in the
Bebop
lane
Venator
for
lane.
your
They
Shiv.
love it.
Yeah, okay, interesting. We see Venator in mid alongside the Bebop. So it looks like, you know, melee creeps are trying to give John like a pretty solid start to this game. Look at that mobility. Rocker under some serious pressure. Not going to be able to get away. Once again, melee creeps get off to a good start. It's the Lash that rotated into this left lane, getting battered by the Silver Doorman combo.
It's got a lot of damage, that is for sure. Okay. All right, well, we'll see how you know, things go off of the box runs, if there's any ambushes. You know, it's not too uncommon at this level of play to see these box runs get ambushed. It's not something you see as much in your lobbies, probably in matchmaking. Usually you get to run boxes for free at the 2-minute mark, but it's like it looks like this game is pretty. I mean, there's no harass. I was gonna say light harass, but there's not really any harass on the box run routes here.
No, yeah, both teams actually giving a respectful distance here. There might be something brewing though. Crimson Slash into Power Slash would have been a pretty big chunk on two, but Sprightly, as the Celeste is able to get away. Cube even used by Ranger just to preserve the health pool of the Celeste here. The pressure though starting to be felt. Now we're looking at that Guardian, and already like a healthy chunk of damage being stripped off of it here. What's the answer going to be? Looks like Florman just kind of get to shove this lane for free, putting League in a position to
for free?
Be a bit of an oppressive force early.
Yeah, I mean, 3 minutes in, that is a healthy chunk of damage to get. With the resistances are very high at this point in the game in terms, and also like your damage is very low. So good pressure. Again, Warden and Yamato. It's a lot of control on the lane. Lots of damage from Yamato in variety of forms, and then Warden, especially with the Binding Word, can control space and force you back pretty reliably.
Lane swap's looking good so far. They're getting pushed.
Trying to get a punish and force Warden back, maybe get some positive trades here against Warden, and I think that's exactly what Dude's been able to do on this Celeste so far, chasing it down. And there's the Binding Word. That's going to force you back. Got to respect that.
Dude is schmoving on the Celeste.
Going to back out anyway, honestly. There's a lot of poke in this Florman lane. But I kind of liked seeing Do go forward here and obviously abuse the window with the Dazzling Trick just to like win a favorable trade and get that health pool of DMB just a little bit lower. But again, you're still dealing
Xeno's
with
1 HP on blue, by the way. Can we watch this? Yes.
The Crimson Slash look there from League. You've got to respect
shot
it.
his
And
head
the
off.
Apollo of Xeno actually falls here to
Wouldn't be shocked if that started with a hook.
That's a great sign for melee.
Would not be shocked at all.
Elimination of this game, but crucially, getting the Venator ahead in souls. 3.3, 3.4k for John now.
Yeah, it's a healthy start. That is for sure. And now you're looking to try to find that wave priority. And so that usually means like clearing the troopers as quickly as possible on your lane, and then try to get your way up to some buff positioning. So this is the wave now you want to try to clear out really quickly. Also, as much damage on the opponents as well.
Really bad turret from Ido. Fuck.
Far. As you can see in this particular case on the left lane, it's going to be advantage to melee creeps, but look who's already here. It's T-Mob on this Paradox.
Here.
I've got to respect him.
Silver
bro.
comes through the
Knows
door
his
too,
macro
though.
Game. A ball knower indeed. Still, though, I think the Silver's up there as well. So melee
Movement
creeps
for
are gonna
Ido.
move here in numbers and quickly get that mobility buff.
DB ends up getting
Snapped
gun,
up
which
for
is
Ido.
really
DMB,
nice for that
though, gets
lane.
a gun buff. Keep an eye out for that
League
one.
gets chunked,
Looks like League,
though.
in deep
Will
trouble.
get run down by
Chased
Celeste
on down,
Bebop.
No escape. Saya able to get that kill
All
crit,
right,
but you saw
much better
Dude
start for
on his
melee
heels.
creeps.
Yeah, that gun buff will certainly be a help. You know, we can sort of put DMB against John because these are the
It's
two
not very even game
positional
set, but it's just like
carries on
melee creeps are way more
team,
active.
and so we're going to be constantly like keeping our eye on you know, who's
Which,
ahead
into this
in terms of
comp,
the
if
farm.
you can
And,
even
as you rightly pointed out, John's had a really
just go
effective
even,
start.
should be a
That
dub.
gun buff will help DMB in his lane to have dominance, and they've almost killed that Guardian. When that Guardian goes down in the right lane,
They don't want to
League
Paul
on
this
that
game
Yamato
instead of
is
the
going
Lash.
to start roaming very quickly and starting to try to snowball the rest of the Guardians across the rest of the map.
Guardians low.
Garbine.
Big pressure once again from Florman.
Alright, line swap did get pays off for Floorman though. They end up just getting perma push in this lane.
There's the Crimson Slash, and it's the Q for Do to pull on away.
It's definitely something Viscous struggles with, is getting shoved into.
Obviously, there's some golden statues to be picked up here. Flying Slash, no Guardian to protect them here. How deep can leave extend? Of course, Shadow Transformation is at
We're
the
not going to catch the Celeste, brother. You're not going to do that.
Do is needed elsewhere.
Do is needed elsewhere.
You want the Warden to try to just farm up the jungle, farm up
the
lane.
Oh, so I got farmed.
And as I say, Yamato
should be able to kill John.
Just sending it across the rest of the map, ganking these lanes, becoming a huge threat. The
Unless John's just fucking pro.
The way across into mid. John John's going to go down there, Tino, with a very important catch. And again, with how ahead John John was, you want to slow him down, and that's going to do that very well.
True.
Zeno died for it, but I wonder if that's part of the wider plan for Floorman to get good Guardian pressure down here. Average runs into fish cake now. Clearly, the Lash not trying to fight. Certainly not with the Lycan Curse about to emerge. Still, though, there's plenty of fresh meat in the lane.
Paul's coming in here. Doesn't have ult, though.
And this is the left side of the map, though. Don't you worry about
it.
Guardian going to be pressured down pretty darn quickly, and there's not a lot that Floorman can do about it.
Eats turret damage and dies.
Fish cake. Now, can they protect this Guardian? Looks like it's healthy enough. This Apollo's starting to get involved in some of the important fights, Dan.
Yes, it's a huge threat. Good mobility, good damage. Apollo, Lash, and Shiv all on this left side lane. That's a very dangerous.
We're continuing to be nowhere on the Viscous.
But speaking of trios, we got a trio from Melee Creeps reinforcing the middle position, which is where both Paradox and Yamato are for Floorman.
Okay, so Zydo just wanted to peek out and finish the job here. It's dangerous, and he's mindful of it. So there's a door in place. Look at the rotation coming in here from Average. Perhaps a fight to Brew. Yep, in they drop. Rocker appeared out of absolutely nowhere. Looks like a badge card was used straight away.
Oh, still dies.
We are! Zydo exposes himself to a crap load of damage, and Rocker's able to finish the job. This is not boding well at all for Melee Creeps. They find his first 2 picks, but now Floorman really starting to put Xeno where he needs to be.
DMB's about to die on the other side, though.
Dimov, again, another really sick Paradox game so far.
I think we go long here, but
fresh Lycan Curse. I don't know if DMB can get away from this. You got you don't have slowing bullets yet, but the Stalker.
I thought he would just run to Walker there.
And there you go, just some healthy, chunky damage onto the tower now as well. This guy's in a lot of trouble, actually. I mean, here comes the Lash.
Xeno dies.
Trying to do what he can, but no Death Slam or anything like that to zone them away. So it looks like this Guardian is like nothing Rocker can do to stop this.
No, and I'm worried for Rocker at the moment.
Like he was also stacked on blue, but they're getting ran at now.
Extension here. To be fair, Fish Cake is quite low.
Ranger could die.
Tough to catch this Silver, although it looks like a flying strike came in. Yeah,
Fish Cake does, though.
That'll be enough. Fish Cake eventually going down. Fish Cake, I think, gets that kill on DMB because they parry the Guardian, and I think DMB melee's into it. I'm not sure, but I did see
more active melee creeps.
So
I would say Floorman are more active too. It's still very, very even.
Frenetic, quick interaction. All right, so we are tied up here, heading into the 10-minute mark. Obviously, it's mid-boss, but crucially, buffs coming up in just under 1 minute. Both these teams trying to maneuver for some of that positioning, and we're still looking at the Guardians, especially that sort of mid-side Guardian for Floorman. That is still intact. The left side Guardian for Melee Creeps also still looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, in the meantime, John, he's fallen behind where he was, but he's been given sort of the safe lane at the moment, just farming up on the left side where he's got the Guardian for some extra added protection. Anytime the gank attempt here onto the double Gamba is going to be successful for Floorman.
Gamba.
Very aggressive stuff there.
He does.
I think Sion might be able to steal some stuff himself here in the opposing jungle on Floorman's side of things. There might be a gank that's possible onto Rocker, but
does eventually hop on the doubles.
With these bridge buffs coming up as well as the urn.
Ido just making a lot of space here, so they don't even think about the doubles for a sec.
I like that call from Floorman though, just to push into the double sinners,
vitality for Shiv
on the Melee Creep side. And
Spirit for Celeste though.
Cake slip in there.
Pretty even buff side.
And of course. Something worth bearing in mind right now.
They could have numbers on the side.
The average expects to be accosted like this. Back
Shiv
with a vengeance.
Was not prepared for this. Has to ult out.
Though, who is just going nuts. That's open.
Guaranteed pickup. Ido dies. The Rocker gets traded.
And Rocker is picked up. So both teams operating with 5 players now.
So Saya full stole these doubles, but he just left a minion, so they didn't respawn.
Yeah, you got Fishcake having to deal with the wave crashing.
Both teams in the same state with that, though.
That one up as the urn is beginning to make its way across. And typically in these situations, we often see the early urn. Teams
just does have his guns,
give that
his
away
Spirit
and
Spike.
just take objectives. And so we'll see the left side Guardian getting bullied here.
Almost max splatter.
Taken down by Floorman.
Depending on the points.
But are they going to give up and drop off? It doesn't look like they are. They do have 4 players that are there ready to defend.
Yeah, Floorman able to push off the staging ground of their walk here on the right-hand side. Looks like they're going to fight for it, or
free run for Billy Groups.
Able to get a dunk straight away. Rocker trying to get
denied,
something
though.
for his trouble.
Rocker does show up in time.
Viscous as well. Goo Ball active as Ranger
Storman
trying
has
to get
no
away.
ult.
Saya is gone yet again. That was Average getting involved.
Ranger
Floorman might
dead.
turn this into something much more than just
Side
an
eye
earn
too.
take. Ranger eventually is going to be caught out. But there's not a lot of key objectives ready to work on this side of the map. So they get 2 kills.
Good eyes
and
there
yet
from
still hit,
Floorman,
even
though.
with that earn pickup. What is the next part of the plan supposed to be? Has Xeno found John here? He's 11k sold, looking very, very strong. So for the time being, it's a matter of going after some of these camps.
And right now, Floorman, they've still got that mid Guardian up, so it's helping to provide a lot of extra control for them. And I think that's something that Melee Creeps simply can't have stand as they start to assault this mid position. They're looking for that Guardian.
Door play here just to push this Guardian down. They're going to get the mid Guardian eventually. Melee Creeps, of course, get some important souls there. Here's that Hotel Guest active. That's Xeno out of the fight. Definitely one of the players you want to target early. Corbell, the harass league, already looking a little bit low. Shadow transformation as he's
big slash.
Oh man, that power slash was nasty. Fish cake just crumpled, folded like a pastry, and now
Folded like
done
a
here
pastry.
through the middle part of the map. League looking to turn back around, but elsewhere, Tandalo-san catches onto Ido down to 4 health. Are you kidding me? Surely there's follow-up here. Surely there's chase. The Duke attempts.
Literally 1 HP.
Xeno going to be credited with the pick off on the doorman. And this is all happening right in front of
Ranger
that
does.
Walker. Ranger now down. Melee Creeps are bleeding out players. And there's a chance to turn this into something bigger now for Floorman. They've got good mid position, but Xeno might be caught out.
Yeah, not getting out of that one. But yeah, there's a really good lane push again. I think we're just seeing it time and again. Floorman are doing a great job in just having more map vision. They're pushing the waves all the way down. And the other thing too is that when you push these waves and you're kind of just doing a better job with that, you're forcing the opponent to have to react. They've got to send somebody to go and deal with that, which gives you some information because you know that there can't be X amount of players in certain positions because X amount of players have to be dealing with these waves. So they're crashing, etc.
I don't know if I ever understand these battle vest buys, but
advantages on the map to abuse and nice connections on the shivs. That's going to send Celeste back.
Killing those are so
One more
much
shiv
better.
is going to be painful. Looking to close the distance with that killing blow, but unable to get the extra shiv in there.
What do I know?
Lee being chased down. It's going to be hard to catch this Yamato, though. Where's an opportunity, though, for Floorman to sort of regroup their positioning? It's really scattered right now. Maybe because they're sort of caught up with this idea of pressuring this right side Walker, but that's been undamaged so far. Floorman in flux, it appears. Not really quite sure where to put themselves. All the while, John gets stronger and stronger. 14k souls for him. Cube's got to be used there for Ranger, but this is a very low value target. Still apparently
good
worth
ball,
slamming.
but it's just
Good ball
popped.
there. Not going
Holy
to save Ranger.
shit.
They're going to be able to pick him off.
The
And
goo
now,
turned into a
by the time they go to work
balloon.
on this Walker. Still some fighting to be done though. It's the silver that's turned up. Fish cake here already chunked
Sire's
down.
gonna die though too.
See, very quickly, Rocket descends on their position. Saya going down. This is a big problem now. Can Fishcake at least get some value here? The teamed up a do. And it looks like, yeah, Floorman pretty light on this side of the map, but elsewhere, look at this mid-walker. Left side walker starting to get pressured. Melee Creeps have to stop the bleed, and quick.
It's the same story repeated here, where Floorman are just able to pressure and force these imbalances that give them opportunities to have just incredibly advantaged fights against objectives. They're doing 2 walkers at once again. They did this in the last map as well. And hey, there's a response from Melee Creeps. They're going to be trying to push that right side walker.
They quick steps here, they get there fast.
The mid walker, it's down to half HP.
Xeno did die.
If they could get some value here on this right side walker,
I like dudes just making space here.
Kills or the objective itself, that would be a great equalizer.
But
they're not going to be able to do it because across the map,
Boston earns in 10.
sprinting to try to find
Bus gonna be right
a way
side.
to punish this.
Set up for it.
I think they're trying to get double
keeping the pressure on mid too.
Xeno does spawn now though.
So it looks like, yeah, they thought about double sinners. They've gone to the secret shop. There's also an urn spawn, so plenty of reason for Melee Creeps to be on this side of the map, but they didn't really get enough done on that right side walker. Survivor buff here for Do. But DMB does get mobility on the other side of the map, and Ido's a little bit exposed here.
Oh, the punch was like half a... Oh no, it did drop.
Still
What
in
the
the
fuck?
back pocket.
That was a visual bug.
Right now, Ranger is going to be able to get that one to him, but Rocker's going to drop down. Oh, flying slash. It's going to have to be a cube. Yeah, no two ways about it. Ranger here out of the fight.
Ranger is fucking dead.
To take the brunt of damage. This is getting dangerous.
Fish
Fish
also
Ranger.
dead.
Well, they just vaporized, didn't they? Dude, how are you supposed to get away? quickly slips out, but that urn has been taken up by
Foreman actually
Foreman.
just give the blue pile.
John is just desperately trying to ignore this.
And they see
Studiously
John
just
on
trying to
blue,
farm up
which is
in that
midway, by the way.
mid-side of the
And
map
then
back
they just
away
all
without
send your
giving up
right
his
side
life.
with numbers.
But the clock is ticking for this Venator to get involved in the game meaningfully.
So he's trying to clear wave. It's probably going to cost him, though.
Yeah, this is very tough. And there's like nothing that John John's going to be able to do in his current position. His team is been evaporated.
Giving up an urn.
You know, Venator can't go in without
Zeno does get ulted here. He kind of wasted his ult earlier, too. He was already...
And gets delivered. And
so I was already
again,
dead.
You can't get away from this team.
But
You've
he
got
riposts.
Flash, you've got Paradox, you've got
He's
Apollo
turning.
and Yamato. There's no way to get away from this. And here go the lunges again. The Flawless advance to find the Celeste. Celeste again, I mean, one of the most notable heroes in the game.
Where is DMB right now?
I mean, you can't get away from these people.
DMB, please.
I mean, this is still kind of sick from Do. I think the rest of the block
DMB,
are coming in a
please.
little bit clutch there.
DMB,
Bro,
please.
sick from Do, bro.
Yeah, DMB was finding Doorman.
He almost killed him, I guess. Stuff. Do. Bit of a prodigy there. Quite the moment to take
dude
on
just quick
Zeno. In
outplayed him.
fairness, a 3k soul lead. Still, that was pretty damn awesome. LA Creek's be behind by
Pretty
11K
damn
souls,
awesome.
Still able to find moments of brilliance like that. That was sick.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, Celeste can certainly go really hard in this game. You know, but so good on the mobility herself. I think the vitality buff really helping out in that fight too. And you know, the map's starting to settle down a little bit. As you say, a 10k difference, so certainly very doable to kind of bring things back into relative control. A walker down though.
Does it hurt? I'm watching the Spurs game on my...
We've got a few minutes now until the next bigger
side
objective.
monitor right
so
now.
a lot of map to be played with. Floormen have been typically very good in this situation to find fights, and that's what they're going to do on the right side of the map here again.
Fast connection looks good, but the hook straight away is pretty disruptive. Now we're just going to pop last stand and go for it.
Dude gets out.
It's not the most subtle. Subtle as a sledgehammer, in fact. But it does get DMB
So Harper is hurt.
alive.
Okay.
And do they get the catch? Well, Ranger goes down at the very least. Dude might have gotten away. Yes, they have escaped on the zip line.
Ranger dies,
now
though.
you got to reckon with Saya, who's coming back very angry as one of his teammates
Very
was assassinated. But that mid walker, I'm looking at it.
Farm boss on
League
ship?
walked
Holy
it
fuck,
on
I haven't
down.
seen that in a long
We have
time.
3 walkers to 1 right now. Floormen have a nice big advantage. Starting to get ahead in terms of souls.
Floorman's macro's been fucking clean today.
Of that soul deficit or that soul lead. Look at League up to 19k, Dan.
Yeah.
19k.
And again, it's just so cool the timing from Floorman. You know, they take this fight, they find this gank on the right side lane, and in the meantime, they're trying to split push. They're split pushing off of that, and it's just so hard to react to that effectively. League, I think, sort of backdooring it a little bit, you know, hitting that mid walker from the back, and now it's a 2 walker advantage that they have over melee creeps.
True.
So again, this only compounds the advantages that they get in map control, obviously the extra souls as well. So, you know, as time goes on, melee creeps are only working with less and less. That said, like, you know, just like you mentioned, Mish, it's not an unrecoverable deficit.
I'm trying to statue buff graphic as well. Let's see how many. Oh, hold on. We got a fight here. We'll get that run for you in the meantime because I want to look at that briefly. Catch here on Zeno. Dangerous is the Apollo. 18k though, still manageable, but Zeno's able to slip away, and here got the rest of Floorman. They're going to collapse into the middle part of the map. Very, very dangerous. Do is not there to fight. John though is. Perhaps it's time for Venator to shine. Finding work
big
to
rescue
be
beam.
prevented as the rescue beam and door is used, but down on top of them drops Rocker. Ready to fight.
Fish
Dead
dies.
Slam off cooldown in about 12
Now
seconds.
dead,
in the
bro.
meantime, there's work to do. Ranger and Fishcake.
So I get the hook, but everyone's dead.
In these fights. Unfortunate for them now. As Rocker might be hooked in, it's disruptive more than anything from
Scratcher's
Saya.
going Floorman's way
That's a
over
big
and
lead
over and
for
over
Floorman
again.
Haven. Why don't we just mid off this?
Mid time.
Yes, that's a problem. In the meantime, you know, I mean,
Dude does go
looking to
red
get a
side.
walker,
Really? Even golden statues,
whilst,
honestly.
They lose mid. But did they actually go for it?
Still
Looks like
favored
they
for
are not
Floorman,
going
but
for the mid boss. So
What is preferable to that? Here's your golden statue boss, by the way. This is also by League, by the way, who is, you know, in a decent soul place, is still going to be something that you really are afraid of.
Gets
here.
out.
Nice little 23 for him.
John is living.
League on the gank, trying to make that ambush work.
John's
out.
full
But sorry,
resetting
again,
now.
Some good hooks,
doing it.
but
Why'd
this
we
is,
go this
not-
deep? John's
I
like,
don't know,
out.
This is still a pretty tricky fight. I think neither team super happy about this one.
Yeah, like I think your shadow transformation
Who gets
there,
red
which is a
side buff?
long cooldown. Don't forget, over a
Ooh,
minute
average got
to
spirit buff, though.
dissuade any sort of pursuit. So what do? You
John,
catch
they're
the wave
going up
from this
blue
bounce that's
here.
crashing on
They're
the
trying to get
left-hand
blue
side. You do
prio
have
and
to
just
duck
get pick
back
up.
over to mid here because
Mid
Floorman
prio.
do have, you know, 2 walkers they're going to defend as opposed to melee creeps to 1. So that is, you know, going to stretch you a little bit more thin. Average has the casting buff here. Do picked up gun buff, so not the worst situation for either team in that regard. But there's a trap that's potentially being laid here. Obviously with
It's
the
a
last
trap.
stand at the ready. It's in mid where the action is, though, and I think Florman have to cut onto this pretty quickly, otherwise that Walker's going to take some damage. And then there's also the question of baiting mid-boss as well.
It's a very interesting spot because melee creeps can kind of afford for something to go wrong, as long as it doesn't result in a mid-boss, but for melee creeps, if something goes wrong, they're suddenly really far behind. So very tense moment here for them. They can't really afford to put a foot wrong, and this urn is going to get collected. In the meantime, it puts melee creeps in more of a reactive state. Okay, well, you got to be careful about Sido getting caught potentially.
I'm looking for everything.
He's going for
I feel like I should not be looking for these though.
Wants
to get over right side, boys.
I think it's something melee creeps have to fight for. They kind of know it.
So Isla's going to stay left side to push.
This is where John kind of can, but also has
big
to
swap
shine,
on the do.
if at all possible. Paradoxical swap here. Do able to walk away
there's no one
from
else
this
here.
one, though.
Okay, well that's a waste of swap.
Able to remove that debuff and get
they're
back
gonna
to
stall
business.
here.
That's important. A lot of souls on the Celeste now as well. Do definitely position to be a key player.
Full
in the
6 stack on this side.
We're brewing a fight.
It's going to give mid push to average.
Map over this urn. AVG or average runner can rotate over pretty quickly, and he's starting to do that now. We're about to converge here with both sides. Looking for the paradox to be impactful, but it's a 26 case John has to go hog wild here and now.
With a good wall bounce.
Sai's already been picked off.
Sai insta-dead from the demob bombs. Oh, she got the lasso.
Looks like dude might have been caught up there by Death Slam. It's unclear really. Here's the shadow transformation.
Die though.
For that still League, not that healthy.
Oh no, fat fucking heal from Locket. 500 heal from Locket. Oh!
Instead, okay, well,
hits him now.
He's going to take care of League, but unfortunately,
Paradox going to chase down John
running
though.
out of teammates. Can't hang around in this fight, and that might be curtains for this right side Walker.
Oh, good find from Demob.
He was sniped. He was
That's my boss.
He was almost through.
That's looking like game.
But it's, of course,
Foreman also got the urn.
Demob to play spoilers for that
That was
one.
a lot though.
Almost wiping the team, and Doom might go down here as well.
Good from DB just to back up here.
Oh, again, it's just so hard to escape, and well, mid boss question mark.
It's gotta be at this point.
DB can even just buy. No size up though. It's kind of scary to go for.
30 seconds away from being back in the game. That is pretty
scary to go for.
I just hooked DMB here though, so might be.
DMB got caught.
Mid.
Gotcha,
Saya. 1-for-1, I imagine. Binding word goes off. Saya's gonna get chunked down here. Demob is hoping to make short work of the bebop, get him back on
a long
cooldown timer, but doesn't want to linger, and that ends up being the right decision. So no mid boss opportunity off that fight, and you can see how careful Floorman have to be about John and Do respectively, especially the latter. Do was dangerous in that fight, and Floorman had to be really careful as their souls are distributed much more evenly.
Mana Creeps looking to
they're gonna hit.
Boss here. They could make it scream and try to fake this one out and pull
They have the timer on DMB.
They do obviously have the door
Dude
as
can
well
come up
to
quick.
play with. That's can be very
Multi-man swap though.
in these situations.
And the
they're actually
follow
gonna go for completion.
Kind of fucking scary.
All right, mid boss getting low.
So they have the door. That's why
they can duck back in and
just
try and
instant dip out of the door.
This definitely feels like it favors melee creeps. It's about getting
Dude comes in, goes directly to the door.
In positions to succeed. His door will act as a deterrent
as
long as it is open.
This mid is so low now though.
Mid boss here will of course revert to its original state.
Floorman might be able to just wait for this door
Very
to time out.
Interesting little standoff now. Both sides aggroing that mid boss respectively.
Like mid is so low.
Pop by Xeno pretty much straight away.
It's like at like 10% HP right now. It does.
Can break this
then the door timed out.
Be a fight from melee creeps. They knew the door would only be temporary. Shadow transformation active for League though, and
what are these mid calls by melee creeps, bro?
What the hell just happened there?
Joker drops a fucking lull on them.
Sorry. What? They just open the door and let it close.
What are these calls,
like an idiom
bro?
There somewhere.
Can't say FF in a tourney.
Mistake. At some point, melee creeps had.
Not wrong, by the way. Not fucking wrong.
I don't know what happened there, Dan.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. Don't look at me. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But to be honest, though, it was a really weird situation because it doesn't feel winning.
Escalating for
melee
really?
creeps regardless. You know, they're all basically in a choke point as well.
Really?
Just playing around the door there. So I was
you know, I think people should build on Yamto more. Is Refresher into Diviner's Barrier?
Closes. I don't know if it expired or if
I think it would be fucking good. No,
pushed. I'm not sure, but Floorman did have the advantage, and now
Kevlar, sorry.
Oh my god, they're in such a tricky position. 21k down already, and we're off a fresh rejuve. The map is everything is freshly spawned as well, and Ido's
it's a 40-second cooldown, so you wouldn't insta get the value, but
without explaining it, of course, because this is not what we do.
I don't know.
Hopefully, like average pause.
Like just threw the whole fucking game again.
Purpose. So mouse, guys, you're full of shit. You're full of shit, all of you. Wireless mouse use is crazy. So let's see how this plays out. So the door is open, right? And eventually they're gonna fight for this. You would think.
So doors, if you did not know,
they back
have a timer.
Okay. We're poking.
So the door just timed out.
And panic.
Like,
I'm sorry. That is. And
how do pro players not know the door has a timer?
Yeah, they'd rather all just kind of just.
Are we not aware?
And just try to have a bad fight than that.
Like, Millicreeps are just throwing these games on the mid goals, bro.
I just don't know.
We do know that door, like.
Dude, I'm with DDK.
Temporary duration. Right?
Like, do they know? They have to know, right? Surely they know. That was.
Before like reductions.
That was. Holy fuck!
Okay,
that was.
We're gonna move on with it.
That was something.
Rocket looks like he's taking a visit to the Baroness.
Literal pro players.
Turn in amidst this as well. Florman with 3 rejuves. They want to fight. No doubt about it. Xena with the gun buff. Okay, they've got.
It gets out. Doesn't have warp now though, so they get the easy dunk.
Pretty much straight away. It's an easy dunk. Just no.
Ranger goes for the punch. He's gonna get punished for it. He's just dead.
The mentals. We've got to talk about it, bro, because after that, you're gonna be so tilted. There was a key miscommunication, I think, that happened for Melee Creeps. This game's over.
That does. Yes, Juju.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough spot. Shout outs to Super as well for the watch party as well, jumping back in.
Super's watching again?
This is not a good
Man, Super's got some 2 noob ass fucking days.
Melee Creeps here getting utterly demolished, and the base is just free at the moment. Shrines are being battered, and the team has been wiped.
This is one of the most absurd culminations, I think, of a night shift that I've ever seen. And yeah, you best believe we're going to keep that replay. We're going to show it to you in super slow motion. Flormando, basically, for those just joining us.
I don't even know what to say. That is like one of the dumbest ways I've ever seen a game get lost.
John and Do were the only ones on Melee Creeps that could really hold them back.
Now,
though,
to their credit, it doesn't show the doorman like timer, which is I always thought was always weird about door. But like,
Xeno looking scary. League also been dominant. We talked about him being like a position 2 carry player in general. League's Yamatos look great, sort of pull out of the back pocket at just this kind of time. Patron knocked pretty darn low.
Look at the souls. Everyone's 31k.
Buy and make one more push for the game.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, smooth sailing from this point forward. Oh, rough spot. I mean, to be fair, Floorman, okay, they're just sending you down.
Yeah, no, they should be doing this.
Mid,
yeah, ZP. Line. I need a decision on this. ZP, can we call that a C9 on mid boss?
Honestly, yeah, I think it meets the qualifications.
That's crazy. Well, folks, pack it up. Floorman, once again,
wow,
your champions here at Night Shift number 39,
that is
dominating NA.
That is insane.
Consecutive, if my math is correct. 4th consecutive clean sweep.
That is game. Holy shit!
Of course,
they actually just lost the game like that.
The dollary dues.
The mid goals.
I won't lie. Honestly, it's been a bizarre day.
Really bad today.
But in the end, Floorman.
Really bad for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, fine success getting an uncontested mid boss, and frankly, this team looks insane from top to bottom. I feel like this was a much less volatile game than the first in terms of how the laning went and sort of what the win conditions were. The 2 team comps in game 1 were glaringly different. This one here felt like a bit more balanced. And 2 very even games, and then just like literally just thrown. Game over.
Yeah, it didn't happen. He struggled in the first game as well to really have maybe some of that impact that you would have wanted to see. And in the game before that, he was on Lash, where Lash is not historically a John pick. I mean, you can again kind of build gun on it, but at the same time, and that is the meta, and it's good, but it just doesn't have the same spotlight.
I don't even know what to say.
Different meta right now. So
like that is just like pro players just did that.
Alert? Don't panic. Patch it.
Gosh, I'm blown away. I'm actually just blown away. That was fucking insane. I feel like Super's freaking the fuck out too. I just watched some bullshit. I mean, true. Edor.
John, as you say, he was. I think he did a decent job trying to stay competitive.
Can you see the stats here?
Better job trying to shut him down. I think that's part of the problem, because if you look at what happened, which I think we noted at maybe like 5.5 minutes, League managed to take down that Guardian and then started snowballing off of that, and that's kind of the problem with this roster.
I mean, again,
like
I think
they know the mid boss is like 10%.
Fully commit. They're going to walk out onto the low ground. They're going to walk out of the low ground when Foreman are in position.
Okay,
So maybe they
the thing that kills me is even if they go for this, even if they like 6-man dive through door, what is the plan? You just get paradox swapped, or you get lash ulted. What was the plan? I don't. Dude, that
snowballs from that point. It's an uncontested mid.
I don't even know what the fuck to say about that, bro. That was
which Deadlock may have never seen, and ultimately results in Foreman
that was
being
insane.
Your champions.
That was fucking insane.
It's tough. To be fair, like it is actually a very tough team to mid boss against. I think that's actually something that Yamato brings to the table. You know, like getting into the ult form, you know, gives you a huge amount of
that's crazy.
tests. In addition to the fact that Foreman already
that was fucking
position,
absurd.
even if some of the players were late there, so it was always going to be a hard mid boss fight. But it's not going to be as hard as shutting the door and just like panicking as you're like finding yourself like 100 meters away.
Like I said, there like had to be an idiom in there somewhere about like
just crazy
use of the open door,
just absurd
while you can, not letting it close in your face. Yeah, like I'm kind of coming up with a blank there, but unfortunate way for the series to end. Always some weird circumstances. Last week, unfortunately, it was Ido that DC. We also had a ridiculous bug, I think, in that first game, or rather the first challenger game of the night. Either way, chalk up another one for Floor.
3 2-0s in a row with the melee creeps.
They've had perfect
It
showing.
don't matter the
3
roster.
weeks in a row.
Foreman are just them.
Melee creeps. A team, melee creeps,
Can we get
as
the
you see,
post-game
credited
screen,
with one of the
please?
longest streaks in Deadlock
Smile?
history with 16 night shifts, one back to back. It might be the era of Floorman. Frankly, I'm here for it. League looked great, you know, on the Yamato. Average over the course of the series, fantastic. Also, chef's kiss to call the pause after the mid-boss take. That just, I mean, emotional damage really off the charts here. Though, gave me one of the most insane outplays I think I've seen in quite some time on Xeno there. That 1v1 Celeste versus Apollo.
Yeah, Dew had a great game.
Dew has a great game in the end. Unfortunately,
rough Ranger game.
It's just not enough. And Floormen lead from about 8 minutes in.
Yeah, I think it's.
You got the gun last, not doing a crazy amount of damage.
Foreman, they're a team that have been getting better.
I like these like tech into refreshers though.
They looked really dangerous,
I like this.
especially in the scrims, but it took them a while to, I think, find the the balance that they needed to have.
This game, it's like whoever gets dormant ulted, you can just hover, get the ult off.
Hero pool, especially with Demov coming in, he's very versatile on his hero pool. He's been known for that. Many people called him the best player in Deadlock when he was in EU. So because of that's one of the reasons why, is because not just his hero pool, but how well he can play everything. And so over time, Demov is also making a name for himself as like just playing games and just not dying, no matter what he's on. So we're seeing that that's continuing in this particular matchup. But I think they did a great job in the draft theory, and in terms of the actual macro, they outplayed melee creeps on the macro. And one of the things that kind of stood out to me was, I felt like, Ranger playing some of the supports. It felt like, there was some damage missing, some brawling missing in some of the fights. And I feel like that trade-off of playing that small hardcore support I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing less of it.
Sure. There you have it, folks. It's our breakdown, and I was glazing the crap out of Sire in the challenger game. Then sort of, not positioned for success so much. I mean, picks up the bebop here, which is all well and good, but Dimos able to get Paradox back-to-back games. Sire, tried to play the Holiday. Unfortunately, that didn't sort of pan out for him.
Jesus, bro.
I think Dorman is very powerful in this game. Obviously, the potential to be the most powerful hero.
They just did the whole fucking game.
We can see Ido definitely looks like he really knows his way around that hero, but difficult there, of course, to really, it's hard to really assert yourself. I think in terms of just damage, putting out damage in fights, finding those kills. Ido really likes to be, pretty instrumental in team fights. If you think about his hero pool, he's just an incredible doorman player, and
he's popping the fuck off, by the way.
That utility to the fullest, and also
he played a great game.
Been involved in some lanes that have really snowballed out of control by just understanding that kit and using it very effectively. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough in this day and age. In the Big 26, as Floormen take away the dub. Let's talk MVP in this game. I won't lie, I kind of and ahhed over it a little bit. Dim obviously was really good on Paradox, but for me, it's going to be Xeno. Consistently, just pretty brilliant over the course of this series. And again, obviously in that last game, definitely, topping the charts in some of the important metrics.
Yeah, and I think the doorman, or rather, sorry, the Apollo player,
because he wins game 2.
Pivotal because it's what really, it's like the thing that starts off your early game tempo, and we're seeing the play here on the Lash as well, and
give my stats.
Make a similar case there as well. With Lash,
give me my stats.
Tempo a lot. The roam is really strong. You're participating in a lot of these different kills. You're very high mobility. And you know, Xena did a really, really good job across both maps, being extraordinarily active. And again, you know, Lash, Apollo, these are premium heroes, I would say, in the current meta. And just the amount of mobility that you have and disruption potential. Xena played it to a T.
Yeah, I really
Pressure value, baby.
Over the course of the series. Xeno definitely felt like a solid role player in that previous map for us. But when he got onto the Apollo, you started to see, just how devastating he can be. His floorman team like really solid, and I think like, you know, if you're melee creeps, you're not too upset about this, right? You just made a change in terms of your roster. You've also made a role change
literally
in
one
general.
HP. That was insane.
But obviously hoping to get a little bit closer.
Actually,
this was really nice Itanilo Sun that put his opponent down to very, very low health. And again, we can see why Apollo is so hotly contested. Not quite ban worthy yet, which is interesting. Reminds me of like early Yamato, which is almost featured in almost every single draft, but not quite oppressive enough to take out the rotation. In that game, though, I definitely feel like it was pretty brutal. Folks, it's been a pleasure to have you here, of course, for shift number 39. Obviously, we've got some really exciting news right now because for the power of friendship and also the power of, backing from corporate giants such as Intel and Walmart, we are sending it for our night shift open coming up very, very soon.
this is going to happen every week. It is what it is.
Prize pool. This is a North American event, so
I think it's hilarious you kids are talking shit about you wouldn't say this shit to him at LAN. He's jacked. No, but he wears the freshest clothes. He's the chillest restaurants and hangs out with the hottest dudes. Y'all are pathetic.
The main event, so keep your eyes peeled.
Is there interview?
Excuse me, dlns.gg/sign up. So
it's fine, brother. Better than me than my teammates.
Absolutely going to be a tournament worth competing in. Friday noon EST. That's when signups open. So mark your calendars. Get there, and of course enjoy some fantastic Deadlock action presented by our friends over at Intel and Walmart. Super stoked to have them on board. Honestly, it's kind of great that they're, Walmart first of all getting involved in general, and Intel deepening their involvement with this title. They're a huge part of what has propped up the competitive scene. And will be the foundation, I think, for it to build on for years.
That is a random
Let's talk a little bit about what our hero priority was, because we had some discussion about, Dan, some of the
Scout
moves and shakes that are happening here.
Dewey is still Thanos.
No one wants to deal with Pocket right now. Drew 5 first-round bans.
Yeah, Pocket is crazy strong at the moment, which is really interesting. It just fits this current meta very well. And honestly, there are a lot of very dangerous Pocket players.
For my
collection. And in Europe, we saw it absolutely smash when it did get through. So that makes sense. And as a result of that, we're getting more Doorman picks through. But what
Celeste actually doesn't go banned or picked in one game.
Got it a bunch, but maybe he didn't have some of the impacts that maybe some of these teams picking it were looking for. So we'll have to see how that changes in the future. But another one too is Victor.
Kelvin Bryo.
Victor getting into first ban territory.
I think he was 3 last time.
Being heavily banned out.
Mo getting banned is strictly tied to Doorman.
Really cool to see Victor.
Viper Prow dropping a little bit. Mina Prow climbing a little bit.
Otherwise, just a lot of the usual contenders.
Dynamo's still unpicked, unbanned.
A top list. Celeste and definitely still getting picked. Still seeing the Viper, much more Paradox getting selected, and I think another one
see them items.
Just seeing Venator slowly.
I think
drift
rounds
down,
will fall off a little bit this week. I think.
Also, just a big shout out to the Mo and Krill triple ban. Absolutely based. Never in the first round, of course, but fears of that combining, I guess, with the Doorman is what has kept people off of that as well. Mina also being gate kept to a great degree as well over the course of our games. Let's just shift over and talk item priority here as well, because obviously we saw
opening rounds climb to 2 spots.
Surprised to see that picked up here. Dispel Magic still
extra regen will be getting nerfed.
Pretty popular.
Dispel went down a slot.
Buster always
extra health
pickups.
People clocking in on.
Yeah, it seems like the biggest shift is that Healbane's kind of coming back.
It does in fact give you flat health when you're low HP.
Because
in lane, by the way,
is something that wasn't picked up nearly as much, obviously, until very recently.
Monster rounds.
So, I guess, this could be in part because of the restorative locket being deprioritized as a very early pickup. And people then, instead of favoring Healbane, because it's an item that kind of similarly allows you to snowball a little bit if you're in this early lane.
Did it drop 3 slots?
Get that extra vitality investment. And in addition to that, you obviously have the capacity. If you do go for a dive, you get a kill, then you can keep snowballing forward and dominating your lane. So cool to see Healbane back.
Yeah, obviously.
That's it for me, though.
Maybe seeing a bit lesser because
another fantastic night shift, even though it got fucking trolled by a bug, and then I don't know. I didn't like those mid calls from MLC. That was kind of crazy. Loki W still on top in Europe, and we're gonna see all these teams this weekend at DSI number 3 and a I'm pretty sure all these teams, right? Should be all these teams. Yeah, FPS got invited. Floormat got invited. Yeah, should be all these teams. Leviathan qualified. Loki W qualified. So, I'll be watch partying that. I will not be live tomorrow. If we find a scrim for Friday, I will be live Friday. But if not, I'll be live Saturday. So I will see you guys again on Friday or Saturday. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting today. People in Twitch chat. Always fun. And I will see you guys either Friday or Saturday. Have a good night. Peace, peace, peace.